Chapter 370. The Battle of Destiny. The conflict between the Great Li and the Divine Kingdom rages on. With the emergence of the god of initial martial arts, Great Li has surged forward, penetrating the borders of the Divine Kingdom and seizing substantial territory. Meanwhile, the Queen faces relentless defeats. Initially vanquished by the celestial star, suffering immense losses, she was subsequently beset by Li Hao, who decimated numerous deities. Following this, the god of initial martial arts dealt another blow, leaving her helplessly watching as her realm continued to be devoured. Though the followers exhibit fervor and valor, they ultimately lack the discipline of a regular army, suffering defeat after defeat. The forces of Great Li, though limited in number, have swiftly taken city after city. To prevent chaos in their rear, many have been slaughtered. The zealous followers prove difficult to manage. To eliminate future threats, the Wild King has initiated widespread massacres, even laying waste to entire cities. Li Hao is fully aware of these events, observing them unfold without interference. Why should he concern himself with those outside his kin? Allowing Great Li to assault the Divine Kingdom serves to weaken both sides, fostering enmity that will persist long after the conflict concludes. While Great Li may claim territory, their losses are significant and their spoils are scarce. The Divine Kingdom possesses considerable faith power, yet lacks substantial energy, and faith cannot be indiscriminately siphoned. A war fought under such conditions yields little reward. This is not the desired outcome for any party involved. Yet, to ensure the celestial star's tranquility, the King of Great Li feels compelled to launch such offensives, despite the formidable strength of the god of initial martial arts, who has refrained from further engagement after a single display of power. The king dares not place all his hopes on such an entity. He prefers to fortify his own strength to secure a position in this contest, striving to maintain Great Li's independence rather than allowing it to become a vassal of the celestial star. The war continues unabated. However, the King of Great Li has prepared for a discreet departure. The 10-day deadline approaches swiftly. In the vast wilderness, a realm enveloped in chaos, the last batch of residents is being relocated. After today, the vast wilderness will become desolate, devoid of human presence. Many are reluctant to leave their homes, thrust into the unfamiliar central plains, surrounded by strangers. The inhabitants of the vast wilderness do not wish to depart, but they have no choice. Countless powerful figures continuously enter the region, and even the king of the wilderness has appeared, urging all to evacuate swiftly. Remaining would lead only to death. Numerous individuals harbor resentment against the king of the wilderness, against Li Hao. Yet Li Hao remains indifferent. The migration of the celestial star is less burdensome, as the people have witnessed Li Hao's might. The animosity from the vast wilderness does not concern him. In a few years, once these individuals have settled in the central regions, all will be forgotten. Beyond the vast wilderness, Li Hao hovers in the air, as more and more people gather around him. The 4 main cities are under the watch of 4 sages, currently dispersed across the realm. Nonetheless, this location has drawn a multitude of powerful beings, creating a significant stir. In recent days, Li Hao has been fervently cultivating, drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth, harnessing the power of the great Tao. The will of destiny stirs restlessly, seemingly intent on entering the vast wilderness to eradicate it. The winds rise, Li Hao murmured softly, and in the next moment, a fierce wind surged, casting yellow sands into the air. The heavens and earth transformed in hue as clouds billowed forth. Dark clouds obscured the sky, plunging the entire realm into sudden twilight. The winds roared, engulfing the vast wilderness in a semi-darkness. The sun was concealed by the clouds. Li Hao tilted his head to gaze at the heavens. The moon appeared to be descending towards him once more. Was the movement significant enough for Li Daoheng to discern his actions? Or did he merely sense that Li Hao was compressing the wilderness? He could not ascertain whether the other party was aware. Above him, the will of the heavens was even beginning to take shape, resembling a sword. The sword of heaven. Several sword cultivators wore grave expressions. Hong Yitong and the others bore faces of seriousness. The gathering of heavenly intent seemed to manifest as a sword, indicating that this world was deeply entwined with the path of the sword. Originally just a disturbance in the winds and clouds, the heavenly intent now faintly materialized as a sword shape, illustrating that in recent days, the heavenly will had indeed grown significantly. At this moment, Li Hao revealed his resolve to address the calamity of the wilderness. Most of the heavenly intent that could converge had already done so. Had it not been for the heavenly intent not placing all its stakes here, it might have forsaken all others to concentrate entirely on this place. Nonetheless, the heavenly intent remained dispersed. Although the heavenly will gathered here was substantial, it was not the entirety of it. The heavenly intent was distributed across the entire starry sky, not confined to a single location. Li Hao glanced upward again, and through the dark clouds, he discerned the faint outline of the bright moon. Would Li Daoheng take action at this moment to seize the heavenly intent, to capture the heavenly will? Such intent could propel him further, facilitating mastery over the world and the great path, enabling him to transcend the moon. Would he indeed take action? Li Hao was uncertain. At that instant, figures emerged in the distance. The king of Dali had arrived, accompanied by Empress Shuiyuan, Jiang Li, and even the king of the wilderness. The rulers from all directions had gathered, with the exception of the queen, 3 of the remaining sovereigns present. Li Hao silently awaited their arrival, offering no greetings. He continued his ethereal cultivation. Above him, the heavenly intent was almost coalescing into a sword. Meanwhile, within the wilderness, the white horse grew restless. At this moment, it too sensed impending catastrophe. Princess June continuously attempted to soothe it, though with little effect. The essence of chaos faintly emanated from the white horse, stirring the wilderness as if to resist the heavenly will. Should the heavenly intent be devoured, it would surely retaliate. Li Hao pondered this, casting a glance at the sword above him. Here was merely a fraction of the whole. If he were to eradicate the heavenly intent in this place, the remaining heavenly will would undoubtedly retaliate, and the intent itself lacked the power to kill. It would surely strike back through the hands of others. As a thief of heaven, if he could not grasp even this, it would be a grave underestimation of Li Hao. The queen and the moonlit red figures, these 2 modern martial artists were most likely to gain the favor of heavenly intent. Once he resolved the heavenly will, it might coalesce upon the 2 of them, enabling them to swiftly gain dominion over a portion of the world and compel them to turn against him. In that scenario, he might gain control over the wilderness, yet the remaining heavenly intent would likely be divided between these 2. Though fate may be capricious and not always secure, it currently bestows immense benefits upon these 2 individuals. A faint smile graced Li Hao's lips. With every advancement he makes, these individuals reap rewards, particularly those like Ing Hongyue, who have truly nurtured him as a prized asset. Perhaps their current state reflects the notion of nurturing the bandit to protect oneself. Many harbor the hope that these individuals will suppress him, facing him down, making it exceedingly difficult for others to catch up. Yet, for Ing Hongyue and her companions, their progress is effortless and unrelenting. In this vast expanse, several players manipulate them as mere pawns, continuously deploying strategies to constrain Li Hao, who yearns to leap beyond the confines of their chessboard. At this moment, Li Hao shifted his gaze towards the Black Panther, then glanced once more at the Sword of Fate. He pondered a profound question. If the Black Panther consumes the essence of fate, is it aware that I orchestrated this? The essence of fate remains in its infancy, lacking complete sentience, akin to a child still in its early years. If fate is oblivious to my influence, does the Black Panther intend to annihilate me, or is it focused solely on itself? Should it wish to eliminate the Black Panther, perhaps I am also favored by fate. In the name of vengeance, it might continue to bestow its favor upon me and enhance my abilities. Of course, this line of reasoning would be treating fate as a fool. Once it possesses even a modicum of intelligence, it is likely to perceive that the Black Panther and I are allies and may turn against me. Yet, perhaps it truly is a simpleton? A slight smile appeared on Li Hao's face. At that moment, Lin Hongyu soared forward, conveying telepathically, "My lord, all arrangements have been made." Li Hao nodded slightly. Casting a glance at Lin Hongyu and her companions, he contemplated before communicating, "Fate aligns with human intent. Through determination, we shall conquer destiny." However, whether we can truly prevail against fate remains uncertain. If fate proves to be foolish, then your interference is unnecessary. Yet if it is not, all my efforts would not merely serve to adorn others. He continued, "However, should we reach that point, it may indeed attract the attention of the Zheng family. Zhengyu might come to disrupt our plans, believing I am solely focused on resolving the great wilderness, thus ignoring me. Should they intervene, saints may emerge. It is difficult to ascertain how many saints they possess. At that time, I might find it exceedingly perilous to enter the great Dao universe with ease." Lin Hongyu's expression grew serious. "If that time does come, my lord, Prioritize the greater picture and consider retreating, as long as the green hills remain. We need not fear the absence of firewood. If all proceeds smoothly, that would be the optimal outcome. Successfully executing the grand deception would yield the best results. However, should we offend fate, such smooth sailing is unlikely. Even if Zheng Yu remains unaware, fate will ensure they become cognizant. That is the power of fate, guiding one towards discovery. I shall ponder this, Li Hao replied, but let us not dwell on these matters. At critical moments, ensure your preparations are in place. Perhaps this will be a battle of human intent against fate, and I genuinely hope we can triumph over destiny. Li Hao imparted a few more words of caution, then lifted his gaze skyward once more. After a moment of contemplation, he transmitted, "You are now the governor of the Celestial Star Commandery, a leader in your own right. And fate seems to favor you." Lin Hongyu's eyes flickered with intrigue. Li Hao paused briefly before continuing. "Are you willing to step forth? Abandoning this opportunity may lead to another, or perhaps not. The whims of fate stir, and the queen may arrive, even if she does not come herself. Others might summon her. Did the Lord command me to ambush the queen?" Lin Hongyu's gaze flickered momentarily. At present, she is merely at the 7th level of the sun and moon, while the queen, at her weakest, is at the 9th level, perhaps even at the level of unity. The disparity remains significant. Moreover, she is accompanied by several divine beings of the sacred path. To ambush her would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Merely avoiding a counterattack would be fortunate. How could one possibly succeed? That would be tantamount to courting death. The 4 principal cities are poised for upheaval, extracting the energies of heaven and earth, stirring chaos and severing communication across the realm. Everyone is watching. Yet, there exists a group of individuals who remain unnoticed beneath the ruins of Tianqing Town, a gathering of students, some of whom are willing to join our cause. Li Hao regarded her and transmitted a message. "You should return to Tianqing City and rally these individuals, hundreds of students, at least 100 of whom are eager to ally with us. Although they currently exist in puppet forms, they still possess the power of the sun and moon. If my endeavors proceed smoothly, you shall need do nothing. However, should misfortune arise, if the queen comes here, if the king of Dali arrives, if all converge upon this place, you must lead those students westward, annihilating the divine nation and the Dali army, invading their territory and integrating it into the domain of Tianqing." Lin Hongyu's expression changed slightly. She cast a fleeting glance at the distant king of Dali and transmitted again, that initial martial god, "Fear not. That fellow is unlikely to recklessly step out of Dali. One strike is sufficient. Of course, if fate does bring us together, it is but destiny. Unfortunate though it may be, what I speak of is merely a precaution. Or be cautious enough to expel Dali and eliminate the rebellious elements of the divine nation. Seize their territory and emerge as a regional overlord. If fate does not favor you, establish your own domain and create a city of superpowers." "I dare not," Lin Hongyu exclaimed, her heart racing. "I implore you, my lord, no need for further elaboration. What I propose is merely a contingency, should fate truly turn against me. You must establish your own path. Deceiving fate for it is not so astute. If you seize the Western divine nation, the queen is but a mere hindrance. How much favor could she possibly command? In terms of talent, you are not inferior to her. She has constant support. While Hongshan may be willing to assist you, but is itself in peril, thus limited in aid. Lin Hongyu's talent is certainly not vastly inferior to that of the queen, though she is slightly older." Li Hao pondered this, considering it a precaution. Anything is possible. Even Li Daoheng, despite his abilities, has few capable individuals at his disposal. In this era, those who truly stand out are aligned with us. Lin Hongyu, this time, you may either gain nothing or receive a substantial favor from fate. It is also possible for your fortunes to rise threefold in a single day. The choice is yours. If you are unwilling, I can send Qian Wuliang. He might be quite eager to go. However, Qian Wuliang's rapid ascension must be tempered. He has already crossed into the 7th level. Li Hao must impose certain restrictions to avoid fostering his ambitions, for that would lead to his detriment. There is no necessity for such a course of action. If the intention were to eliminate Qian Wuliang, it would indeed present an opportunity. Merely fostering his ambitions would suffice. However, since Li Hao still requires him, there is no need to repeatedly inflate his aspirations. Should Qian Wuliang choose to act, even in the absence of turmoil, it would not align with Li Hao's expectations. Lin Hongyu quickly contemplated, her mind fully grasping Li Hao's intent. Once an upheaval occurs here, if fate turns against Li Hao, he will undoubtedly seek allies. The likelihood of Ing Honyue daring to intervene is minimal, while the queen might be bold enough. Yet, if one were to lose the divine realm and their territory, would destiny still favor them? The commotion here might obscure the changes within the divine realm. Moreover, the personnel are all from the new Wuyuan Pingwu University cohort, drawing even less attention. However, if they continue to operate under the banner of Tianxing, it may prove ineffective. Should they establish their own domain? A flurry of thoughts emerged in her mind. Lin Hongyu swiftly conveyed her thoughts. My lord, shall I arrange for additional personnel? Only you. If too many leave, it will arouse suspicion. You must return to Tianxing City, initiate arrangements, and deploy the celestial curtain cautiously, yet not overly so. At the very least, it must convey the message that I might harness the people's will to triumph over fate in retaliation. This is the contingency I wish to present to the adversary. Lin Hongyu nodded repeatedly. Li Hao was also a man who considered 3 steps ahead, and whether he could deceive the heavens was uncertain. However, if one perceives Li Hao as merely a thief of the heavens, then everyone may suffer the consequences. At this moment, Lin Hongyu increasingly recognized the maturity, composure, and coldness of this lord. Just moments ago, his nonchalant words regarding the annihilation of the rebels in the divine realm could lead to a sea of corpses. Furthermore, the rulers of the Great Li Kingdom were all present and would be entering the wilderness. Lin Hongyu discerned that perhaps this was to deprive them of their fate, rendering them without choices and minimizing risks. These sovereigns from various nations have indeed been favored by the heavens. While she contemplated these matters, Li Hao ceased his telepathic communication and spoke. Commander Lin, you must return to oversee Tianxing to prevent unrest. You may miss this opportunity, but that is of little consequence. It is merely a minor chance, not of great significance. This time, Sankey is pivotal. Should Sankey advance further, you will not be neglected. Nearby, Hong Shemu was startled, hastily assuming human form. My lord, you jest. Everything is orchestrated by you. It was deeply concerned that Li Hao might harbor dissatisfaction. Now a leader among the demon plants, it commanded numerous creatures and had reached the level of a sage, while Lin Hongyu's status was only secondary to Li Hao, becoming the foremost among the 5 commanders. Both it and Lin Hongyu were allies. Furthermore, many had not remarked upon the fact that Qian Wuliang originated from the super ability city, perhaps initially compelled to join Li Hao out of necessity. Yet now, having allied, Qian Wuliang, lacking foundation, subconsciously gravitated towards the super ability city. With Lin Hongyu, Hong Shemu, and Qian Wuliang, these 3 individuals occupy exceedingly significant positions. Li Hao's sudden proclamation could not fail to raise concerns. The redwood tree was apprehensive, and Qian Wuliang's expression slightly altered as he dared not look at Li Hao. Cautiously, he cast a glance at Lin Hongyu, observing her relative calmness, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Li Hao shared a bond of elder and junior with the Silver Moon martial artist, while his relationship with the others was predominantly hierarchical. Seeing Hong Sha speak, Li Hao smiled and addressed him. Senior Sankey, you have misunderstood. Mutual assistance is a natural obligation. In these times, resources are not evenly distributed. One reaps according to one's efforts. Whatever you obtain, even if you choose to give it all away, it is of no concern to me. We are all in this together. My responsibility is to allocate the most suitable resources to those best equipped to utilize them. Whether you use them or someone else does is entirely up to you. If you cannot keep pace, perhaps there will be no opportunities for you in the future. After briefly articulating his thoughts, he turned to the king of Dali and his companions. You may proceed into the great wilderness. The king of Dali, the great wilderness king, and the empress Shuiyun exchanged glances, said nothing further, and hastened towards the great wilderness. As for whether Li Hao intended to trap them, if that were his design, they would have perished long ago. This time, it might indeed be a genuine opportunity. However, with every gain comes a loss. Losing the favor of heaven may not necessarily be advantageous. Empress Shuiyun fared better, as she pursued the path of new martial arts, which did not attract much heavenly favor. The great wilderness king was even less favored, as the great wilderness stood in opposition to the will of heaven. Nevertheless, being a ruler, and given the recent retreat of the great wilderness, once the chaotic energy dissipates, heaven may not hold a grudge, and he could potentially become a candidate for selection. Go ahead, Li Hao said, looking at Lin Hongyu, who, Without further ado, swiftly took to the skies. Li Hao continued to wait. Though no one knew what he was anticipating, the winds surged and clouds gathered over the great wilderness. In Hurricane City, Jingyu also manifested a celestial screen, gazing towards the great wilderness with a furrowed brow. Li Hao had been hovering above for several days. Was he preparing to confront the chaotic energy of the great wilderness? What was he truly contemplating? Jingyu was perplexed. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Having Hangyue come to see me. Soon, someone departed from the palace. After a while, Hangyue entered, her face adorned with a smile. Did you summon me for something, my lord? Jingyu regarded her, pondered briefly, and then said slowly, Li Hao remains in the great wilderness, lingering longer than expected, and has now gathered the powerful forces of Silver Moon. Do you think he intends to eradicate the chaos of the great wilderness? If he succeeds in eliminating the chaos, the world may revive, and it is possible that a heavenly king could emerge. Not many sages serve under him, but should a heavenly king arise, paired with a few sages, it would be sufficient to annihilate him. This path leads to death. Would Li Hao truly take such a risk? Hangyue raised an eyebrow. Contemplating before responding, Li Hao would not seek his own demise. He may claim to fear nothing, but he would not willingly walk into death. Thus, even if his goal is to resolve the chaos of the great wilderness, he will undoubtedly devise a means to ensure that the energy for the world's revival does not leak out. It may even serve as a resource for their cultivation. Jingyu fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, he nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. The great wasteland's demise and the burgeoning will of heaven must be evenly distributed. It would be impossible to concentrate energy in a single location unless he contemplated for an extended period and then stated, unless he sought to suppress even the will of heaven. Hangyue began to ponder, nodding in agreement. There exists such a possibility. Yet, the will of heaven is omnipresent and difficult to suppress. He still requires the favor of heaven. If he possesses a method of suppression, perhaps he might achieve it. Since he has remained in the great wasteland, it indicates that he indeed harbors such intentions and might truly be capable of it. Regarding the realm, they lack some understanding, but they could infer from Li Hao's actions that this fellow might indeed entertain such thoughts. Do you wish to take a look? Jingyu inquired. At this moment, Hangyue appeared even more formidable than before, with 8 bloodlines that had solidified, owing to the inheritance from the Zheng clan's stone gate, which he had now acquired. Hangyue felt a stir within. Does the esteemed one wish to explore? He has lingered in the great wasteland. Do you not find this rather inappropriate? Hangyue nodded. There is some truth to that. Li Hao is difficult to eliminate, but if we can disrupt some of his plans, that would be advantageous. Although he spoke thus, he did not pay it much heed. The strengthening of Li Hao also bore benefits for him. He was coasting along effortlessly. However, since Li Hao had previously expressed his intention to merge him into the bloodline, he felt a certain wariness. While coasting along is favorable, Li Hao's increasing strength placed considerable pressure upon him. Should the opportunity arise to disrupt his plans, that would indeed be optimal. At that moment, Zheng Yu suddenly declared, in that case, you shall take 10 saints to the great wasteland. Additionally, arrange for some individuals to visit the major cities. I will send my avatar to the Startown ruins. Even if we cannot eliminate Li Hao, it would be beneficial to eradicate some of the new warriors. Lead the team? Hangyue felt a stir within. Is that what the esteemed one implies? Zheng Yu regarded him. You are a clever individual. Just refrain from intentionally leading them to their demise, and act at your discretion. If it benefits us, you may allow them to strike at any moment. Furthermore, 10 saints are not as effective as the inheritances from the other 7 stone gates, and I am aware of their locations. Do you comprehend? Hangyue felt a stir within and hastily replied, the esteemed one misunderstands. I would never do such a thing. However, will the other seniors be dissatisfied? My word is law. Zheng Yu stated coldly. You need only execute the task. No one will oppose you. Then I thank the esteemed one for your trust. Hangyue chose not to elaborate further. Zheng Yu exhibited considerable audacity and confidence in placing authority in someone who was not entirely one of his own. To act at an opportune moment, he refrained from further discussion, still contemplating Li Hao's objectives. Perhaps that fellow could indeed sever the will of heaven and engulf the great wasteland? That would be terrifying. If indeed the will of heaven were to be devoured, and the great wasteland consumed, would the remaining will of heaven not seek me out? This thought sent a jolt through him. That would not bode well. While it might bring significant advantages to himself, the repercussions could be far more troublesome. Zhengyu allowing him to lead might indicate that he had already discerned something. After all, as a semi-emperor, he should possess considerable insight into these matters, perhaps even harboring such intentions himself. Thus, the purpose behind assigning him to lead became exceedingly clear. At that moment, I had become the pivotal force against Li Hao. The essence of the matter was that perhaps it would provoke an even greater crisis. Fate is not easily swayed. As he pondered while stepping outside, he wondered whether the queen would join. If she did, how could he possibly relinquish these matters to her? I have little desire for that. To recklessly involve myself, especially being a mortal enemy of Li Hao, and then to become a favored being of fate would only complicate matters further. A flurry of thoughts flickered through his mind, and soon, the crimson moon signaled its troops, departing from Hurricane City with several saints in tow. Meanwhile, Zhengyu silently observed their departure, and after a moment, he too manifested a clone to leave. Perhaps it was time to visit Star Town. In the vast wilderness, the heavens trembled, and a translucent veil appeared above the expanse. Li Hao harnessed the power of the Great Path, revealing myriad veins of energy, with colossal dragons swirling around the cosmos. The commotion intensified. Above, the Sword of Fate seemed to sense that Li Hao might vanquish the chaos, and began to coalesce into a small sword, eager to launch a vigorous assault. Should chaos be obliterated, the entire Silver Moon would once again be unified. Within the wilderness, a white horse let out a roar of unease. At that moment, the Black Panther brazenly mounted the white horse, lying atop it to calm the creature, who appeared to be on the verge of mischief. Li Hao paid them no mind. As the veins of energy unfolded, enveloping the world, with a low shout, Sugi, solidify the heavens and the earth. The branches of the redwood thickened in the void, drawing vast amounts of chaotic energy. At that moment, between heaven and earth, a towering redwood tree emerged, blocking out the sun with its formidable presence. The king of Dali focused on the will of fate. His expression shifted slightly, but he said nothing further. With a roar, the will of fate gathered in the void, significantly weaker than Li Hao's side. At this moment, Li Hao directed his thoughts into the void, conveying his intention to assault the wilderness, to slay the essence of chaos, to seize the wilderness and unify fate. I beseech the heavens to lend me their strength. The will of fate stirred. The entire realm of Silver Moon seemed to roll and churn. It has begun. On the moon, a man with a sword on his back softly remarked. It appears my suspicions were correct. However, this fellow might truly be aware of my existence. After this, the moon seemed to cast its reflection upon the entire world. Moments later, he spoke again. What is Lin Hongyu up to? Officials of the Heavenly Star urged the populace to remain at home today and distributed countless celestial screens along with a significant quantity of energy stones. The moon goddess responded with a remark. The man with the sword reflected, a commendable notion. To resist the counterattack of fate through the will of the people? That is indeed a brilliant idea. Li Hao is a thinker. Perhaps he genuinely has a chance to counter fate, representing the will of the populace. If so, it is possible that Li Hao might mitigate the repercussions. This fellow possesses considerable intellect. But what then? There is no rush. The outcome remains to be seen. Whether public opinion can triumph over fate is uncertain. Li Hao's control over the world has been too brief. The might of fate is overwhelming. Such a rebellious act is currently fraught with difficulty, and Li Hao may very well face significant setbacks. Just as before, when he was countered by public opinion. Is he wagering that the strength of the people will surpass the will of fate? Perhaps so. The man with the sword contemplated for a moment and chose not to elaborate further. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for success. Even if it is merely to disrupt the will of the heavens for a fleeting moment, perhaps it could lead to triumph. Such thoughts and actions are beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. In today's world, few still possess the ability to sway the hearts of the people. At this very moment, in the celestial city of Tianqing, within the ruins of Tianqing town, Lin Hongyu gazed at the rest of puppets and softly spoke. The Lord has informed me that Director Zhang has made his appearance and has taken away numerous new martial artists. Those willing to follow Director Zhang may wait here. He is expected to arrive shortly to escort you. However, if you wish to venture forth independently, to escape the influence of new martial arts and seek greater horizons, you may join in a grand undertaking. There is an opportunity at hand, but it requires undertaking actions that you may find distasteful or perhaps refuse to perform. The Lord desires that you accompany me to the divine realm to seize it and eliminate those who resist. The divine realm is filled with countless believers. It may well be a massacre, but the slaughter of the weak is not the Lord's intention. Nevertheless, this era does not permit leniency. She surveyed the crowd. Those willing to follow me may do so. Those unwilling may await Director Zhang. A number of puppets fell silent, while others hesitated. Yet, many stepped forward without uttering a word. As for Zhang and their teacher, each had their own choice to make. The path of the teacher is not necessarily the right one. While they hold respect for him, it does not imply that they must follow him blindly. The divine realm is not synonymous with new martial arts. What is there to be concerned about? The answer is slaughter. Lin Hongyu glanced at the assembly, which numbered nearly 100. Among the students of Yuanping Martial Science University, there were close to 400, yet many wished to remain and continue awaiting Zhang. She was indifferent. 100 was sufficient. Almost all possessed the power of the sun and moon, which was ample. Presently, if several deities have vacated the divine realm, there is nothing to fear. Even if a single sage remains with so many puppets, combined with her own powers of the sun and moon at the 7th level, she may not be able to slay the sage, yet she would not fear him either. Thus, it would be prudent for the many to remain inconspicuous. They should condense their puppet forms and enter the earth-drilling shuttle to leave with me. The puppets had little to say, and their leader was a mechanical cat. Lin Hongyu was somewhat familiar with them and called out, "Senior Li." The mechanical cat turned to glance at her. Lin Hongyu courteously inquired, "Do you also wish to accompany us?" She had encountered this individual long ago. It was said that they had emerged alongside Jiang Yingli, who later chose to align with Li Hao. This one, however, had yet to make a decision. Why now choose to join? Li Xingzhang remained silent for a moment before speaking. To eradicate the remnants. The Zheng, Zhou, and Lu families all emerged from the city of Jinqing. Previously, I was unaware of their rebellion, and now, my teacher has not acted against these traitors. I do not know what my teacher thinks, but for me, these individuals have sullied Jinqing. Jinqing is not a land of betrayal. It is a sacred place for new martial arts and a bastion of its core strength. From Jinqing have emerged countless powerful figures, including the emperors Shun and Chun who initiated the new martial arts, along with other families that have safeguarded humanity for countless ages, and the ancestor of the Li family who established dominion over the world. Jinqing City stands as a sanctuary, a realm of honor, and not a haven for traitors in the eyes of the Silver Moon inhabitants. Indeed, she had never intended to align herself with Li Hao. However, the betrayal of all three families from Jinqing City was an excruciating torment and a profound humiliation for someone born of that place. Thus, she resolved to no longer await her mentor. Lin Hongyu nodded in acknowledgement. The Marquis understands and believes that these individuals do not represent Jinqing City. With that, she refrained from further discussion and led a group into the subterranean shuttle. Soon, the shuttle activated, and the group vanished. The remaining puppets bore expressions of complexity. Another wave of individuals departed, and former classmates now walked divergent paths. The students fell into silence, and at that moment, a figure appeared before them, igniting excitement amongst many. "Teacher, you have returned." Zhang surveyed the surroundings and noticed the absence of several individuals, deducing they had followed Li Hao. Yet he said nothing further. He glanced at the remaining students. "Are you willing to accompany me?" "We are." Many responded eagerly, some impatiently exclaiming, "Teacher, we have heard that you have gathered some new martial powers. Why do we not take the initiative to confront the treacherous forces of the Zheng family? Even if we cannot eliminate Zheng Yu, it seems the Zheng family, now with a sage among them, seeks to eradicate all opposition. Fear not. It is only a matter of time," Zhang reassured. "Let us not dwell on such matters now. Since you are willing to follow me, let us depart. It may not be peaceful in the near future. A clear resolution from Silver Moon may soon emerge. I shall restore your martial prowess. Come." With a grand gesture, a tome materialized, resembling a battleship, and the students eagerly boarded. Zhang enclosed the tome, casting a final glance around. At this moment, the Celestial Star ruins had become deserted. He had lingered there for a time, and, without further words, exited the ruins. Turning his gaze eastward, he observed tumultuous winds stirring, as if a storm was imminent. Was it the power of the great wilderness domain? Li Hao had made some arrangements, but they may not suffice. His adversaries were formidable. At this moment, Zhang looked skyward, spotting a radiant moon descending towards the east. Is that the place? Even there, it would likely be some time before one could emerge. Contemplating, Zhang swiftly vanished, his direction not towards the east. Since Li Hao had taken such actions, he would resolve those issues himself. At this moment, Zhang An aimed for the north. With such commotion from Li Hao, Zheng Yu would undoubtedly take notice. In Hurricane City, Zheng Yu's true self remained present. However, the Zhou family in Xinghe City had no trace of Zheng Yu's essence. Before him, figures materialized upon the pages of the tome. Zhang An's voice resonated within the tome, which resembled a world unto itself, a group suspended within, untouched by the constraints of heaven and earth. Let us seize Xinghe City. First, eliminate the Zhou family. After taking Xinghe City, we shall venture into the perilous seals. If anyone fears, they may withdraw and join Li Hao. Who would fear? New martial practitioners do not cower. If Director Zhang dares, what do we have to fear? The esteemed position of the director demands collaboration, and the new martial artists must resolve all troubles independently. Soon, a response emerged. Zhang An chuckled softly, stating that defeating the Emperor of Death was impossible. However, seizing the Silver Moon and the Sword City, which now seemed devoid of opposition, offered a glimmer of hope. If they could conquer the Sword City and subsequently capture the Star River City, they might secure the Silver Moon and thereby have a chance to become the fourth faction. The Silver Moon referred not to this realm, but to the Moon Goddess herself. In the annals, voices arose in unison. We shall heed the director's command. Zhang An refrained from further discourse and vanished swiftly. Such a rare opportunity must not be squandered. Taking advantage of this moment to seize Star River City and harness its power could also provoke Zheng Yu. At that instant, all factions were engaged in intricate calculations. Above the vast wilderness, divine will converged, with thunder rumbling ominously, ready to descend upon the land and obliterate chaos. In this moment, Li Hao's expression turned grave. The fate of their endeavor hinged on this pivotal moment. Casting a glance towards the north and then up to the heavens, a smile unexpectedly broke on Li Hao's face. Will you come? He mused. The Silver Moon ultimately belongs to the Silver Moon people. The Black Panther was prepared. With a commanding shout, Li Hao summoned his intent. And above him, the Sword of Divine will suddenly shot forth, racing towards the herd of white horses in the wilderness. His voice resounded across the expanse. Annihilate chaos. Unify the Silver Moon. Divine will must not be defied. Strike. Boom. Divine will surged forth, stirring the clouds, as countless energies rushed in, instantly filling the void of the entire wilderness. Divine will transformed into a long sword, aimed directly at the white horses. Meanwhile, a breach in the realm of the wilderness began to seal itself, as Li Hao manifested all his pathways, with divine inscriptions appearing, suspended between heaven and earth. He intended to seal the wilderness. The ground trembled. The white horses unleashed an overwhelming force of nature, chaos engulfing the surroundings, their roars echoing far and wide. The clash of divine will and chaotic intent commenced. Thunder erupted. In that moment, the entire Silver Moon realm seemed to shudder, as countless souls felt an impending doom. Chapter 371, Annihilation of the Saint, Subscription and Monthly Votes Requested, Divine will launched an assault. The white horse roared. At that moment, the white horse, embodying chaotic intent, transformed into a colossal beast, emitting a thunderous roar towards the long sword. Boom! The collision of dual forces unleashed a tremendous wave of energy across the wilderness. Yet, in that instant, Li Hao sealed the last remaining gap. Divine will seemed to sense something amiss. However, it was too late. The white horse bellowed furiously, and simultaneously, a black dog appeared, devouring the very fabric of existence, morphing into a giant beast, lunging at the long sword. The white horse and the Black Panther engaged in battle against Divine Will. At this moment, Divine Will, taking the form of a sword, seemed to realize it had been deceived, producing a thunderous roar. The skies erupted with thunder, as the lightning sword pierced through the heavens and the earth. In the distance, the King of Delhi suddenly changed countenance. In the next moment, his consciousness felt muddled and hazy, as he swung a fist towards the void where the Black Panther resided. Simultaneously, Princess June, clad in golden armor, let out a fierce roar, brandishing her spear, and charged towards the King of Delhi. At this moment, it seemed as though both individuals had momentarily lost their awareness, manipulated by the forces of fate and chaos. Their combat prowess surged dramatically. Boom! As their fists met, the heavens trembled, and countless divine inscriptions emerged, as if to rend the very fabric of existence. At that juncture, The redwoods swiftly took root in the earth, stabilizing the realm. Others stood resolutely at various points, sealing off the surroundings. This had all been foreseen. Meanwhile, Li Hao's body quivered slightly, fortifying the vast wilderness domain. The battle between chaos and fate caused the realm to oscillate incessantly. At the same time, thunder rumbled nearby, and a manifestation of fate appeared, an essence that had yet to coalesce. Not only that, but from afar, it appeared that another surge of fate was erupting, still gathering momentum. Above the entire silver moon, a sword seemed to materialize instantaneously, poised to cleave the wilderness asunder. Li Hao's gaze flickered. Should he intervene or refrain? To intervene would mean incurring the wrath of fate. To refrain, however, would result in the destruction of the wilderness, rendering all plans mere shadows. In that instant, Li Hao made a resolution. The great cities of the realm hovered in the air, shaking violently, devouring the heavens and earth, stirring the winds and clouds, prompting fate to tremble anew. A portion of it had to recede to suppress the entirety of existence. Yet, Li Hao still gathered the majority of fate's essence. His expression shifted slightly as a long sword manifested in his hand, and with a single strike, he aimed for the heavens. He had made his move. The moment Li Hao acted, the sword-bearing man above the silver moon sighed softly. Once he struck, he would become an adversary of fate. It appeared Li Hao ultimately chose not to withstand the onslaught. He had anticipated that Li Hao would resist, not retaliate, or seek to deceive fate. Yet, it seemed that Li Hao had neither done so nor contemplated such a course. He had truly become an enemy of fate. While this was fortuitous for him, it also rendered Li Hao somewhat less wise and more valorous, leaving one uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. In that moment, Li Hao bellowed fiercely, drawing his sword skyward. To slay. Boom. Thunder roared. It seemed that fate had yet to fully comprehend the situation, but in an instant, it grasped the reality and erupted in fury. This son of heaven had rebelled. Within the realm of the silver moon, Li Hao now possessed the greatest endowment of fate. Yet he had chosen to rebel. It was akin to being betrayed by the most favored son. How infuriating! Simultaneously, around them, Hongyue's expression shifted. At that moment, fate hovered above her, beginning to converge. Fate itself did not possess overwhelming combat power, be it thunder or sword. Its might was considerable, yet ordinary. It required a vessel. At this moment, it converged near Hongyue, seemingly intent on descending within her, aiding her in controlling her power to combat the traitorous Li Hao. Another portion was gathering toward a different direction. There, the queen rejoiced. Indeed, the seer had spoken true. Fate would once again bestow its favor. She and Hongyue held entirely different perspectives. Since fate had smiled upon them, they would undoubtedly embrace it. In an instant, fate transformed into an overwhelming force, merging into her being, and the queen's aura surged dramatically. At that moment, it seemed as though the barriers of heaven and earth had been shattered. In the distance, the crimson moon, its countenance shifting, quickly contemplated something. In the next moment, it abruptly launched an assault towards the heavens, delivering a mighty punch that resonated with a thunderous boom, shaking the very fabric of destiny. The celestial will seemed to be incensed. Had this entity also dared to rebel? The universe was its dominion. Today, it would favor this individual, yet this person had the audacity to revolt. In its fury, it harbored intentions of annihilation. But the greatest insurrectionist was still preoccupied with its own matters. Thus, rather than confronting the crimson moon, the celestial will swiftly dissipated and surged towards the distant queen. The expression of the crimson moon fluctuated. It had relinquished an opportunity for greater strength. Yet, it harbored no profound regret. Accepting the celestial will at this juncture would necessitate battling Li Hao, who, to its astonishment, had boldly defied the celestial will and even dared to confront it. What audacity! However, engaging in combat with Li Hao was not its objective at this moment. At this time, a sage beside it furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why do you hesitate?" He then gazed into the distance, where Li Hao, with sword in hand, was actively combating the celestial will, speaking solemnly. In this moment, he has been forsaken by the celestial will. This realm can scarcely accommodate him. Now is the perfect time to strike him down. The sages from all directions were stirring the tempest, and Li Hao was courting his demise. The opportunity was ripe for us to act and achieve glory. The chance had arrived. The 10 great sages, in truth, were not alone, for divine beings had also arrived, alongside the queen and the crimson moon. totaling 16 formidable entities. Conversely, Li Hao, in the vast wilderness, dared not unleash his full power. Should he open the gates of the great wilderness, the celestial will would emerge. If he fled into the cosmic expanse, perhaps his seal would shatter. Even if he managed to escape, it would disrupt Li Hao's plans, leading to his abandonment by the cosmos, and possibly even the annihilation of those like Red Pine. 16 sage-level powerhouses could easily vanquish a heavenly king. The timing was impeccable. Moreover, an ancient sage spoke in a grave tone. At this moment, he is targeted by the celestial will. Perhaps the cosmic expanse cannot even be accessed. We might be able to eradicate Li Hao in one fell swoop. The others turned their gaze towards the crimson moon. Li Hao was courting his own demise. If we do not eliminate him now, when will we? Before departing, Zheng Yu had advised to heed the crimson moon's counsel. Yet, seeing her reluctance to embrace the celestial will, the assembly was filled with dissatisfaction. Another sage interjected. Currently, Li Hao stands as the enemy of the cosmos. If we unite and strike him down, we may garner the favor of the celestial will. Even if we cannot master the universe, we could still earn its benevolence, preventing further targeting by the cosmos. Crimson Moon, why do you not join us in action? Several sages voiced their concerns. The crimson moon furrowed its brow and shook its head, declaring, "It is not prudent." A sage, filled with ire, exclaimed, "Whose side are you truly on? Is your enmity with Li Hao genuine? This opportunity is fleeting." Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the heavens. At that moment, the queen had made her move. At this juncture, the queen was undeniably the most favored child of the cosmos, the celestial will sweeping across all directions. She radiated with golden light, the thunder avoiding her presence as she navigated through the energy, her scepter striking forth with the force of the universe, truly unparalleled. Even though Li Hao was formidable, wielding the power of harmony, he now appeared precariously vulnerable. The sages could no longer remain passive. Ying Hongyue felt their anger. How could Zheng Yu allow them to heed the counsel of such a coward? She too furrowed her brows, pondering the safety of several elders. Could Li Hao be unaware of the potential outcome? He was acutely aware, yet he dared to proceed, which indicated his confidence in handling the situation. If we ascend, we might unwittingly fall into their trap. What trap? One of the sages fumed. What more trap could there be? He has reached his limits, sealing off the great wasteland while contending with the saint from Tianyi War City, all while maintaining control over the grand city and stirring the heavens to prevent a greater convergence of Tianyi. If we do not act now, when shall we? Excuses. The disdain for this cowardice ignited their fury. A sage spoke solemnly. When on the battlefield, military orders must be obeyed. Since you refuse to proceed, though the Lord has bid us listen to you, it is evident you fear Li Hao. If that is the case, we shall disregard your hesitation. If you do not ascend, we shall. The 10 great sages stirred with restless energy. In the distance, other deities were equally agitated, evidently preparing to strike down Li Hao. Ying Hongyue's expression shifted. She intently remarked, "It cannot be this simple. I suspect this is precisely the outcome Li Hao desires." She surveyed her surroundings. Were there ambushes? Perhaps not. If there were no hidden forces, then what was his strategy? Deep in thought, she soon grasped a revelation, swiftly scanning her surroundings, contemplating that perhaps Li Hao sought the favor of Tianyi upon them, even to the point of bodily possession, to stir the will of Tianyi. The people's hearts are malleable. At that moment, Ying Hongyue comprehended. Just as she was about to speak, a sage coldly interjected, "Pay him no mind, that foolish creature, timid as a mouse. No wonder he is pursued relentlessly by Li Hao, with nowhere to escape." Ying Hongyue's countenance subtly changed as she glanced at the others. She quickly swallowed her words, letting out a soft sigh. "The Lord has sent me here for a reason. I am reliable. If you do not trust me, then there is little I can do. Should you choose to believe in me, then stay." Before she could finish, several sages ascended into the air, while others hesitated, and soon some hastily followed suit. Ultimately, 2 sages chose to remain. Ying Hongyue cast a glance at them, uncertain if they stayed to observe her or truly placed their faith in her. The departing 8 sages seemed unfazed by the 2 who lingered. Their exit, coupled with the might of a few deities from the divine realm, was sufficient to eliminate Li Hao. Ying Hongyue's gaze flickered as she observed the queen, wielding her staff with a formidable aura, relentlessly driving Li Hao into retreat. The queen, endowed with the favor of Tianyi, was astonishingly powerful. Yet, this might not necessarily bode well. Could she, amidst this upheaval, see some advantage? At this moment, the will of Tianyi surged, enveloping the entire great wasteland. Engaging in any endeavor here would elude even the mightiest of beings at this juncture. Even if a sage were to perish, it would likely go unnoticed, as no one would perceive the unfolding events. In the distance, above the great wasteland, Li Hao wielded a long sword that pierced the heavens, breaking through the skies. Boom! Amidst the cacophony, the queen radiated an exhilarating fervor. With her scepter, she decisively quelled the sword's intent, allowing a smile to grace her lips. She found herself far superior to the others, having not been entirely ensnared by the will of destiny. In this moment, her excitement intensified. The one who had long suppressed her, Li Hao, unexpectedly chose to defy the will of heaven, thus benefiting himself. She felt an exhilarating surge of power, as if she were ascending to the realm of the celestial kings. It was an overwhelming strength. Countless energies flooded into her being, and with every strike she unleashed, it felt as though the cosmos itself aided her, exerting a formidable force against Li Hao. No matter how strong he was, he found it increasingly arduous to withstand the onslaught. Even if he had slain a celestial king, it would prove inconsequential. At this juncture, the four divine beings surged forth from all directions, each of them seemingly endowed with the favor of destiny as they unleashed their powers. The heavens themselves conspired to suppress the traitor Li Hao. The gods of calamity and misfortune exhibited terrifying might, as their newfound strength, bolstered by the divine will, brought forth relentless misfortune upon Li Hao. With a single stroke, they severed the fabric of the void, causing countless rifts to erupt with a thunderous roar, which ultimately rebounded upon Li Hao himself. Such is the fate of those who oppose the heavens. In an instant, he was drenched in blood, a slight frown creasing his brow. Though the will of heaven appeared ineffectual, opposing it unveiled its true potency. In this moment, he glimpsed his own destiny, the fate of his demise, the certainty of his execution. This was the influence of the god of fate. The once destroyed embodiment of the god of initial martial arts reappeared, her power diminished, yet seemingly restored by the divine will. The prophet god, at this moment, was incessantly foreseeing the future, however, due to the chaos of divine will in this place. Every prediction culminated in one outcome: Li Hao's death. The heavens demanded his demise. Thus, the prophetic results were unequivocal: Li Hao would perish. And the interference of divine providence represented the most probable future. The five formidable beings joined forces, each receiving the favor of destiny. With a resounding crash, the queen struck Li Hao with her scepter, sending him flying. In that instant, 8 additional presences soared into the fray, led by a stern-faced sage whose voice boomed. Li Hao, your countless transgressions have led the heavens to forsake you. Today, we shall vanquish this malevolent fiend. To possess the capability to defy the heavens is the mark of a madman. Lacking such power, one is but a fool. Li Hao, devoid of the strength to challenge the heavens, had relinquished the favor of the cosmos and betrayed the divine will. If this individual were not to perish, who then would? Where were Ying Hongyue and Zheng Yu's avatars? Li Hao staggered back a few steps, suddenly losing his footing as the void shattered around him. A self-deprecating smile crossed his face, truly unfortunate. His legs were a bloody mess. Indeed, to offend the will of heaven is to find oneself bereft of paths above and below. The 8 sages swiftly approached, and in this moment, a total of 13 supreme beings converged, all empowered by the divine will to confront the traitor Li Hao. Such an outcome would be insurmountable, even for a celestial king. In the vast wilderness, the Black Panther and the White Steed relentlessly besieged the sword forged from the essence of divine will. Meanwhile, others continued to suppress and fortify the heavens and the earth. Expressions of shock and disbelief adorned the faces of all present. 13. This was beyond their imagination, far too many. Originally aware of the peril, they imagined that Zheng Yu and his party would not comprehend the situation swiftly, and even the divine beings would not grasp it immediately. Perhaps by the time they became aware, their own plans would already be fulfilled. However, the arrival was far too rapid, much swifter than anticipated. An overwhelming force of 13 had arrived. In that moment, Director Zhao and his companions stepped forward, intending to exit the great wilderness. Qian Wuliang swiftly admonished, "Not so. This place is sealed. If we venture forth, the will of heaven will escape, and who shall take responsibility?" Tian Jian bellowed in anger, If we do not leave now, it shall be our undoing. Abandon the effort to ensnare the will of heaven. Let it slip into the vast cosmos. Qian Wuliang, feeling somewhat powerless, recognized that this individual was not to be scolded. As he pondered a solution, he heard Hong Yitong softly say, "Enough, do not concern yourselves. First, suppress this area and fortify our domain. If it wished to depart, it would have done so long ago. Remain calm. Hasten to solidify our territory with might." With that, the earth overturning sword's energy surged forth. Their intent was not to confront the will of heaven. Anyone who dared to oppose it would easily be marked. At this moment, their singular focus was to reinforce and secure the great wilderness, ensuring that Li Hao's domain did not shatter. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the others shifted, revealing a mix of anxiety and helplessness, prompting them to unleash their immense power to stabilize the area, many sweating profusely in their urgency. 13, indeed. This was a true predicament. In an instant, a thunderous crash reverberated. Li Hao let out a muffled groan as several crimson wounds appeared on his body. His orange battle armor shattered. In the blink of an eye, he had sustained injuries from the 13 formidable beings, all of whom, even the 8 new martial artists, were now bolstered by the will of heaven, clearly satisfied with those who aided in the eradication of the traitors. The 8 new martial artists felt a sense of accomplishment. Attaining the favor of the will of heaven was exceedingly difficult for them, yet they had succeeded. Just by striking at Li Hao once, should they manage to slay him, they would receive a significant boon from the will of heaven, allowing their future cultivation to accelerate and rendering them formidable against ordinary foes. Their luck would soar to unprecedented heights. The queen, however, seemed somewhat dissatisfied with their efforts. Yet, having previously restored the 4 divine beings with Zhang Yu's assistance, she remained silent, coldly observing Li Hao, who had caused her considerable losses in the past. Today, she yearned for vengeance. "Kill him," she commanded in a low voice. And in the next moment, everyone surged forth, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Li Hao's expression was grave, facing 13 saints. Not even a heavenly king would escape unscathed. Had they all taken action? Indeed, Ying Hongyue had not arrived. Let them strike. Just as they were about to eliminate Li Hao, he released a thunderous roar, and suddenly, the vast cosmos trembled. Above, countless veins floated in the air as Li Hao cried out in fury, "May the masses assist me. Humanity can triumph over heaven, vanquish the demons." With this powerful shout, the very fabric of reality quaked. In that moment, billions of souls seemed to sense Li Hao's intent. Countless individuals silently chanted, "Humanity can conquer heaven." As the heavens and earth manifested a surge of power, a tremor coursed through the cosmos, as if the will of the heavens had been disrupted by the myriad of beings. Those formidable individuals, blessed by divine intention, suddenly felt as though something had shattered within them. A haze enveloped their minds. At that moment, a singular thought resounded within them. Humanity can indeed triumph over heaven. This idea, born from billions of souls, echoed in their consciousness. The 13 strong ones, having received the favor of the divine, were momentarily engulfed in chaos. This was precisely the outcome Li Hao sought. A fleeting moment was all that was required. While human will may not rival divine will, it can certainly disrupt it for an instant. Without the divine blessing, these mere 13 sages would have been no match for him. Yet, these individuals were insatiable, compelled to act in this critical moment. How many refrained from greed? Did Li Daoheng overlook this fact, or did he simply not care? Li Hao uttered not a word. At that instant, a resplendent brilliance erupted from his sword. A small blade materialized within him, merging with the celestial sword, cleaving through the heavens and earth. With a fierce strike, several nearby strong ones were caught off guard, their physical forms severed, their spirits annihilated. Li Hao swiftly advanced, unleashing another strike, shattering the firmament and reducing one sage to mere dust. In the distance, 2 sages, witnessing the scene by the side of the crimson moon, were struck with horror. How could this be? The 13 strong ones seemed immobilized, allowing Li Hao to unleash his slaughter unimpeded. "Evade!" they shouted in unison, fear and trepidation evident in their voices. How could this happen? The divine will had descended into chaos. At that moment, a grand voice resonated through the heavens and earth. "Humanity shall triumph over heaven. Exterminate the demons and uphold the righteous path." This demon was not Li Hao, but rather the divine will itself. The divine will stirred the surroundings, trembling incessantly. and those favored by it wore expressions of agony. With another strike, Li Hao obliterated another sage. He turned, delivering a thunderous punch that shattered yet another. With a swift grasp, he crushed a deity to fragments, unleashing an eruption of energy that swept across the realm. The divine will seem to resist. Li Hao understood that this turmoil would not last long. He needed to eliminate as many powerful adversaries as possible, and swiftly. With a flash of his sword, he dispatched another sage, shattering the very essence of their spirit with a formidable roar. The world quaked and split. At this moment, several faces changed, their bodies trembling. For it appeared that the divine will was beginning to counteract the influence of the masses. Li Hao cast his gaze around. In that brief moment, he had slain 4 new martial saints and 2 deities. Only 6 in total. Far too few. Kill. The demonic sword pierced the heavens and earth. With another strike, Li Hao transformed into the very essence of the sword, piercing through an opponent. This opportunity was exceedingly rare, and in the distance, the 3 by the crimson moon paled in complexion, hesitant to approach. It was utterly astonishing. The 13 strong ones had been immobilized for an instant. Another sage fell to the celestial sword, while Li Hao himself swiftly dispatched another. 8 in total. 6 new martial saints and 2 deities remained. Only 5 adversaries were left. Among these 5 individuals, Li Hao refrained from confronting the queen, for engaging her might trigger a chain reaction. At this moment, he sensed that these individuals were on the verge of awakening. Striking now could potentially allow him to eliminate another. Yet, in this fleeting moment, Li Hao held his hand. Seizing the moment of divine chaos, he uttered a low command, and his domain suddenly expanded, enveloping them all within the vast wilderness, including the recently dissipated energies. The divine will, the sacred path, the essence, and divine power. In this instant, Li Hao cast a shroud over everyone present. In that very moment, the 5 awakened. With no time for contemplation, they instinctively recoiled. The next moment, they exchanged horrified glances, their faces drained of color. The queen appeared ashen. In this instant, the deities of misfortune and disaster were slain. Though their life stars remained intact and could perhaps be revived, each resurrection would demand a tremendous cost. The remaining 2 saints from the Zheng clan were equally struck with terror. How could this be? Li Hao, you have plotted against us. The queen hissed through clenched teeth. Li Hao, panting, observed the frenzied expansion of the wilderness, a tumultuous eruption, having just vanquished such formidable adversaries. The energies coalesced into a near-tangible form, blanketing the wilderness, while additional divine will converge together. Meanwhile, over there, the Black Panther and the White Horse, who had once harbored hopes of devouring the small sword, suddenly found it expanding. The divine will that had previously entered the bodies of those saints gathered again, inflicting shrieks of agony upon the Black Panther and the White Horse. Li Hao regarded the 5 saints with a smile, remarking, it was merely a simple confrontation. One could say your will was too feeble to resist the manipulation of divine intent. Their expressions turned cold, their fury palpable. Li Hao had managed to disrupt the divine will for a moment. Damned! In that instant, they had lost a staggering 8 powerful beings, a devastating blow. The queen, too, was filled with rage, gritting her teeth, while Li Hao chuckled. Today, you 5 shall leave a few behind. The 2 newly ascended martial saints exchanged a glance, suddenly peering outward, where the crimson moon and others lingered. Could Li Hao still disturb the divine will? They could either enter this realm or assault it from the outside, shattering the wilderness domain. Even if many fell, it would be sufficient to deal with Li Hao. As they conceived such thoughts, Li Hao abruptly vanished, reappearing above the White Horse, opening his enormous maw to devour the chaotic White Horse whole. All were taken aback by this scene, the Black Panther equally astonished. In that moment, within Li Hao, the chaotic pathways trembled violently, the White Horse roared, and Li Hao unleashed a fierce cry, as divine symbols emerged in the sky, revealing the pathways. Through gritted teeth, as his body fractured, Li Hao let out a resounding laugh. Chaos enters my being. The heavens and earth shall open for me. Boom. The domain contracted. At this moment, 36 divine symbols materialized, primarily composed of the divine character for the path, transforming into 36 divine pathways, all of which were wondrous pathways. Within Li Hao, a total of 48 pathways emerged, all of them attributeless. In total, 84 pathways manifested, resembling 84 great dragons, of which 83 surged towards the chaotic dragon. Stop him. The queen's expression changed drastically as she charged forth. The Black Panther and his companions were utterly astonished by the unfolding scene, which was beyond their wildest expectations. In a remarkable turn of events, Li Hao did not merely command the Black Panther to absorb the essence of chaos and the celestial will. Rather, he aimed to internalize the very heavens. This revelation was astonishing. At that moment, everyone sensed an overwhelming surge of power. As Li Hao absorbed the heavens into his being, the vast wilderness was rapidly compressed, resonating with a thunderous roar, transforming into a colossal sphere that surged toward Li Hao's body. His flesh cracked and even exploded. Yet, at this moment, the strength he wielded surpassed anything witnessed before. Brandishing the sword of chaos, he unleashed a mighty strike. With a resounding crash, the 5 great saints were sent reeling, their faces etched with disbelief. Was he truly this formidable? Li Hao, however, furrowed his brow. It was still insufficient. He cast a glance at the queen, who was imbued with an overwhelming celestial will, bolstered by the divine intention, rendering her too powerful for him to eliminate. Outside, the trio of the Scarlet Moon sensed the earth-shattering upheaval, their expressions shifting. Initially intent on advancing, they were taken aback as they beheld Li Hao transform into a colossal figure of chaos, causing them to instinctively step back. With a slight frown, Li Hao regarded them and smiled. It seems you can endure a little while longer. With that, he wielded chaos as his sword, internalizing the vast wilderness, and struck with a single swing. The heavens morphed into chaos, and the celestial will surged into the trio, enhancing their strength once more. At this juncture, Li Hao found himself unable to summon the hearts of the people. The myriad paths of the populace would suffice for a single occasion, as repeated attempts would yield diminishing returns, and the celestial will had developed a resistance. Transformed into a giant of chaos, Li Hao unleashed one strike after another, forcing the 5 to retreat rapidly. In this moment, the 5 represented the celestial will, while Li Hao embodied chaos. Both sides appeared evenly matched. Upon the moon, the swordsman marveled. What a remarkable strategy! Having witnessed the initial chaos created by the hearts of the people, which led to the demise of several, he was not surprised. However, Li Hao's audacious act of internalizing the chaos and the heavens left him astounded. No wonder he exuded such confidence. The moon goddess interjected, "He is indeed formidable, nearing the level of a celestial king, despite having opened only over 80 pathways. Logically, he should only be at the mid-stage of the saint tier. Yet he is on the brink of the pinnacle of the saint tier. Do not underestimate him as an ordinary saint." The moon goddess refrained from elaborating further and stated, "If this continues, the second generation may not prevail. Of course, the celestial will is merely a fragment. Perhaps there is still a chance. Shall we infuse some of the silver moon's power to expedite the second generation's ascension?" For now, the 5 still had an opportunity. Li Hao's forceful ingestion of the heavens strained his physical form, necessitating an urgent cessation. Otherwise, self-destruction loomed in the next moment. If the 5 could withstand for a short while without falling to Li Hao, they would still have a chance. Naturally, such an opportunity might elude these individuals. The swordsman chuckled. "Let us infuse some power. I, too, wish to witness the limits of Li Hao." The moon goddess remained silent as the moon flickered with a faint luminescence. At this moment, the queen below suddenly displayed a flicker of emotion, as a powerful surge of silver moonlight surged into her being, restoring her strength instantaneously, even amplifying it further. The 5 adversaries, who had been retreating steadily, found themselves halted as the queen struck with her staff, producing a resounding clash that surprisingly deflected Li Hao's chaotic sword. The other formidable beings let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Li Hao chuckled. "Ah, the strength of the silver moonlight has increased yet again." He cast a glance at the sky. "You have begun your underhanded tactics once more. Were it not for your continual cheating, you would likely be unable to triumph over me. Since you resort to such deceit, I shall not hold back either." With a fierce roar, the brilliance of Li Hao's armor illuminated the surroundings. In that instant, the divine realm erupted into a frenzy of slaughter, as numerous puppets materialized above the cities of the divine realm. With several deities absent, temples were obliterated in the blink of an eye, and countless followers were slain. Lin Hongyu stood at the edge of the divine realm, gazing at the opposing forces of the great Li, her demeanor cold and detached. She commanded in a chilling tone, "Withdraw the forces of great Li." On the great Li side, numerous generals emerged, their faces aflame with fury. Lin Hongyu reiterated, Great Li must retreat swiftly. This territory is now under the control of Tianqing. You have gone too far. Great Li's generals seethed with indignation, feeling thoroughly insulted. Yet, they dared not act against her. Should they engage, the likelihood of defeat loomed large. They all anticipated the return of the god of initial martial arts to deliver a decisive blow to this woman, whom they despised. They had paid a considerable price to breach the divine realm, only for her to command their withdrawal. Amidst their fury, a resonant sigh echoed across the heavens. Retreat to Great Li. The once outraged generals turned pale, and in the next moment, without further ado, they roared in unison. We obey the divine will. Retreat. Lin Hongyu cast a distant glance, as if perceiving a phantom, her brow furrowing slightly, yet she remained silent. Behind her, the massacre persisted, and the cries of despair filled the air. Lin Hongyu brandished a banner, which fluttered in the wind, heading toward the distant royal city of the divine realm. As countless followers soared into the sky, all-powerful beings attempting to thwart the descent of that tiger banner. However, in an instant, they were all struck down. The banner emanated an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Lin Hongyu manifested a curved blade in her hand, chuckling softly. It has been many days since I last tasted blood. Who would believe she once held dominion over a city of superhumans numbering in the millions? Many perceived her as a gentle woman. Yet, in the past, she had nearly annihilated the Lin family before allying with Li Hao. Who would suspect her of being a butcher? The curved blade danced through the air. Countless corpses fell, blood saturating the ground, and the intent to kill surged like a tempest, with combat prowess at the peak of immortality sweeping through the surroundings. No saint could impede her relentless slaughter. The Western Queen had foolishly led all the deities away, truly a fool. She had prepared herself for a fierce battle with the saints, only to leave without a single one behind. Destroying all temples, she vanquished every resisting follower. No. The resounding cries echoed throughout the heavens as the puppets rampaged, annihilating temples. Thunderous roars. Oh God, save us. Moon Goddess, rescue us. Where have the deities gone? First, the army was slaughtered, followed by the demise of the deities. Then came the invasion of Dali, resulting in the abandonment of vast territories. Today, countless temples lie in ruins, and numerous followers have been slain. Suddenly, the divine realm shows signs of collapse. The faith has crumbled. Where are our deities? Why do we repeatedly suffer such massacres without witnessing the grandeur of the divine? All we encounter is death, time and again. O Moon Goddess and Prophet, you are but false deities. In their final moments, a follower let out a heart-wrenching cry. The divine realm is being ravaged. Where have you gone? The temples have been destroyed, the most devoted of your followers have been killed, and cities have been obliterated. Why do we not see your salvation? Boom. Above the divine realm, the power of faith suddenly collapses. Upon the moon goddess, who was channeling energy to the queen, found her statue cracking. And in the next moment, she roared in furious exclamation, Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! 3 times she cried out in anger. The silver moon trembled, and the very heavens shook. The statue bore damage, fragments scattering, and the man with the sword on his back changed countenance, turning to look, seemingly unable to discern clearly. In the next moment, the moon abruptly vanished from its place, soaring towards the divine realm. Before long, he beheld the tragic scene below, where countless cities lay in ruins and innumerable followers had been slain. Rivers of blood flowed. Followers cried out in rage and despair, calling upon their deities. Yet receiving no response, they began to forsake their faith. The power of belief began to disintegrate. The man with the sword on his back's expression shifted, casting his gaze towards the wasteland, muttering, I thought you wouldn't go this far. You are more ruthless than I imagined. Li Hao has actually sent Lin Hongyu to massacre the divine realm. This is a group of the weakest of the peak powers. Yet they are slaughtering those who barely reach the mountain sea level of strength. Over 100 individuals could instantly slay thousands. In such a brief period, the divine realm has seen the death of millions. The resentment is palpable. The stench of blood fills the air. Li Hao is even more sinister than I had anticipated. Behind him, the moon goddess felt weakened and enraged. Damn it, they have destroyed the faith of the divine realm. A calamity without cause. She felt she was bearing the blame for the second generation. The true moon goddess is not as powerless and inept as the followers believe, yet in their hearts, she is the queen, and the queen has faced defeat time and again, diminishing the hopes of her followers. This time, she has suffered a catastrophic slaughter. All the accumulated grievances, dissatisfaction, and despair have led these followers to experience a collapse of faith. Meanwhile, the man with the sword on his back frowned slightly. He had misjudged this time. Li Hao's previous actions appeared reasonable in his eyes, yet he never anticipated that Li Hao would instigate the slaughter of the divine realm. This did not align with the image of the swordsman he held in his mind, nor with the persona Li Hao typically displayed. This version of Li Hao appeared exceptionally cold-blooded, even more so than the new martial king. While the martial king is ruthless, he would not slaughter defenseless civilians. Li Hao, the man with the sword, murmured, and in the next moment, gravely commanded, "Let the second generation flee quickly." The collapse of faith and the fall of the divine realm have ensued. Though the heavens may favor her, conflicts between faith and divine will inevitably arise. The moon goddess, hesitant to voice her concerns, swiftly conveyed her thoughts for the queen to sense. At this moment, within the desolate expanse, the queen had amassed a substantial amount of silver moon power, rapidly augmenting her strength. Yet, suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically as a thunderous roar erupted, and waves of divine energy cascaded from within her, collapsing and spilling forth. Li Hao, witnessing this, felt a flicker of realization, as did the other two deities, both struck with astonishment. In that instant, Li Hao unleashed a sword strike, akin to a shadowy assassin of the night, with myriad strikes converging. With a piercing sound, he pierced through the prophet god, a voice whispering in his ear, "Thank the moon goddess on my behalf, for she has bestowed upon me greater silver moon power." With a crack, the prophet's countenance shifted in horror as his form shattered instantaneously. Li Hao then turned and delivered a powerful punch, a resounding impact that obliterated the god of fate. Shaking his head, the god of initial martial arts warned you last time. Weaklings should refrain from altering the fate of the strong. You did not heed my counsel. With a thunderous explosion, the divine form disintegrated. In an instant, the two deities were vanquished, yet since their core stars were absent from the cosmic plane, Li Hao could not completely annihilate them. However, for a brief period, it was unlikely they could resurrect. The queen continued to cough blood, a mix of disbelief flooding her mind as a singular thought emerged: escape. The two newly appointed martial saints also appeared aghast, their faces contorted in rage. How could this be? Just moments ago, the queen exhibited formidable strength, and in the blink of an eye, three deities had been rendered powerless. Were these divine beings mere paper figures? The turmoil was overwhelming. Meanwhile, on the periphery, Hongyue exhaled, affirming his suspicions. Indeed, Li Hao had become increasingly treacherous. Something catastrophic had transpired within the divine realm, leading to the collapse of faith among several deities. Over a dozen saints had intervened, yet in the blink of an eye, only 3 remained. Whether these 3 could escape was still uncertain. "We must flee," he urged, directing his gaze towards the remaining 2. They hesitated momentarily, but Hongyue insisted, "If we do not depart now, we may never escape. Once he slays these individuals and completes his divine consumption, we shall all perish." The 2 saints' expressions shifted as a scream echoed. One saint was brutally struck down by Li Hao, while the other gathered energy, seemingly preparing for self-detonation. Faced with imminent death, they cast aside their doubts and, filled with trepidation, fled alongside Hongyue. They were bewildered by the turn of events. So many powerful beings could vanquish the king. How had it all vanished so suddenly? The divine will had failed to conquer Li Hao, leading all those blessed by it to the brink of death. Then, a deafening roar resonated as the last newly appointed martial saint chose self-destruction, the explosion reverberating through the heavens. The queen continued to bleed profusely. Just as she believed there was no escape and faced imminent death, Li Hao suddenly smiled and softly said, "Expel the divine will, and I shall allow you to leave." The queen was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, without uttering a word, he expelled a sword from within himself. At that instant, a small rift opened in the void, as if fate itself sought to escape, only to be suppressed by Li Hao's sword. Upon witnessing this, the queen turned away without a glance and fled in a frenzy. At that moment, the rift restored itself as soon as she departed. "Lord," nearby, a redwood tree expressed mild astonishment. Why did Li Hao let the queen go? What could be the reason? Li Hao chuckled. "She is a good person." Everyone was taken aback. "She had just allied with them to kill you." "She is a good person," for she has delivered to me the strength of 12 saintly bodies. Fortifying the new realm, she has summoned more of fate, bringing me a wealth of silver moon power. As long as she lives, she is the moon goddess. Li Hao laughed, a mad, exuberant laughter. At that moment, he appeared utterly deranged. He looked up at the sky. Moon goddess? The foremost deity of heaven and earth? If not, why don't you eliminate the queen yourselves? Otherwise, as long as she survives, she will inevitably lead you all to ruin. I eagerly await that day. You have contributed countless silver moon powers and faith energies, which now all belong to me. This time, had it not been for the Queen's formidable combat prowess, those new martial saints might not have dared to strike. I have profited immensely. The Queen is indeed a good person, having bestowed upon me innumerable advantages. Despite this setback, she may return with even greater benefits next time. Li Hao's smile was radiant. Above the silver moon, the moon goddess remained silent, and the sword-bearing man slightly raised his brow, saying nothing. It appeared that Li Hao was on the verge of success. This was truly an unexpected outcome. The pivotal factor was the second generation, who had received the favor of fate, harnessed the silver moon power, and yet all was shattered by Li Hao in an instant. It was indeed a helpless situation. After a long pause, the moon goddess spoke. We might as well eliminate her. If this continues, the moon goddess will become the greatest laughingstock in the world. How infuriating! In the eyes of all in the divine realm, the moon goddess has become a defeated, worthless figure. Her faith has crumbled. Never has she faced such humiliation in countless years of divinity. Chapter 372. Who is more ruthless? In the desolate lands, a chaotic giant stood between heaven and earth. It was Li Hao. At that moment, Li Hao laughed maniacally. In the void, the small sword that had been forced out by the queen lingered, seemingly irate, while fate remained present. However, those endowed with the favor of fate had nearly all perished. You too shall depart. Li Hao directed his gaze at the sword of fate and looked up again at the void. The silver moon had vanished. At this moment, only the small sword of fate remained in this place. As for the external fate, it had disappeared, perhaps seeking another, or perhaps looking for Lin Hongyu or Ying Hongyue. In any case, there was no gathering of fate from the outside world now. Black Panther, consume it, Li Hao commanded, looking at the Black Panther, which appeared somewhat bewildered. You have already devoured the chaotic fate. Why must I consume the small sword of fate as well? As the thoughts crossed his mind, Li Hao suddenly felt his strength wane, and he expelled a white horse from his mouth, startling those around him. What could be the reason for this? Li Hao had consumed the essence of chaotic celestial will and subsequently devoured the will of the celestial sword. In the balance between the two, it seemed plausible that he could indeed unlock a modest realm of his own. Yet, at this moment, having vanquished his foes, he had unexpectedly expelled the essence of chaos. The group of red furs exchanged astonished glances. Observing the Black Panther, the others remained silent, perplexed. Was there any significance in forcibly elevating the Black Panther? Li Hao, however, chuckled. There is no rush. If I were to consume the celestial will and the essence of chaos, my endeavors in this realm would be exceedingly difficult. Currently, the Black Panther is hindered, yet I remain relatively unscathed. The celestial will is naive, akin to a child, having dealt it a blow today. The portion that was affected has been eradicated, while the unscathed remnants may not recall the events here. Do you truly consider the celestial will a fool? The crowd was rendered speechless. Li Hao, however, beamed brightly, embracing the notion of treating it as a simpleton. As long as my essence transforms, how could it discern whether I am Li Hao, Wang Hao, or Zhang Hao? The celestial will has yet to mature. What is there to fear? Should I consume this celestial will, its essence would linger, and it would perpetually remember me. Having spoken, he bellowed once more, Black Panther, devour it. Once completed, we have further matters to attend to. Further matters? The Black Panther dared not question further, swiftly roaring as its consuming power erupted, engulfing the heavens and earth, promptly swallowing the white horse that had just been expelled, and then resumed its fierce battle with the celestial will. Li Hao paid no heed. At this moment, his strength began to diminish. His previously formidable combat prowess, akin to that of a celestial king, plummeted once again. At that instant, a figure swiftly traversed the void from a distance. It was the old tortoise, who appeared exceedingly anxious and apprehensive, shouting from afar, "This is bad. The star-settling city has been seized." As he landed, the old tortoise was covered in wounds. Many of his shell plates shattered, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, he confessed. That Zheng Yu's avatar has gone to the ruins of the star-settling city. I could not contend with it. I truly had no means to compete, hence it fled. Had it not run, it would have undoubtedly faced death. Yet, this is akin to a deserter, abandoning the city and the land, once in the new martial realm. It would be directly slain. Therefore, the old tortoise was quite unsettled. Li Hao, however, remained calm. This is to be expected. Zheng Yu has long set his sights on the star-settling city. His avatar did not come, but rather, it was the reflection of the red moon. I surmised he likely ventured towards the ruins of the star-settling city. He is a half-emperor, even if merely a saintly avatar. The old tortoise's combat abilities are average at best, making it natural that he could not contend. As for fleeing, whether one escapes or not, death is inevitable. Fleeing is also reasonable. Lord, this matters not. Li Hao dismissed the concern, swiftly stating, do not dwell on such matters. Let us enter the great wilderness. The old tortoise quickly entered the great wilderness, observing the Black Panther and its companions still besieging the celestial sword, somewhat puzzled as to why Li Hao did not intervene. Li Hao glanced at the sky. In the next moment, he leapt into the air, traversing the void. His voice reverberating within the sphere formed by the great wilderness. Black Panther, swiftly consume it. When I require it, you shall merge the dual celestial wills. For now, I must lead everyone to Silver City. The crowd was momentarily stunned, questioning the purpose of their journey to Silver City. To enter the seal instantaneously. Let us see if we can vanquish the true essence of the silver moon. All were momentarily taken aback, and the old tortoise hastily inquired, is the Lord intending to break the seal? No, came the response. Even if we shatter the silver moon, it may not necessarily disrupt the seal. Rather, it might only confine a powerful adversary. The strength she has taken will return once more. What was being referred to was indeed the true moon goddess. The genuine moon goddess must have long since carried away vast amounts of energy. Now, should we succeed in defeating the remnant essence left behind by our opponent, they will undoubtedly choose to restore the stolen power to prevent the Emperor from breaking the seal. The confluence of the dual celestial forces will surely result in an instantaneous eruption of unparalleled might. The prospects of success are promising. Of course, it is fraught with peril. Yet what of it? The Emperor of the Red Moon may very well take my life. However, I fear not the Red Moon Emperor's wrath, for it signifies that the seal can indeed be broken. Once the seal is compromised, all plans will be in disarray, and at that moment, both Li Daoheng and Zheng Yu will surely lament. Among the various factions, Li Hao currently stands as the weakest, lacking sufficient top-tier powerhouses. Therefore, unleashing a supreme being is certainly not Li Hao's gravest concern. Cradling a colossal sphere, Li Hao soared northward. Zheng Yu's avatar was presently in the ruins of Star Town. Zheng Yu was formidable, yet each time he dispatched a saint-level avatar, it was a drain on his resources. How many more could he possibly spare to impede me? Moreover, within Hurricane City, how many saints remain available? 8 had perished in an instant, and 2 were fleeing alongside the radiant red moon. Whether they could return was uncertain. Are saints truly inexhaustible? This is an opportunity. As for occupying Star Town with your avatar, if you can claim it, then do so. If not, and you are unable to seize the Blood Emperor's weapon, then remain here, for it is only a matter of time before your avatar is besieged and destroyed. Li Hao advanced with remarkable speed, traversing the vast wilderness toward the north. Simultaneously, in the north, the silver moon resonated with a thunderous boom that reverberated throughout the heavens. In an instant, a colossal city ascended into the air. Within Hurricane City, Zheng Yu's expression darkened as he swiftly appeared at the city's edge, gazing into the distance where Star River City floated aloft. Zhong'an. At this moment, Star River City had risen into the air, with Zhong'an standing atop the city. Casting his gaze toward Zheng Yu, his countenance as perpetually indifferent as ever. The Zhou family has rebelled. They must be eradicated. Upon uttering this, he turned his attention to Zheng Yu and softly declared, the Zheng family shall not be spared either. Zheng Yu's expression soured, and at that moment, within Hurricane City, waves of turbulent energies surged forth as enraged saints emerged, including those from the Zhou family, their teeth gritted in fury. Star River City, in proximity to Hurricane City, had some saints venture forth, while others remained to guard Star River City, for it is a principal stronghold. As a result, Zhang En and his cohort quietly seized control of Star River City, managing to do so without alerting the Zhou family, clearly demonstrating that as the grandson of a supreme being, he possessed myriad cunning tactics, stealthily invading Star River City. Presently, Zheng Yu was in a constant state of furrowing his brow. The losses were devastating. Star River City had 2 saints stationed there, both seemingly slain, and the 10 saints who had ventured out now appeared to be facing dire fates, as it seemed that someone had fallen in the eastern wilderness. Yet, the will of heaven trembles, and the great city stirs the world. The grand path remains unbroken. At present, he finds it difficult to ascertain the specific circumstances. Unexpectedly, Zhang An has chosen this moment to make such a move. Zheng Yu's expression darkens considerably. As he contemplates these matters, suddenly, the great city hovers and ascends toward the sky. Zheng Yu's countenance shifts dramatically, and he bellows, "How dare you?" At this moment, this fellow dares to control the ancient city and venture into the seal. Zhang An pays no heed to him. What does it matter if you dare or not? You cannot escape. Why shout? Zheng Yu, consumed with fury, immediately separates a portion of himself and commands, "Saints, follow me out of the city." In an instant, his doppelganger exits the ancient city, and behind him follows a multitude of saints. At first glance, nearly 20 in number, although 10 have already departed and several have perished. If these are indeed all the saints, it signifies that the Zheng family has gathered at least 30 saints over the years. The Silver Moon region, in contrast, possesses few saints. One can only imagine the preparations the Zheng family has undertaken for the Silver Moon, stockpiling considerable cultivation resources. Within the city, there remains a group yet to exit, perhaps all of whom are at the level of kings or immortals. At this moment, as Zheng Yu's doppelganger emerges, his face is ashen, and he strikes toward the massive city with a fist, coldly exclaiming, "You seek death." In Xinghe City, several saints also manifest, though few in number. Including Zhang An, there are merely 5. Among them are the 2nd elder of the Martial Alliance and the 4th elder, who oversees military affairs, both at the saint level. The Zhang family's Dingtian city has only produced 1 saint, a deputy commander of the Dingtian army, who was slain for betraying the demon plants. The final saint is somewhat unexpected. They appear to be a divine being, yet their form is elusive and difficult to discern. Zhang An maneuvers the ancient city, charging toward the sky. Ahead, Zheng Yu, accompanied by dozens of saints, obstructs the path, even preparing to launch a fierce assault on the city to eliminate these ruffians on the spot. Infuriating, these individuals are utterly troublesome. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberates, shaking heaven and earth, as countless structures in Silver City are instantly obliterated. This place is already deserted. At this moment, skyscrapers collapse, and the ground fractures, revealing numerous cracks. Even a stone door beneath the earth emerges. Zhang An, controlling the ancient city, rampages forward. A city lord's seal hovers in the air. Suddenly, the city lord's seal emanates a powerful radiance, causing Zheng Yu's expression to shift. It seems to manifest a figure that astonishingly overlaps with Zhang An. This is the mark left by Zhang An's grandfather, the Supreme One. In the past, Director Wang relied on this to slay a crippled saint. Yet, in Zhang An's hands, its power appears even greater. Boom! The unleashed brilliance nearly suffocates some of the saints, as Zhang An surges toward the heavens, refusing to engage with Zheng Yu and the others. The ancient city, following a crimson thread, is about to forcibly integrate into the seal. Zheng Yu, filled with rage, bellows, "Zhang An, what benefit do you gain from breaking the seal? Who wishes to break the seal?" Zhang An replies calmly, "Go in and see. Does suppressing the emperor's sovereign concern you?" Zheng Yu knows that the seal is not easily broken. Yet, what if it truly is? Damn it! The two parties were entangled in the air, with Zhang An frowning constantly. Although he had seized Star River City, Zheng Yu reacted swiftly, directly bringing forth the remaining saints to obstruct him. As they became locked in a relentless struggle, the depletion of their strength could render them incapable of confronting the true form of Silver Moon once they entered the seal. Just as he hesitated, a sudden change washed over both sides. From a distance, an aura of chaos surged forth. Li Hao, embodying the might of heaven and earth, was enveloped in a chaotic essence and raced towards them. Upon witnessing Zheng Yu emerge with a multitude of saints, Zhang An, who had captured Star River Ancient City and seemed poised to enter the seal, felt a flicker of concern. Suddenly, he turned to Black Panther and transmitted a command, "Devour. Erupt merge." At that instant, Black Panther abruptly swallowed the will of heaven. In a heartbeat, A tremendous roar echoed. Black Panther's form expanded wildly, transforming into an enormous and fearsome colossal hound. The creature's body shimmered with gold, then shifted to gray, to chaotic hues, and finally to white, continuously changing colors while it howled in agony. Within, two strands of heavenly will intertwined and collided, booming like the creation of the universe. The entire compressed wilderness was turned upside down, rumbling with cataclysmic change. Countless energies erupted forth, and between heaven and earth, ephemeral silhouettes of mighty paths emerged. At that moment, Li Hao transmitted again. Concentrate the bloodline of your ancestors and deliver them a blow. Black Panther roared, and a colossal golden horn materialized atop its head. In the next moment, thunder flashed, infused with chaotic intent, as the lightning erupted towards Zheng Yu and his entourage. Boom! The heavens and earth were upended. The void shattered as the saints roared in fury, launching their attacks under Zheng Yu's command against the thunder. Bang! 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 The thunder exploded, leaving many saints charred, while Zheng Yu's avatar appeared in a state of disarray. At that moment, Zhang An glanced back at Li Hao and suddenly steered the ancient city straight towards the seal. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. Zhang An was indeed intending to enter the seal. He had thought this fellow would not appear at all. Now, having seized Star River Ancient City, if Zhang An entered, it might prevent Li Hao from following him. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu's side was filled with furious saints. Li Hao, with Black Panther still roaring, sensed that despite its formidable aura, the force was overly strained and could likely shatter. Without the chaotic essence surrounding him, Li Hao's combat prowess was diminished compared to before. If he truly engaged these saints, he might not gain any advantage. The vast Star River City was merging into the seal. Zheng Yu's face turned ashen, and from within the city, another avatar of Zheng Yu manifested. He could choose to sever himself completely into avatars, but such a choice would incur tremendous losses, with even a single demise being significant. If he split too much, he would lose half of his imperial might. Li Hao, Zheng Yu called out sharply, sending another avatar flying towards the seal. Accompanied by several saints advancing towards Li Hao with an icy demeanor, you truly possess great audacity. At this moment, can you truly enter the cosmic path? With that, the saints simultaneously unleashed their attacks. The heavens were instantaneously torn asunder, and a multitude of forces surged forth. Li Hao swiftly fled, turning to run. Zhang An had entered, and he had no desire to follow. However, Li Hao did not flee aimlessly. He ascended directly towards the sky. Behind him, a cadre of saints pursued relentlessly. As he continued to soar upward, breaking through the void and shattering the turbulent winds. In the rear, Zheng Yu furrowed his brow. If he continued to ascend, he would soon breach the barriers of heaven and earth. At that moment, it seemed Li Hao might truly be unable to escape. Was this fellow truly lost in panic? Simultaneously, high above, on the silver moon, the swordsman remained silent, silently observing all that transpired below. Today, the world was undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. Zhang An was forcefully entering the seal with the ancient city. Li Hao, accompanied by the vast wilderness, soared towards the heavens, while in the divine realm, Lin Hongyu, accompanied by her puppets, continued her slaughter, seemingly blessed by some celestial providence. It appeared that the will of heaven could only choose Lin Hongyu. The four ancient cities were still drawing energy from the heavens and earth, causing tremors in all directions, interfering with celestial intentions. Now, Zheng Yu, accompanied by numerous saints, was relentlessly pursuing Li Hao, heading towards the world's end. Behind them, the statue of the moon god flickered with brilliance. Zhang An had entered the seal. This was not a positive development. Zhang An's entry into the seal was likely not intended to destroy it. Rather, it was probably aimed at confronting his own adversaries. The moon god felt a twinge of helplessness. Today, nothing seemed to proceed smoothly. The audacity of these individuals was indeed remarkable. Did they all consider the emperor in the distance to be dead? The swordsman glanced downwards at the swiftly approaching Li Hao and murmured, "It appears Li Hao has truly deduced the truth." Li Hao's trajectory towards them was likely a ruse to lure Zheng Yu into confrontation. It was not a mere possibility. It was a certainty. What would Zheng Yu's reaction be if he discovered that this moon in the sky was not an illusion, but the genuine moon? For so long, everyone had believed this bright moon to be a projection of the silver moon near the Stargate. But could he truly discern the truth? The swordsman chuckled softly. At that moment, the moon became somewhat ethereal. In the next instant, it seemed as though the heavens had split open, and the silver moon transformed into a beam of silver light, vanishing from sight, yet leaving behind remnants that resembled the true moon. The immense moon had indeed disappeared from the world. Meanwhile, Li Hao's expression shifted slightly. The Great Tao Universe. Indeed, they had relocated the silver moon into the Great Tao Universe. The elusive Great Tao Universe. The Great Tao Universe indeed had two sides. Li Daoheng governed the other side, and the moon that remained was merely a projection. Finally, confirmation dawned upon him. Li Hao murmured to himself, turning to see Zheng Yu, who was seething with anger, still pursuing him with determination. Carrying the vast wilderness made it difficult for him to enter the Great Tao Universe. The Black Panther had yet to stabilize. At this moment, from all directions, for great cities were approaching, as several saints sought to provide assistance. Zheng Yu seemed resolute this time, determined to eliminate the nuisance that was Li Hao. As for Zhang En, he could not concern himself with that. The man had already entered, and there was little he could do now. Li Hao, accompanied by the 10 saints who followed Ying Hongyue, surprisingly returned alone, a situation that left Zheng Yu in disbelief. The saints were meticulously cultivated by the Zheng family, and such a grievous loss compelled him to either eliminate Li Hao or force him to relinquish the vast wilderness. After all, Li Hao was a semi-emperor, and at this moment, he discerned certain clues. Li Hao appeared intent on devouring an expanse of territory, albeit a modest one. It seemed, however, that it was not Li Hao himself who sought to consume it, but rather the descendant of the demon suppression envoy. Regardless, Zheng Yu would not permit Li Hao this opportunity. Li Hao, surrender the wilderness. Only by retreating into the great cosmic path shall you find a glimmer of survival. Otherwise, today marks your end. Zheng Yu's avatar, cold and unyielding, struck forth, causing the very heavens to tremble. In an instant, a colossal palm imprint manifested behind Li Hao. 2 saints, Hong Shemu and the Old Turtle, simultaneously intervened, yet the force of Zheng Yu's avatar overwhelmed them, leaving them somewhat disoriented. Such strength was formidable. At that moment, Li Hao turned back, a sudden smile illuminating his face. Zheng Yu, you truly fear not for your life. Zheng Yu was taken aback. What further means do you possess? The Black Panther unleashed a cataclysmic self-detonation, infused with the essence of chaos. In that instant, Li Hao, coldly resolute, communicated through his armor to Lin Hongyu. Lin Hongyu, self-detonate the great path. Leave only one main path intact. Obliterate the rest. In the divine realm, Lin Hongyu hesitated but quickly obeyed the command without further contemplation. Not only that, but at this moment, countless divine inscriptions appeared, shattering in an instant and transforming into colossal great path dragons, which abruptly severed. Simultaneously, 36 attribute-less path veins materialized, half of which exploded instantaneously. All the power converged within the bodies of the Silver Moon warriors present. Apart from Director Zhao and a few at the 7th level of the Sun and Moon, the rest received a tremendous influx of energy and great path power. Moreover, at this moment, Li Hao forcibly opened the great cosmic path, ensnaring the Old Turtle and Hong Shemu within, chuckling, "Do not wander. I shall come to find you." Li Hao's aura plummeted, descending from the state of harmony to the realms of the Sun and Moon in the blink of an eye, first to the 9th level, then the 8th, and finally the 7th. Concurrently, the Black Panther let out a heart-rending roar, followed by a thunderous explosion. The power of devouring erupted. 2 immense forces of destiny detonating simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of energy that ravaged the heavens and the earth, causing the great wilderness to shatter into fragments. In this moment, Zheng Yu grasped the magnitude of what had transpired. He merely stared blankly at Li Hao. Opposite him, Li Hao beamed with radiant joy, as if blooming like a flower. This world, this great path, is far from stable. I am the zenith of existence. Do you comprehend? My descent leads to the compression of the cosmos. Do you understand? Zheng Yu, how dare you pursue me with so many saints? Who granted you such audacity? With a resounding crash, the very heavens seemed to lament. The 4 great main cities rapidly consumed vast amounts of energy, the celestial energy depleting instantaneously, fragments of destiny fracturing, and the great wilderness erupting. In the divine realm, Lin Hongyu also shattered an immense portion of destiny, which dispersed into the skies above. Those empowered by destiny instantaneously struck back, severely wounding it. The entire silver moon quivered violently. Energy levels plummeted dramatically. The once expansive realm capable of accommodating saints suddenly began to experience an immense compressive force. In a bid for self-preservation and to stabilize the cosmos, numerous fissures in the void emerged, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. Zheng Yu's countenance underwent a drastic change as he retreated to Hurricane City. In the distance, Hurricane City ascended from the earth, racing towards the heavens, while Zheng Yu, alongside the saints, frantically fled towards the city. At that moment, in the void, countless fissures, wide and formidable, sliced through the air. Every saint encountered these myriad rifts. A chorus of anguished cries erupted, echoing incessantly. Li Hao, at the cost of severing his own path, and the price of descending in realm, restored the cosmos to its prior state, wherein the emergence of powerful beings was untenable. Such strength could lead to the collapse of the world, and at this moment, the entire universe was compressing and disintegrating, with mountains fracturing. While a single spatial rift may not be formidable, the emergence of 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 would inevitably cleave even the mightiest, be they saints or heavenly kings. Crack. Boom. One saint was directly obliterated by the slicing force, the essence of the path manifesting, only to be shattered by the void's onslaught. Hurricane City continued to withstand the pressure, soaring skyward. Once they returned to the ancient city, all would be well. Zheng Yu's avatar bellowed in fury. Hurry. With a thunderous roar, one after another, saints let out piercing screams, instantly bursting apart. The released energy momentarily stabilized the cosmos, but soon, this energy was devoured by Li Hao's side as the four main cities drew closer. It seemed Zheng Yu intended to lead his people into the four ancient cities, but swiftly, the four cities retreated again, having received Li Hao's command to distance themselves. The spatial rifts did not target the weak. As long as one did not exceed the world's limits, there would be no issue. However, the stronger one was. The more they became the focus of these rifts. At that moment, in a distant expanse, the expressions of the trio, including the queen of the fleeing group, shifted dramatically. All were saints, and at this juncture, the cosmos forbade their existence. Above, Li Hao's aura continued to wane, his physical form fracturing as he observed one saint after another being vanquished, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Gazing at Director Zhao and the others, who stood in stunned silence, his smile widened. Isn't this amusing? So entertaining, yet you still hesitate to absorb the power and cultivate? Li Hao bellowed. What are you staring at? Have you all lost your wits? Hurry, or the cosmos will consume all energy to repair itself. The crowd, as if awakening from a dream, snapped out of their stupor, each beginning to fervently absorb energy, for there was an abundance of it now. Li Hao's voice resonated in all directions. To all practitioners of the new path, unite and cultivate together, devouring the energies of the cosmos. Even if it were just for a fleeting moment, it would suffice for them to absorb a portion of high-quality energy. Li Hao's aura continued to diminish until it stabilized just before the seventh cycle of the sun and moon threatened to descend. Not far away, Zheng Yu's avatar roared repeatedly, shattering countless spatial rifts. After a while, he returned to the ancient city with 7 or 8 saints, while the remaining saints were relentlessly torn apart. The very fabric of the path was severed, the world compressed. Even in a diminutive world, it is not something that even a sage can withstand. Perhaps only those at the level of a semi-emperor possess the hope of resisting the compression of the world. Otherwise, the sages would have emerged long ago. At this moment, Zheng Yu silently observed Li Hao, remaining utterly speechless. The losses were incredibly severe. This was not solely his plight. Li Hao himself had severed countless avenues, rendering the vast wilderness of the heavens futile, all to eliminate this host of sages. In this instance, 10 sages had perished. Would those who ventured out survive? Perhaps not. The current realm can only accommodate the 7 layers of the sun and moon. Cursed be it, the scoundrel. Li Hao wore an exceptionally radiant smile. Do not fret. With so many casualties, everyone will soon grow stronger. The realm will stabilize, and once again, it shall be able to house sages. Next time, even if I resort to self-detonation, it may bear little effect, for the will of heaven truly despises me now, believing I have troubled it too frequently. It may not grant me another chance, not even an avenue. Fear not. It is merely the demise of a few sages. A few? Zheng Yu remained silent. Many have fallen. Sages. The entirety of the Zheng family's foundation lies here. This time, over half of the sages have perished, leaving fewer than 10 in Hurricane City, though a few kings remain. Yet, how could such a decline occur in such a brief span? Moreover, sages cannot venture out in the immediate future. Li Hao, astonishingly, has relinquished a significant portion of his strength. Cursed be it. This should have been a period of rapid advancement for him. He could have potentially reached the second or even third layer of the harmonious path. Yet now, Li Hao stands at the seventh layer of the sun and moon, at the pinnacle of immortality. Indeed, although his power over the great path has crumbled, it has benefited the Silver Moon warriors, as he has transferred all his shattered power to others, who are now fervently advancing. The likes of Tianjin are striving towards the seventh layer of the sun and moon. In contrast, Black Panther is in a lamentable state, gazing at Li Hao with a tinge of resentment, initially believing he would reap substantial benefits, only to realize that Li Hao is truly a dog, one that ensnares his own kind. No wonder I was summoned. Being a demon race with a robust constitution, coupled with the bloodline of the demon suppressor, he shattered the will of heaven and managed to survive. Others would likely have perished. A treacherous dog, Black Panther, feeling the remnants of his fractured path within, sensed his feeble form, with drops of blood continually falling, a picture of desolation, casting a painful glance at Li Hao. You have ensnared me again. Wong Wong. The cries of Black Panther carried an air of innocence, sorrow, and grievance. Meanwhile, Li Hao lifted his gaze towards the void, glancing at the moon, and smiled. Li Daohong, you likely cannot emerge for a while. The realm presently cannot accommodate sages. He then turned his attention to the unmoving Hurricane City. Looking at Zheng Yu with a brilliant smile, do not be disheartened. In this situation, it will likely take no more than a month to recover to a state that can accommodate sages once again. It is merely a temporary fracture, not a permanent affliction. In essence, the world is gradually healing. Although many saints have perished and vast amounts of energy have been consumed, the land is merely temporarily drained by the populace and will soon restore itself naturally. Zheng Yu gazed at him with a cold demeanor. He understood the reality. Yet, despite the loss of so many saints, anger and helplessness still consumed him. He spoke slowly. Can you return to the saintly tier in a month? Li Hao, next time, the world will only become more stable. You have self-destructed your great path and your meridians. In a month's time, can you regain your current level? If not, then it would spell doom for you. This inquiry was tinged with a sense of testing. Zheng Yu was eager to discern the foundation and confidence that Li Hao possessed to dare undertake such actions. In a single day, he had led to the demise of numerous saints, and Zheng Yu remained composed, having endured much. The likelihood of Ying Hongyue being alive was high, as the seal had not been broken, but the remaining saints would likely not return. As for the queen, her fate no longer concerned anyone. Furthermore, if other relics harbored saints who were currently spying and had not managed to flee, they would likely meet their end as well. This could also be viewed as a form of cleansing executed by Li Hao. Zhang En and the others had departed, entering the seal, and he was unfamiliar with the other saints. The saints from his own faction were still residing within the ancient city, while the old turtle had been cast into the great universe by him. If there were still saints in the outside world, regardless of their allegiance, they could hardly be deemed virtuous. Their demise would be welcome. Li Hao maintained his radiant smile. A month? I currently possess 28 unassociated meridians, just enough to sustain the seventh layer of the sun and moon while reopening 8 more, which would bring me to the ninth layer. Re-entering the harmonious path would merely require the opening of around 10 more. It takes only 3 days to open a single meridian. Zheng Yu, why do you underestimate me so? How many saints do you still have under your command? Bring them forth and let me see if I can resolve them. Moreover, have you forgotten that there are several saints on my side as well? Just your few insignificant ones. Do you truly believe they can vanquish me? Li Hao's laughter grew increasingly enchanting and brilliant. This is what I call safety. Otherwise, with dozens of saints pursuing me, how dreadful that would be. You see, in this world, I am once again the leader. As long as I do not enter the relics, who among you can challenge me? If I choose to be a formidable force, then I am your patriarch, your elder brother. Zheng Yu, do you dare to contest this? Zheng Yu observed this madman with a grim expression, swiftly commanding the Hurricane City to vanish. In an instant, he melded into the earth, disappearing from sight. You despicable creature. Li Hao's actions were detrimental to both others and himself. He had opened over 80 meridians. Yet his eyes did not flinch as he sacrificed a significant portion of them just to be the leader for an additional month. To Zheng Yu, This was a deep-seated anguish. So many saints had perished. Going forward, even if the saints could emerge, he dared not allow them to do so. If they ventured out, Li Hao still possessed several saints on his side. This time, it would be impossible to establish a crushing situation. Should they truly emerge and encounter the enemy, they might find themselves overwhelmed. In reality, the time frame extended far beyond a month. Unless the world could accommodate a heavenly king, there would be no one to restrain Li Hao on this side. At this moment, the crowd surrounding Qian Wuliang opened their eyes, each experiencing a surge of energy as they gazed at Li Hao with expressions of complexity. Several practitioners of the Silver Moon had emerged, many having reached the seventh realm of Sun and Moon. Among them were Director Zhao, Qian Wuliang, the Heavenly Sword, the Dominant Blade, and the Radiant Sword, nearly all of whom had ascended to this level. Meanwhile, figures such as the King of Dali, Empress Shuiyun, the King of the Great Wilderness, Jiang Li, and Director Wang were also predominantly at this threshold, either stagnating or making slight advancements. Initially, Li Hao had stood alone at the pinnacle, but in this moment, many had reached his level. Lord, Qian Wuliang called out to Li Hao, his emotions a whirlwind of complexity. Such was the sentiment shared by everyone present. Who would dare to tread the path Li Hao had traversed? Now, a multitude had stepped into the seventh realm of Sun and Moon, and Li Hao himself, within this realm, was not truly invincible. Did he not harbor any fear? He had severed portions of his own path, distributing his power among the crowd. In this instance, Li Hao gained nothing for himself, yet he had fortified the Silver Moon practitioners. And even the likes of Lu Yin and other practitioners of the five elements were now nearing the seventh realm of Sun and Moon. It was akin to ascending to the heavens in a single leap, with so many saints having perished. It was not uncommon for a day like this to give rise to new powerhouses, possibly even those who could traverse the mountain sea realms. Li Hao had impoverished himself while enriching a multitude. Yet, he maintained a serene demeanor, chuckling lightly. What is the matter? It's merely a severing of some pathways. They were already quite chaotic. A reconstruction is beneficial. The realm of the Great Wilderness was but an illusory domain, and he had never intended for it to unfold this way. However, when Zheng Yu and dozens of saints pursued him, he felt compelled to show them that he, Li Hao, was not to be trifled with. Li Hao's smile grew ever brighter. This time, I truly enjoyed myself. I never anticipated that in a single day, I would resolve the fates of so many saints, perhaps over 20. I hope Zhang Yin and the others don't rush out. Let us discuss it a month from now. Emerging prematurely might lead to some injuries, but as long as Star River City remains intact, it's of little consequence, unless someone is absent from the ancient city. The ancient city now serves as the greatest shield. Spatial cuts have been evaded thanks to its presence. Perhaps it is because the ancient city suppresses the world. To the realm, its existence is foundational. Without the ancient city, even ordinary relic saints might have been cut down. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Li Hao chuckled. Why the long faces? Everyone has progressed. What is there to be unhappy about? I must apologize to the King of Dali. I initially envisioned a clever exchange of fortunes, believing you might ascend to the Tao, but as you can see, things escalated. You don't mind, do you? What could the King of Dali say? He could only remain silent. Now, everyone was at the seventh realm of Sun and Moon, including Li Hao himself. What could one possibly say? Yet this also indicated that he had gained nothing this time. Jiang Li had indeed grown stronger than before, but it remained a case of insufficient gains for the losses incurred. He too had no words to express. Whether Li Hao was acting with intent or if circumstances had forced his hand was a question he could only ponder himself. Regardless of the outcome, this time, the Silver Moon Warrior has profited immensely, while Zheng Yu has suffered greatly, and the Divine Kingdom has incurred substantial losses. As for Li Hao, it is difficult to ascertain whether he has gained or lost. However, the enemies have certainly borne the brunt of the losses, which can be construed as a victory for him. What remarkable tactics! The likes of the Empress Shuiyun and the Great Wilderness King are undoubtedly experiencing a tumultuous mix of emotions. Li Hao truly possesses extraordinary capabilities. He has fortified the Silver Moon while simultaneously weakening the adversaries. Perhaps he is on the verge of transcending to the harmonious Tao level once more. At that point, it will be the enemies who suffer the most. Moreover, he has managed to sweep away even the unknown formidable beings among the enemies. If any saints have stealthily appeared in the Silver Moon territory recently, they might have met their demise at this moment. Everyone has forgotten, or perhaps no one has considered, that this individual would once again diminish the heavens and the earth, yet he has indeed accomplished it. All eyes are furtively glancing at Li Hao. Recently, he has appeared exceedingly amiable, his smile radiant. Yet, the more one observes, the colder their heart becomes. At this juncture, Li Hao gently patted the Black Panther, offering solace. It's all right, it's all right. Is it merely a loss of some heavenly will and chaotic essence? Is it just that you have not transcended to the harmonious Tao? This is but a facade. The true heavens shall reclaim the silver moon, granting you the rightful dominion over the realms. Woof! The Black Panther let out a mournful cry. What are you saying? I no longer believe you. This time, it was indeed exhilarating. Yet what was gained? Merely a body laden with injuries. Li Hao chuckled and glanced at the crowd. All right, disperse now. Attend to your own matters. I must seek out the Turtle Guardians, for the situation is urgent, and I do not even know where they have been misplaced. If they are lost, I shall be deprived of 2 saints. The Red Cedar and the Old Tortoise had been temporarily cast into the great Tao universe through a hastily opened portal. And who could say if they would not be lost? Almost everyone has now ascended to the 7th layer of the sun and moon. Such opportunities are rare. And with diligent cultivation, the 9th layer will not be insurmountable. I strive to level the playing field among us, hoping to journey further together. Li Hao gazed at the sky, filled with joy. The road ahead is long. Let us explore the starry seas together, for it is far better than wandering alone. The Silver Moon warriors each possess their unique traits, and in their pursuit to catch up with me, they have sacrificed so much. There is no need to rush so fervently. Reclaim what rightfully belongs to you. In about a month, the heavens will likely restore their capacity to accommodate saints once more. So there is no need for haste. With fewer saints, they dare not emerge easily. Once the heavens can accommodate the heavenly kings, I shall give them another chance. And it may not end in failure. With that, he waved his hand towards the ground and called out loudly, Elder Zhengyu, keep a close watch on your heavenly kings. There shouldn't be many. Be cautious not to suffer any unintended losses, for that would complicate matters with the emperor. With a hearty laugh, he led the crowd into the void. After a while, the hurricane city materialized below. Zhengyu furrowed his brow, gazing at the sky. That rascal Li Hao. Yet, has he truly weakened his combat prowess solely to contend with my saints, or is it aimed at others? He had been heading straight for the world barrier, only to self-destruct the great Tao. Is it possible he seeks to drive certain individuals away from this realm? The void Tao universe? A vague suspicion began to form in his heart. Meanwhile, in the vast cosmos, a resplendent moon illuminates the heavens and the earth. The swordsman, attempting to rend the fabric of the universe, chuckles softly, indeed ruthless. The voice of the moon goddess echoes, this is troublesome. The severance of the cosmos is severe. Moreover, it seems my true form has been greatly affected. Li Hao, what an insufferable wretch. His actions are devoid of humanity, harming others without benefit to himself. To venture out recklessly now, amidst such cosmic disarray, would draw immediate attention, even if survival is possible. We must remain here for a while. The swordsman shakes his head, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Li Hao grows ever more intriguing. Meanwhile, Li Hao hums a tune, relishing the newfound tranquility of the cosmos. You thought you could be arrogant. Though his strength has waned, he feels no sorrow. As he previously stated, the path he forged was chaotic and disordered, necessitating his own navigation through untrodden ways. This moment presents an opportunity for clarity, to eradicate the malignant elements plaguing the cosmos. Yet, he cannot help but glance towards the northern horizon. The initial god of martial prowess seems rather still. Has he retreated, or is he largely unaffected by the cosmic rift? The former is plausible, but should it be the latter, the sheer strength of that individual's corporeal form is indeed terrifying. Li Hao and his companions depart swiftly, severing pathways and diminishing the cosmos, a move that takes everyone by surprise. Meanwhile, in the eastern continent, the aura of the crimson moon wanes, and the 2 holy figures at Yinhong's side have vanished. At this moment, Yinhong, her lips stained with blood, cannot help but chuckle, truly ruthless. Li Hao, you are indeed formidable. How many saints have you ensnared this time? Furthermore, has he discovered something about me? His assaults are merciless. Does he not fear the consequences if I should perish and my seal shatter? Or does he believe I will not easily succumb? Such high regard for oneself. Casting a glance at the 2 shattered corpses nearby, Yinhong bursts into laughter, her mirth escalating until she gazes skyward, her eyes shimmering with crimson light. It seems Li Hao has indeed forced you to retreat. Remarkable. I have been watching you for an eternity, feeling utterly powerless. Yet today it appears that this individual has driven you away. Were you waiting for this moment? If so, your skills are truly extraordinary. If not, you have inadvertently achieved a significant feat with a swift motion. She grasps the two broken bodies, swiftly absorbing their energy. A fit of coughing escapes her, followed by laughter. This ordeal may have cost Zhengyu dearly. Glancing towards a certain direction, she considers the ruins of Jinxing City, where it seems Zhengyu still has a doppelganger trapped. With the cosmos unable to accommodate saints at present, that doppelganger will likely remain there for some time. The premise rests on Li Hao refraining from confronting him. Should he engage with Zhengyu's avatar, he would not be able to remain. Perhaps it would be prudent for me to pay him a visit. While Li Hao is preoccupied with other matters, he may not immediately attend to this avatar, allowing me the opportunity to cultivate a semi-emperor avatar and savor the experience. His eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly made his way toward the ruins of Star Town. This time, all parties had suffered significant losses, yet it also presented a chance. At present, Li Hao has finally eradicated the influences of various factions, even eliminating some hidden entities. A feat that even Ing Hanyue must acknowledge as remarkably astute. As for what follows, with the world stabilizing once more, how Li Hao manages and responds is beyond his concern. A person of Li Hao's caliber must possess confidence, or else he would not act so decisively. Ing Hanyue hurried towards the ruins of Star Town, eager to seize any unexpected gains. Meanwhile, on another front, the queen lay in tatters, her condition utterly pitiful. The power of the silver moon within her nearly obliterated, blood cascading from her lips as she struggled for breath. As she collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, dark clouds loomed overhead, and rain began to pour. Though her spirit was waning, she suddenly laughed, blood spilling forth as veins within her awakened, driving her laughter into a frenzied state. Am I the moon goddess? She gazed skyward, questioning her identity. At the moment the moon vanished, she felt a peculiar sensation. Piecing together Li Hao's strange actions and enigmatic words, his repeated acts of allowing her to escape, coupled with the accidental awakening of several pathways, as well as the unusual methods of revival exhibited by various deities, none of this had crossed her mind before. Yet today, with the faith of the divine realm collapsing and her divine power dissipating, the silver moon's energy had been significantly severed during the tumultuous clash of heaven and earth, revealing her essence. My true power is not the power of faith, nor the silver moon's energy, nor divine might, but rather the power of a new path. Is it laughable? Am I the second-generation moon goddess? Madness, fury, despair, and resentment surged within her, an eruption of emotions at that moment. From a tender age, fleeting memories surfaced. She was the moon goddess, the supreme deity of the realm. Even as a child, she reigned as the queen of the divine realm. The prophets and deities found her, and as fragments of her memory returned, she realized her divine nature as the most exalted deity of the silver moon, the moon goddess. Thus, she was born to be a sovereign of noble lineage. At the age of 21, Li Hao was still toiling away, while at merely 6, she was already the queen of the divine realm, met with no opposition, for divine decrees had been bestowed upon her. She was inherently noble. Yet today, all had been laid bare. The facade that cloaked her existence was stripped away. Li Hao deemed her foolish, and perhaps Ing Hanyue thought similarly. Yet they, having risen from humble beginnings, could not fathom the ease with which a queen of noble birth had traversed her path. At the tender age of 6, the countless souls of the divine realm bowed before her, pledging their loyalty without a hint of dissent. Divine guardians shielded her, her innate talents unparalleled. She effortlessly surpassed innumerable trials. What are the sun's radiance and the divine power of the sun and moon? In her realm, they pose no challenge. Wherever the boundaries of heaven and earth lie, that is where she shall be. Favored by fate, she is capable of anything. Until that fateful day, when she made her move against the celestial star, only to encounter a slight setback, and for the first time, it was Li Hao who suffered a greater loss. It turns out I am nothing. The queen gritted her teeth and began to laugh, a chilling, resentful laugh. In that moment, many previously overlooked details flooded her mind. She finally perceived the stark truths of her existence. From the moment of my birth, I have dwelled in a facade. At this instant, she recalled Li Hao's words, laden with profound meaning. I am alive. I am the moon goddess. The queen savored the essence of this declaration, and suddenly, She laughed, an almost hysterical laughter. Had you seen through it all long ago? I am alive. I am the moon goddess. The true moon goddess lies in the shadows. But what if the genuine moon goddess is already dead? A myriad of thoughts erupted in an instant. Human transformation occurs in a mere moment. At this juncture, it seemed as though the unscathed queen had suddenly matured, evolved, and become somewhat mad and extreme. For 21 years, everyone has deceived me. They have exploited me, treated me as a puppet, regarded me as a fool, while I have languished in a web of lies and deceit. Hatred and fury erupted at this moment. Revenge. Such hatred, born from 21 years of deception and exploitation, far surpasses the failure inflicted by Li Hao. In this moment, she understood that Li Hao never intended to kill her. He too was utilizing her against the true moon goddess lurking in the shadows. No wonder he always appeared so nonchalant, his gaze so intricate, as if to convey, you, too, can become stronger. As if to say, you are most pitiable. The queen nearly ground her teeth to dust, a pained roar escaping her throat. Are you all laughing at my expense? Am I truly that ridiculous? You bunch of scoundrels. The moon goddess suddenly turned to gaze in a specific direction, north. In the north, the seal still contained the true essence of the silver moon. Where is the true moon goddess? Is she among the heavens and the earth? Surely not. In the past, she had never felt such intensity as she did today. The sensation was unmistakable. The power of the silver moon had abruptly severed some connections. She was not foolish. She simply had never contemplated these matters. Now, she pondered incessantly. In the past, the moon goddess might have been monitoring her every move. Yet today, as Li Hao swept across the land, slaughtering the saints, the moon goddess's control over her seemed to wane, even vanish. The true essence was certainly not sealed away, but rather nearby. Where? Where could it be? In the next moment, she looked up at the sky, at the ethereally distant moon. The moon of yesteryears appeared to shine brighter. She had always believed the moon to be a tangible reality. After all, she is the moon goddess, previously indifferent. Today she questioned why this moon bore no trace of silver moon power. All her life, the silver moon energy she had cultivated seemed to originate from the moon itself. She vanished today. In that moment, she comprehended the gravity of her situation. Previously, she had occupied that space. Yet today, the compression of the cosmos erupted abruptly, and her connection to the moon was severed, possibly due to the other party's efforts to evade Li Hao. Strangely, they had yet to return. Where had she gone? Once, the heavens could not accommodate a sage, and yet she had existed there, suggesting that the moon was, in fact, a relic. However, today, this relic seemed to have vanished from the vast universe. A thought crossed her mind. The queen smiled again. It appeared that Li Hao had compelled her to retreat. Her gaze shifted once more towards the northern silver moon, as if it too held secrets within its seal. Who is the true moon deity? A flicker of determination shone in her eyes. Since Li Hao claimed that she still lived, perhaps she truly was the moon deity. You refuse to reveal yourself, do you? Maybe this is my opportunity. Over the years, I have been enveloped by the power of the silver moon, and have even acquired fragments of the moon deity's memories. I possess profound insights into the moon deity. In the eyes of the divine realm, the world, and even fate itself, I am indeed the moon deity. A puppet? When the true moon deity is no more, do I not become one? How did she escape from her seal? As these thoughts flickered, she soared into the sky. Strands of ethereal silver moonlight cascading to the ends of the earth. An idea blossomed. Perhaps I could infiltrate the seal and seize the true silver moon. In that moment, I would be the moon deity. Turning her gaze northward, she pondered. Li Hao, Zhengyu, Yue, do you all look down upon me? Then I shall make you aware of my innate nobility. In an instant, the queen breached the void. Sensing a path ahead along the dissipating silver moonlight, a route to clandestinely enter the seal. That esteemed red moon emperor likely yearned to claim the essence of the silver moon for himself, hoping to weaken the confinement. Success may indeed require the emperor's assistance. At that moment, the queen seemed to awaken completely. The relentless blows she had endured, coupled with the sudden revelation of the world's truths, did not shatter her spirit. Instead, her anger transformed into calm resolve. In that instant, even the defeats inflicted upon her by Li Hao seemed inconsequential. For I am not the moon deity. Since I am not, merely a mortal defeated by the now renowned Li Hao, what does it matter? This transformation caught Li Hao off guard. Perhaps no one anticipated such a shift. The queen had vanished, and no one cared, be it life or death. Ever since the faith in the divine realm crumbled, Li Hao had ceased to regard her. Would the queen manage to procure some benefits? Li Hao was both hopeful and concerned, wondering if she might perish amid this upheaval. Such a good person, losing one is a grave matter. At this moment, Li Hao was hastening towards the western continent. Soon, he encountered the severely injured Lin Hongyu. Along with the puppets, amidst the lingering stench of blood that had yet to dissipate, and the countless shattered remnants of faith, alongside the myriad cries of despair and anguish. A deep-seated hatred towards the divine had taken root within him. The depth of one's belief is directly proportional to the despair and resentment that ensue when such faith crumbles. The vehement denunciations of the divine reverberate throughout the world. My lord, Lin Hongyu remained as serene as ever, as if the bloodshed she had just wrought had vanished, transforming her into a vision of grace, her smile gentle. The divine realm has been seized, albeit with some disorder. Li Hao nodded slightly, casting a glance her way. Are you disappointed? It seemed that destiny favored you just moments ago, even granting the possibility of elevating you to the Tao level. Yet, due to a single utterance from me, not only did you fail to gain destiny's favor, but it appears as though the very heavens conspire against you now. Li Hao, Lin Hongyu, and Black Panther. These three seemed to be under the scrutiny of fate. Fate had not entirely vanished. Rather, after sustaining a grievous blow, it had chosen to retreat into the shadows. Had Lin Hongyu heeded Li Hao's counsel, she might have ascended to become a new pinnacle of existence at that moment. With a light laugh, Lin Hongyu replied, I am not disappointed. If my lord has relinquished the easily attainable realms, why should I lament over mere whims of fate? Li Hao smiled and nodded in agreement. There is no need for disappointment. Destiny is inconsequential. In fact, an excess of it can be detrimental. There are those who covet destiny, and should it accumulate excessively, you risk becoming a thorn in their side. He referred to Li Daoheng, who sought to seize destiny. Though this time, his endeavor would likely prove challenging. Earlier, Lin Hongyu had already reached the 7th layer of the sun and moon, ranking as the second after Director Zhao. Yet now, amidst the many who had attained the 7th layer, she found herself regressing to merely the 4th layer. This was a significant decline from her previous status, having barely recovered from her self-destructive act. In comparison to others who had consistently surged ahead, she now lagged considerably. At this moment, she was even surpassed by Hong Yitong's daughter, Hong Qing, and some emerging powers had surpassed her as well, such as the Dao swords acquired by the Inspection Bureau and the sycophantic Hu Qingfeng, who had now entered the mid-sun and moon stage. This decline was mirrored in Black Panther as well. This time, apart from Li Hao, these two suffered the greatest losses, one man and one dog. Come with me. Students of Yuanping Martial Science University, we shall first rendezvous with Jiangying and Li and then rest in the ancient city. I will forge physical bodies for everyone in due course. We are not lacking in resources. The girl from the Li family, Li Shengzhong, who had once scolded Li Hao for touching her, now wore a complex expression as she responded, General Li, have our teachers appeared in Silver City? Indeed. They have entered the seal, Li Hao confirmed. Li Shengzhong did not inquire further and swiftly led the puppets toward the ancient city. Li Hao glanced at them but chose not to elaborate. Turning to Lin Hongyu, he said with a smile, let us proceed to the great Tao universe. Lin Hongyu said nothing more and followed suit. Li Hao tore through the void, and Lin Hongyu stepped into it alongside him. At this moment, the great Tao universe was nearly deserted, with the city of war having been relocated to suppress the cosmos. Lin Hongyu had visited the great Tao universe before, but this time, everything seemed far clearer to her. A river of stars now appears somewhat fragmented. Many celestial bodies have lost their luster. The once steadfast Li Hao, who presided over various realms, has vanished, and the divine script that unified the galaxy has shattered. In this instance, Li Hao has dismantled the previously condensed divine inscriptions. The stars that congregated in these celestial rivers seem poised to break free from this place. What once manifested as a circular river of stars is on the verge of collapse. Lin Hongyu understands that it is likely due to Li Hao exploding too many pathways, resulting in a diminished control over the grand cosmic order, even bordering on chaos. It appears that the losses are considerable this time. Despite having slain numerous formidable foes, Li Hao seems to have gained little benefit. The losses are substantial. Are these stars transformed from the pathways, my lord? Indeed, Li Hao affirms, then adds, do you know why I brought you in? Not just her, but also Black Panther. Lin Hongyu shakes her head. I do not know. Is it because my strength has waned, and you wish to reward me with a small advantage? She smiles, appearing blissfully ignorant. Li Hao, however, is well aware that this woman is not so simple. From their first encounter, during their clash, to her subsequent offering of the super city, she transitioned from a regional sovereign to a valuable ally under his command. This woman is far from ordinary. Full of resolve, Li Hao refrains from elaborating, merely gestures toward the stars, stating, "Overall, the galaxy has expanded. It seems many brilliant stars have emerged, indicating that numerous individuals have awakened their pathways, not just one or two, but many. While I have not progressed, an immensely powerful energy has suddenly erupted throughout the cosmos, resulting in the demise of many sages and a significant dispersion of the powers of the Great Path. A group has seized this opportunity to enter the realms of mountains and seas, and even the sun and moon. All thanks to your selflessness, my lord." Lin Hongyu softly remarks, "Were it not for you, they would have had no opportunity. You are truly a champion of the people, allowing everyone to thrive and concealing wealth among them. Is this flattery? Perhaps a little. Yet the truth remains. Li Hao has never suppressed the martial arts of the common people. Instead, he has continually promoted it, fervently disseminating valuable resources. Today, the number of cultivators in the world likely exceeds 1 billion, if not more. With so many engaged in cultivation, there are bound to be prodigies among them, whom Li Hao has also refrained from suppressing, allowing them to advance rapidly. Opportunities abound. First, the Forbidden Sea was opened, followed by the revival of the cosmos, and then the fall of sages, leading to energy overflow and the pervasiveness of the Great Path's power, along with various martial arts academies and infrastructure to earn energy stones. All of this facilitates the advancement of martial arts as a whole. The new path has already become the mainstream of the world. There is no need for flattery. Such matters are inconsequential. Moreover, we must assist one another. I provide them opportunities, and they have also aided me on several occasions. Whether in slaying the heavenly kings or confronting the sages, killing the will of heaven and winning the hearts of the people is essential. Of course, this is also thanks to your promotion and the deification of figures, which need not be so elaborate. However, I do not wish to be overly sentimental, as the support of the populace has indeed aided me several times. Were it not for the people's support, this time, dealing with those sages would not have been so effortless. In a single battle, we dispatched 12 sages. Without the path of popular support, how could one swiftly disrupt the will of heaven? Lin Hongyu fell silent, perplexed by the purpose of Li Hao bringing her to the great universe. Was it for her benefit? To compensate her? Yet, Li Hao himself had suffered significant setbacks in his own path. Why would he take her along instead of focusing on his recovery? As these thoughts flitted through her mind, Li Hao suddenly remarked, "Many aspire to become the king of humanity, yet I have never entertained the notion of becoming one myself." Lin Hongyu was taken aback. "I am not cut out for ruling the world. Indeed, in this era, might reigns supreme." Li Hao chuckled. "Possessing strength is truly sufficient. One should utilize the talents of all. You and Director Zhao are both individuals I hold in high regard. Logically, Director Zhao should be closer to me, considering we are both of Silver Moon descent." However, Li Hao continued in a low voice, "It is precisely because Director Zhao is also of Silver Moon lineage that I worry. Should he take control, it may lead to certain drawbacks. Too many from Silver Moon might not be a boon. Furthermore, Director Zhao is somewhat older and tends to regard me with a degree of reverence, which diminishes a certain connection." Lin Hongyu remained silent. When it came to Silver Moon warriors, she typically refrained from elaborating. Li Hao smiled. "Let us not dwell on that. The reason I brought you here is that I have some thoughts. My previous training has been rather chaotic. I wish to reorganize my understanding of the Great Path. I have attempted this several times already, yet it remains disordered. Our progress has been swift, yet each time we forget or overlook certain elements." Lin Hongyu nodded gently. "Are you hoping I assist you in transporting the stars?" This was something Li Hao had indeed mentioned before. Many from Battle Heaven City had aided him in such tasks previously. Not quite. Li Hao shook his head and continued, "I intend to undertake a comprehensive reorganization of the Great Path. It is not merely about transporting anymore." Li Hao added, "Recently, I have experienced some insights. Do you remember when we discovered that 360 pathways could form a sword during our earlier exploration of the Dao veins?" Lin Hongyu nodded, certainly recalling that. "This is the foundation of the new Dao. Who could forget? Besides, everyone is currently training according to that sequence. As she pondered this, Li Hao spoke again. I have conceived new ideas. I aim to divide the entire cosmic Tao into 360 regions, corresponding to the 360 pathways. Moreover, I plan to integrate certain attribute pathways into those without specific attributes. Lin Hongyu looked at Li Hao with confusion. What do you mean? Is the current division not suitable? Li Hao explained. To put it simply, I wish to use the 360 pathways as foundational points, with each point serving as the center of its respective region, not separating various attributes, but rather blending them. The various pathways will intermingle, not chaotically, but in an orderly fashion, allowing for reorganization. This will yield an immense benefit, ultimately facilitating a smooth integration. Li Hao's smile was radiant. In essence, I aim to turn a galaxy into an orderly chaos. Naturally, on the surface, I will maintain the current attribute classifications. Lin Hongyu hesitated, struggling to grasp Li Hao's intentions. Observing her confusion, Li Hao added, in simpler terms, I seek to bifurcate the galaxy into two segments. The first aspect pertains to the current observable realm, while the second involves the creation of the origin of the galaxy, that is, the rivers within the cosmic expanse. All paths converge. The entire galaxy is divided into two layers. The first layer consists of various elemental domains, areas of wind and thunder, and an array of weaponry, with stars merely serving as embellishments. My intention is to forge a river of chaos that encompasses the galaxy. Lin Hongyu was taken aback. Why? Why undertake such a task? This not only complicates matters, but also constitutes an enormous undertaking. She struggled to comprehend why Li Hao would not proceed according to the previous demarcations. Suddenly, a reorganization was deemed necessary. Li Hao elucidated once more. All paths unite. My previous consumption of the vast wilderness imparted certain insights. Chaos is intricate. The wilderness appears somewhat disordered, for it embodies chaotic disorder. Yet, orderly chaos and the cosmos should nurture all paths. Indeed, they should even sustain worlds and universes. The reason I summoned you is twofold. One is to compensate you, and the other is to enlist your assistance in a particular endeavor. Your Excellency, please give your orders. Lin Hongyu responded hastily, somewhat surprised. What could I possibly assist you with? Presently, there are numerous sages under Li Hao's command, with her own diminished strength. She questioned what she could contribute. Li Hao chuckled. You possess a remarkable talent for public opinion. You are quite adept at swaying the hearts of the populace. No, it's not merely inciting their sentiments, but rather mastering their trust through eloquence. Lin Hongyu found herself both amused and bewildered. How am I to respond to such a statement? Li Hao continued, smiling. I have aspirations of reorganizing the great Tao, yet the task is daunting and necessitates your collaboration. This is where you come into play. Your Excellency, how can I assist? Lin Hongyu inquired. Li Hao hesitated for a moment. The complexity is substantial. I wish to reorganize the great Tao, to merge paths, requiring the cooperation of the populace. However, it must not be too overt, lest my intentions be detected. In summary, it is exceedingly intricate. For instance, when I need to extract power from the fire element, I may require the combined efforts of 10,000 or even 100,000 cultivators to simultaneously unleash the fire pathways, aligning with my movements precisely, while others from different paths must remain still. I might also need the wind element to operate independently. In essence, this is a grand endeavor requiring the collective effort of the populace. Li Hao explained. I merely provided a simplistic example. In reality, the situation is far more complex. I require the cooperation of the masses, necessitating a balance of all paths to forge an orderly chaos. It is indeed feasible to proceed without cooperation, but that would render the undertaking fragile. To establish a stable, expansive river, a unified populace is essential, as the margin for error is exceedingly slim. After much contemplation, I realized that Qian Wuliang might also be capable, yet his approach would differ, and he can only manage a portion of the people. The world is vast, and not all can be governed by him. Conversely, you have presided over the celestial stars for some time. The public is familiar with you, trusts you immensely. When the time comes for me to reorganize the paths in the cosmic realm, I can only rely on you to command from outside. Lin Hongyu was momentarily stunned. Command the masses? How could I possibly guarantee that? Are you jesting? She could not restrain herself. Your Excellency, this is exceedingly difficult. Should things spiral out of control, I cannot bear such a responsibility. Please, do not jest. Your Excellency, the masses are weak. It would be wiser to seek out powerful cultivators to exert control. Gathering 100,000 cultivators together would suffice. That is not an option. Li Hao resolutely declined. Shaking his head, I aspire to become the strongest cultivator, to forge the mightiest starry river. Can 1,000,000 cultivators compare to 10 or even 20 billion? Even those who have not opened their meridians have unlocked acupoints, and these acupoints can influence the grand cosmos. I require the unyielding dedication of all cultivators. What are you thinking? Lin Hongyu felt overwhelmed. Is this a boon or a death sentence for me? Li Hao enticed her. If you assist me in this endeavor, I can offer you an exceptional opportunity. Isn't Qian Wuliang's path formidable? Consider it a minor path. If you help me succeed, I shall forge a new path for you, the path of the common people. Li Hao continued to entice her. In essence, it is akin to a smaller version of the Emperor's path. I will weave your path through the starry river. At that moment, I shall command the cosmos. Although you may not have control, you might become the second most influential figure in the grand universe. Such an opportunity, I have not granted even to my closest companions. Yet I extend it to you, Lin Hongyu. See how much I value you. Lin Hongyu was left speechless. Valued? It sounded enticing. However, she sighed, my lord. The human heart is inscrutable. Under normal circumstances, it would be manageable, but suddenly uniting the populace to act as one, what do you expect them to do? They are human, cultivators, not machines, nor puppets. I lack the confidence. Perhaps give me 3 to 5 years, at most a month. Lin Hongyu felt overwhelmed, her mind in a haze, and after a long pause, she said, at most a month? In reality, it could be even shorter. I must seize this month's opportunity because after a month, someone will emerge, and by then, whatever I do will be impossible to conceal. Li Hao stated earnestly. I cannot contend with them. In terms of strength and preparation, I am inferior. Only by taking an unconventional route can I succeed, which is why I must be so resolute in confining them. Missing this chance in just 1 month means that everything I have will be under others' control, including this grand starry river, which is also under their dominion. Currently, there is no one in the grand universe. Now, there is no one monitoring me from the outside. And I fear that Qian Wuliang and his associates may be secretly manipulated. Yet, your silent progress, bolstered by the redwood, is actually a blessing. Li Hao added. If you help me succeed, I will have the chance to prevail. Not only must it succeed, but it must also go without suspicion. Lin Hongyu's head throbbed with pain. My lord, I cannot achieve this. It is truly unfeasible. Li Hao frowned. How could that be? You possess many ideas. Each time, you find a solution. Look, the super ability city was swiftly captured. You have consistently turned the tide, effortlessly manipulating public opinion and hearts. The resurgence of the Forbidden Sea. You could frame as my gift. You can make the dead seem alive. Qian Wuliang is disliked by the Silver Moon Warriors, yet you manage to please both sides. The Silver Moon Warriors think highly of you, and Qian Wuliang is gravitating towards you. Compared to him, you are more qualified to be the puppet master. Was that praise or condemnation? Lin Hongyu found herself at a loss for words. Li Hao declared solemnly, this matter is of utmost importance, relating to the future. Everything I do today is to confine the hidden adversaries for a month, stripping them of their control over me. During this month, I must enact significant changes and turn the tides. Not only them, but even the sovereign of the Crimson Moon has been preoccupied this month, with no inclination to attend to anyone. The will of heaven has also retreated, marking a moment that can be deemed the purest in the annals of time. Just 1 month. After this brief interlude, the will of heaven may re-emerge, and figures such as Li Daoing, the moon goddess, Zhengyu, Yue, and the sovereign of the Crimson Moon may once again come into play. He was not jesting. All of his actions were directed towards the events of a month hence. During this time, he must undergo a complete transformation, rendering everyone incapable of controlling or comprehending him. Should anyone still perceive Li Hao as the same individual he is now, they shall face dire consequences. As for seeking Lin Hongyu, it was an unavoidable circumstance. As Li Hao articulated, apart from himself, this woman possesses the greatest influence over the world. Lin Hongyu was nearly sweating from the pressure. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. My lord, it is quite challenging. The time frame is exceedingly brief, and with the low margin for error you mentioned, I find myself in a dilemma. Gritting her teeth, she paused momentarily before continuing. My lord, if you desire me to undertake these tasks, I have a request that I hope you will concede. Speak. I, your humble servant, wish to enter seclusion to recuperate. Meanwhile, I intend to masquerade as a villain, proclaiming my efforts to resurrect Professor Yuan and the others. She cast a steady gaze at Li Hao, her voice resolute. You must first announce your retreat for healing, transferring all dominion to me. This includes control over the major cities and the compliance of the saints. I hope to surprise you by manipulating the populace during your seclusion to resurrect your mentors and others, though I am aware that such a feat is, in truth, impossible. Lin Hongyu added, I also require dominion over the world's resources to wield at my discretion, including official titles and authority. Should anyone oppose me, particularly the Silver Moon warriors, I wish to impose penalties upon them. Moreover, this is insufficient. I require a status. Speak. To be the Lady of Silver Moon Marquis. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, while Lin Hongyu lowered her head. I am merely an outsider. How could the Silver Moon warriors heed my commands? If you are in seclusion, will they truly care for me? Including the new martial powerhouses, they fear you. They are concerned about you. Unless I can genuinely represent you, holding dominion over the cosmos while you are in retreat, I possess that authority over heaven and earth. Li Hao stared at her, bewildered. Lin Hongyu bowed her head even lower. I need you to publicly announce your intention to marry me. I am the governor of the Celestial Star and the Lady of Silver Moon Marquis. Therefore, during your seclusion, I will do everything in my power to resurrect Yuan Shuo and the other esteemed elders to ensure their presence at our wedding. This will provide sufficient justification. Li Hao opened his mouth, speechless for a long moment. Do not jest. I merely sought your assistance in clarifying the path of the great Tao. Good heavens. You wish to become my wife. At that moment, he was momentarily flabbergasted, and after a pause, he finally said, Shall I then take you as my disciple? Lin Hongyu looked down. Does my lord believe anyone would trust that? Only by becoming your wife would I possess such qualifications. A disciple signifies little, and may even appear somewhat contrived. The noble lord's intention to marry me aligns with the sentiments and aspirations of the people. To win my favor and that of the revered sage, the esteemed elder Sequoia, and to forge a bond with the formidable Qian Wuliang. Hailing from the extraordinary city of superpowers, serves to balance the influence of the Silver Moon martial masters and external powers. This is indeed in accordance with the principles of imperial governance. To consolidate the Lord's rule, especially as his strength wanes, marrying me would fulfill his objectives. Simultaneously, I would have the opportunity to boldly proclaim to the populace and the world that during the Lord's seclusion, I shall prepare a magnificent surprise by resurrecting several esteemed predecessors. Li Hao remained silent. Lin Hongyu gritted her teeth. My lord, it is merely a matter of formality. Only in this way can we hope for success. If not, the Lord must reveal his intentions publicly, for otherwise, it would be unattainable. The people place their trust in the Lord, not in me, Lin Hongyu. The Silver Moon martial masters and the new martial powers believe in the Lord, not in me. I am merely the Lord's spokesperson, lacking the true ability to sway the hearts of men. At this moment, Li Hao scratched his head, revealing a hint of youthful unease and restlessness for the first time. He surveyed Lin Hongyu before finally speaking. You do not harbor any intentions towards me, do you? Lin Hongyu quickly replied. My lord, you misunderstand. Li Hao frowned. No intentions? I thought all women in the world would feel the allure of my charm. After all, I am currently the most powerful man in the realm. Lin Hongyu felt a surge of frustration. What answer did he seek? If she confessed to having intentions, would he not find fault? She sighed. My lord, what do you think of my proposal? Li Hao furrowed his brow, pinching the head of his black panther, which yelped in pain. He scratched his head again, feeling somewhat out of sorts. Are you suggesting that I must announce this to the world? Of course. Moreover, we must specify the date of the grand wedding, ideally within a month. This way, people will believe that I am making this decision to surprise the Lord during his seclusion, despite the time and effort it will demand. Burdening the populace. Li Hao scratched his ears and hair. Is there no alternative? Lin Hongyu shook her head. The only other option is for the Lord to make his intentions public. If you wish to deal with the strong, you must secretly organize the paths of power, requiring everyone's cooperation. Nonsense. If it comes to that, what effort would I exert? Li Hao, usually composed, now appeared somewhat awkward. And after a pause, he said, But I am only 21 years old. I have never been in a romantic relationship. I have been solely focused on combat and preparing for revenge. Would anyone believe that I suddenly announced my intention to marry? Lin Hongyu replied calmly. Why would they not believe? In a month, the world will awaken, and the Lord will find himself in peril. Before facing death, marrying a wife to carry on the family legacy and to make preparations to enjoy life. Why is that not acceptable? There are 3 unfilial acts, and having no descendants is the gravest. Perhaps the Lord desires an heir to continue the lineage. The heavenly stars still adhere to tradition. First establish a family, then a career. Since the Lord's grand enterprise remains unfulfilled, marrying first would instead convey a sense of stability. Li Hao felt an increasing headache. Why must this be so abrupt? I only asked you to help me organize the path of power, not to orchestrate my marriage, especially to you. How old are you? Anyway, my lord, that is not the key issue. No. Li Hao shook his head. It's crucial. Please tell me, how old are you? I seem to recall someone mentioning you might be around 30, or perhaps even older. Lin Hongyu's eyebrows quivered slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, in my 20s. Impossible. Li Hao shook his head vehemently. That cannot be. How many years have passed since the rise of Super City? You have been at the helm of Super City for quite some time. Lin Hongyu stared at him, her expression blank. Do you know that at this moment, had you not been the Silver Moon Marquis, I might have taken your life? My curved blade is barely containing its urge to strike. After a prolonged pause, she gritted her teeth and murmured, 31. Is that so? Li Hao exclaimed in astonishment. You are 10 years my senior. Lin Hongyu fell silent, her fists clenched tightly. Is 31 really that old? In the age of superpowers, is it truly considered old? At 31, am I deemed aged? In this era, where the strong can live for 100,000 years, you do not disdain others for their age. Yet I at 31 am truly old. Li Hao pondered deeply, murmuring. At 31, you are 10 years older than I. You have governed Super City for over a decade, while I was still in elementary school, perhaps even kindergarten. Lin Hongyu struggled to suppress her mounting frustration, forcing herself to remain calm. My parents passed away early, my mentor has departed, and my brothers are no longer with me. Now, there is no one to impede my path. Yet sigh? A continuous sound of lament filled the air. In that moment, the vast universe seemed to wear a frown. Li Hao whispered, for my career, for success, must I pay such a steep price? Marquis. Lin Hongyu's tone became sharper. I merely suggested this for your grand enterprise. I did not mean to imply that I truly intend to marry you. Li Hao smiled wryly. Yet I have publicly declared it, made it known to the world. What was once a pretense has become a reality. If this were to leak out and I abandoned you, would it not bring scorn upon me from all corners? Do you think I am truly oblivious? Would I not bear the weight of eternal infamy? You think too much. Li Hao sighed, waving his hand. Please leave for now. I need to contemplate this further and determine whether it is worth risking my lifelong happiness on this endeavor. Lin Hongyu turned to depart, but soon glanced back at Li Hao, suppressing her anger as she spoke quietly. Marquis, the passage. Oh right. Li Hao swiftly opened a passage, and Lin Hongyu vanished in an instant. As Li Hao gazed at her disappearing figure, he eventually stroked his Black Panther, sighing, Black Panther. Do you think she truly has no other options left, or is she merely coveting my status and form? The Black Panther wagged its tail and shook its head, as if to say, don't ask me. I am but a dog, what do I know? Chapter 374. A casual resolution to conflict in the starry realm, prosperity abounds. The battles of the strong are of no concern to the populace. We now live in an era of fervent infrastructure development, an age of frenzied educational advancement, and a chaotic time of transition between the old and the new. Everyone is striving for a brighter future. In this epoch, opportunities abound. The 4 continents have unified, nearly obliterating the 4 nations. The Silver Moon world has embraced its first grand unification in 100,000 years, with only the Great Li still struggling. While even the divine realm has been conquered, the 4 commanders are leading troops to suppress the various factions causing unrest. The administrative office is engaged in the selection of officials. The Martial Arts Academy has opened its doors wide, welcoming individuals from all walks of life, whether impoverished or affluent, as long as they possess talent. In this era, everything is being reborn, everything is in flux. The established social classes are being dismantled, while new hierarchies are emerging. This transformation is inevitable. The Silver Moon Martial Masters form the most substantial interest group in this realm, followed closely by the new Martial Group, spearheaded by War Heaven City. Next in line are the Peripheral Core Group consisting of Lin Hongyu, Hong Shemu, and Qian Wuliang, who occupy significant positions. Even antiquated figures like Qin Zhongtian, with their narrow-mindedness, are gravitating towards this group. Outsiders are also banding together. Despite the persistent formidable adversaries, everyone continues to unite in their efforts to vie for benefits, striving for the future of their descendants, aspiring to cultivate more formidable individuals and acquire greater resources and opportunities. These are the aspirations of the strong. For Li Hao, this is of little consequence. However, for others, it holds immense significance. Engaging in battles across the cosmos is ultimately aimed at securing a glorious future. Although there are no overt conflicts among the factions, intense competition simmers beneath the surface. The interest group formed by the Silver Moon martial masters is nearly indestructible. Li Hao, hailing from Silver Moon and being its most distinguished representative, remains unshaken by the current leadership of Lin Hongyu, or the head of the Monster Plan Army, Hong Shemu. These changes do not alter the fundamental dynamics. As Li Hao experiences a demotion, the emergence of the seven majesties of Sun and Moon brings forth a wave of formerly dormant strong individuals who are now catching up, their pursuit of personal gain intensifying. While significant divergences have yet to surface, minor conflicts have begun to arise. The allocation of resources is a pressing concern. War Heaven City requires them, as do the martial artists flocking to it, students from Yuanping Martial Science University, the Silver Moon Martial Masters, the Governor's Office, and the Monster Plan Army. Everyone is desperate for resources. The resurgence of the world brings forth an abundance of energy, yet for countless practitioners, it remains insufficient. Currently, the mineral veins have not yet recovered, and energy is scarce. Some strong individuals are still in the revival phase, and the Tianshi giant mine has been depleted. The issue of resource scarcity alone is a colossal headache. Not only are resources lacking, but so too are weapons and armor. After conquering several major cities, they have acquired a fair amount of resources, yet it is still inadequate. The Tianshi army, alongside the Great Wilderness, has surged to 1.5 million in number, necessitating armor for both the Governor's Office and the Tianshi Governor's Office. The Shuayan army is well equipped, but now, with the Great Wilderness contributing, retaining 200,000 cavalry, they too require battle gear. Moreover, even the inspection department seeks to stake their claim. They wish to secure a portion for themselves. The inspection department is overstaffed. While the army can be reduced, the inspection department cannot afford to be diminished. The major cities have seized 1 million sets of armor, barely meeting the military's demands. But it has become exceedingly challenging to satisfy the needs of the inspection department. This has led to some discontent from Chen Zhongtian. He merely requested approval for 100,000 sets of armor, given the numerous personnel in the inspection department, who also face certain dangers. Although they will not engage in frontline battles, their primary role remains maintaining order. In contemporary times, with the military at peace, he believes that the armor should primarily cater to the inspection bureau. As for the Silver Moon martial artists who have seized the fruits of this victory, he harbors some reluctance. Had Yuan Shuo and Hou Xiaoqing still been present, he would have felt unqualified to contest them. However, with their absence, he finds little to fear from the other Silver Moon martial artists. As a former head of one of the 9 bureaus, he possesses considerable seniority and was among the first to pledge allegiance to Li Hao, participating in numerous battles alongside him, including the initial confrontation with the Relic's monstrous flora. In terms of qualifications, many of the Silver Moon martial artists do not surpass him. Consequently, due to these trivial matters, there is a slight disarray on the Tianqing front, compounded by Li Hao's recent detachment from affairs, which has led to a lack of checks between the military and the civil administration. Throughout these 2 days, Li Hao has been observing without intervening or engaging. Competition is, in fact, a positive force. If everyone were devoid of ambition, there would be no room for progress. If there is no contention, what future can one envision? Yet, such competition must remain within certain bounds, fostering a virtuous cycle rather than descending into a vicious one. Lest troubles arise. However, as the mainstay against formidable adversaries, he cannot afford to expend his energies on these matters. Currently, his time is exceedingly scarce. Names such as Qian Wuliang, Zhao Shuguang, Lin Hongyu, Zhou Chuan, and Chen Zhongtian flash through Li Hao's mind. He swiftly dismisses Chen Zhongtian and Qian Wuliang. While both are capable, their approaches lack the grandeur and possess a somewhat petty demeanor. The others do not inspire much confidence either. Director Zhou has not transitioned to a new path, lacking the authority to govern the new realm effectively. Thus he is also eliminated from consideration. After careful deliberation, Zhao Shuguang and Lin Hongyu emerge as the most suitable candidates. Li Hao contemplates the prospect of Lin Hongyu, feeling a slight discomfort, which he knows is merely temporary. For him, in this era, marriage and parenthood seem like mere obligations. The notion of love feels overly indulgent. He lacks the time, energy, and emotional capacity to engage in romantic pursuits. Achievers and those who undertake grand endeavors do not have the luxury to ponder over women, save for the teacher, who, in truth, is not an exception, having remained unmarried until later in life when he became involved with the Biguang sword. Is it merely a title? Li Hao ponders whether Lin Hongyu or Zhao Shuguang is more appropriate. It is not about marrying director Zhao, but rather about determining who would be more adept at overseeing the entirety. Both possess merits as well as flaws. Lin Hongyu is ambitious, while Zhao Shuguang's ambition is somewhat tempered, yet present. One has previously commanded a city of 1 million superhumans, while the other has governed the tumultuous realm of Silver Moon. Both are at the 7th level of the Sun and Moon, with their powers closely matched. One is backed by the Silver Moon Martial Artist Coalition, while the other represents the External Martial Artists Superhuman Consortium. However, the Silver Moon Martial Arts Group has already grown formidable, and it is widely known that Li Hao hails from Silver Moon. Furthermore, Silver Moon is situated on the northern continent, while Lin Hongyu originates from the central continent. The moniker of Northern Barbarian has never truly faded from memory. The acceptance of the northern territories among the other continents, including the central one, is significantly lacking. After much contemplation, it appears that Lin Hongyu may indeed be the more suitable option. As for the fact that she is a woman in this extraordinary era, who truly cares? Weighing the pros and cons, Li Hao also concludes that Lin Hongyu is the more appropriate choice. Her merits and capabilities are undeniable, and the Silver Moon martial arts community holds her in relatively high regard. Should he grant her a title? Li Hao pondered, considering many aspects at this moment, yet devoid of any personal sentiments. A person like me, a celestial lone star, do I still require emotions? Those I cared for have all perished, without exception. It is merely a matter of suitability, devoid of any excessive thoughts. His previous conversation with Lin Hongyu was merely a momentary lapse of focus, leading to a brief sense of bewilderment. From a broader perspective, her insights were indeed astute. They could foster balance among various factions, and through Hong Sha, they could also stabilize the new martial arts side. Hong Sha, after all, is currently the leader of the Demon Plant Army and a new saint, with the Demon Plant Army being connected to General Huai and even the recently allied protector of the demon plants from the Martial Arts Alliance. Moreover, there exist ample reasons and motivations to assist me in the consolidation of my grand ambitions. In that instant, Li Hao found clarity. Perhaps the only obstacle was the internal barrier that he faced as a celestial lone star. Was it merely a title? Would she perish? I do not believe in fate. Yet, I have always struggled, fighting for my destiny. I do not believe, yet I understand that I am a thorn in the side of many factions. Lin Hongyu may not comprehend that this title could grant her greater authority, but it could also hasten her demise. The wife of Li Hao, a figure known to all, must not be spared. The weight of being the spouse of a contemporary ruler is immense. Even if Li Hao seizes the celestial star, slaying its king and a multitude of royal elites, no one raises an eyebrow, for throughout history, how many royal families have met a peaceful end? She is an astute individual. Surely she understands this. Li Hao chuckled lightly, believing that Lin Hongyu ought to grasp this principle. Nevertheless, she brought it up, demonstrating her considerable ambition. Presently, both half-emperors and emperor lords abound. Li Hao, merely at the 7th level of the Sun and Moon, did not claim to have an advantage at this juncture. Director Qi, Li Hao called out, and from a short distance, Director Qi, poised and ready, approached gracefully. Li Hao spoke. You possess the core of the celestial canopy that governs the world, do you not? Indeed, Director Qi nodded. He now operated independently, exuding a sense of ease, having assisted Li Hao in establishing the celestial canopy, and was currently researching various herbs in preparation for the establishment of a medicinal research institute. Cultivators across the realm are engaged in their practices, yet they suffer from a lack of energy. However, medicinal herbs are presently abundant. In this new martial era, which is marked by energy shortages, the use of herbs serves to substitute for some energy consumption, as these herbs, nourished by the essence of the heavens and earth, can yield superior effects while consuming less energy. Recently, the Research Institute has successfully produced a batch of elixirs, currently undergoing experimentation. Once successful, they will be swiftly promoted, potentially bringing wealth to the financially depleted Tianqing. Is the elixir trial proceeding smoothly? Li Hao inquired, to which Director Qi nodded affirmatively. Everything is progressing well. It is not a mere stroke of luck. Based on the foundation of the new martial arts, only slight modifications are necessary, rendering the task relatively uncomplicated. Li Hao slightly nodded and continued. The Lucian Research Institute previously had 8 major projects, one of which I recall involved mental resonance and frequency, correct? Indeed. Director Qi affirmed. Li Hao pondered for a moment and remarked, each individual's mental frequency is distinct. However, when the hearts of the people align, a unified resonance can ultimately be achieved. Have you conducted research in this area? Yes, indeed. Director Qi replied. Research on this topic began many years ago. Back then, Ren Wang and the Supreme One both received the blessings of the populace, indicating that this area is not devoid of study. Subsequently, the military formations also utilized this research, harmonizing vital energy. Even some current armors incorporate minor formations to facilitate frequency resonance. Otherwise, how could soldiers with differing techniques work in unison or even fight as one? Li Hao felt a spark of understanding. Indeed, formations are a form of resonance. He spoke up. Therefore, whether it is the populace or a larger group, ultimately, they can adjust to a singular frequency of vibration, correct? From an infinite perspective, this is achievable, but the greater the number of individuals, the more elusive that frequency becomes. Director Qi's words were sometimes difficult to grasp, yet Li Hao comprehended the underlying meaning. After deliberation, he continued, in the case of individuals with similar attributes and shared paths, wouldn't it be easier to adjust frequency oscillations with a larger group? Absolutely. When stemming from the same source and path, it will indeed be simpler. However, coordination is necessary. The challenge lies in the number of participants. Whether it be hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands, it becomes increasingly complex with millions. In the past, the main city's army typically maintained a count below 1 million. This was because, once the number exceeded that, even with strict orders, achieving a unified frequency becomes exceedingly difficult. He added, even in the realm of new martial, the largest legions are only in the hundreds of thousands, never exceeding 1 million. Once the numbers grow, control becomes challenging, leading to chaos and a decline in combat effectiveness. Only up to 1 million? Li Hao felt a stir in his heart. What if I wish to achieve such resonance with 100 million, 1 billion, or even 2 billion people? After a moment's contemplation, Director Qi responded, that would be an arduous task. It is not merely a matter of command. Another significant challenge lies with the leader, akin to a legion commander. Can you seize such an opportunity? Can you wield such control? It is exceedingly difficult. Of course, the path of the human emperor achieved this once. Back then, in new martial, tens of billions of people accomplished resonance, thus birthing the path of the human emperor. Li Hao nodded in acknowledgement, considering for a moment before speaking. Director Qi, could we establish equipment affixed to the celestial dome to facilitate easier resonance among the people? This. Director Qi glanced at Li Hao, pondering for some time before finally stating, the difficulty is not substantial. Not substantial? Li Hao was somewhat taken aback as Director Qi let out a light chuckle. It's not a significant issue. Did I not mention it before? The armor utilized in the military serves such a purpose. The stronger the armor, the more potent the resonance. Otherwise, how could one gather vital essence? If one possesses armor of golden grade, achieving such functionality would be effortless. However, the Duke wishes to cover the entire realm? Indeed, that would necessitate a considerable amount of golden armor. Of course, it is not strictly armor that is required. Merely certain devices within the armor would suffice. Silver grade would also be acceptable, though it would require some time for modifications. How long would that take? A month. Too long. Li Hao shook his head. Director Qi felt a stir in his heart and pondered for a moment, saying, if I were to undertake this alone, it would take a considerable time. However, if a strong individual were to assist me, the process would be expedited. Unfortunately, the saints cannot appear at this moment. But if I could enlist a few immortals to aid me, we should be able to complete it swiftly. What is the quickest time frame? 7 days would suffice. Li Hao contemplated for a while and then nodded. Then let us seek assistance. Find Master Hong from the Demon Hunter Guard. Understood. Director Qi did not press further. Though he harbored some vague thoughts, primarily focused on the way of the common people without delving deeply into them. Could this be to enhance the efficacy of the way of the common people? Perhaps. Hand me the heart of the celestial canopy. Upon hearing this, Director Qi did not elaborate, but handed over a small mirror. The celestial canopy was merely a mimicry of the ancient sky-watching mirror. This mirror was, in fact, a modified replica of the Wind and Cloud Treasure Mirror, previously seized by Li Hao from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. However, the current effect was not particularly impressive, and Li Hao had relegated it to a high shelf. After some consideration, Li Hao suddenly imprinted a character upon the mirror. How? His mental energy penetrated within, perceiving countless tiny light points, each representing the celestial canopies across the realm. I need to announce a message. I will not meet with others. After Director Qi exits, inform everyone that I will be entering seclusion for a period. I will take this mirror with me. Henceforth, this Wind and Cloud Vice mirror shall serve as my house star command. Those who bear this command shall be regarded as if I were present. Director Qi was somewhat puzzled, but did not inquire further, merely nodding, understood. What message does Li Hao wish to announce? Li Hao had seemingly contemplated this for a long time, and he was unsure what information warranted such an announcement, especially as he had not done so even when dealing with those semi-emperors. After a moment of silence, Li Hao activated the Wind and Cloud Vice mirror. In that instant, mirrors began to hover across the realm, obscuring the sky and blocking the sun. Aside from the recently migrated tribes of the Great Wilderness, the people of the Celestial Star were unfazed. Typically, when significant matters arose in the Celestial Star Governor's office, messages were conveyed through the celestial canopy. Now, as the mirrors emerged, someone excitedly exclaimed, "Are we about to migrate cities again?" Previously, when Li Hao entrusted the great city, he had conducted a live broadcast. It was during that occasion that everyone witnessed Li Hao's formidable power. Some had even appeared upon the celestial canopy. In this moment, with the lack of engaging events, attention swiftly shifted towards the celestial canopy, as numerous gathering places had the canopy distributed among them, and even some high-ranking residences had small canopies in place. At this moment, regardless of size, nearly all gazes were fixed upon the celestial canopy, eagerly awaiting the forthcoming announcement. In the next moment, the visage of Li Hao materialized upon the celestial canvas. Upon seeing Li Hao, the crowd erupted with exhilaration. The Silver Moon Marquis. At this juncture, the reverence and faith that countless souls held for Li Hao transcended all bounds. Had he established a temple, it is likely that worshippers would have emerged in droves. A new deity would be born. In truth, there were those who privately honored Li Hao, for in the eyes of the populace, he was indistinguishable from a divine being. Perhaps even more formidable, resembling a true god. "I am Li Hao," he proclaimed, maintaining his customary eloquence. At this moment, Li Hao appeared as cultured, graceful, and composed as ever. The citizens of Tianqing understood that their time should not be consumed at this moment, for what he was about to reveal might not bear significant relevance to their lives. This only heightened their curiosity. What could it be? Tianqing City. At this instant, all eyes were fixed upon the celestial screen, with some wondering if there was some monumental event transpiring over the past few days. Why had Li Hao chosen to unveil the heavens? As they pondered, Li Hao continued, "It is a personal matter, albeit one of public concern." A smile graced his lips. On the Haoxing continent, the world is awakening. Only the great Li remains independent among the four nations, yet formidable adversaries still lurk. Not only within our realm, but beyond it, there are potent foes. Just the other day, I vanquished dozens of harmonized Dao practitioners who dared to invade. However, I sustained significant injuries and will likely require a period of seclusion. In an instant, expressions of concern emerged across the land. Injured? He had slain dozens of harmonized Dao practitioners? Good heavens! Where did such a multitude of harmonized Dao practitioners come from? The martial legacy has endured for countless ages. These formidable foes are the traitors from 100,000 years ago, those who defied the new martial era, the last great age of splendor. Having cultivated for 100 millennia, they are indeed powerful. Yet, this is inconsequential. They will naturally meet their reckoning at my hands. The recent surge of energy across the world was a result of my slaying those dozens of harmonized Dao practitioners. The energy they released will eventually lead to their downfall. Moreover, it serves as a resource for our cultivation. The more, the better. I even welcome their numbers. I fear there may not be enough to slay and to fuel our growth. The once anxious populace found solace in Li Hao's words. Indeed, the Marquis is invincible. Having traversed the world, sweeping aside all opposition. No matter how formidable the enemy, they seemed trivial in comparison. Li Hao continued, "Yet this time, I must retreat for an indefinite period. I do not know how long it will take, for I need to grow even stronger. Only then can I better protect the Haoxing territory. Before this, however, there is a matter I must address." Li Hao paused for a moment, then revealed with a smile. "The people of the realm should be familiar with Lin Hongyu, the commander of Lin. She is the lady who frequently graced the celestial screen." The crowd fell silent, murmurs rising from various corners, as they indeed recognized her. Lin Hongyu had appeared on the celestial screen more often than Li Hao himself. At this moment, the audience was bewildered as to why the Silver Moon Marquis had mentioned Lin Hongyu. Lin Hongyu is now the newly appointed commander of the Tianqing Commanderess Office. She was formerly the mayor of the superpower city and had willingly allowed 1 million superpowered individuals to join our Haoxing continent, contributing immensely to the peace and unification of the Tianqing populace. From all directions, discussions began to circulate. Meanwhile, Director Zhao and others, including Qian Wuliang, wore expressions of subtle concern. At this moment, Lin Hongyu was suddenly bestowed with great power. Was this meant to grant her even greater authority? Indeed, it was not insignificant. For Director Zhao and his associates, Lin Hongyu already wielded considerable influence, being the second highest-ranking commander following Li Hao, overseeing the Commanderess Office. With nearly half of the army under her command, strictly speaking, her authority surpassed that of Director Zhao, making her a formidable figure within the military hierarchy. Some, like Qian Wuliang and Chen Zhongtian, could not help but feel a tinge of envy. Was there yet another promotion in the offing? How could one ascend further? Surely, there were no more ranks to gain. A few cast discreet glances at Lin Hongyu, who was currently attending a phase summary conference. Halfway through the meeting, it was revealed that Li Hao had activated the celestial screen. Above, Lin Hongyu, clad in green attire, remained silent, her gaze fixed on the display. On the screen, Li Hao spoke softly with a gentle smile. "My parents passed away when I was young, and recently, my master, who guided me in both martial arts and scholarship, has also departed. Perhaps he has merely fallen into a deep slumber, or perhaps he has succumbed to death in the pursuit of safeguarding our world and forging peace. Many have perished, my master, my captain during the Silver Moon era, the minister, my elder brother who protected me, and several respected seniors have all fallen in battle. The world is silent. Much of this remains unknown to many." Li Hao continued in a hushed tone. "Sacrifices are inevitable. However, when those who fall are our loved ones, friends, and elders, it becomes exceedingly difficult to bear. The Li family now consists solely of me. The struggle continues. I am uncertain whether I can lead us toward a brighter future, but I vow to fight tirelessly for the celestial star, for this realm, for all people, for the world, and for the common folk, striving for a future where our descendants can cultivate in peace, enjoy prosperity, have their fill, rise above others, receive education, broaden their horizons, fulfill their material needs, and attain spiritual satisfaction. Perhaps this is but a dream, yet to live is to harbor dreams. Our adversaries are numerous, traitors of the new martial, formidable beings from other worlds, and even those who claim the power to obliterate universes with a mere punch, the sovereigns of worlds. The celestial star is but a tiny world amidst the vast cosmos. You may not comprehend this today, but I believe that in the future, you will." Li Hao continued softly. "The purpose of these words is to remind everyone that the war has not yet concluded. We must remain vigilant in times of peace and remember all who have fought and sacrificed today, including those mighty warriors who fell in battle. They may not have regarded these matters in life, but we must honor their memory. And today, I wish to announce to all that I am to wed Commander Lin Hongyu of the Celestial Star." Boom! The heavens and earth seemed to tremble. In that instant, countless powerful auras erupted, shaking the very fabric of existence. The city of Celestial Star was engulfed in a surge of formidable energy, spiraling out of control. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The people of the world momentarily paused, though their reaction was not as pronounced as others. Li Hao remained as serene as ever, chuckling lightly. "There is no need for surprise or astonishment. I hope that my descendants will coexist harmoniously with all of you on this vast land. I wish for them to inherit the great responsibility of safeguarding this realm for generations to come. During my seclusion, I have been concerned about potential disturbances, so I have entrusted all matters to Lin Hongyu for the time being. I have faith in her ability to manage everything until my return. In the future, I envision possibly bestowing upon her a grand wedding, though that remains uncertain and may take a considerable duration. From this day forth, Lin Hongyu shall be my fiancée. At the Tianqing governor's mansion, all eyes turned towards Lin Hongyu. A whirlwind of emotions, shock, awe, disbelief, and anger swirled among them. Director Zhao furrowed his brow slightly as he regarded her, his expression tinged with incredulity. How did you accomplish this? Lin Hongyu, feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, nodded gently, revealing a faint smile, as if slightly bashful. Yet, no one could fathom the depth of their astonishment. How had she managed this? Why would Li Hao publicly announce his intention to marry Lin Hongyu? Although the two had shared many interactions, there had never been any indication of romantic involvement. It was evident that Li Hao had very few women around him. Moreover, at this moment, he was still quite young, with significant undertakings ahead. It seemed he had never contemplated matters of the heart. This revelation was utterly unexpected. A political marriage? Did Li Hao truly require one? They pondered, yet remained perplexed. Li Hao's voice continued to resonate. Lin Hongyu, you shall preside over the Haoxing order. Your decree shall carry the weight of my presence. I hope that the people of the world will extend more understanding and blessings. Today, the celestial curtain rises for this very purpose. As his words concluded, the celestial curtain vanished, and the world fell into silence. In the next moment, a chorus of cheers erupted, echoing from all directions. For the people, this was indeed a momentous occasion, devoid of any further contemplation. A match of talent and beauty, the Lord was unmatched in the realm, and Lin, the governor, seemed highly commendable, having once presided over a city of extraordinary powers. This partnership would undoubtedly bolster the Lord's ambitions for dominion. What was there to worry about? Yet, the Lord had mentioned his intent to enter seclusion several times, which had caused some concern among the populace. Many women harbored feelings of envy and anticipation for this new era. For a king such as Li Hao, marrying did not necessitate exclusivity. Now that Li Hao was to take a wife, did this not imply that every woman waiting in the wings had a chance? Instantly, countless young hearts fluttered. However, within the Tianqing governor's mansion, an eerie silence prevailed. After a lengthy pause, Qian Wuliang's lips twitched slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. Congratulations, governor. At that moment, he was at a loss for how to address her. Just then, Director Qi floated in gracefully, presenting a token to Lin Hongyu. He spoke softly. The Lord has instructed me to deliver this decree to the lady. Additionally, the Lord has entered seclusion and will no longer see anyone. Preparing to restore his strength in anticipation of the sage's emergence in a month's time, he surveyed the room and continued, before entering seclusion. The Lord asked me to convey to everyone to fulfill their duties. In daily matters, responsibilities remain unchanged. But in critical moments, the governor's mansion shall oversee the realm. The lady possesses the authority to command and oversee everything. I hope you all can assist her well. With these words, she gracefully departed. The crowd fell into a momentary silence. After a considerable time, a somewhat disordered chorus of voices emerged. We shall dutifully obey the Lord's command. Congratulations to the Lord. And congratulations to the governor. In this moment, the emotions were complex for more than just one individual. Lin Hongyu, too, harbored profound complexities within. He had made a public promise to the world. Yet, at this very moment, Li Hao was conspicuously absent, as if merely stating that what you required was a title. And so it was granted to you. Was this not precisely what he desired? Yet, why was there a tinge of discontent in his heart? Was it truly so easy for Li Hao to part with his wife in your eyes? Have you truly become heartless and demonic? Aside from your parents, your brothers, and your mentors, it seems you can accommodate no one else. Is that not so? Have my expectations been too lofty? A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. And at this moment, those congratulatory voices, insincere as they were, sounded somewhat jarring. Lin Hongyu offered a gentle smile, slightly bowing, and softly proclaimed, I still require the earnest assistance of all esteemed seniors and colleagues to unite with me, that we may usher in brilliance for the Haoxing continent. With the Lord in seclusion and formidable foes surrounding us, we must all join forces to confront these adversaries. Lin Hongyu, as always, continued to use the title of Lord, her face adorned with a faint smile. Without you all, there would be no Haoxing. I hope that upon the Lord's emergence from seclusion, he will witness a flourishing Haoxing. From this day forth, I shall traverse the Haoxing continent, acting in the name of the Lord to soothe the realm. I shall attend to the migrating populace of the great wasteland and the water cloud folk, inspect the world, and reward the meritorious. I request that directors Zhao, Wang, and Chen join me in this endeavor. For now, there are over 100 provinces. Within 20 days, we shall complete the monumental task of surveying the realm. Let all the people know the name of the Lord and his accomplishments. The expressions of the crowd shifted slightly. Was this an assertion of sovereignty? You are still the betrothed. Yet, it seemed there was no room for debate. Only Director Zhao furrowed his brow slightly. Might this be too hasty? Completing the duties of the realm's governors within 20 days. Lin Hongyu responded softly. It will not be too rushed. I am well acquainted with several central provinces and can survey 3 to 5 provinces in a day without issue. The primary aim is to elevate the Lord's prestige, to herald his name, and to reward the meritorious across the lands. Having said that, she continued, furthermore, there is another important matter to address, to erect a temple for the valiant heroes of the Silver Moon who fell in battle. The crowd momentarily froze, and even the previously discontented members of the Silver Moon paused in surprise. Lin Hongyu gently stated, Nan Quan, Minister Ho, Captain Lu Longqian, Professor Yuan Shuo, Minister Yao Si, Secretary Yu, Senior Pile Leg, and Senior Golden Spear. All these esteemed predecessors fell in battle, and their memory must be enshrined for all to honor. Tianjin interjected gloomily. But previously, the Lord mentioned that they merely slumber. Will the temple not? Lin Hongyu reassured. Do not worry, Senior Tianjin. This idea is mine, and moreover, it aims to foster some belief and faith, allowing the Lord to more easily locate the souls of our fallen predecessors. At these words, many in the crowd shifted their gazes. Indeed, the divine can be resurrected, as it lies within the essence of their celestial stars. However, this temple is not intended for deification, is it? The Lord does not wish for more deities. Lin Hongyu gently shook her head. This is a merit temple, not a shrine. It serves to honor the valiant souls who perished in battle. Not only the formidable warriors, but also the fallen soldiers shall be commemorated within this sacred space. It is a tribute to the contributions of those who safeguarded the realm. Not to divine beings, but to heroes who deserve remembrance by all. In this present time, with millions of superpowered individuals engaged in construction, I require them to complete the establishment of 10,000 temples within 20 days. I want the world to remember the names of these heroes and their sacrifices, to ensure that their contributions are etched in the collective memory of humanity. The crowd pondered this notion, recognizing its merit. Initially, with the war still ongoing, it seemed premature to establish such a temple, and they hesitated to voice this thought before Li Hao. Yet, at this moment, the idea appeared quite favorable. Those who had perished were their comrades, nameless and forgotten, which weighed heavily on their hearts. However, now, with a temple dedicated to them, it felt as though their deaths could finally gain meaning. At this juncture, Tianjin interjected. If we were to fall in battle, would we be honored in the temple? A murmur of surprise rippled through the assembly. The Silver Moon warriors sought nothing more than to be remembered in life and death, to enjoy the incense of eternity and have their existence acknowledged by future generations would not be in vain. Suddenly, they realized how deeply this woman understood their sentiments. Although Li Hao had previously spoken of leaving a legacy for eternity, he had yet to take action, which left some feeling a tinge of regret. None dared to voice it for fear of inciting his ire, as he firmly believed that Yuan Shuo and the others were still alive. Now, however, this newly appointed Lady of the Lord had taken the initiative, making it difficult for anyone to oppose her. Even if Li Hao were to express discontent, he would have to confront his wife. Instantly, the previously tense atmosphere lightened, and even Director Zhao chimed in. This is feasible. I wholeheartedly support it. 20 days will suffice. With superpowered individuals at work, constructing the temples will not take long. They need not be lavish, as that does not align with our ethos. A simple and dignified design would suffice. This is indeed a noble endeavor. Should we depart one day, being honored in the Merit Temple would ensure our names endure. Everyone nodded in agreement. In that moment, Lin Hongyu had swiftly garnered their endorsement. For this alone, her status as the Lord's wife was justified. After all, if Li Hao were to marry, he would inevitably seek someone. And a partner who was entirely unfamiliar or lacking in capability would only complicate matters further. Lin Hongyu, though ambitious, possessed genuine ability. With a smile, Lin Hongyu nodded. Excellent. Let us commence immediately. Now that peace reigns, we must swiftly complete the temple construction before any disturbances arise. Furthermore, I hope that after 20 days, we can gather to pray for our valiant heroes, inviting all to join us in this solemn tribute. At this moment, she refrained from mentioning anything about resurrection. Prayer. She did not suggest inviting people to a wedding or providing surprises, as such notions were too trivial, neither beneficial for her nor for Li Hao, and might appear overly self-serving. Previously, she had merely shared a thought with Li Hao. Now, invoking the name of the martyrs, let us call upon the world with greater dignity, solemnity, and a sense of universal acknowledgement. Indeed, as these words were spoken, there was no dissent, only nods of agreement. General Huang Yu, the commander of the army, continually nodded, affirming, in 20 days, may peace and prosperity reign across the land. By honoring the fallen heroes, our soldiers shall be imbued with renewed passion and morale. The military will wholeheartedly support this endeavor. However, might it require excessive mobilization? Perhaps it would suffice to have the soldiers offer their prayers. Lin Hongyu shook her head vehemently, declaring, "No, this is not permissible. The world is oblivious to suffering, unaware of our sacrifices. If we do not involve them, how will they comprehend the worthiness of honoring these valiant souls? I also hope that in the future, should we fall in battle, we too may be enshrined and receive blessings from all. Perhaps the noble Lord might find a way to resurrect us, allowing us to unite once more and fight for the heavens and the earth." Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell silent, nodding in agreement, momentarily disregarding any concerns about titles or status. Lin Hongyu's profound respect for the fallen heroes was commendable. Meanwhile, Qian Wuliang cast a glance at Lin Hongyu. Though uncertain of the specifics, he marveled inwardly at her cleverness. Truly, a remarkable strategy. The Silver Moon warriors, often straightforward, were disarmed by her succinct words, which alleviated all their apprehensions. Indeed, the former lord of the super city remained as adept as ever. At this moment, others too were quietly impressed. Director Zhao and his colleagues had begun to perceive that the shrine for the martyrs might not be the crux of the matter. While the details were unclear to everyone, it was evident that Lin Hongyu was a woman of significant capability. In this rare moment of camaraderie, even minor disputes were cast aside. Lin Hongyu smiled. Everyone has worked hard lately. Let us soothe the hearts of the people and oversee the construction of the martyrs' shrine, ensuring that no one is overlooked. Once everything is arranged, we shall commence the prayers, and we must promote this endeavor widely, even printing a volume to celebrate the deeds of our fallen heroes. Their remarkable contributions must never be forgotten. The literacy classes and martial arts academy should also focus on publicizing the heroic stories. Hong Yitong nodded in agreement. This was indeed a significant matter. He too hoped that Yuan Shuo and the others could be revived, if the prayers could invoke some form of faith, leading to the discovery of their destined stars. It would be a wonderful outcome, and he had every reason to lend his support. In that moment, the atmosphere was one of shared joy. Whether soldiers, martial artists, or scholars, all felt a sense of anticipation. Lin Hongyu, inwardly relieved, thought, "This is good." She glanced over the crowd, smiled, and turned her gaze towards a certain direction, wondering if Li Haojin was truly in seclusion or merely observing from the shadows. This fellow, even if he wished to retract his stance now, it would be too late. At that moment, indeed, Li Hao was observing, contemplating for a long while as he stroked the Black Panther, murmuring softly, "What an impressive woman. I knew she had alternative methods. She desires my presence. Yet see how uncomplicated it is. A shrine for the martyrs can resolve everything." But, Wong Wong Wong, the Black Panther barked in protest. "No more of that. If you are unwilling, who can compel you? Clearly, you harbor no significant resistance. What a shameless display." Li Hao chuckled, gently stroking the Black Panther as he mused. "Let it be. It is rather good. This woman is indeed formidable. I had my suspicions before, but now that there is a title to it, I believe it will be quite challenging for Zhao and the others to contend with her." Shaking his head, he laughed once more. In the next instant, he tore through the void, vanishing from the realm, his voice echoing, "Black Panther, let us commence our work. In 20 days, we shall lay the groundwork. And after 20 days, we shall truly take action." "Bark!" the panther exclaimed, its voice tinged with urgency. "Be careful, or I might marry and forget about you. Bark, bark, bark." The Black Panther's tone grew more insistent, and moments later, the duo disappeared from the world. At that moment, the aftershocks reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In Hurricane City, Zhengyu was left dumbfounded. Married at this juncture? Li Hao is certainly unpredictable. What could he possibly be planning? Or is it truly for the sake of marriage? Such a peculiar fellow. However, it is indeed a fortuitous event. He is eager for Li Hao to marry and have children. After Yuan Shua's demise, this man has been reckless, almost mad. His marriage would be advantageous for all his adversaries. Lin Hongyu must not perish. It would be best if she bore Li Hao a child. Otherwise, we shall all be driven to our limits. Chapter 375. Merging with the Path. Happy New Year. In the Grand Cosmos, Li Hao was still in search of the two lost powerhouses, the Redwood and the Ancient Tortoise, who had yet to make their appearance. Their whereabouts remained a mystery, and without locating them, his tasks would be hindered. The stars were densely scattered in this realm. They should have arrived promptly unless they had strayed too far. Yet, given Li Hao's capacity to tear through the fabric of space, it was unlikely they had wandered too far. Could it be that these two saints had truly gone missing? Traversing the cosmic expanse, Li Hao entered a dark region. The vastness of the cosmos was overwhelming, and his explorations had been limited. Many areas were shrouded in darkness, and he was concerned that if he ventured too far, returning would consume a significant amount of time. Tortoise Guardian. Li Hao's voice resonated across the cosmos, causing the universe to tremble. What are you two doing wandering about? Had you remained where you were, I might have returned and easily found you. Now, as I tear through the void to reopen the passage, I cannot locate you. How peculiar. Li Hao continued to traverse the emptiness, his form emanating a brilliant radiance, akin to the arrival of the sun and moon. This was meant to illuminate the path for the two powerhouses. He pondered how far they might be from him. The Black Panther, feeling somewhat bored, reflected on their recent escapades with Li Hao, realizing that while he had gained little, he was utterly exhausted. The thought of having to assist Li Hao with menial tasks later dampened his spirits further. At this moment, unable to find the Ancient Tortoise, he thought it might be for the best to let them be lost. It would afford him a brief respite. As he contemplated this, Li Hao patted him on the back. You have a keen nose. Are they nearby? I knew it. The Black Panther sighed, its nose twitching. In truth, it had caught a whiff of something long ago, but had been too lazy to chase after it. It mused that perhaps, shortly, the two would reveal themselves. However, since they had yet to appear, it figured it might as well make the trip. Bark. The Black Panther let out a cry and roamed through the void, while Li Hao swiftly pursued, cursing under his breath. This creature was no good. It had already sensed the presence and was slacking off. If the master were here, he would have long since cooked this fellow. The man and the dog pressed on rapidly, weaving through the emptiness. Scattered stars flickered dimly in the cosmos, seemingly remnants of untapped pathways. After wandering for some time, a glimmer of light appeared in the distance. Moments later, Li Hao arrived at the source of the illumination, where he beheld the old tortoise and the redwood tree. However, something seemed amiss. At that moment, it appeared as though these two were ensnared by some unseen force, almost resembling statues, standing motionless in the void. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Guardian Turtle? He called out, but neither the tortoise nor the tree responded. Glancing around, he frowned again. Why were they like this? There appeared to be nothing particularly special in this place, yet the two remained unyielding, faint glimmers of light flickering around them. A stirring in his heart, he refrained from approaching. Instead, he unleashed a blast of energy from a distance. A thunderous boom echoed. The void trembled as ripples spread outwards. These were saints, and he was merely at the 7th level of the sun and moon. He could not approach carelessly for fear of a misstep. Although he believed himself well-versed in the great Tao and the cosmos, what if this was related to the void Tao? Moreover, he had yet to locate Zhang and's true star. Who could say if there were others secretly cultivating new paths, hiding the stars of the great Tao within the cosmos? Lying in wait, the void quivered once more, the ripples undulating. After a brief moment, it seemed as if something had been shattered. The tree and the tortoise instantly revived. The branches of the redwood trembled and swept across the surroundings. Only upon sensing Li Hao's presence did they startle, quickly transforming into human forms and manifesting before him, puzzled. When did the Marquis arrive? The old tortoise also materialized, a look of confusion in its eyes. Li Hao slightly furrowed his brow and surveyed the area. It has been 2 days. This place is not far from the galaxy, yet you both seem to have been ensnared and have not returned. I came to find you. Has something gone awry? 2 days? The two powerful beings were taken aback. The redwood, astonished, exclaimed, "We just entered not long ago. What is happening?" The old tortoise suddenly remarked, 2 days? How swift! Had it not been for the Marquis awakening us, we might have lingered even longer. The two of us glimpsed a somewhat peculiar star, and just that fleeting glance seemed to ensnare us in time, rendering us unable to extricate ourselves. Li Hao felt momentarily dazed. What was this about stars? He looked around, not seeing any celestial bodies, and slightly frowned. "Speak in detail, what did you see?" The old tortoise pondered for a moment and recounted, "On that very day we entered this realm, the great Tao cosmos was sealed. Suddenly, a bright star appeared before us, shining like a sun. We thought it might belong to some powerful being, and upon gazing at it, we found ourselves ensnared, only to awaken with the Marquis by our side." At this moment, the redwood felt a twinge of apprehension. 2 days had elapsed without him sensing anything. It felt as though he were still gazing at that star. In an instant, with just a turn of the head, how had 2 days slipped away? Were it not for Li Hao summoning them, would they have remained in that state indefinitely? Li Hao, too, was bewildered, his expression grave. "Are you suggesting that just moments ago, you were still observing that star, and my arrival was but a fleeting occurrence?" "Indeed. What is so exceptional about that star?" The old tortoise pondered, a vague image of the star surfacing in his mind, stirring a hint of trepidation. After a long pause, he replied, "Nothing particularly special, merely bright and somewhat ethereal, as if it did not truly exist in this realm, appearing to flow." The redwood added, "To my mind, it embodies the swift passage of time, that hazy sensation. Just a glance evokes a sense of millennia." Li Hao's demeanor grew serious. Was it artificially cultivated? At this, both were taken aback. They exchanged glances, and the old tortoise shook his head, uncertain. "It is difficult to ascertain. In our understanding, it was merely a fleeting glance. Yet, I feel that the star exists half in the realm of illusion and half in reality, an odd mixture of the two." Li Hao's thoughts raced. The swift passage of time, the interplay of reality and illusion, the star's brilliance. Upon merely gazing at it, the two sages found themselves ensnared, as if sealed away. Were it not for Li Hao's presence nearby, perhaps they would remain entrapped for eons. Could this be the fated star of a new path cultivator? Or was it a celestial body that had always existed within the cosmos? Why had they suddenly glimpsed such a unique star? Li Hao could not fathom. Was this realm of illusion and reality the juncture of two cosmic paths, perhaps the very center of the universe within the forceful seas? But was it mobile? Li Hao's heart jolted. If his speculation held true, then this cosmic center was indeed in motion, rather than a fixed location. Moreover, it seemed perilous. What does this mean? Is it a blessing or a curse? If this realm of illusion and reality truly exists, it would be exceedingly difficult to bridge the gap. Even if Li Daoheng were on the opposite side, he would struggle to cross over, and likewise, it appeared challenging for Li Hao to venture forth. Both sages exchanged a look, lost in their thoughts. Would their predicament be any better? This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Li Hao declared solemnly, 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Had I not called upon you, would it have been a fleeting glance that spanned eons? I wonder if, under this confinement, life continues to flow or if it has been rendered eternal." The two sages, too, felt a sense of dread. At this moment, the old tortoise, seasoned in experience, spoke gravely. "This may pertain to certain concepts of time. Time is the most elusive element of the universe, regardless of one's unparalleled brilliance. Even if one were to become the sovereign of the world, theoretically capable of living through countless ages, ultimately, death is inevitable. Thus, no matter how powerful a being may be, ultimately, they will succumb to death. They may live for 5 million years, 10 million years, or even reach an astonishing age. Yet, as time flows inexorably, their lifespan will inevitably diminish, leading to a gradual demise. There is a certain trepidation. Does this nascent cosmic path entail the existence of such capabilities? Within the universe, time is chaotic, and the fabric of space-time is intricate. A single step taken in chaos may span a second, a year, or even a decade. The king of humanity nearly lost himself within this chaos. After vanquishing the celestial emperor and the seed of the world, he was on the brink of being lost in the tumult, only to realize that years had slipped by in his absence. It is akin to what has just transpired. One may feel as though they have merely glanced at something, only to find that 2 days have vanished. This is still fortunate, for had one become ensnared, awakening might not occur for years, perhaps even decades, or longer. Li Hao continuously raised his brows, surveying the surroundings, yet he could not perceive this star. The ephemeral intertwining of reality suggested that perhaps the path of time truly exists. Is it possible? The capriciousness of life and death, the relentless passage of time. If one were to speak of complexity, it lies here, the interplay of life and death. The reversal of mortality, the pursuit of time's footsteps. Whoever can contend with the relentless march of time would essentially attain immortality. I am more eternal than time itself. A mere glance from you equates to a millennium. How terrifying. Li Hao, momentarily lost in thought, quickly admonished himself to refrain from dwelling on such matters, to disregard them. After all, this is the grand cosmic realm, harboring enigmas beyond our comprehension. At present, we lack the strength to explore them. Shaking his head, Li Hao resolved to set this aside, though the matter lingered in his mind. He turned to the two sages and spoke. It is time for you both to depart. The heavens cannot accommodate sages at present. I shall escort you to the ancient city. The grand cosmos is not a place for prolonged sojourns. The two formidable beings remained silent, harboring a sense of caution. They had initially perceived the grand cosmos as sparse and unthreatening, believing themselves to be sages without peril. Yet they had nearly stumbled into danger. Li Hao guided the two swiftly from this location, eventually returning to the familiar starry expanse, which brought them a measure of comfort. Albeit with a tinge of trepidation, Li Hao said nothing, promptly activating the cosmic passage. After a brief wait, an ancient city materialized before them. It was the city of war, where General Jiu awaited. Upon witnessing the return of the two sages, he felt a profound relief, having harbored concerns that they might not return. Fortunately, they had. The two sages swiftly entered the city. General Jiu then addressed Li Hao. The four major cities have previously absorbed a significant amount of celestial energy. Now, the energy within the city remains quite potent. Let the Demon Hunter military guard take residence in one of the cities. Li Hao responded. As for the remaining three major cities, let Lin Hongyu make the arrangements regarding who is suitable for residency. General Jiu nodded, hesitating momentarily before saying, Lin Hongyu, I shall enter seclusion. For matters concerning the world, consult her. Before General Jiu could elaborate further, Li Hao had already sealed the grand cosmos and vanished. General Jiu felt a sense of helplessness. The Redwood harbored some confusion and could not help but inquire. What did Commander Jiu just say about Hongyu? Commander Jiu cast a brief glance at it, for he had never been particularly fond of these beings. In a muted tone, he replied, It is nothing. Li Hao has publicly announced that he will soon marry Lin Hongyu. That is the matter at hand. The Redwood stood momentarily stunned, its heart racing incessantly. Could it be true? This was utterly unexpected. How could such a sudden turn of events occur? Its throat felt dry as it thought of Lin Hongyu, the very one it had supported all along. How could it suddenly come to this? Was Commander Jiu merely jesting? Commander Jiu, disinclined to elaborate further, shared his own curiosity but recognized that, given the circumstances, it was strictly Li Hao's personal affair. He felt it inappropriate to comment further. Observing the Redwood's incredulity mingled with a concealed joy, he remarked, Friend Sankey, if you have become too deeply enmeshed in this, should you face defeat, there will be no retreat for you. It may not bode well for you. The Redwood suddenly laughed. Does Commander Jiu believe that having come this far, a retreat is still necessary? Li Daozong, you underestimate yourself. At this juncture, what does retreat even mean? Commander Jiu chose not to respond further. Perhaps he was right. For the Redwood, a bold gamble might indeed be the righteous path. In a flash, the city of war vanished from its place. Li Hao had painstakingly relocated the city of war to the Grand Dao universe, and not long ago, he had moved it again. Now that the Grand Dao universe could be accessed, Li Hao had opted to keep the city of war out. This struck him as peculiar, yet he said nothing. Li Hao, at this point, had many thoughts of his own. He was no longer the inconspicuous figure who first entered the city of war, reliant on others for guidance. Even as merely a seventh layer of sun and moon, he posed a threat no less formidable than that of a sage. When he attacked the boundless city, he had not possessed the strength he wielded now. Within the Grand Dao universe, Li Hao stood upon the celestial river, gazing into the distance with a slight frown. Illusory stars, were they the center of the universe? With two sages having just departed, he had said little, leaving only himself and the Black Panther. Li Hao softly mused. Black Panther, what do you think lies at the end of the universe? What is the ultimate truth of the Tao? Which is stronger, the master of the world or the master of the Tao? The Black Panther remained silent. I am merely a dog that has followed you without much insight. How can you come to me with such questions when you do not even know yourself? Moreover, as a single dog, my plight is even more dismal. You previously mentioned giving me the white horse, yet chaos erupted, and the horse is no more. How tragic. Li Hao seemed to have no expectation for a response. After a long pause, he spoke to himself. The Tao is far too intricate. I have only scratched the surface. Alas, it is regrettable that there is no one left with whom I can discuss the Tao. Everyone is preoccupied with their own interests. Zheng Yu and Ing Hongyue, for instance, pursue only profit rather than engaging in true philosophical discourse with me. When my teacher was alive, he believed I had surpassed him and no longer required his guidance. It was only after his passing that I felt the weight of solitude. He pointed towards the celestial river and softly stated, "The river remains, yet now. It is only you and I who can linger here. In the realm of Silver Moon, a mere fragment of the universe, countless dilemmas linger, crying out for resolution. Although time may not flow uniformly, whether the new martial wins or the red moon prevails, Silver Moon may find itself entangled with one of these factions." He turned to Black Panther and spoke softly. "Should the red moon triumph over the new martial, we shall confront them anew. But if the new martial prevails over the red moon, what course should I take? Silver Moon originates from the new martial, and the ancient powerhouses of Battle Heaven City also hail from there. Should we, the warriors of Silver Moon, relinquish our claim to this new world? Can the sovereign of the new martial, with their unparalleled dominance, carve out a territory right under my nose? Is that something you can accept?" He contemplated the future, pondering the long-term implications. Black Panther, however, did not share such foresight. Li Hao murmured, "I harbor no ambitions. Yet, I cannot allow Silver Moon to remain subservient. After countless millennia, perhaps the adversary has only experienced a few fleeting years, but Silver Moon has indeed severed many ties with the new martial. I have no intention of opposing them. Yet what if the new martial seeks to conquer Silver Moon? Silver Moon derives from the new martial, under the aegis of the Sword Sovereign, and if they have no objections to my leadership, would the Sovereign of Humanity raise any? It is possible that Silver Moon and the new martial may engage in mutual assaults, even though I harbor no such intentions. The inherent dynamics between our realms may inevitably lead to conflict. Do you wonder why I endeavor to comprehend the vast cosmos? I seek to study this chaos, this universe, this grand principle, and this world to prepare for the future. In truth, I do not aspire to devour Silver Moon. I wish for those of Silver Moon who would depart with me, should the new martial emerge victorious, to traverse into the realm of chaos and establish a new world. The world is not singular. Silver Moon can harness certain energies from the new martial to fortify itself to the extent that many covet its dominion. Yet I yearn to plant the seeds of a new world. It is regrettable that such a small realm should become a battleground, as losing sight of one's true purpose should not lead to such strife. Black Panther looked on with a peculiar expression. Could this be too far-reaching? Li Hao was not speaking to him, but rather to himself, contemplating that if the new martial were to win and sought to reclaim Silver Moon, he would concede it to them, for it was originally birthed from the new martial. However, he too required a territory, a haven for those willing to accompany him in departure. If the new martial were to falter against the encroaching red moon, Li Hao would willingly fight with all his might, be it in victory or defeat. He would not be afraid. His mind was a tempest of thoughts, which outsiders could hardly fathom. Whether it be Li Daoheng or Zheng Yu, their ambitions were merely for a small world, whereas his intentions were far grander. Alas, even if he were to voice his aspirations, how many would believe him? Li Hao chuckled at his own irony. Despite harboring lofty ambitions, was he not still constrained by others? It's time to act, Li Hao declared with a smile. I have not gained new insights into the great principle for quite some time. I hope this endeavor yields fresh revelations. The starry river trembled, countless celestial bodies quivering in response. Li Hao commenced the meticulous reorganization of the starry river. With a myriad of stars shining brilliantly, this time, he did not merely transport them. Instead, he delicately extracted fragments of stellar power, bit by bit, in subtle increments. He meticulously unraveled the profound energies of countless stars, drawing them forth with precision. Meanwhile, he himself was also inhaling and exhaling the essence of the great principle, converging it in this very place. He sought to create a true river, placing the stars within it, resembling a vast expanse where the celestial bodies serve merely as embellishments, while the river itself forms the foundation. Even if formidable adversaries were to discover and breach this grand cosmic path, he would still possess the strength to contend. Thus commenced the cultivation journey of Li Hao. Countless stellar energies surged into his being, and myriad divine scripts re-emerged. Yet, this time, there was a subtle distinction. The celestial river region underwent unique divisions, with an attribute-less Tao vein forming a pivotal node, while 360 attribute-less Tao veins coalesced into the shape of a sword. Indeed, the celestial river no longer circled the universe. It transformed into a sword. The sword's tip, however, pierced the very boundaries of the cosmos, boundless and infinite. The circular celestial river was quite admirable, yet Li Hao instituted certain modifications, centering on the 360 Tao veins to create a sword-shaped circular river. In this manner, the cycle persisted, but the celestial river morphed into a sword. The edges of the sword represented the starry domain, while at its core lay an expanse of emptiness. This void was reserved for Li Hao himself, a preparatory space for future connectivity with the dual aspects of the universe. This was a monumental undertaking. An abundance of cosmic forces swirled within the heavens and the earth as the sword-shaped river continued to take form. The entire universe seemed to undergo a transformation, subtly vibrating, appearing even more stable than the previous circular river. For the 360 Tao veins were, in essence, a sword. At the very moment the 360 Tao vein regions were redefined and solidified, the universe trembled violently, as if resonating with an immense force that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Suddenly, from the depths of the universe, a surge of Tao power swept forth, enveloping the entire celestial river. A glimmer of joy flashed across Li Hao's face. Indeed, true success lies in harmonious alignment. Previously, it had merely been a forced fabrication, not a genuine resonance with this Tao universe. Li Hao murmured, "Heavenly will is a sword. The heavenly path is a sword. The Tao veins are swords. Everything is a sword." Was the sword sovereign merely a coincidence? He pondered aloud. With the heavenly will unspoken and Tao veins silent, yet now, even the grand cosmic river formed into a sword, astonishingly gaining the acknowledgement of the Tao universe. The Tao universe had not even manifested when the sword sovereign departed. Why, then, does the Tao universe recognize that the celestial river embodies a sword, better suited for the Tao? What could be the reason? Was it the influence of the sword sovereign or some other factor? The sword sovereign, it is said, existed in the era of the new martial kings as merely a third-tier emperor, with the first tier comprising the rulers of worlds, and the second tier encompassing the supreme ones, earth emperors, celestial dogs, blood emperors, and their ilk. Only in the third tier did figures like the sword sovereign reside. Could a third-tier powerhouse truly influence the Tao universe 100,000 years hence? At this moment, Li Hao felt an unusual profundity regarding the sword sovereign. Perhaps this ancestor was indeed more than just a third-tier emperor. Was he truly only a third-tier figure? It is said that the myriad paths converge into one, having forged a new route, even without the need to devour the existence of the silver moon. A single silver moon ignited the covetous desires of countless formidable beings, even those who were strong enough to be gifted by the ruler of men, yet they refused such offerings. Could such a being truly be termed the so-called sword hero? At this very moment, Li Hao suddenly found himself intrigued, murmuring, "Perhaps the sword sovereign does not devour the silver moon merely because he feels it unnecessary." It is said that the Li family excels in offense but falters in prolonged battles. Yet, this is the sword sovereign of the early new martial era. The sword sovereign once traversed another universe, voluntarily released by the ruler of that world, and he left behind even his own cherished sword, embarking on his expedition entirely unaccompanied. For a swordsman to forsake his own blade is indeed a remarkable circumstance. Either he no longer requires it, or he perceives that the sword may confine him. The great Tao universe trembled faintly. In that instant, stars from all directions were irresistibly drawn closer, augmenting the sword-shaped river of stars, which pulsated weakly, as if the very heart of the universe was throbbing. It seemed to attract countless celestial bodies to converge upon it. Just as Li Hao was lost in thought, his expression suddenly shifted. In the distance, a star, radiant and ethereal, appeared to be drawn in, breaking through its boundaries at an astonishing speed, racing through the cosmos toward him. Did the guardian turtles perceive that star? A jolt surged through Li Hao's heart. He dared not look, fearing that a mere glance could ensnare him for eternity, a perilous predicament indeed. The star advanced rapidly, and in an instant, it settled upon the sword of the Star River. It loomed over the world, seemingly alive, casting a curious gaze across the realms, sweeping over the vastness, and in that moment, all stars appeared to freeze, utterly motionless. The celestial bodies drawn to it also ceased their motions. Meanwhile, Li Hao shielded his eyes. Yet, the Black Panther beside him gazed skyward, transfixed. Mirroring the stillness of the two previous sages, Li Hao sensed an intangible pressure. He remained conscious. Yet at that moment, fragmented Tao inscriptions flickered in his mind, shimmering with brilliance. It was as if it was not his closed eyes that spared him from being influenced, but rather that this inscription protected him, preventing him from succumbing to silence. A flicker of realization stirred within Li Hao. This universe's actively coalescing Tao inscription, which had nearly shattered before, surprisingly bore such protective power. If that is the case, could I not observe this suddenly appearing star? Li Hao felt a surge of anxiety, but now that it had arrived, he could not bear to look away. Perhaps this star was the very essence of the cosmic center he had long sought. A seeker of the Tao glimpses the great path, yet like Yi Gong who feigned fondness for dragons, fears the danger. What purpose does one have in seeking the Tao then? I possess the Tao inscription, a rare opportunity in all the world. How could I possibly relinquish it? In that moment, Li Hao opened his eyes. He beheld it. A resplendent star, a shimmering blend of reality and illusion, pulsed like a heart, as if it breathed, each movement resonating with the entirety of the universe. Seemingly enamored with the sword, it circled above the sword of the Star River, time itself appearing to halt in its presence. The entire cosmos fell into an instantaneous silence, so profound that it was nearly suffocating. Even the river of stars ceased to quiver. A peculiar wave radiated throughout the cosmos, rendering Li Hao immobile, as if his very thoughts had slowed considerably. He found himself gazing blankly at the star before him, and in that moment, he turned his gaze towards the ephemeral realm. Suddenly, he was struck with astonishment. That elusive dimension appeared to teem with countless stars, situated on the opposite side of this celestial body, yet perpetually out of reach. The heart of the Tao. A revelation dawned upon Li Hao. This was the very center of the cosmic Tao, and its reverse was the realm of the illusory Tao, the domain of the moon goddess and her kin. In that space, he seemed to behold a myriad of resplendent stars. He envisioned a radiant moon. He glimpsed yet another sword. It appeared to be a swordsman who had coalesced his spiritual sword, a manifestation of his destined star. Li Daoheng, Li Hao mused, suddenly closed his eyes, silently absorbing the faint yet extraordinary power of the Tao, striving to perceive and experience this unique wave. The tremors of the Tao. Within his mind, memories swirled in a chaotic dance, and amidst that tumult, he caught a glimpse of his former self, both a child and an aged figure awaiting his return in the future. Time. Li Hao whispered to himself. Can time truly be reversed? In the void, the star circled momentarily, seemingly losing interest, as if the sword of the Milky Way had merely piqued its curiosity for an instant. The star flickered and vanished from sight. The world reverted to its previous state. The stars continued their celestial dance. Meanwhile, the Black Panther stared vacantly, appearing to enter a state of deep slumber. Black Panther, Li Hao called softly, and the creature abruptly awoke, casting a puzzled glance at him, questioning, "Why did you call?" To it, it seemed as if only a fleeting moment had passed. Li Hao felt a stirring within. How long had it truly been? It felt like mere moments, yet perhaps it was more than that. In an instant, Li Hao vanished, reappearing in the realm of the silver moon. Upon straining to listen, he was overwhelmed by a cacophony of voices, his expression shifting as he murmured, "I feel as though only a mere 10 seconds have elapsed, yet an astonishing 7 days have passed." He remained alert, grappling with the terrifying reality that indeed 7 days had gone by. That star was anything but ordinary. He once again entered the Tao universe and turned to the Black Panther, softly stating, "You were in a daze for 7 days just now." At that moment, the Panther was genuinely taken aback. "Are you jesting?" "I felt nothing." Li Hao was equally astonished, casting another glance at the sword of the Milky Way. Suddenly, his gaze flickered. The Milky Way appeared far more stable. It was unfathomable that a mere shift had transformed it into a sword, yet it had become significantly more secure. The instant it manifested, it seemed to fortify the sword of the Milky Way. In that moment, Li Hao felt a surge of excitement, as if a new aspiration had ignited within him. Black Panther, he pondered. If this star were to become the core of my Milky Way, would that not imply I could wield time itself? The Black Panther shook its head, perplexed. It only understood that in a fleeting moment, 7 days had passed, and it suddenly grasped how terrifying that truly was. Li Hao suddenly broke into a smile, and at that moment, a subtle wave emanated from his being. A faint yet profound ripple that dispersed through the Tao character's divine text. The Black Panther, momentarily taken aback, turned its gaze towards Li Hao, and in the next instant, fell into a trance. This time, there was no need for Li Hao to call out. After about 7 or 8 seconds, the Black Panther regained its senses. Looking at Li Hao with a hint of confusion, Li Hao's eyes flickered. Did you experience anything just now? The Black Panther shook its head, perplexed by the inquiry. I merely glanced at you. What could I possibly feel? Yet, Li Hao's heart raced. How could there be no sensation? The Black Panther, merely at the mid-stage of the sun and moon, had gazed at him and was frozen for 7 or 8 seconds. This was simply incredible. It felt as though he had touched the very core of the vast cosmic Tao. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao smiled, intrigued. The Tao character's divine text was indeed extraordinary. The sword of the galaxy was equally remarkable, alongside the stars and the very heart of the universe. How fascinating. Li Hao was filled with exhilaration. At that moment, he smiled, reflecting on the past 10 days. He had previously expended several days, and now, the time was drawing near for Lin Hongyu and the others to launch their endeavor. Li Hao inhaled deeply once more. Let us get to work. More stars are joining the fray. We must forge this sword of the galaxy into something even more formidable. Additionally, I may need to make some alterations. Black Panther, watch closely. I must not perish here. The Black Panther, bewildered, asked, what are you planning to do? At that instant, Li Hao's body began to grow exponentially, expanding to thousands, then tens of thousands, and finally hundreds of thousands of meters in an astonishing inflation. In the next moment, 360 Tao veins emerged within him. Most of the veins remained dormant, yet a few had been activated. At this moment, Li Hao took another deep breath, sweeping across the heavens and earth as if a tempest had arisen. His voice resonated like a mighty bell. I shall immerse myself in the river. Before the Black Panther could comprehend, Li Hao, now colossal, took a step and ascended above the sword of the galaxy. In that moment, he gently reclined, his 360 Tao veins corresponding to the 360 regions of the entire galaxy. Each Tao vein aligned with a specific area, whether activated or dormant. Some of the activated Tao veins fused with the innate stars within those regions. Li Hao slowly merged into the essence of the river, murmuring, I shall meld into this great river, with my blood flowing as its foundation. The Tao is me, and I am the Tao. At that moment, the Black Panther grew alarmed. As Li Hao integrated himself, it appeared as though his physical form began to dissolve, causing the Black Panther to feel an intense anxiety. What was he doing? This was a dangerous game. With his voice rising once more, Li Hao declared, Black Panther, I shall strive further. I will become a thorough and unrepentant gambler. All Tao converge upon my being. I shall transform into the cosmos, and the Tao shall be governed by my hand, with all things born for my sake. If I, Li Hao, do not surpass my predecessors, how shall I prevail? Black Panther, I can win, can I? The Black Panther roared, growling several times, filled with concern and tension. At that moment, colossal dragons manifested above the sword of the galaxy, swiftly merging with each region. The dragons roared, and some of the yet-to-be-activated Tao veins began to crack under the pressure. The pathways of the Tao remained unactivated. Thus, merging with the heavens and the earth was not a trivial endeavor. Yet, Li Hao ignited the acupoints along the Tao veins, transforming them into luminous orbs that inhaled and exhaled the essence of the cosmos. The divine script of the Tao suddenly materialized. In the next moment, as the script vanished and reappeared, it hovered above Li Hao's forehead, instantaneously condensing into a crimson, branding his brow. At that moment, Li Hao exuded an enchanting and sinister aura. Nevertheless, the Tao veins exhibited signs of being on the verge of rupture. Within him, a subtle and unique resonance began to emanate, calming the force of the great Tao, which gradually adapted to Li Hao's form. In the cosmos, a colossal figure lay in the abyss of darkness, accompanied only by an infinitesimal dog. Meanwhile, the world outside bustled with fervor. Yet, in an instant, An all-encompassing darkness enveloped the realm. A profound void. Countless souls were suddenly gripped by fear. Just moments ago, it had been daylight, and now, darkness prevailed. Why? It felt as though someone had devoured the very fabric of existence. At that instant, myriad celestial curtains unfurled, and Lin Hongyu's voice resonated throughout the universe. The Marquis is expelling impurities from the heavens and the earth, purifying the environment. Please remain calm. It will take but a moment. Incredible. At this moment, the crowd was visibly shaken. Could such a force truly plunge the world into darkness in an instant? Had the Marquis reached such heights? How formidable. The next moment, excitement and exhilaration surged through them. The Marquis seemed to grow ever more powerful. However, Lin Hongyu and her companions wore solemn expressions, casting glances at her. Unfazed, Lin Hongyu replied, "Do not be anxious. A moment's patience is required. This is not merely a purification, but rather the Marquis capturing the true essence of the moon goddess. The silver moon will soon be restored. Is this true?" Though incredulous, they were left pondering the sudden darkness. Fortunately, the veil of night did not linger long. After approximately a minute, light returned to the world. At that moment, in Hurricane City, Zhengyu furrowed his brow. The sky had darkened. The entire silver moon realm had been shrouded in darkness for a minute. What could have caused such an unprecedented occurrence? Just moments ago, it was day, and in a blink, it turned to night. Why did it feel as if things were spiraling out of control? He murmured softly, while beside him, the new Dao Zhengyu quietly remarked. Out of control is an understatement. I cannot discern whether it is Li Hao or Li Daoheng behind this. But to achieve such a feat is far more complicated than we anticipated. They might be undertaking something within the great Dao universe. Zhengyu furrowed his brow further. Can you delve into the great Dao universe? No. I have yet to find an entry point. I can only sense fragments. Zhengyu fell silent. Everything felt transformed. After a long pause, he spoke again. Another avatar has vanished, likely consumed by the crimson moon. At this moment, he may have entered the second or even the third realm of Dao integration. In a few days, when the sage emerges, do you think he will undergo changes? It's hard to say. Zhengyu remained quiet. All of this felt like mere soliloquy, a conversation with oneself. Crimson Moon, please do not let me down. The doppelganger found himself ensnared within the confines of Jinxing City, acutely aware that escape was no longer an option. He had long prepared for this eventuality. Should Li Hao and his companions choose to strike, the commotion would be significant, even if Ing Hongyu lacked the power to vanquish the Saint Dao doppelganger. The doppelganger would still fulfill his purpose. The sudden turn of events heightened his unease. The power of a half-emperor, at this moment, felt somewhat superfluous. Were I not a half-emperor, perhaps I could find a way out, but as one, only the doppelganger may leave, which only amplifies my sense of crisis. Casting a glance at the formidable beings within the city, oblivious to the unfolding situation, he couldn't help but snort. Those in the late stages of the new martial era, so easily swayed, are indeed a bunch of useless individuals. They cannot be considered true practitioners of the new martial era, merely beneficiaries of its lingering influence. Otherwise, how could new martial saints be so effortlessly slain in droves? Frustration lingered, yet there was no recourse. After years of entrapment, these individuals had been forcibly amassed in the later stages, lacking the prowess of genuine new martial saints. There was nothing he could do. If I were to venture out as my true self, would the seal truly withstand? Zhengyu remained silent, pondering. I do not know. It may shatter, or it may not. But do you dare to wager on this occasion? At that moment, within the great Dao universe, Li Hao vanished entirely. In this vast expanse, only an immense sword existed, the colossal Star River sword. Bark! Bark! The sound of barking echoed incessantly. Li Hao, where are you? Why the silence? The cries grew increasingly desperate. Have you also disappeared? As the Black Panther found himself lost and helpless, a flicker of a phantom suddenly appeared atop the great sword. Li Hao slowly emerged from the Star River, transforming into a figure in an instant. The power of the great Dao converged, coalescing into a singular Li Hao. Yet, he seemed subtly altered compared to before. Li Hao smiled, glancing back with satisfaction. The foundation is laid. As the embodiment of the Dao, Black Panther, if this endeavor succeeds, I shall prosper. I shall explore 100 paths. The Black Panther rolled his eyes, exclaiming, You nearly gave me a heart attack. Can't you be a bit more reliable? Your reckless gambles are quite worrisome. Li Hao's smile grew ever brighter. After this, Who will truly comprehend me? Perhaps only you, dear Black Panther, who witnesses all. I have concealed my true form. As long as the Star River remains intact, my demise is not assured. Zhengyu, Li Hao, let us engage in a grand contest. The void split open, transmitting a message. Moments later, Lin Hongyu felt a stirring within and swiftly proclaimed, "Prepare for the blessing. Everyone, take your positions and heed my command." The four ancient cities hastened to the vicinity of Hurricane City to suppress Jinxing City, preventing the immortals within from escaping. The four ancient cities swiftly received the directive. Had it not been for the identity of the Marquis and his lady, they might have disregarded it, but given the circumstances, the saints said little more and proceeded according to instructions. At that moment, the heavens once again illuminated. Lin Hongyu's voice resonated throughout the cosmos, imbued with a sense of melancholy. In honor of the fallen heroes, one day hence, the Haoxing continent shall offer blessings for the valiant souls who perished in battle. Tomorrow, the bright star shall witness no trivial matters. Those who sincerely offer their prayers harbor great hope of receiving the blessings of the heroic spirits, enabling them to traverse borders and ascend to the peaks of mountains, seas, sun, and moon, continuing the unfinished aspirations of the valiant. Those who cultivate under the bright star shall forever remember. Upon uttering these words, the heavens and earth trembled, while many are willing to pray. The prospect of receiving such immense benefits is astonishing. Is it truly possible? Perhaps it is not entirely out of the realm of possibility, as the Celestial Star Governor's office has seemingly never deceived the populace. At this moment, Lin Hongyu sent messages to several individuals. Regardless of the truth, tomorrow shall surely witness the birth of the mountains, seas, and celestial bodies. She gazed upward, her heart filled with trepidation, pondering whether success was attainable. As 2021 comes to a close, I wish everyone a joyous new year. In the blink of an eye, a year has vanished. How frightening. First and foremost, I extend my wishes for a happy new year and abundant wealth in 2022. Additionally, I would like to report on the progress of the Stargate. It is satisfactory overall, with minimal increase in subscriptions. The pitiful 5,000 regular subscriptions remain stagnant, as this month involved numerous meetings and adjustments, resulting in some fluctuations in the narrative. Nevertheless, I remain quite content with the adjustments made. I welcome your thoughts on the matter. This month, I took a few days off, managing to release 2 updates daily, totaling just over 600,000 words, which is commendable. Starting tomorrow, with the new year, I shall attempt to resume 3 updates, primarily due to the cold weather making early rising challenging. I shall give myself some time to adapt. Should I fail to awaken tomorrow, I wish everyone a splendid New Year's Day filled with joy. Furthermore, I must clarify that this month, the monthly ticket ranking placed me second, not first. Little Dragon holds the top position, which is perfectly reasonable as we share a close relationship. I implore the third parties to refrain from instigating discord. Additionally, for those who accuse me of vote manipulation, I express my disdain. There are few authors on this platform as clean as I am. I have no desire to engage in disputes, but in my younger days, I could have easily brought you to your knees with words. Voting and ranking are entirely normal. I shall always hold the first position, and if you disagree, you may keep it to yourself. Of course, distributing monthly ticket bonuses and rewards for rankings is commonplace. I have achieved first place through legitimate means, unafraid of your complaints. My recent state has been less than optimal, hence my reluctance to engage. However, some individuals insist on dragging me into their discord. My loyal readers rarely partake in such antics. Whether first or second, it is all part of the journey. If the writing falters, it is only natural that the visibility diminishes. I shall not tolerate slander lightly. To my readers engrossed in the story, do not concern yourselves. My mindset remains steadfast. Shouting insults is exhilarating, and I have not lost my touch. Lastly, some persist in their incessant chatter, claiming that the leader of the myriad clans, the Eagle, has made substantial purchases. At that time, the esteemed figure of the sun and moon in the vessel supported with a considerable cash sum to expedite the Eagle's rise to 5 stars, compelling him to seek rewards for the leader. Such claims are false, and may the heavens strike down upon them. If this is deemed manipulation, then I shall accept that label. The crux of the matter lies in your blatant pretense. You, a mere ally, insist that 300,000 be granted to you as a form of self-reward. Despite your repeated refusals, the benefactor remains steadfast in their support. Would you truly decline such generosity? I am unperturbed by the exposure of this incident. The entirety of the management within the group was well aware. If I sought to profit, over the years I have amassed considerable wealth, and there would be no need for subterfuge. A casual donation to the leader would suffice. What successful author would engage in such petty behavior? Disgraceful. Thus, I have elucidated my stance, and this shall be the sole occasion for such an explanation. Should you dare to orchestrate any further discord, be warned. If you are merely a reader, I shall vent my frustrations upon you. If you are an author, may you face the harshest of fates. Moreover, every word I have penned has been meticulously crafted by my own hand. As for your studio, spare me your nonsense. If you cannot measure up, do not resort to bitterness. Having expressed my grievances, I feel a sense of relief. I shall not delete this chapter unless compelled by censorship. Otherwise, it shall remain a testament against those who deserve my ire. Chapter 376. The River of the Tao, Subscription and Monthly Vote Requested. In the vast universe of the Tao, the river transforms into a sword as Li Hao meditates upon its surface, softly uttering. The wind rises. In the realm of Haoxing, Lin Hongyu's visage emerges amidst the cosmos. Her expression laden with sorrow, as she proclaims, "All practitioners of the wind, harness the currents and cleanse the dust. In honor of our valiant spirits, forge a tranquil sky." With that, the winds surge forth, a tempest erupting with a ferocious howl that echoes across the heavens. The other practitioners silently offer their prayers, adhering strictly to the rituals and protocols, for any misstep could jeopardize their hopes of resurrecting the fallen heroes, enabling them to return to the realm for a fierce battle in the celestial expanse. Lin Hongyu's voice reverberates continuously, while powerful figures across the lands stand vigil, ensuring that no disturbances arise. Even if some disruptions were to occur, the situation would remain manageable, save for a significant upheaval. In the Haoxing realm, upon the sword of the river, stars twinkle brilliantly, erupting in resplendent luminescence. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao swiftly perceives the movement of the stars, each uncharted celestial body oscillating under his keen observation. Previously, the pathways of the Tao were dormant, making it arduous to discern the attributes of the stars. Yet now, with the slightest tremor, Li Hao can ascertain their affiliation with the wind. Countless wind-affiliated stars are repositioned into a designated area, and soon, threads of wind's primordial energy cascade down like droplets of water. With each drop, the essence of the wind coalesces, even transforming into a liquid form as it flows gently. Time passes gradually. Li Hao, observing the culmination of the process, softly intones, "Water." By grounding the winds and drawing from the waters, he begins to amalgamate the energies of the Tao, crafting the foundation of the river amidst the storm. In the external world, Lin Hongyu once again issued an order. Water practitioners, harness the water veins and channels, cleanse the heavens and the earth. Countless water mages mobilized once more. At this moment, nearly an hour had elapsed, and Lin Hongyu's armor emitted a faint glow. Just then, an individual appeared beside her, manifesting in the sky, and spoke, reporting to the governor. There seems to be some trouble in the southern waters. Upon hearing this, people across the realm were instantly taken aback. Lin Hongyu exclaimed, "Nonsense. This was accounted for before the celestial screen was activated. Open the celestial screen, project the south, and let us discern what has transpired. I wish to see who dares to create chaos on this day of honoring the heroes." Understood. Soon, the celestial screen revolved, revealing the powerful figures in the south. None other than the water cloud empress herself. Upon seeing her own image reflected on the celestial screen, the empress appeared slightly awkward, bowed slightly, and softly said, "Governor, please do not be angry. It is all a misunderstanding. Just now, a water practitioner activated the water veins and swiftly transitioned from the Doqian realm into the Shanhai realm, and the ongoing advancements have caused some confusion." After speaking, she held the celestial screen and walked through the air, quickly projecting it onto a group of soldiers. Among them, one individual's aura surged wildly. Practitioners across the realm widened their eyes in astonishment, witnessing the instant ignition and opening of multiple channels. As a complete vein appeared before them, followed by 2, 3, 4. It was simply astonishing. Simultaneously, a voice emerged from the celestial screen, reporting to the governor. There are also wind practitioners in the north who previously advanced to the Shanhai realm and are still progressing. Should we intervene? Lin Hongyu's voice resonated throughout the heavens, This is a tribute from the heroic spirits. What is there to stop? Reward them with 10,000 energy stones, 1,000 drops of the fountain of life, and 10 strands of immortal power to assist these sincere individuals in their perfect advancement. Understood. The celestial screen returned. Such matters were trivial. I have stated before, those who are sincere shall surely reap rewards, and even if they do not receive benefits at this moment, there will undoubtedly be returns in the future. The realms of Shanghai and the cycles of the sun and moon are but a snap of the fingers away. At this moment, the world fell silent, though the hearts of the people burned with fervor. Could there truly be unexpected rewards? In a single day? One could ascend to the Shanghai realm and the cycles of the sun and moon. Such a notion was almost unbelievable. Yet, what if it were true? The arduous journey of self-cultivation to reach the Shanghai realm was indeed daunting. At this moment, the power of the veins between heaven and earth grew ever more potent. Sincerity bred hope. Simultaneously, across the realm, powerful figures discreetly transported some fountain of life or strands of immortal power to various regions, enabling some individuals to progress, which immediately incited a commotion. Hearing is but an illusion, seeing is believing. Right beside them, someone truly ascended. Though they may not have reached the Shanghai or sun and moon realms, many merely opened an additional couple of channels. Yet, even a single ascendant within a city would be sufficient to stir the populace. Before long, the entirety of the Haotian continent had descended into madness, excitement, and exhilaration. To pray for the heroes and to receive unexpected rewards. Who could remain indifferent? Even those practitioners who had initially thought to merely go through the motions now sat cross-legged, filled with anticipation for the next wave of events. The Haotian continent stirred with such intensity that the world was engaged in prayer, and naturally, the hurricane city would not remain uninformed. Zheng Yu frequently gazed outside, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Beside him, several of the city's foremost powerhouses also turned their gaze outward. One of them furrowed his brows and remarked, "What does this mean for the world? Is it the path of the human king? Or are they preparing to resurrect those fallen in battle?" These individuals possessed keen insight and soon discerned certain aspects. Across the lands, the convergence of pathways suggested that this was not merely a prayer, but a sophisticated method of gathering energies. However, their understanding of the new pathways remained limited. The notions of the human king's cultivation and the resurrection of the deceased were indeed plausible, akin to a divine revival. Zheng Yu extended his perception in all directions and, after a moment, spoke slowly. There are no signs of such a human king's path currently, nor is it cultivated in this manner. The resurrection of the fallen, however, is indeed a possibility, although Yuan Shuo and the others perished. The abundance of new pathways and life stars means that if we can stimulate those extinguished stars, their revival may be achievable. Could Li Hao truly be attempting to resurrect these individuals? Was this a boon or a bane? Should he intervene? The saints were unable to leave. Yet there remained some immortals within the city. As of now, there seemed to be no significant movement. He too had cultivated the new path and was attuned to the cosmic rhythms of the universe. Although his true self had not engaged in cultivation, his avatar had been diligently training. His understanding of the cosmic situation was somewhat hazy, merely sensing a faint shifting of the stars. Should he impede this? The immortals and silver moons were plentiful. Venturing out to disrupt might lead to irreversible consequences. He decided to observe for a while longer. Zheng Yu furrowed his brow and fell silent. If the resurrection of Yuan Shuo and the others were to occur, it might not be entirely detrimental. Just as with Lin Hongyu before, the more ties Li Hao formed, the greater his vulnerabilities became. After Yuan Shuo's demise, Li Hao acted without restraint, leading to several ruthless strikes that cost Hurricane City numerous formidable warriors. Even if Yuan Shuo and the others were revived, they would only reach the level of the sun and moon. What if their resurrection was not the primary aim? Drip. The sound of water echoed as a pool had manifested beneath the sword of the long river, filled with the essence of the great path. This essence, though chaotic, began to coalesce. Li Hao remained silent, channeling his blood energy. Gradually, these liquids began to merge, transforming from disorder to order, fusing the powers of the great path into a primordial water source. Failure was a possibility, but in the pursuit of cultivation, one must embrace attempts. Failing was not to be feared. The tremors of myriad stars. For Li Hao, the tremors were unsettling, as his physical form melded with the starry river. The disturbance affected his very being. A character of the Great Path emerged from the forehead of a phantom. The character radiated outward, enveloping the realm. Black Panther. Li Hao called softly. The Black Panther swiftly approached, and Li Hao, with a hint of gravity, said, "If any issues arise, I need you to perform a task. Consume the gathered power, though it may overwhelm you." In an instant, the panther transformed into a golden hue, its demeanor fierce. "Am I afraid of that? You should have mentioned it sooner. I was waiting to feast. While waiting here, had you mentioned it earlier, I would have already begun to indulge." Li Hao chuckled. "Not now. What I meant was that if a problem arises, then you may feast." This fellow, when it comes to food, is exceedingly enthusiastic. At present, it is unnecessary. Only when there is a disturbance in the Tao's energy, or when a particular type of energy proves difficult to assimilate, does the Black Panther come into play, consuming the excess, the imbalanced, or the chaotic energies. Indeed, there may be an abundance of them. Black Panther, do not be careless. I must maintain a balance. Certain energies are bound to exceed limits, such as the 5 elements, which many practitioners cultivate. With millions engaged, should a problem arise, you would not be able to consume it all. Woof woof. The Black Panther, disdainful of all, tilted its eyes. Who does it look down upon? The power of the Tao is, after all, a nurturing force. As long as there is some to consume, I cannot devour it all. I shall carry it with me. Seeing its confidence, Li Hao ceased further remarks. This clever creature understood his intent. It was not arrogance, but rather a testament to its own capabilities. There would likely be an excess of water energy. Woof. The Black Panther instantly transformed into an enormous golden hound. Its mouth agape as an overwhelming force of absorption surged forth, drawing in vast quantities of water energy, which transformed into liquid and merged into its being. As it primarily cultivated water energy, this moment was indeed harmonious, and it relished the feast. At that moment, drops of fiery energy, resembling molten lava, began to coalesce. Outside, the fiery energy had commenced. Li Hao, suppressing the myriad stars, extracted their power while continually rearranging some of the previously misaligned celestial bodies, busily engaged. While the Black Panther remained in quiet anticipation. After a brief interval, Li Hao's voice resonated, absorbed the fire energy. Roar. The Black Panther's body expanded once more, beginning to devour the fiery energy. However, as water and fire intertwined, the Black Panther felt a twinge of discomfort with the increasing intake of fire energy. Drops of water began to form, intensifying its unease. It seemed to have overestimated its capacity. This was indeed too much. Yet, Li Hao did not command a halt. This grand energy was challenging to preserve, and even more so to discard at will. Should it be carelessly released, it could easily flow back in. Simultaneously, Li Hao faced a significant dilemma. In the boundless void, stars were converging. It appeared they were drawn by the power of the Tao present in this place. As countless stars swept toward him, those previously unnoticed, the arrival of these stars would disrupt the entire operation of the Star River and could even shatter the Star River sword. Li Hao felt a headache coming on. He had anticipated this situation, but had not expected so many undiscovered stars. In that instant, at least 1,000 stars collided toward him. He swiftly manifested a clone and soared toward the multitude of stars. Boom. As the stars revolved, Li Hao's clone was repeatedly pushed back by the collisions, yet it barely managed to obstruct their advance, relocating them. However, as these stars entered the Star River system, some of the previously extracted energies, such as those of wind, water, and fire, suddenly erupted from these celestial bodies, leaving Li Hao momentarily flustered. Beneath, a faint stream had begun to form in a small ditch, suddenly becoming somewhat unstable. Li Hao's complexion paled in fear, but fortunately, the Black Panther swiftly devoured all the newly manifested forces of the Great Tao. However, in that moment, the Black Panther also felt a sense of discomfort. If this continued, it would be disastrous. It had merely gathered a few types of Tao forces and was already feeling overwhelmed, desperately attempting to digest this abundance of power. The sound of thunderous roars emanating from within its body. Never had they felt such an excess of Tao forces before. Perhaps, it would be better if Li Hao brought in a few more people. Yet, with more individuals, the risk of exposure increased. Li Hao occasionally harbored doubts regarding his trust in others, especially now, as it pertained to the reconstitution of the Great Tao and the restructuring of the Starry River. Presently, everything had surpassed Li Hao's expectations. The unnaturally smooth progress seemed to be a double-edged sword. The rapid pace had rendered Lin Hongyu unable to interrupt the process, and he, too, found himself wishing for some disruption to provide a brief respite. A headache. Li Hao once again projected his essence, as new stars began to converge. At the same time, billions of stars twinkled with brilliance. In that moment, the Earth-type stars erupted, gathering a vast amount of Earth-type Tao power. Li Hao was compelled to project his essence once more, extracting the Earth-type energy. Each incarnation of Li Hao was frantically bustling about. He had to devise a way to tear through the void and send a message. Slow down, Tianqing City. Lin Hongyu received the message, feeling somewhat troubled. Slow down. One moment fast, the next slow. Commands had already been issued, and with so many people involved, it was not a simple matter. With fewer individuals, it would be easier to control, but with so many, it became challenging. Yet, since Li Hao had said so, she had no choice but to quickly shift her thoughts. Soon, the celestial canopy transmitted her voice far and wide. I seem to sense the return of some heroic souls. The collective efforts of all of you have evoked sincere blessings, allowing the spirits to feel the goodwill and warmth of everyone. Let us pause our cultivation and quietly listen to the voices of the heroic spirits. At that moment, Lin Hongyu swiftly communicated with various parties, and soon, many heard faint whispers, indistinct yet seemingly genuine conversations. Some were startled, while others felt a sense of joy. Lin Hongyu, after waiting a moment, expressed her disappointment. I believe I heard them speaking, but sadly, it seems unclear. Perhaps they are not yet ready to present themselves. Let us continue our prayers. Wind practitioners, let us offer another round of blessings. I believe I have heard the voices of the wind spirits. Around her, some looked at her with skepticism. Is she speaking nonsense? We have heard nothing. At this juncture, everyone sensed that something was amiss, pondering deeply. It was in this moment that the significance of reputation and identity truly manifested. Otherwise, if Li Hao were not present, Lin Hongyu's large-scale manipulation of cultivators and her sudden alteration of various plans would have likely incited rebellion. It would not have been unusual for her to be forcibly subdued, as she might be scheming something. However, due to her status, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Li Hao's absence left Lin Hongyu still clinging to her identity as the Duke's wife, wielding the Haoxing order without any casualties reported. Even if she were indeed scheming, everyone could only hold their noses and accept it. Lin Hongyu breathed a quiet sigh of relief, yet became increasingly anxious. She fervently hoped that there would be no further alterations to the plan. At this moment, her nerves were even more frayed than Li Hao's. His repeated revisions to the strategy, coupled with fluctuating speeds, now fast, now slow, meant that each timing adjustment became an intricate ordeal, demanding a plethora of excuses from her. The more she spun her web of lies, the closer she felt to losing herself in the deception. Within the Haoxing realm, Li Hao exhaled deeply, chuckling softly as he murmured, "It seems there's some talent here. The Black Panther need not absorb an excess of energy. It merely requires a continuous enhancement of its Tao power from other elements." Recently, the fire element had been overwhelming while the wind element had been scarce, forcing the Black Panther to consume vast amounts of energy to maintain equilibrium. However, with the second round of wind element cultivation supplementing its reserves, the Black Panther would no longer need to devour so much, affording it a chance to rest and digest. As for Lin Hongyu's incessant adjustments, Li Hao smiled and thought it was her concern to ponder. One must be willing to make sacrifices if they wish to take risks and reap rewards. If it became too burdensome, she could always reconsider. Not far away, the Black Panther panted heavily, its insides erupting with sound, momentarily granted a reprieve. It relentlessly absorbed Tao power, forcibly opening its own meridians, one after another. Originally at the fourth level of the Sun and Moon realm, the Black Panther visibly grew stronger. Now reaching the sixth level, moving with remarkable speed while its physical form remained resilient, a testament to the inherent strength of the demon race. Meanwhile, Li Hao had managed to delineate a small river, which began to flow. However, upon inspection, he inhaled slightly as he realized this river was merely 1% the length of the Star River sword. Thus, he surmised that he would need approximately 99 more segments of such length to even begin forming a true Star River. The Black Panther had only achieved 1%. The Black Panther howled in despair. How can this be? Li Hao, equally exasperated, replied, "Indeed, you have absorbed roughly 1% of the excess power. Can you withstand the remaining 99? The Black Panther fervently shook its head. Previously arrogant, it was now quick to deny its capabilities. 1% nearly overwhelmed me. Absorbing 99 times that will surely lead to my explosion. Li Hao scratched his head, contemplating the multitude of stars before him. Perhaps he could reintegrate some Tao power into certain stars, although this might result in the shattering of some celestial bodies. Yet, it could also lead to the emergence of new strengths. It was a possibility worth exploring. Gathering the strength of the populace might just yield powerful individuals. Whether allies or adversaries, those willing to train would not be entirely foes. Initially, Lin Hongyu had covertly dispatched individuals, investing considerable treasures to forcibly elevate a select few. Hence, the numbers were few, and they were essentially fabricated by her. As the prayers continued, news began to trickle in from various regions, surprising Lin Hongyu. At that moment, in some areas, individuals had indeed manifested unexpected advancements. Some experienced significant progress, albeit with great discomfort. Unlike the fraudulent ascendants, these genuine ones endured excruciating trials, with some even suffering to the brink of death, yet the benefits were substantial. Despite the hours dragging on, leading to impatience among many, the increasing number of those advancing reignited the collective fervor. Mobilizing the populace for short periods was feasible, but over extended durations, even Lin Hongyu, with her myriad strategies, began to feel a sense of despair. Many of the citizens who had been waiting grew restless. After all, sustenance was a necessity, work was a requirement. Who wished to remain stagnant indefinitely? Yet, with each new advancement, Lin Hongyu cast aside her concerns and swiftly manipulated the Fengyun treasure mirror, scanning the heavens across the land. Receiving continuous reports of individuals achieving breakthroughs. The sheer volume of such occurrences reignited the enthusiasm of the masses. Thus, the prayers could persist. 3 hours, 5 hours, 7 hours. Since dawn, the prayers had been ongoing, and now twilight was settling in. Lin Hongyu's complexion appeared slightly pallid. Throughout the day, she had tirelessly directed various regions, fabricating numerous reasons to compel the populace to heed her commands, channeling energy to resonate with the great paths. However, as day turned to night, the growing impatience among the masses became increasingly palpable. Maintaining such an endeavor for an entire day was already an extraordinary feat. Billions were idly awaiting instructions, and the weight of public sentiment was beyond imagination. At that moment, Director Zhao rushed in, not speaking aloud but communicating telepathically. This is not good. The duration has been too lengthy. As night falls, must the prayers continue? Many have gone a day and night without sustenance, even if they themselves can manage. Their children and elders at home still require food and rest. Even cultivators cannot escape their habits. Once darkness descends, chaos becomes likely. He had not anticipated that this prayer session would stretch from dawn to dusk, surpassing 10 hours. Disorder began to emerge in various locations. In some areas, segments of the populace had abandoned their prayers altogether. Lin Hongyu's expression grew serious. She refrained from asking Li Hao how much longer it would take, pondering that perhaps she could resolve it herself. However, as night fell, and with over 10 hours elapsed, the lack of completion on Li Hao's part posed a significant issue. Could they endure a bit longer? She was uncertain whether she was inquiring of Director Zhao, herself, or Li Hao. By day's end, she was both mentally and physically drained. Her face pale. She feared that if they interrupted, dire consequences would ensue. Director Zhao remained silent. This was not a military operation where control could be asserted. This was a matter involving the entire populace. Too many individuals were involved. Forcing compliance was unfeasible. They could only hope for voluntary cooperation. Achieving such a feat, even for a single day, was extraordinarily challenging across all eras, and the current situation was already remarkable. Meanwhile, in the vast cosmos, the rivers had already spread far and wide. Li Hao gasped heavily, while the Black Panther lay on the ground, feigning death. Occasionally, it would convulse, revealing wounds in its flesh. Despite the chaotic energy surrounding him, it was formidable. At this moment, Li Hao's aura was also powerful, nearing the threshold of harmony. The river had completed about 1/3 of its course. At this pace, perhaps one more day and night would suffice. However, Li Hao sensed that as time passed, the flickering stars diminished in number, far fewer than before. Previously, there had been billions of twinkling stars, yet now, the count dwindled dramatically. Were the people growing impatient? He understood the situation. It appeared that after a full day, the populace could hardly endure any longer, regardless of the various temptations. Yet they had only achieved 1/3 of the task. Gritting his teeth, Li Hao tore through the void once more, sending a message to Lin Hongyu. Rest for one night. And we shall continue tomorrow. Instruct the army and those willing to persist to maintain their efforts. Inform everyone that continuous dedication will yield greater rewards tonight. And I will empower more individuals. We need at least 2 more days. All of you must not rest and must uphold order. At this point, Li Hao contemplated further and added, I find myself struggling a bit. Maintaining the great path tonight is becoming increasingly challenging. I shall forge a new path for you this evening. You must attempt to absorb various powers of the great path. There may be failures. But are you willing to try? Moments later, Li Hao received a one-word response. Good. Lin Hongyu replied with a single character. Without further ado, Li Hao swiftly located Lin Hongyu's principal star. He was well aware of its location. Upon finding it, he hesitated briefly. He had come to regard Lin Hongyu as a second Black Panther. Should she absorb too much power, the Black Panther's robust physique could endure, but hers might not. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao said nothing further. With a single hand, he lifted the star, and in the next moment, he reached out and grasped it. A fragment of the Tao manifesting and instantly merging with the star. The colossal star was directly drawn into the river, causing Lin Hongyu in the outside world to tremble violently, blood gushing from her mouth as her internal Tao seemed to shatter incessantly. This sudden turn of events left many in shock. Lin Hongyu waved her hand gently and spoke softly. It is nothing, merely a normal part of cultivation. Let the army continue their efforts, and those willing to persist must not cease tonight. Furthermore, maintain order across all regions, and we shall continue tomorrow. We need at least 2 more days. At that moment, Tianjin could not help but exclaim, 3 days? Is that not too long? 3 days. Lin Hongyu replied sternly. We require a minimum of 3 days. If possible, we must maintain our current scale through the night. This way, we may not need 3 days. 2 days could suffice, but that is exceedingly difficult. So, everyone, please hold on a little longer. After a brief silence, she continued, if many abandon this effort, the official institutions of their respective cities will be notified, and penalties will be enacted. The allocation of energy stones will be revoked. The distribution of sacred rice will be cancelled, and the quotas for martial arts academies will be reduced. As these words echoed, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically. A voice resonated. Isn't this bound to incite grievances? We are here to illuminate, not to burden. Lin Hongyu responded calmly. It merely requires them to invest 2 or 3 days of their time. How much have the Duke and we sacrificed for the peace of the realm? Various adversaries continuously emerge, yet the Duke remains selfless. Now that we require their assistance, can they not contribute even a modicum? I have not coerced them or imposed punishments. I merely suggest that if they are unwilling to endure, we may retract some of the benefits we have provided. Is that unreasonable? Whether it be the divine rice, energy stones, or slots in the martial arts academy, are these not gifts from us? Have they offered anything in return? There can be no reward without sacrifice. Shall we sustain a multitude of parasites? Lin Hongyu dismissed further discussion, swiftly commanding, Director Zhao, in my name, affix the Haoxing order and relay a message to all parties. Should more than half of the city's cultivators abandon their efforts, not only will all benefits be rescinded, but local officials will also face appropriate penalties. The populace shall be unpunished, yet officials must bear the consequences. Furthermore, any incitement to riot is absolutely intolerable. We shall assess their capabilities and adaptability. The Inspection Division and Night Watchmen promptly commenced their surveillance across the realm. Should any local insurrection arise, the Inspection Division would swiftly quell it, suppressing all disturbances and ensuring that no information escaped. Nearby, powerful figures wore solemn expressions and quickly departed, hesitant to voice their thoughts. In that moment, Lin Hongyu exuded an air of predatory determination, her aura chaotic, leaving the onlookers bewildered about the unfolding events, possibly linked to Li Hao. At that instant, Lin Hongyu called out to one individual, Uncle Hong, please stay. The rest of you, attend to your duties. The others dispersed. Remaining was Hong Yitong, who regarded Lin Hongyu with mild confusion. She spoke, the earth-overturning sword encompasses all. Uncle Hong, your uncontentious dedication to promoting education is truly admirable. The sword's divine script bears the elegance of the Duke's own teachings. Currently, the Duke is grappling with certain challenges and may require a transformation of your sword's true essence. integrating it into the path of chaos, consuming the powers of myriad ways. Would you be willing to attempt this? Hong Yitong's gaze flickered. He studied her and softly inquired, "Is this your idea, or Li Hao's?" "Mine," Lin Hongyu clarified. "It is perilous. I am aware of the Duke's concerns. He fears that your sword intent may lose its purity and that calamity may ensue. This is merely an experiment, fraught with uncertainty. To speak bluntly, should I perish, he would accept it. However, should anything happen to you, few remain who journeyed with him from Silver Moon." Her closest companions were Professor Yuan, Commander Lu Long, Minister Ho, Secretary Yu, Elder Nanquan, and you, Uncle Hong. It seemed she truly understood Li Hao, whispering, "He has recently distanced himself from you, fearing that the last person close to him may also perish. His outward demeanor suggests he is unburdened, with no one to threaten him. Now, thrust into the limelight. If anyone were to threaten him with me, he would only take pride in it, for I pose no threat to him. However, if he were to be threatened with Master Hong, it would indeed become a formidable challenge for him." Hong Yitong listened intently, casting a glance at Lin Hongyu. This woman is exceedingly astute. Truly, he perceived that she possesses a certain formidable quality. Qian Wuliang merely reads people's hearts and emotions, yet he does not genuinely understand them. Whereas this woman can truly comprehend Li Hao. During Li Hao's vulnerable years, few strong individuals cared for him. The earth-overturning sword has fought for him time and again. From his initial entry into Battle City, to the Tsangshan battles against demons, to the fierce conflicts in Battle City against various factions, and through its unwavering support of the Demon Hunter Corps, as well as its role in promoting education during the Northern Sea and Heavenly Star Sea battles. Throughout every battle and adventure, the earth-overturning sword has been steadfastly by his side, never faltering. Thus far, among the remaining Silver Moon martial masters, only the earth-overturning sword has truly accompanied Li Hao from the beginning until now, unwavering. Among the 7 swords, it is also the earth-overturning sword that has provided the most guidance on the path of the sword to Li Hao, rivaling even Yuan Shua. Yuan Shua is Li Hao's teacher, and the earth-overturning sword could also be considered as such. However, since Yuan Shua and his companions fell in battle, their relationship has seemingly reached a frozen impasse, and Li Hao no longer seeks private meetings with the earth-overturning sword. Yet, among the 5 leaders of the Demon Hunter Military Corps, one of them is his daughter, Hong Qing. The others remain oblivious to the underlying tensions. Yet, all of this seems to be apparent to Lin Hongyu. After some contemplation, Hong Yitong spoke. "I have no objections, but that lad is quite obstinate. If you suggest something he dislikes, he may very well become enraged. He is currently in the Great Tao Universe, correct?" "Indeed." Hong Yitong pondered for a moment. "If he were to activate the Great Tao Universe again, I would send him a message. The earth-overturning sword encompasses all things. You are not mistaken in that regard. Furthermore, perhaps this is an opportunity. He might take charge for me." Lin Hongyu's face lit up with delight, and she quickly replied, "It is activated." Hong Yitong refrained from further comments and swiftly sent the message, seizing the opportunity. In the Great Tao Universe, Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, but the next moment, anger flickered in his eyes. Lin Hongyu, he detests being manipulated. The earth-overturning sword and Hong Yitong. As Lin Hongyu had noted, there are far too few who have followed him thus far. From Battle City to the present, Hong Yitong has fought for him on numerous occasions, and drawing upon the myriad powers is an uncertain and perilous endeavor. The Black Panther is indifferent, his cultivation is chaotic, and he is a demon. Even in failure, he can simply revert to the path of physical cultivation. However, Hong Yitong is a pure swordsman. Should the swordsman's path become disordered or muddled, it may prove exceedingly difficult to restore. Damn it, Li Hao cursed, gritting his teeth. Moreover, he does not wish for Hong Yitong to become excessively powerful, for with greater strength comes greater aspirations. Like everyone else, being at the same level is sufficient. As long as he does not lag behind, that is enough. Should he attain the level of my master, when one can contend with the saint, there would be no one capable of challenging the saint except for my master, who could step forth to confront the saint, ultimately meeting his demise in the process. Li Hao gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Lin Hongyu, you audacious woman, how dare you take charge of my affairs?" Suppressing the fury within, he once more tore through the universe, sending out a message. "No need for Uncle Master's assistance. I can manage this myself." Just as the message was dispatched, a response from Hong Yitong swiftly arrived. "No need for further discussion. I seek to grow stronger. You owe me much, and today you shall repay me. The earth-shattering sword shall never be inferior. Li Hao inwardly cursed, recalling how Hong Yitong had once shied away from confrontation after being defeated by his teacher. Now, he was audacious enough to adopt this tone. Hong Yitong's sword art was indeed unique, possessing the efficacy of Taoist scriptures, capable of harnessing the power of myriad paths. In truth, it suited Li Hao far better than Lin Hongyu's. However, to put it bluntly, Lin Hongyu had brought her own downfall upon herself. Li Hao had not coerced her. As Lin Hongyu herself had stated, Li Hao could witness her demise, but did not wish to see Hong Yitong perish. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao paused, gazing at the turbulent river of time. After a prolonged moment, he clenched his teeth, tore through the void, and reached out, causing a figure to plummet into the cosmic expanse of the great Tao. Hong Yitong surveyed his surroundings without uttering a word. A star swiftly shifted towards him, transforming into a sword art. After a brief examination, he spoke. Integrate into this river and extract the power of myriad paths to consolidate its strength. Am I correct? He discerned much with a single glance, to which Li Hao responded, indeed. Hong Yitong nodded, sighing, you've matured and learned to operate discreetly. In the past, when you faced troubles, I was the first person you thought of, even before your teacher. Now that you have grown stronger, your heart has changed. Li Hao felt somewhat awkward. There was truth in his words. Previously, when faced with difficulties, Hong Yitong had indeed been his first thought, as he had always regarded him as superior to his teacher until the battle at Boundless City, where his teacher perished in a confrontation with a sage. That loss had left him profoundly sorrowful and despondent. Afterward, he ceased to seek Hong Yitong's aid, not due to any perceived weakness on Hong Yitong's part, but rather a desire to avoid the possibility of him being the one to step forward again. Such a version of Li Hao was indeed rare to find. Hong Yitong chuckled. When presented with an opportunity to grow stronger, you would rather bestow it upon a dog or your wife than on me. It seems that a man destined for marriage is indeed different, loving his wife and pets, yet forgetting me. Li Hao smiled wryly. Uncle Master, that is not my intention. Isn't it? Not at all. Do you think denying it makes it untrue? Hong Yitong laughed, and the star of swordsmanship seamlessly merged into the river of time, where the tumultuous power of myriad paths was swiftly absorbed. He endured the discomfort of such overwhelming forces surging into him, remarking, in terms of talent, I may not rival your teacher. However, in resilience and other attributes, he pales in comparison. A mere fraction of this myriad power serves as a potent nourishment for me. Do you truly underestimate the formidable defenses of the earth-shattering sword? Li Hao remained silent. As the star of swordsmanship integrated into the river, the once turbulent waters grew tranquil, with countless powers being siphoned. At this moment, not only he but also Lin Hongyu, the Black Panther, and Li Hao himself were all drawing upon the power of the great Tao to stabilize the vast river. Hong Yitong chose to ignore Li Hao, settling into a meditative posture, his sword intent soaring towards the heavens. Li Hao cast a few furtive glances, when suddenly, Hong Yitong spoke up, do not gaze any longer. Just as you despise others making decisions on your behalf, so do I. We are both Silver Moon warriors, and you have no authority over me. On what grounds do you deprive me of my aspiration to grow stronger? My earth-suppressing sword is inherently that of a top-tier warrior. Amongst people like Ho Xiaoqing, which of them can compare to me? The likes of Huang Yu are merely my defeated foes. Now, we stand at the same 7th level. Yet I have aided you more. What justifies your taking away the benefits that are rightfully mine? Li Hao fell silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You think that by empowering my daughter, you are compensating me? She is merely at the 6th level. Moreover, should she truly match my prowess, do you not see that as an affront to my honor? Once again, Li Hao chose silence. Furthermore, I had intended to take Lu Long as my disciple. If I were to accept him, that scoundrel He Bao would merely be my grandson disciple. Even a dog would surpass me in strength. Do you find that suitable? He Bao lay on the ground, casting a sidelong glance at him without uttering a word. At that moment, such a possibility did indeed exist. When Lu Long remained at the sword sect, Hong Yitong had broached the subject, and Lu Long had contemplated it, ultimately declining. However, given their shared philosophies, if they were to continue their association, perhaps he could indeed become this individual's disciple? Well then, it was wise to avoid unnecessary conflict. Li Hao exhaled deeply. I was mistaken, yet I do not wish for my master to perish before my eyes again. I am a celestial outcast. If you were to truly fall, do you believe we would have any chance of survival? There is. Wrong. There is none. Hong Yitong scoffed lightly, foolish and naive. At times shrewd, at others, simple-minded. The more you feign indifference, the more you risk losing everything. Enough of this. Stabilize the long river. Infuse more water elements into it. If the water is insufficient, whether chaotic or natural, balance need not be strictly maintained. A slight excess of water elements facilitates integration, as water is inherently accommodating. Li Hao was taken aback, pondered for a moment, and drew forth some water elemental power to enhance it, saying little and questioning nothing. Even today, despite the other's diminished strength, he was still willing to listen. The long river appeared to flow with greater smoothness. Meanwhile, the earth-suppressing sword closed its eyes, no longer regarding Li Hao, its body trembling continuously as countless forces of the Tao surrounded it. In its heart, it mused that this young man had grown increasingly timid as he became stronger, not out of fear of his enemies, but out of concern for the lives of his comrades. Clearly, he cared. Why feign ignorance of everything? A faint smile graced its face. The earth-suppressing sword would once again make its name known across the realms. Chapter 377. The Star River emerges. Re-entering the path of unity with Hong Yitong's involvement, the long river indeed became more stable. Although Hong Yitong's strength might be average, his unique sword art and discerning perspective undeniably rendered his presence a formidable support for Li Hao. It seemed as though this had always been the case. Back then, when the teacher departed alone, Li Hao was left isolated, only to meet the seemingly timid earth-suppressing sword in Battle Heaven City. From that moment on, it had provided him with immense support and guidance. Now, in this moment, the teacher had departed once more, unchanged as ever. At this very instant, Hong Yitong stepped forward once again. In moments of contention, one does not see the person, yet, in times of adversity, they are ever present. Perhaps this aptly describes Hong Yitong. Li Hao harbors a deep respect for him, though it is difficult to discern whether this sentiment is entirely positive or negative. The river gradually stabilizes, adorned above by a myriad of twinkling stars and endless beauty. During this period of consolidation, Li Hao suddenly spoke, drawing a puzzled glance from Hong Yitong. Do you think among these stars exist those of my teachers? Hong Yitong regarded him with a fleeting glance. Li Hao's eyes appeared somewhat vacant, as if he were searching for the star that belonged to his teacher. At that moment, Hong Yitong felt a twinge of sorrow. Yuan Shuo, did you see? In that fierce battle against the saints, after your demise, your disciple was not as resilient as you might have envisioned. He is quite fragile. You have all departed. Not just you, but also Ho Xiaoqing, Yu Luocha, Lu Long. All have perished. For Li Hao, this may be an insufferable burden. Perhaps he has been consumed by regret, perpetually searching for you. Among these myriad stars, are there any that belong to you? I do not know. Yet at this moment, Hong Yitong remained remarkably calm. Certainly, there are. I observe that many of these stars remain unlit. Far too many. Without a doubt, there exists at least one that belongs to them. Perhaps even more. In truth, reviving your master is quite simple. Quite simple? Li Hao was taken aback. Hong Yitong nodded affirmatively. Of course it is simple. Once you become powerful and locate all the stars, there is no need for any elaborate actions. All that is required is for the practitioners within the Silver Moon realm to successfully open their meridians and illuminate their own stars. You can then select from those unlit stars, which will undoubtedly belong to those who have not entirely perished. How simple. Li Hao gaped, finally uttering, "Do not jest. If everyone opens their meridians, and we all reach the Shanhai realm, 100 billion Shanhai practitioners. Uncle, let us discuss something more tangible. This notion is impractical. It would be more feasible for me to govern the universe and command the Tao. That does seem rather implausible." Nevertheless, upon reflection, he conceded, "Yet, if everyone has indeed opened their meridians, those who have not can still be traced back to their origins. The remainder would simply be the deceased martial artists." Which does hold some truth. However, gazing at the countless dim stars, Li Hao found himself astonished. How could Hong Yitong speak so improbably at this moment? With someone speaking, his spirits lifted somewhat. He continued, "Uncle, we have only condensed 1/3 of the river thus far. Much remains. In the near future, you might not be able to endure. Will you? Certainly not." This time, Hong Yitong refrained from making further outlandish claims, stating softly, "We must advance further. Currently, Both my star and Lin Hongyu's reside within the river. At the very least, we must transcend to the harmonization level. As for Black Panther, achieving the harmonization with 3 individuals may not suffice. Even 3 may not be enough to absorb all the chaotic Dao power. He added, you should have infused some Dao power into certain stars previously, correct? Indeed. Then continue with that. He then remarked, moreover, seize this opportunity to infuse some Dao power outward. Those at Yuanping Martial Science University have yet to awaken, have they not? And what of the several saints from Li Hao who have not yet transitioned? Seizing this opportunity, let us facilitate their revival, redirecting the flow of great power. While this may create some chaos, it could potentially yield significant results in one fell swoop. With over 100 supreme immortals and several saints capable of withstanding immense power, they are inherently suited to endure this process without forced infusion. Do you comprehend? Forcibly instilling such power is prone to chaos. Yet these individuals, being supreme immortals and saints, are less likely to lose control. Li Hao felt a stir within. Now, indeed. Hong Yitong nodded. I understand your desire for discretion in your endeavors. However, as long as someone outside is willing to guide them through the transition, your direct involvement is unnecessary. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Who could possibly guide such a transition? It is exceedingly difficult to facilitate a saint's change. When Zhongan was present, he could manage it, but who can do so now? Certainly, the supreme immortals could assist, but for the saints, it is a monumental challenge. If that proves unfeasible, we can first revive those from the Yuanping Martial Science University. And if that fails, let us not forget the many warriors of the Battle Heaven Army who have also been revived. You need not bear this burden alone. Li Hao spoke softly yet. Such an undertaking would create too much commotion. Do you truly believe the current situation is subtle? After 3 days of prayer, do you think everyone is ignorant? He gazed at Li Hao. Do not deceive yourself. While people may speculate on your actions, they do not grasp the entirety of your intentions. Reviving a few individuals might even lead Zhengyu and others to lower their guard, thinking your aim is merely to facilitate their revival. Li Hao felt a shift within and nodded. That is a valid point. Speaking of which, what are your thoughts on Lin Hongyu? Hong Yitong glanced at him with a knowing smile. Your wife, and you seek my opinion? If I had clarity on that, it would be troubling. Awkwardness ensued. Li Hao sighed. I had no choice. I do not know her well. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Yitong replied, personal feelings aside. From a broader perspective and considering the current circumstances, her individual strength and supportive capabilities are commendable. She is a worthy candidate. Are there any other affections in your heart? If not, choosing her would indeed be a favorable option. Is that so? Li Hao pondered, then asked, what if there are no feelings? That is inconsequential. For centuries, the Tianqing dynasty has largely practiced arranged marriages, with true romantic love being a rarity. Relationships often blossom over time. Ah, so that is your perspective. Without further discussion, he swiftly tore through the void, sending a message to Lin Hongyu, instructing her to prepare for the revival of the Yuanping Martial Science University students. Noticing Li Hao was once again seeking assistance for others, Lin Hongyu felt a sense of relief. At that moment, her aura was chaotic yet increasingly formidable. In no time, she dispatched a message. After a while, Jiang Yingli arrived with numerous puppet students in tow. Lin Hongyu quickly explained, the Marquis intends to facilitate your revival. The puppet bodies are too powerful. We require the assistance of saints to forge them into suitable vessels. Currently, several saints are available. You may select one to aid in the creation of your physical forms. All expenses related to life essence, immortal power, and energy stones will be borne by the Marquis. After changing lanes, if one wishes to remain, the Lord has decreed that Jiang Yingli shall serve as the military commander of the academy. You may follow her. Jiang Yingli was somewhat taken aback. The academy's army? Indeed, for the time being, there will be a subsequent consolidation. This includes the Battle Heaven Army, the Water Cloud Army, and the Great Wilderness Army, all of which will undergo adjustments and integrations. Since you have joined, you are now one of the Haoxing people. Haoxing people? Jiang Yingli inwardly scoffed, wondering why the name bore such a lack of creativity, resembling that of the king of humanity. Must it carry one's own name to appear unique? Wouldn't cat star people be more appealing? Nevertheless, upon contemplating cats, she recalled that invincible cat, which also exhibited the same traits. Indeed, one becomes like those they associate with. However, at this moment, Jiang Yingli felt a surge of happiness at her revival. She was already revived and felt no rush. Yet her classmates still remained in their puppet forms. All right, I shall seek out individuals immediately. As a descendant of the emperor, the sages were quite accommodating. Moreover, this was a directive from Li Hao. The resources were provided by the Celestial Star Governor's office, which posed no issue. There were merely 100 people, rather numerous. Yet with several sages present, one could manage 20 or 30 each adequately. The puppets were exceedingly excited, one after another, darting outside in a flurry behind Jiang Yingli. Lin Hongyu observed this with a smile, though blood trickled from her lips once more, causing her to frown slightly as she gazed at the sky. With the earth-overturning sword now involved, the pressure remained immensely formidable. Considering this, Li Hao would bear even greater burdens. Deservedly so. She silently cursed, acknowledging his lack of empathy. As he was merciless towards all who were not his friends, exhibiting a chilling indifference. To Yuan Shuo and Hong Yitong, should they rebel, this man would likely still hand them the knife, perhaps even providing covert support. With another sigh within, she silently vowed, Lin Hongyu, this is the path you have chosen. You must walk it to the end, even if it brings you tears. If you cannot rule the world, then find someone who can. That suffices. As for Li Hao, she resolved to disregard him. In that moment, Lin Hongyu seemed to attain clarity, yet the next, she glanced at the sky and muttered a curse, truly heartless. Cursing aside, matters still required attention. She needed to maintain the people's morale, and with this thought, Lin Hongyu spoke again. Summon everyone. Let all the demon plants beneath the saintly Tao be dispatched to various locations to spread the fountain of life. In areas with many elderly, weak, women, and children, let more be distributed. Beside her, some soldiers hesitated. The fountain of life is fundamental to the demon plants. Will they agree? Just go? Lin Hongyu dismissed further discussion, confident that Hong Shao would do all in her power to arrange the necessary comforts. After sending these individuals off, she cast a final glance at Qian Wuliang in the distance and addressed him. General Qian. Qian Wuliang promptly approached, beaming at Lin Hongyu, who returned a slight smile. General Qian, your talents are somewhat underutilized here. I must trouble you to make a trip to Hurricane City. Qian Wuliang replied. Go find Zhengyu and inform him that we hope he can lend us some immortal power, the fountain of life, and some energy stones. Qian Wuliang looked at her, somewhat speechless. Are you trying to lead me to my doom? General Qian possesses an uncanny ability to perceive the depths of human hearts. What Zhengyu truly yearns for is the day when the heavens and earth can embrace him once more. As for anything else, it holds no significance for him. Lin Hongyu chuckled, saying, inform him that this is to facilitate the exchange of paths for the students of Yuanping Wuka University, to stabilize the cosmos and the great Tao. If he is willing, we permit his immortals and peak beings to emerge. They may also exchange paths. As long as he dares, we shall comply. Naturally, he must provide the resources. Qian Wuliang, appearing contemplative, nodded and replied with a smile, you are indeed the one who understands the most. I shall proceed at once. Shortly thereafter, Qian Wuliang departed. Lin Hongyu cast a glance at his retreating figure, muttering under her breath, do you not comprehend? You understand better than anyone. You are merely feigning ignorance. Unless prompted, you would not willingly take action, fearing to draw attention or incite wariness among others. I was once the same. Unless Li Hao inquired, I seldom took the initiative. Yet now, is it not different? I am now the lady of the marquee. A smile graced Lin Hongyu's face. Soon, in Hurricane City, when Qian Wuliang made his demands known from outside the city, a wave of anger surged within. Yet, some were struck by a contemplative mood. Exchange paths. A new path. Should such an exchange occur, it could indeed be perilous, easily falling under Li Hao's dominion. Zhengyu, too, found himself deep in thought. The notions of exchanging paths, stabilizing the cosmos, and reinforcing the great Tao were indeed factual. He recognized that Li Hao's grand display was likely aimed at this very goal. Perhaps not. There might be genuine intentions to resurrect Yuan Shuo and the others. Of course, the exchange of paths, enabling a cadre of formidable beings to utilize a new path, would also serve to enhance his control. The new cosmic realm lay in Li Hao's grasp. Through this exchange, he could more directly oversee these individuals. Contemplating this, Zhengyu felt no ire as he gazed at Qian Wuliang outside the city, his voice calm. My people require no concern from Li Hao. As for the cultivation resources you seek, after 10 millennia of consumption, do you truly believe we would still possess any? Qian Wuliang beamed. My lord, Your prowess is unparalleled. A mere fraction left behind would suffice for our path exchange. Moreover, this path exchange involves significant descendants of the emperor. Should they succeed, they may express their gratitude for your life-saving grace, and upon their return to the new martial realm, they might even plead on your behalf. A few esteemed elders of the human kings may not be concerned, but if many emperors advocate for you, perhaps you could evade death. Zheng Yu chuckled softly. You possess audacity indeed. Evade my demise. Qian Wuliang's smile radiated brightly. Indeed, that is if we emerge victorious. If we lose, it is of no consequence. It would be prudent for you to cultivate a favorable relationship. Should there be the slightest hope, what if we triumph? The Silver Moon people lack substantial backing. Yet these descendants of the emperor carry weight. Should you lack such backing, spare your breath. Zheng Yu dismissed further discourse. Yet Qian Wuliang, persistent as a stubborn plaster, continued his entreaties from outside. He understood that failing to persuade Zheng Yu would be sheer folly. The previous occasion was due to Li Hao's willingness to exchange for the power of the great Tao, yet this time, it was not the same. He approached with empty hands, still an adversary. Could they truly offer anything? His presence was intended to placate them, and, in doing so, buy time. Do not cause trouble. Qian Wuliang was acutely aware of the purpose of his visit this time, and thus, he remained undeterred. His words, though parched and repetitive, elicited extreme impatience from the inhabitants of the city. Ultimately, the soundproof array was activated, silencing his incessant ramblings. In the vast expanse of the universe, news swiftly reached Li Hao that preparations were nearing completion. The students were ready to switch paths at any moment. Observing the still unstable river of time, Li Hao spoke. I shall guide their great paths to this side of the river, imparting some of the power of the great paths to assist them in forging new ways. Master, during the night, while the power of the great paths is not overly intense, I need you and Black Panther to help me stabilize things. Rest assured. Hong Yitong nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Li Hao felt reassured and departed without hesitation. As soon as he left, chaos ensued. Hong Yitong became flustered, while Black Panther howled in distress. It was only at that moment that they realized Li Hao had suppressed most of the river of time. They had merely managed to contain a small portion. Now, with Li Hao gone, they felt the weight of their predicament. Hong Yitong, in immense pain, clutched Black Panther's head tightly, causing the creature to wail in agony. Stop howling. Your noise irritates me, he grumbled. Woo, Black Panther protested, its pain evident. The agony was not solely from the overwhelming power of the great paths, but also from Hong Yitong's relentless grip. Clearly, he was suffering too. Yet for the sake of his dignity, he refrained from screaming. Alas, the dog was indeed in distress. Li Hao was aware of their plight, yet chose to feign ignorance. After receiving a lesson from old Hong, he decided to refrain from further commentary, allowing them to endure their suffering for a while. The saying goes, to strengthen one's muscles and bones, and to starve one's body, is a heavenly method for fostering growth. Moreover, enduring the baptism of myriad powers and emerging unscathed is, in fact, a blessing. He tore through the void, appearing out of thin air. At that moment, he faced Lin Hongyu for the first time since announcing the news. Lin Hongyu paused momentarily, glanced at Li Hao, and swiftly averted her gaze. Lowering her head as if shy, Li Hao did not linger on her reaction, maintaining a stoic demeanor befitting the master of the great paths. His voice calm. You have worked hard. It is my duty. You have done well. The Lord is a master strategist. They both fell into silence. After a brief pause, Li Hao spoke again. Have Zhantian City mobilize. Gather all students within the city. I shall facilitate their path transition. Understood. Lin Hongyu relayed the message. Following this, silence enveloped them once more. As time passed and Zhantian City approached, Li Hao glanced at the distant city and then at Lin Hongyu, stating calmly, the power of the great paths within you is too chaotic. I will help you reorganize it later. Hold on for a few days. Feeling a bit uncomfortable and out of control during this time is entirely normal. Li Hao noted her response and turned to leave. Lin Hongyu exhaled softly, relieved that he had finally departed. Previously, facing Li Hao had not been this taxing. Now, the pressure was overwhelming. Both were uncertain how to converse appropriately. As Li Hao suddenly turned around, he declared, do not issue commands recklessly. Should you do so, merely attribute them to me. There is no need to shield me from the consequences. I do not fear bearing the weight of infamy. Lin Hongyu remained silent. In an instant, Li Hao ceased his steps and vanished, soaring towards the Battle Heaven City. Once he departed, a faint smile graced Lin Hongyu's face. Within the confines of Battle Heaven City, Li Hao uttered nothing as he swiftly traversed the vast cosmos of the Great Tao. The myriad fundamental paths rapidly intertwined, leading to his reappearance in the realm of the Great Tao. He feigned ignorance of Hong Yitong, who had just assaulted the Black Panther, and proceeded to connect the various paths to the Starry River, channeling diverse energies of the Great Tao with great alacrity. As he infused the energies, he spoke. This is indeed a splendid method to enhance everyone's capabilities. Once this river is successfully forged, it will transform into the river of the Great Tao. With an abundance of Great Tao energies, as we cultivate, the overflowing energies will settle at the riverbed. However, if we connect the paths of individuals to this river, would it not directly elevate them? It is as if we have open channels at the river's bottom, gathering the scattered energies of the Great Tao for our own use. This endeavor also provided Li Hao with invaluable experience. Suppressing the pain of an explosion, Hong Yitong maintained his dignified demeanor and slowly replied, "While it is feasible, it does seem somewhat like unearned gains. Furthermore, cultivation and the refinement of the heart are intertwined. Without a sufficiently strong heart, even the mightiest of powers would be futile." The thunder tribulation set by the new marshal for the emperor is indeed a wise approach. A cultivator who neglects the heart cannot achieve true strength. That is the concern of the mightiest. For the common folk, it matters little. Li Hao countered, "Cultivation of the heart? Zhang Yu may not have nurtured his heart, yet he has attained the level of a half-emperor. Moreover, how many can truly reach such heights? I believe that the Great Tao should emanate from the depths of the Starry River. Only by mastering one's own stars can one truly claim success in the path of cultivation. If one could command an entire region, they would be a master of the Tao." Presently, there seem to be only 360 Tao masters capable of such mastery, and I doubt they are any less formidable than a half-emperor. Should the Starry River continue to grow powerful and consume the void universe, perhaps even a Tao master could rival the emperor. Hong Yitong gasped in astonishment. "Your ambition knows no bounds. 360 Tao masters, 360 emperors? Do you comprehend the strength of the new marshal? The number of emperors it has produced is unlikely to exceed 50, a testament to countless ages of accumulation. While the new marshal is undeniably powerful, you are merely beginning to grasp the Great Tao, still just a sage, yet you dare to claim the emergence of 360 emperors. Such audacity!" He refrained from discouraging Li Hao, recognizing that ambition is a virtue. Besides, if one could truly master a vast region, it might indeed be feasible to rival a half-emperor. If the illusory universe were to unify once more, there might be hope to contest the emperor. Amidst their conversation, Li Hao commenced the infusion of the river's power. Within Battle Heaven City, over 100 students suddenly erupted into cries of anguish, only to be followed by excitement. Heavens! Why are there so many forces of the Great Tao? Wasn't it said that changing paths is exceedingly difficult? Previously, Jiang Yingli and the others had only reached the realm of mountains and seas. My heavens, they have awakened 180. In that moment, Jiang Yingli and the others were momentarily stunned. How astonishingly swift. Indeed, it was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, they had unlocked numerous potentials, and before long, some had directly opened their meridians, equivalent to entering the realm of mountains and seas. What a stark contrast. When they were cultivating, they had reached the mountains and seas, but the flow of the Great Tao's power had abruptly ceased. Yet this time, an inexhaustible stream of the Great Tao's energy surged into their bodies. Witnessing this spectacle, some elders were consumed with jealousy and indignation. Such blatant injustice. Even Director Wang found himself murmuring, "I was the first to change paths. And while I have now reached the 7th layer of sun and moon, the journey has been fraught with hardship. These little rascals are reveling in ease. They have done nothing and recently slaughtered some weaklings from the divine kingdom, then changed paths. Not only did they change paths, but they also instantaneously entered the mountains and seas. Where can one seek justice?" While envy and admiration swirled among the crowd, it wasn't long before someone began to wail. "Enough, enough. I need time to digest all this. It's too much. Stop. How can this be endless? After years without a corporeal form, I suddenly possess one. Enter the mountains and seas in a heartbeat, and now I am still madly opening my meridians. Are you trying to propel me directly into the sun and moon? The sun and moon can rival the pinnacle. Though we were all once at the pinnacle of immortality, one must adapt, for the physical body is just beginning to acclimate. And now it is being forcibly inundated with an overwhelming force of the great Tao. It feels as if one is being crushed. This is indeed alarming. Jiang Yingli and the others have also sensed something amiss, as the power of the great Tao surged forth uncontrollably. Moreover, it seemed not to leak out, but was directed straight into them. Once more, Li Hao's voice reverberated, "Endure. Endure this moment of suffering to catch up with everyone. Now, there are many at the 7th layer of sun and moon, and you have missed too many opportunities. I will not allow you, the descendants of the emperors, to hinder others and bring disgrace to our ancestors. One must endure hardship to rise above others, so press on." "Ah!" the crowd roared, refusing to bring shame upon their ancestors. Indeed, now that there are so many at the 7th layer of sun and moon, it would be disgraceful to remain at the mountains and seas. They encouraged one another, feeling that Li Hao was excessively harsh, yet at this moment, they had no choice but to endure the pain, howling continuously, as they began to forcefully open their meridians, their bodies exploding with resounding cracks. Yet they persisted. This was an opportunity. Onlookers felt their scalps tingle. How cruel! Jiang Yingli gasped, grateful that she had awakened early. Although her progress was somewhat slower, it was far more comfortable. Cultivation should be a pleasant endeavor. Enduring such agony, was there any point in cultivating? Truly tragic. At this juncture, envy dissipated. Within the great Tao universe, Li Hao exhaled and smiled. Excellent. Over 100 powerful beings began to draw upon the forces of the great Tao, and the river of energy began to stabilize, no longer fluctuating violently. At this moment, all that remained was to wait for time, anticipating the next round of collective cultivation. For many, this night was an exceedingly torturous ordeal. The students of Yuanping Wuka University were on the brink of madness, and Hong Yitang and the others were also nearing their wits' end. In the tempestuous city, as Qian Wuliang incessantly prattled on throughout the night, Zheng Yu felt an overwhelming urge to step outside and silence him for good. However, the current Qian Wuliang, possessing the strength of the 7th realm of the sun and moon, was not to be trifled with in an era devoid of sages. Zheng Yu was also apprehensive about falling into this fellow's trap. After much contemplation, he decided to retreat underground, allowing the loquacious man to continue his ramblings. Truly, an irksome character. The following day dawned. The celestial fabric once again revealed the visage of Lin Hongyu, who, despite her slightly pallid complexion, wore a radiant smile. Last night, many sincere souls who offered their prayers received blessings from the spirits. According to statistics, from yesterday's daylight to today, the Haoxing continent witnessed the birth of 142 new beings of the sun and moon. In addition, 121 emerged from the mountains and seas, with thousands of warriors being born. The figures for the sun and moon outnumber those from the mountains and seas. This data was, indeed, not fabricated. Of course, it was imperative to exclude the nearly 100 individuals from the Yuanping Martial Science University, a detail that was conspicuously overlooked. At this moment, Lin Hongyu, manipulating the celestial screen, conjured forth a group of individuals, each adorned in the garments of the new era, appearing remarkably youthful and strikingly handsome or beautiful. Though their faces bore the marks of fatigue and pallor, these were the very students. Her voice resonated across the heavens. Here lies a portion of the newly emerged powerhouses of the sun and moon. Today, these newly born luminaries shall traverse the great cities, sharing their tales of triumph. Should there be any doubters, feel free to challenge them. These individuals are newcomers, youthful and untested, some being prodigious martial students, while others hail from remote locales, lacking exposure to the broader world. I apologize for my choice of words. Today, as they present themselves, they may feel a touch uncomfortable. I hope that as these nascent beings of the sun and moon arrive in your cities, you will extend your understanding and support. The group of students, with faces drawn and laughter strained, gazed at the celestial screen, appearing exceptionally bashful and wan. Unfamiliar with the world? After being subjected to a night of torment, we too are on the verge of losing our voices from the anguish. In that moment, these students ascended into the air, dispersing in all directions. This was their new mission, to masquerade as newcomers, instilling confidence in the populace to persevere for another couple of days. It must be noted that while the entire populace had been electrified with excitement yesterday, today they exhibited signs of impatience. However, The instant these newly minted beings of the sun and moon arrived in various cities to promote their presence, an unparalleled excitement erupted. These individuals were unfamiliar faces, strangers to the crowd, undeniably new powerhouses, radiating an uncontrollable aura of profound strength, signaling their still unmastered abilities. This was more potent than any other form of promotion. Any concerns regarding the second day's strength being inferior to that of Li Hao's first day were swiftly dispelled. It became evident that he had underestimated Lin Hongyu, as the second day's strength appeared even more vibrant and invigorating. The abundance of power continued to cascade down. Meanwhile, Li Hao and his companions found themselves in a state of both anguish and elation. The river of destiny began to unfurl rapidly. Originally, Li Hao assessed that the growth could only continue by a third. However, as night fell, he noticed countless individuals still engaged in their cultivation, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the great river had completed 3/4 of its cycle. With the passage of this night, success might indeed be within reach. On the path of the great Tao, Li Hao was filled with exhilaration, while Hong Yitong and Black Panther had long since collapsed into the void, huddling together for warmth. The presence of both man and dog was exceptionally formidable. At this moment, Hong Yitong's aura had nearly reached the level of harmony, causing him immense pain, yet immense joy at the same time. However, he truly could not endure the remaining quarter. Black Panther fared even worse. Despite having advanced through the 7 levels of sun and moon, he had begun from the 4th level and was now teetering close to the level of harmony. His body was half black, half golden, with chaotic hues flickering intermittently. Such a collective endeavor in cultivation was unlikely to occur again, whether or not others believed it. Their sincerity was certainly unmatched compared to the present. Li Hao sighed, realizing that for the first time, everyone was genuinely putting forth their heart and effort. The next opportunity would be uncertain. Such chances are rare. Moreover, if there were indeed a next time, he might not even require it. With a glance at the unfinished quarter, Li Hao exhaled, suddenly feeling a surge within, laughing. Then I shall take it upon myself. In an instant, pathways emerged within him. And within the blink of an eye, 36 pathways appeared, completing a cycle. He had reached the pinnacle of the 9 levels of sun and moon. He even began to stride directly towards harmony. Hong Yitong raised an eyebrow, glancing at Li Hao's physical form with confusion. Something seemed amiss. The new pathways appeared to have been activated temporarily. What was going on? Li Hao should have opened the pathways long ago. Yet it seemed as though these were newly forged. Li Hao, grinning, cast a glance in that direction and suddenly transmitted a message. Master Uncle. Do I resemble my former self in any way? Hong Yitong was left speechless. What did that mean? The next moment, as if enlightenment struck, his expression shifted dramatically. A doppelganger? Surely not. Over the past 2 days, could it be that the one interacting with everyone, including myself, was merely a projection? Li Hao was exceedingly adept at crafting physical forms. He remained silent, yet indeed, it was a doppelganger. Or rather, it was not entirely a doppelganger. His spiritual consciousness and essence were all contained within this physical form, while his true body lay submerged at the riverbed, nurtured by the power of myriad paths, allowing his physical form to grow even stronger. The body at the riverbed was merely an empty shell, with everything else residing within Li Hao's current form. This physical body was indeed a temporary creation. This was the essence of subterfuge. Hong Yitong, profoundly astonished, pondered the whereabouts of Li Hao's true self. He scanned the surroundings and quickly turned his gaze towards the great river. Could it be? This was unfathomable. This young man possessed audacity beyond measure. With a thunderous boom, Li Hao's aura surged, propelling him instantly into harmony. This time, the great Tao displayed no fluctuations, as Li Hao had already crossed into that realm prior. Yet, at this moment, his presence was even more potent than before. The remaining quarter should suffice for me to ascend to the second realm of harmonization. Should I succeed in my endeavors, and with one final enhancement, I might even reach the third realm of harmonization. The third realm of harmonization represents the pinnacle of true sanctity. This is the goal that Li Hao has set for himself, for his avatar to enter the third realm of harmonization. Completing 36 cycles will lead to the first realm of harmonization, 72 cycles to the second realm, and 108 cycles will culminate in the third realm. Though whether one can attain the summit of the third realm remains a question. Li Hao, however, is undeterred by such uncertainties. At this moment, He is wholly devoted to his cultivation. Countless forces of the Tao converge within him, and the great river of energy flows swiftly, continuously replenishing itself. To have billions of beings provide resources and strength for my cultivation, this is indeed unprecedented. Perhaps the ancient sovereign king achieved something similar, but what was my strength then? Li Hao is quite satisfied. The investment in the populace is now beginning to yield returns. Although he sought no reward, the emergence of benefits is undeniably gratifying. The prayers for blessings continue. That night, countless individuals were engaged in cultivation, with news of numerous ascensions spreading rapidly. Coupled with a plethora of mystical flora sprinkling the fountain of life, excitement surged among the masses. The entire Hao Star continent was enveloped in the joy of cultivation. Moreover, another contingent of the Battle Heaven Army embarked upon the path of revival. Li Hao's promises to rejuvenate the students of the Yuanping Martial Science University and the Battle Heaven Army are steadily being fulfilled. In Tianqing City, Lin Hongyu has ceased her commands and now sits in meditation. A vast array of Tao forces manifests, causing her immense pain, yet her gaze grows ever sharper. As Li Hao's representative, she must possess strength. Anything less is unacceptable. Presently, there is no shortage of individuals at the seventh realm of Sun and Moon, with even a fair number of saints among them. Lin, initially at the seventh realm, now feels her aura soaring. Having reached the peak of the ninth realm of Sun and Moon, and it continues to rise. Should matters proceed as they seem, she may even enter the realm of harmonization. Of course, she understands that should she enter harmonization, it may allow the saints to emerge as well. The pace of progress exceeds her expectations. Currently, Zheng Yu may remain unaware of Qian Wuliang's presence, which temporarily shields him from external perception. However, it is only a matter of time before he becomes aware, though it is unlikely that a saint will emerge immediately. The ancient city has few saints remaining, while Li Hao possesses a considerable number. In just over 20 days, the world has begun to revive once more, signifying that the Tao has grown stronger. And so too has the cosmos. Li Hao must certainly have become more formidable. She feels a mix of anticipation and elation. Who knows if this time, Li Hao will cross into the second realm of harmonization, or even the third. In the Tao universe, the river-shaped force is on the verge of completion. At this moment, Li Hao calls out, "Master Uncle, Black Panther, keep your distance. We are about to achieve a successful connection. Just a little more, and a significant transformation may occur." In the next instant, the ends of the river begin to connect. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberates throughout the universe. Suddenly, a wave of sound emerges, reminiscent of a mighty river surging forth, sweeping across the cosmos in an instant. The echoes of the flowing river stirring the celestial expanse, adorned by countless stars. At this very moment, the time star that had previously vanished suddenly re-emerged. Li Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly manifested the Tao character. Meanwhile, in the distance, Hong Yitong and Black Panther fell into silence, and the once raging river grew eerily still, as if time itself had come to a halt. The giant star circled for a while, seemingly intrigued by the river. Suddenly, it descended, plunging into the waters. In that instant, the river appeared to be endowed with a unique power, as the colossal star swam within it, meandering as if in a joyful mood. Soon, the immense celestial body completed its aquatic journey and vanished with a whoosh. Li Hao's countenance shifted again. It was terrifying. The river trembled once more, yet this time, it felt different from the previous forced accumulation. It was more stable, more solidified. Was this a fortuitous occurrence, or had several days merely passed? He felt somewhat helpless, realizing that perhaps several days had indeed slipped by. The star no longer twinkled, indicating that everyone had ceased their cultivation. "Master Uncle, Black Panther," Li Hao called out, awakening the pair, who seemed unperturbed. Black Panther vaguely sensed that they had been immobilized again, while Hong Yitong remained oblivious. It was only when Li Hao tore through the void for a moment of perception that he realized 3 days had elapsed. Thank goodness. He exhaled in relief, not daring to linger any longer, and swiftly began to absorb the river's power. Countless forces surged into him. An immense Tao power continuously opened up pathways. 72 pathways. Soon, Li Hao had thoroughly perfected the 2 cycles of the 72 pathways. At this point, he had truly stepped into the realm of the second layer of harmonization. While Li Hao continued to absorb the river's energy, he had surpassed his previous state, having opened over 80 pathways before, which had been rather chaotic. This time, all were without attributes, more integrated, more aligned with himself. One pathway after another opened up, reaching 80, then 85. Hong Yitong and Black Panther also began to refine their own pathways. The myriad powers surged forth, and both man and beast advanced rapidly. Simultaneously, while Li Hao cultivated, he also began to meticulously organize a star that had sunk to the riverbed, not merely organizing but also purging it of a substantial amount of impurities. After some contemplation, he allowed the entire star to flow within the river, rather than resuspending it high in the air. This was Lin Hongyu's star. From this moment forward, her path would reside at the riverbed. Even if the starry river shattered, as long as no one discovered the river, her grand Tao would remain unbroken. However, the concealment of the river posed a challenge. Currently, it was far too conspicuous. As Li Hao practiced, he pondered this dilemma. Soon, the river seemed to transform into a figure, steadily descending, while billions of stars continued to hover above, illuminating the cosmos. The humanoid river continued its descent. Li Hao observed for a while, still feeling uneasy. Mere descent did not equate to complete disappearance. Perhaps he ought to take action, such as relocating the great city of Zhantian and others into the heavens. Above the stars, below them the cities, and beneath the cities lay the starry river. This, after all, was not an insurmountable task. At this moment, Li Hao's smile radiated with unparalleled brilliance. He had finally completed the preliminary construction. After this endeavor, his confidence surged. The cultivation continued for an indeterminate span of time. Eventually, Li Hao opened his eyes, and he felt a slight tremor within his Tao veins. In an instant, 99 Tao veins floated outside his body. Upon glancing at them, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He had not reached the third level of Tao integration. Rather, the power of the 99 Tao veins had begun to solidify. Beside him, Hong Yitong and Black Panther also regained consciousness, both momentarily taken aback. 99. Are you still unsatisfied? Hong Yitong, too, felt a sense of disappointment, having just achieved 38 Tao veins, still a bit lacking. Black Panther, on the other hand, had no desire to speak. What were these two so smug about? I should also be approaching the combat prowess of a sage. Did I utter a word? Meanwhile, in Tianqing City, at the governor's mansion, Lin Hongyu emerged after days of seclusion. She gazed at the sky, her face illuminated by a smile. The Tao was no longer chaotic. Compared to the previous disorder, it now flowed much more smoothly, albeit slightly murky. Nevertheless, her strength had indeed increased significantly, and she had also ascended to the level of Tao integration. You have succeeded, haven't you? She murmured, convinced of the success. The nationwide prayer had concluded 3 days ago. Now, the heavens and earth had returned to a state capable of accommodating sages. If there had been failure, it would not have manifested in this manner. Moreover, I have also stepped into the level of Tao integration. You should be even more powerful than before. At that moment, the heavens tore apart, and the trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, descended gracefully. In that fleeting instant, Lin Hongyu felt a pang of jealousy towards Hong Yitong. Don't you think you've usurped someone else's position? Chapter 378. The many eyes of the heart, seeking subscription and monthly votes, they have returned. This time, Li Hao had spent nearly a month in the Tao universe, both in and out of seclusion. Though he had emerged briefly, this experience was likely the most intense pursuit of cultivation he had undertaken. Today, Li Hao seemed increasingly ethereal, exuding an aura detached from mundane affairs. Your Excellency. Lin Hongyu approached and greeted him. Hong Yitong scrutinized Li Hao with a smile, then said, I shall first observe the situation at the Martial Arts Academy. You and Governor Lin should discuss the forthcoming matters. Li Hao gave a slight nod. Black Panther, still wanting to follow, was unceremoniously dragged away by Hong Yitong, much to Li Hao's chagrin. Seeing this, Lin Hongyu chuckled and suggested, Your Excellency hasn't visited the governor's mansion in quite some time. Why not step inside for a while? Li Hao nodded slightly in agreement. The two proceeded towards the grand hall of the governor's mansion, one after the other. In the distance, Hong Yitong, dragging Black Panther along, glanced back and laughed. It was rather amusing. Inside the grand hall, noticing Lin Hongyu standing, Li Hao lifted his chin and said, Please, take a seat. Lin Hongyu assumed a formal posture. Li Hao smiled and continued, You've done remarkably well this time. It was nothing short of perfect. Everything went smoothly, orchestrating the cooperation of billions of cultivators, an unprecedented feat. After offering his praise, he inquired further. You should have entered Dao integration by now, correct? Indeed, she replied. Lin Hongyu nodded slightly, expressing a hint of reluctance. Engaging in combat with some lesser saints might still hold promise, yet when confronted with seasoned saints, there are hardly any left. Li Hao chuckled, remarking that aside from Zheng Yu's faction, the remaining individuals are but a collection of inferior sorts. The true powerhouses have long departed the Silver Moon realm. Presently, we contend with a motley crew of underwhelming opponents. The forces from Zhantian City also possess saints. Despite the ridicule, one must tread carefully in their speech, for these saints may find themselves rather helpless in response. Li Hao laughed, clarifying that he was not referring to them. They are indeed new martial saints. What I speak of pertains to Zheng Yu's side, a gaggle of impostors who, in years past, barely sustained their immortality without ever engaging in true battle or genuinely ascending to the saintly echelon. They've merely reached that level in flesh and blood. Most current saints are merely superficial, lacking the foundational essence, and unable to compare with new martial prowess. Li Hao grew weary of comparisons. At present, he measures these saints against the Dao harmonization standard. With a mastery of the third level of Dao harmonization, one could easily sweep away a throng of saints, even those at the pinnacle of their power. Changing the subject, he inquired if any significant events had transpired recently. There have been some developments, though they do not amount to grand occurrences. The cosmos has returned to a state of normalcy. Director Zhao, Qian Wuliang, and the Heavenly Sword have all ascended to the 8th level of the Sun and Moon. Nearly all at Yuanping Martial Science University have crossed into the Sun and Moon realm, with several attaining the 7th level. Director Wang has also reached the 8th level. While in the Demon Hunter military, Lu Yin has entered the 7th level. She detailed these circumstances with remarkable clarity. Continuing, she added that within the Demon Plant Army, several from the Imperial Guard are still contemplating the new path, though they have yet to formally transition. Their intention is to first establish stellar pathways within the galaxy before subtly integrating the Dao, ensuring a comprehensive transfer of their strength. Li Hao nodded slightly, acknowledging the feasibility of this approach. Furthermore, there were disturbances at the Star Guard City ruins recently. Zhantian City investigated and found it deserted, albeit bearing signs of conflict. The Turtle Guardian reported that the throne might have been tampered with, and we suspect it was the work of Ing Hongyue. However, the resurgence of the cosmos has been rapid, and we were preoccupied with other matters, leaving us no time to attend to it. Ing Hongyue likely fled at the first opportunity and is currently untraceable. Moreover, she paused and continued, mentioning that the seal in Silver City has fluctuated several times lately, which has likely put Zheng Yu on edge. Recently, during the nights, anomalies have beset the Silver Moon, and it remains uncertain whether something has occurred within the seal. Director Zhang and his team have yet to make an appearance, culminating in the mysterious disappearance of the Western Queen, whose fate remains unknown. While no significant crises have emerged, numerous smaller issues abound. Li Hao nodded continuously, contemplating the seal of the Silver Moon. With the restoration of the cosmos, the emergence of saints is now feasible. One wonders if Li Daoheng should also make an appearance. A month has passed, and it remains to be seen what his thoughts may be. Lastly, regarding the general populace, a number of formidable individuals have surfaced recently across the realms of mountains, seas, and the celestial bodies. Does the Lord believe these individuals should be left to their own devices, or should they be recruited into the military? Li Hao interjected with a casual dismissal, questioning the need for concern over such matters. Cultivating oneself does not imply that all strong individuals must adhere to your directives to be deemed correct. As long as they abide by the law, whether they choose to actively join the military or remain solitary wanderers is entirely their prerogative. In today's world, filled with cultivators, from the mountains to the seas, and under the sun and moon, a significant number will inevitably emerge. It is unreasonable to expect them all to align with the official faction. Lin Hongyu nodded slightly, casting a glance at Li Hao, and softly remarked, recently, there has been a burgeoning sect known as the White Saint cult in the civilian sphere, reportedly amassing numerous formidable figures. They comprise a motley crew, including those dissatisfied with us, as well as powerful beings from the Divine Kingdom, the Great Wilderness, Li, and various locales, all of whom share a discontent with the current state of affairs. It is said that their leader, Chao Baisheng, was once a sun and moon powerhouse, and may now have even progressed to the latter stages of that realm. Moreover, that Songshan and Quishan demon clans have recently experienced some turbulence. It appears that the Serpent King of Quishan has summoned a considerable number of powerful beasts. However, I have heard that conflicts have arisen between them and the White Saint cult, leading to a minor skirmish along the Songshan and Quishan front lines, which I had someone observe. It is likely that Sun and Moon cultivators participated. She glanced at Li Hao a few times, and he smiled. Indeed, quite well, it was all orchestrated by me. As expected, Lin Hongyu felt a sense of relief. She had suspected that the Serpent King of Quishan must be associated with Li Hao, having previously aided him. Additionally, she was aware of several familiar powerful demons who had joined the Quishan lineage. Of course, the arrangement with Chao Baisheng was indeed Li Hao's doing. She had contemplated this before, but was uncertain. However, she could ascertain that the Quishan demon clan had significant ties to Li Hao, which was rather unexpected. Thus, it seemed that the chaotic factions of the world were nearly being eradicated, leaving only a handful who continued to stir up trouble. After discussing these matters, she fell silent. Noticing her silence, Li Hao looked at her and saw that she appeared somewhat lost in thought. He cleared his throat and asked, "Is there nothing else?" "None." Lin Hongyu replied somewhat stiffly, "What else is there?" "Nothing at all." Li Hao chuckled softly, and when Lin Hongyu glanced at him, she quickly averted her gaze. Li Hao remarked, "There should be one more matter you have overlooked." "What is it?" "You forgot to mention that no one opposed my announcement of my intention to marry you, or any other reactions regarding that." Lin Hongyu was speechless, questioning the relevance of such a statement. "Just give it a name. After all, you are not concerned about it, so say whatever you wish." Li Hao chuckled again. "Really? No one opposes it?" "None," she replied with surprising firmness. Li Hao contemplated for a moment and said, "Then that's settled. Next, I need to deal with someone. Instruct the other saints to seal off Hurricane City." "Inghonghua?" "Yes." Li Hao nodded, and without further ado, he softly continued, "Hurricane City must remain untouched. That celestial entity cannot be disturbed, but only Inghonghua may be engaged. I intend to stir things up a bit and gauge the reactions from all sides. In truth, you have also overlooked another matter, heaven's will. The will of heaven does not dissipate easily. Last time, only a portion was eradicated, and it will undoubtedly choose another individual to favor. Furthermore, this time, it may be more inclined to give birth to the true Son of Heaven, and it is imperative that you find this individual. This individual must surely harbor a grudge against me, resenting me, possessing a talent not to be underestimated. The other party has evidently garnered the favor of fate. Experiencing a rise 3 times in a day is quite normal, and swiftly advancing towards harmony with the Tao is also entirely plausible." Lin Hongyu felt a stir within her heart and promptly nodded. "I understand now. Indeed. I almost forgot about fate. Primarily, it is intangible, and I had not paid it much heed. Upon reflection, it is indeed inexcusable to neglect fate. Had it not been for Li Hao's reminder, I might have genuinely forgotten. It is not merely a matter of forgetting. Fate embodies this realm and can easily immerse individuals within it, naturally dissolving any animosity towards it. Fate, in truth, is omnipresent and quite a formidable force. You exist within the cosmos, and thus it is only natural to lower your guard against it." Lin Hongyu's expression turned somber as she nodded once more. "Indeed, it is terrifying. If fate were to consistently target them, perhaps they would not forget, but at this moment, fate seems to have matured somewhat, not directly opposing them, yet stealthily lurking, effortlessly allowing everyone to disregard its significance. Very well, let it be so. I shall conclude with this. In your recent cultivation, take some time to contemplate the 5 animal play left by my master. The essence lies within the integration of its principles. I have helped you clarify the great Tao. As it stands, it remains somewhat incomplete, yet as time progresses, you will discern the myriad forces of the Tao, which will cyclically assist you in your cultivation." Lin Hongyu nodded once again. With that, Li Hao had finished what he intended to convey and rose, preparing to depart. Lin Hongyu followed suit, silently trailing behind. Suddenly, Li Hao halted, and Lin Hongyu came to an abrupt stop as well. Li Hao turned, and at that moment, they were in close proximity. He queried, perplexed, "Why didn't you collide into me?" Lin Hongyu stared at him, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. As a being of the harmonious realm, even if there were but a mere centimeter of distance, it would not pose an issue for me to stop instantaneously, would it? My control over strength is quite adequate. Lin Hongyu replied somewhat woodenly, and Li Hao chuckled. "It seems you have never experienced romance." Lin Hongyu was taken aback. Are you not tempted by my figure? I had presumed you would take the initiative to approach me as suggested. Never mind. It appears you are quite occupied, lacking even a moment to spare. You might consider watching more. Although I have never engaged in such affairs, I have observed them. My master used to enjoy watching, and you could do the same. In the next instant, Li Hao laughed lightly and vanished. Lin Hongyu stood there, stupefied, gazing in the direction of his disappearance. What on earth just transpired? Am I so busy that I have no time for trivial literature? From childhood to this day, I have been engrossed in cultivation, scheming, contending with various adversaries, overseeing the city of superpowers, and managing the grand celestial enterprise, scarcely finding a moment to rest. How could I possibly indulge in such leisure reading? Li Hao found it all rather perplexing. Furthermore, is Li Hao not busy? Is Yuan Shuan not busy? These individuals, surprisingly, find the time to indulge in such trifles. It is truly a distraction from their ambitions. Li Hao walked upon the air, chuckling softly, suddenly finding the situation amusing. A 31-year-old woman, it seems, apart from scheming and cultivating, knows little else. How truly unfortunate. Her childhood must have been exceedingly dull. My own childhood, however, was rather engaging. Just as these thoughts lingered, Hong Yitong approached gracefully, laughing cheerfully, enjoying a delightful conversation. I see. It was satisfactory. Li Hao smiled and remarked, "It has been quite a while since I last saw elder sister Hong Xiao. What has she been up to lately?" Hong Yitong remained silent. Li Hao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Is something wrong? It can't be. Hong Xiao had rarely participated in battles, being Hong Yitong's wife and possessing average strength. Li Hao seldom called upon her for combat. She has gone to the divine kingdom. What? After a moment of silence, he continued, she was previously in Shuiyuan, and then she went to the great wilderness. She is there to care for the elderly and orphans left behind by the war. Tianqing is still manageable, but the divine kingdom is in utter chaos, with countless casualties. She went there. I advised her against it, warning her to stay away from the divine kingdom. But she did not heed my words. Li Hao felt a stirring in his heart. Such boundless love is commendable. Yet he pondered deeply, emanating a faint aura of profound light, until his domain manifested. He then said, I have no objections to this. In fact, it is quite admirable. I just fear that the will of heaven may take notice of her. Hong Yitong was taken aback. Her strength is ordinary, and her talent is mediocre. Would the will of heaven truly focus on her? It's hard to say. Li Hao slightly frowned. I do not wish for the innocent to suffer alongside the guilty. Yet the uncertainty remains. The will of heaven has become increasingly unpredictable in its selection. I have considered alternatives, either selecting the queen or Ying Hongyue. However, both have vanished without a trace. The most likely candidates are those who have never ventured to the great wilderness, such as the 9th prince of the Tianqing royal family. Now, you mentioned that elder sister Hong Xiao has gone to the great wilderness, where she is nurturing orphans. It makes her an easy target for the will of heaven, does it not? This could be a manifestation of great love. Are you referring to the disciple left behind by Nanquan? Indeed. Li Hao nodded. He is currently at the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy, living quietly. However, his entire family perished, and Nanquan has departed as well. He possesses exceptional talent. Do you not remember? I certainly do. My memory is quite sharp. The Tianqing royal family was annihilated by me. At the time, Nanquan pleaded for him, allowing him to remain. But after Nachuan's departure, no one has looked after him, and unforeseen changes may arise. Hong Yitong couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Everyone else had forgotten about that individual, yet Li Hao still remembered him. His heart is indeed quite large, he mused. Nonetheless, his talent is genuinely impressive. After a moment's thought, he voiced, it would be prudent to observe him. As for Hong Xiao, I will summon her back. There's no need. Li Hao shook his head, suddenly smiling. If I truly find elder sister Hong Xiao, I shall give her a substantial reward. An immature will of heaven that wishes to contend with various factions and cultivate its own representatives is overly ambitious. He chuckled, regardless of that. Being favored by the will of heaven is a good thing. For now, let us set this aside and seek Ying Hongyue. This time, I intend to extract something significant from him. He is a crucial piece in my upcoming plans. Black Panther, go find someone. Woof. The Black Panther barked once, sniffed around, and then stood still, unable to detect any scent. Li Hao was speechless. What a useless creature. I have raised you for nothing. However, he had to admit, Ying Hongyue was indeed elusive. Let us head to the Great Li. The Great Li? Hong Yitong contemplated for a moment, and Li Hao smiled. The source of the Forbidden Sea. If he is not in some ruins, he must be there. That rascal knows how to hide. Previously, he ventured into the ruins of the Star Town, perhaps witnessing something extraordinary. However, he bore the power of the Red Moon, rendering him susceptible to injury from that formidable blade, which was particularly effective against the Red Moon's essence. In his quest to seize the blade, he would inevitably need to relinquish a portion of his Red Moon power. The Forbidden Sea served as an ideal location for him to silently unleash this power. At this moment, Li Hao's mind was remarkably clear. His understanding of the Red Moon had deepened considerably. He had stealthily returned to the Great Li. With a certainty of 99%, Hong Yitong spoke in a grave tone. Do not concern yourself with that deity of the initial martial arts of Great Li. Zheng Yu was unconcerned, as was Li Daoheng, and the inhabitants of the Red Moon Great World also refrained from troubling him. This indicated that the deity might indeed be harmless, or at this stage, would not interfere with the interests of various factions. Li Hao articulated his thoughts with clarity, prompting Hong Yitong to nod in agreement. This individual had always been adept at strategizing, and now, after embarking on his path of cultivation, his ability to calculate had only sharpened. In the Great Li, at the source of the Forbidden Sea, a place engulfed by towering waves, the corrosive waters ravaged all. Indeed, the reflection of the Red Moon was present there. At this moment, as the seawater surged, only these highly corrosive waters could wash away the Red Moon power residing within him, time and again stripping away fragments of that essence. Yet, in his mind, he was still contemplating that blade, a truly terrifying weapon. From a distance, he could discern its extraordinary nature. Should he acquire it, he might no longer need to scheme, perhaps finally deserving to step into the spotlight and contend with other factions. The bloodlines of the 8 great families were within reach. Perhaps he was destined to exist for the sake of these ruins. It was likely that someone had deliberately guided the bloodlines of the 8 families to converge, and he had a vague suspicion of who it might be, though he chose not to dwell on or speak of it. Within the ruins of the Star Town, he had slain Zheng Yu's avatar and reaped considerable rewards. Now, he had once again reached the level of harmonization. The degree of fusion among his 8 bloodlines had intensified. A strand of Red Moon power was dissipating, but it would soon manifest again, indicating that the Red Moon Emperor was still permeating that power, albeit at a slower pace than before, likely due to the entry of Zhang Un and his companions. Li Hao had been in seclusion for a month, disappearing for that duration, while the populace of Tianqing offered prayers for several days. Perhaps he was preparing for something. He pondered that Li Hao must have encountered that blade as well, but perhaps he had not given it much thought. Did he feel it was unattainable? Or was he waiting until he became stronger to seize it himself, hoping to reap the rewards effortlessly? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. Something was amiss. In that instant of realization, the void split open, the heavens were shrouded, and the domain of the Tao materialized. Suddenly, a hand as white as jade emerged from the void, striking down with a resounding thud. Ing Hongyue's expression changed dramatically as the 8 bloodlines fused in an instant, his aura surging explosively as he retaliated with a punch. Boom! The sound reverberated through the surroundings as colossal waves surged, and countless waters of the Forbidden Sea churned violently. Bang! 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 With a series of strikes, the Crimson Moon's bloodlines suddenly stirred, a long sword materializing, trembling violently. The 8 bloodlines quivered momentarily, and the Crimson Moon swiftly dove into the sea, attempting to escape. At that very moment, from the depths of the ocean, an earth-shattering sword emerged, accompanied by a golden hound that devoured the heavens, the sword severing the sky. Boom! The Crimson Moon burst forth from the water, her expression shifting. She was encircled from all sides by the earth-shattering sword, a Black Panther, and Li Hao. Li Hao? The Crimson Moon spoke in a low tone. You dare not kill me. To do so would invite retribution upon yourself. Li Hao materialized, his smile gentle. Indeed, I am aware of that, which is why I am in no hurry to end your life. Instead, I shall severely injure you, keeping you alive like a human puppet, nurtured in a jar. What say you? The Crimson Moon's expression flickered as she surveyed her surroundings. Li Hao chuckled lightly. Do not search in vain. There is no escape. The world is not so vast, unless you flee to Hurricane City and fall under Zheng Yu's control once more. Where else can you go? Li Hao continued. I do not desire much. The power of the Crimson Moon is beyond your capacity to assimilate. Provide me with a portion, and I shall aid in its digestion. alleviating your burden and further integrating your 8 bloodlines. The Crimson Moon's countenance shifted. Li Hao added, "Fear not, for I am one who values mutual benefit. Recently, my progress has been exceedingly swift, yet I have not been struck by the heavenly thunder, leaving me somewhat uncomfortable. If you could procure some for me, I would be most grateful." The Crimson Moon's eyes glimmered momentarily before she responded with a smile. "Is it merely the power of the Crimson Moon you seek? That is certainly manageable. I possess an abundance and find it rather burdensome. How much do you require, and will you then allow me to depart?" Li Hao shook his head. "Once you provide the power of the Crimson Moon, I trust you would not mind offering me a little more?" The Crimson Moon's expression fluctuated. "What more do you desire? Where is Ziyue?" "What?" The Crimson Moon was taken aback, gazing at Li Hao before suddenly laughing. "Are you still harboring intentions toward my daughter? She perished long ago in Dali. Previously, Qian Wuliang came to Dali, and the king of Dali led troops to encircle and eliminate her, making it exceedingly difficult to locate her. In the distance, Hong Yitong was also momentarily stunned. What do you want with Ziyue? July has nearly perished. And Ziyue is not the first generation but the third, the daughter of the Crimson Moon and the Black Widow. Many from the 3 major organizations died in Silver Moon. Yet she has managed to survive despite being captured. According to the Crimson Moon, she died in Dali." Li Hao chuckled softly. "Where is Ziyue?" The Crimson Moon frowned. "If she is dead, you may inquire with Qian Wuliang or the king of Dali. Li Hao, as a formidable overlord, if you wish to deal with me, you may do so directly. There is no need for pretense." Li Hao laughed again. "The Flying Sword Immortal and the Master of Hao Ian Mountain both protect you. Would they allow Ziyue to perish? That is different. Those two are of use to me." Li Hao chuckled in disbelief. "Very well, if you insist on being obstinate. Must I expose you? What do you mean?" The Crimson Moon regarded him with a slight frown. "Li Hao, I acknowledge that I am currently no match for you. Why engage in such theatrics?" Li Hao sighed. "It seems you have sired many children, both male and female, with numerous grandchildren. Yet, you seem particularly concerned about Ziyue. I am passionate, not heartless." The Crimson Moon replied with a touch of nonchalance. "I hold my women and my descendants in high regard. Spare me your distaste." Li Hao chuckled. "You are nothing but a heartless creature, pretending to be a sentimental being. In the past, I failed to comprehend your true nature. But I possess a good memory and a petty demeanor. As for Ziyue, I still remember her well. Though she is but a minor character, upon reflection, even small figures can wield significant influence. You, endowed with the power of the Red Moon and the bloodline of the 8 great families. Are you truly capable of bearing offspring? Whom do you think you are insulting? If you could indeed conceive, it would be a miracle. Do you wish to adorn yourself with a green hat? I see your children as mere experimental subjects. Some may have failed, while others might have succeeded. Ziyue is likely one of the successful ones." Ing Hongyue's expression remained neutral. "What do you mean?" she inquired, uncertain. Li Hao shook his head. "Ziyue is either composed purely of the power of the Red Moon or solely of the bloodline of the 8 great families. There is no third possibility. Of course, there could be a chance of a complete and successful fusion, but that is highly improbable. If it were truly the case, you would not be in your current predicament." At this juncture, Li Hao smiled and continued, "You have no descendants. Spare me your theatrics. A person like you, who is destined to be childless. Where would your progeny come from? Your other offspring have perished in large numbers. While Ziyue has endured until the end, she is not one to perish easily. Just tell me, did she secretly enter the seal, or did you leave her in the ruins of Jinxing City?" He added. "Or could it be that the currently surviving Flying Sword Immortal is actually Ziyue in disguise? Did you leave her in Hurricane City, hoping to deceive Jingyu once more?" Ing Hongyue remained silent, merely gazing at Li Hao, her heart slightly shaken. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Li Hao, you are overthinking this." No. I never overthink." Li Hao countered, shaking his head. "Ziyue is indeed adept in the path of thunder, is she not? And as far as I know, the Hong family is known as the City of Thunder. The main city of the Hong family has not made an appearance and has remained missing until today. Furthermore, you undoubtedly possess the bloodline of one of the 8 great families. Additionally, the first divine weapon you bestowed upon me was the Thunder Hammer of the Hong family. I shattered it effortlessly, and thereafter, the Hong family vanished from all records, as without a divine weapon, it becomes exceedingly difficult to locate the corresponding 8 bloodlines. Nearly all connections are lost now. Should I refer to you as Hong Hongyue, or Hong Yingyue, or perhaps something else entirely?" Li Hao laughed. Ziyue must be one of the 8 great families, specifically of the Hong lineage. Thus she could indeed be a fusion of the bloodlines. Although there is a possibility of superpowers in the realm of thunder, after mastering the Great Path, I have explored nearly all the powerful thunderous stars and have yet to discover that peculiar purple lightning. He continued, by the way, you and my master uncle are of the same lineage. Li Hao chuckled. Tell me, where is the city of thunder of the Hong family? What schemes do they have in mind? Does the resurgent Hong family in the new martial era seek to carve out a piece of the pie? Ying Hongyue maintained her composure. Just because Ziyue follows the path of thunder, you assume I hail from the Hong family? Perhaps I originate from the Li family? He smiled. Care to guess what my title was back in Silver Moon? I am, in fact, proficient in swordplay. Li Hao nodded. I know, the sentimental swordsman Ying Hongyue. But who truly cares? He chuckled. Ying Hongyue, we should understand each other quite well. You know me, and I know you. Zheng Yu and the others do not comprehend you, but I do. We complement each other, don't we? Despite the deep-seated grudges, I've killed your wife. And you've annihilated my entire family. We've managed to support one another to this day. I won't expose you. If you can handle Zheng Yu or that figure above, I shall applaud you. I relish the challenge of contending with the Silver Moon people rather than allowing these individuals to become the protagonists of this era. I will refrain from questioning the whereabouts of Ziyu or revealing your secrets. However, aside from the power of the Red Moon, there is something else you must provide me. Ying Hongyue regarded him with a profound gaze. A portion of the control over the seal, she replied. Li Hao chuckled lightly. To put it simply, your method of harnessing the power of the seal must be linked to the Hong family. In the past, only the 8 major cities possessed such capability. Otherwise, how could you have merged with the seal? The stone gate of the Hong family lies within Silver City. If I am not mistaken, their main city is likely situated deep beneath Silver City. Ying Hongyue laughed softly. How could that be? Li Hao shook his head. Do not dismiss it lightly. I feel compelled to investigate. The first stone gate I encountered belonged to the Hong family. At that time, I was too naive to consider its significance. Moreover, you've been stirring things up in Silver City, having long set your sights on the 8 great families. Even willingly becoming a pawn for others, playing the role of the Red Moon Emperor, a piece for Zheng Yu, and a chess piece for Li Daoing. You are truly formidable. My master may possess greater talent than you, yet in other aspects, he pales in comparison. Among the 36 heroes, you are the most cunning. Many clues, when interconnected, reveal a wealth of information. I have not overlooked your significance. While others may underestimate you, I, Li Hao, will not. Would I neglect to study the one who exterminated my family? Li Hao continued with a smile. And Ziyu cannot possibly be your true form, can she? Have you conjured up Ying Hongyue to divert attention? If so, you are indeed impressive. However, let us set that aside for now. First, fulfill my request. Otherwise, whether you are the true form or a facade, you shall be unable to depart today. Ying Hongyue raised an eyebrow and after a moment stated, I can grant you the power of the Red Moon, but how do you propose I provide you with the authority over the seal? If I am bound by the seal, must you also be? If that is the case, I am indifferent. I only fear that you may become ensnared and unable to extricate yourself. Very well, Li Hao replied with a grin. I shall give you 10 seconds to consider. Either grant me the authority, or I shall excavate the Thunder City of the Hong family. It might not even be located in Silver City, but instead hidden within the seal, which would be even more intriguing. Ying Hongyue regarded him with a scornful glance, cursing under her breath. This fellow is truly extraordinary. How could he connect Ziyu? How could he think of the seemingly ordinary power of thunder? How could he contemplate the Hong family's Thunder City, which has remained so discreet? Everyone believed the Hong family had been officially vanquished. Amidst the chaos, the Hong family has remained silent, leading the old tortoises to assume their complete annihilation, as the ancient city has been entirely buried. Otherwise, why have they never shown themselves? Indeed, this man is my lifelong adversary. As the crimson moon flickered its gaze, just as it was about to speak, Li Hao interjected. Enough, spare me your words. Simply tell me how to utilize the 8 divine weapons to unlock certain seals. The crimson moon took a deep breath. It has nothing to do with the 8 divine weapons. Li Hao disregarded her words and continued, that is not quite right. Just tell me how to use the 8 bloodlines to allow my true self to enter. Is it necessary to envelop my physical form with the divine weapons? I have previously entered with my spiritual essence, utilizing the 8 bloodlines of the Bagua. Yet these bloodlines require divine weapons or a lineage to extend. However, only spiritual essence can enter, not the physical body. I wish to avoid drawing attention. The crimson moon fell silent, and after a moment, replied, simply conceal the divine weapons within your being. Is it really that straightforward? The crimson moon nodded. It is best to enter through the main city, as the seal is somewhat related to it. Zhang An's successful entry was not due to his strength, but rather because he commanded the city of the Star River, which facilitated his passage. If you wish to avoid direct entry into the main city, then merge one of the 8 divine weapons with the city lord's seal and pass through the bloodlines to enter smoothly. At this point, she added, furthermore, although that emperor has been sealed, if he were to seize the 8 divine weapons, he might merge with them through a clone and emerge. Be cautious, for I am not worried about your demise, but rather that you might inadvertently bring ruin to us all. At this moment, the Crimson Moon realized that this individual was far more troublesome than Zheng Yu and his companions. He understands me all too well. Are even the small fry receiving such attention? The 8 divine weapons are now almost entirely shattered, devoured by Li Hao's starry sword. Although the starry sword was once fractured, it has now nearly healed. It remains the sole divine weapon of the 8. No, there is also the turtle from the Wang family. As the Crimson Moon pondered this, she suddenly heard Li Hao exclaim, is the hammer of the Hong family currently with Ziyue? The Crimson Moon frowned. Didn't you shatter it some time ago? Li Hao chuckled. What nonsense. Except for the one from the Wang family, the 8 divine weapons possess no consciousness. The Wang family's weapon is sentient only because it was born long ago. The hammer of the Hong family, having been created later, could not possibly be forged with the soul of a demon tribe. Yet, it seems to have some semblance of consciousness now. Where did you procure this imitation? Surprisingly, it looks quite authentic. Even the bloodlines have dimmed somewhat. Did you forge it using your own bloodline power? At that moment, the Crimson Moon felt a splitting headache. After a long pause, she exhaled. Why don't you try killing me? You, with your mouth full of lies, are truly exasperating. In an instant, Li Hao manifested, his sword piercing the heavens. 99 pathways merged in an instant as he unleashed a strike, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake. Yet his blade did not aim at the Crimson Moon, but rather at the Forbidden Sea. Boom! A colossal roar reverberated through the cosmos as the Forbidden Sea was cleaved, causing torrents to split. In that moment, the Crimson Moon erupted with a mouthful of blood, staring at Li Hao in silence, withholding her words, and instantaneously unleashed countless forces of the Crimson Moon. Then, she cast forth a city lord's seal, coughing blood incessantly. This is the key to the main city, the city lord's seal. Without it, it is a farce. Li Hao shattered it with a single stroke of his sword. With a resounding crash, an overwhelming force erupted. Li Hao calmly remarked, true treasures are never kept on one's person. They are most likely with Ziyue. You may deceive others, but I am not so easily fooled. I do not trust a single word you speak. I believe only in my own deductions. Therefore, do not attempt any tricks in my presence. I only trust myself. I demand the city lord's seal and the Hong family's hammer. In 3 days, I expect to see these 2 treasures in Silver City. If I do not, I shall mount an assault on Hurricane City to compel Zheng Yu to surrender the Flying Sword Immortal. The Flying Sword Immortal is likely a guise of Ziyue. Otherwise, why would you abandon it? You are quite the schemer. Hongyue appeared somewhat disheartened. It's not as you imagine. Li Hao chuckled. Do not be so modest. I merely follow your lead in thought. Were I in your position, I would also resist. Of course, I am passive, while you are actively luring and enticing various parties. And in your defiance, you exhibit greater prowess. Hence, I shall inevitably bring ruin to your entire family, you and Ziyue alike, regardless of who is genuine or false. It matters not. As he spoke, Li Hao absorbed a substantial amount of Hongyue's power, his eyes momentarily flickering with crimson light. Soon, he extinguished the Hongyue power within himself, causing Hongyue's eyelids to flutter. He continued, do not entertain the notion of refining the Forbidden Sea into your avatar or true form. Your ambitions are considerable, and you would mislead others into believing you merely transfer Hongyue's power through the Forbidden Sea, would you? Hongyue's countenance shifted dramatically as she glared at Li Hao, frowning. Li Hao, you are quite insufferable, do you realize that? It was no wonder that just moments ago, Li Hao had only severed the Forbidden Sea. Li Hao smiled. Am I truly insufferable? No, I am quite affable. Everyone adores me, except for you. but that is of little consequence. Should you dare to refine the forbidden sea again, I shall summon the god of initial martial arts from Dali to deal with you. I presently struggle to extinguish it. But perhaps they could. How amusing it would be. Can you compel them to act? Hongyue suddenly grew resolute, regarding Li Hao with a cold stare. Li Hao cryptically stated, there are always certain things that matter to him. For instance, Dali, every person possesses weaknesses. I have mine, and you have yours, as does everyone. Hongyue remained silent for a long while before finally saying, the items will be placed at the inspection office in Silver City in 3 days, should it still exist. If not, then they will be nearby. You may find them yourself. Furthermore, I will not refine the forbidden sea again. Li Hao, what do you think? Very well. That is acceptable. Li Hao nodded, smiling. In the next moment, he drew his sword once more, striking repeatedly. The forbidden sea surged violently. Hongyue was enraged, genuinely furious at that moment, as the forbidden sea roiled madly. The 8 bloodlines fused instantaneously, unleashing a power of unparalleled ferocity, delivering a punch that summoned a thunderous eruption. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. In that instant, he appeared as his true self, formidable beyond measure, leaving Hong Yitong and Black Panther in stunned silence at a distance. Meanwhile, Li Hao unleashed a flurry of strikes, creating chaos within the Forbidden Sea, causing countless streams of Hongyue's power to spill forth, an abundance of energy cascading outward. In the blink of an eye, all was consumed by Li Hao. After a period of conflict, Li Hao abruptly retracted his domain, and Hongyue ceased her assault instantly. Remaining silent, merely observing Li Hao smiled. I shall come seeking you again. As the words faded, they vanished into the ether. Hong Yitong and the Black Panther similarly disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the Forbidden Sea trembled incessantly, as if it had sustained an injury, struggling in anguish. The hue of the moon reflected a tumultuous change, yet it remained silent. After a considerable pause, it spoke in a low tone. Li Hao? Just a few traces, which he had forgotten. Yet this fellow, Li Hao, remembered everything with clarity. He retained every detail, even from his earlier, feeble days, and continuously interlinked various elements. Does he not feel that his existence is burdensome? At that moment, Li Hao coughed lightly and remarked with a smile. Impressive. Hong Yitong was somewhat shaken and communicated through thought. Has this fellow concealed himself so deeply? Someone who willingly steps forward, serving as bait for the emperor, the half-emperor. And the dark forces of the Li family is certainly not simple. I lack such audacity. I just happened to clarify my path and realized that Ziyue's way was flawed. By connecting the dots, I recalled many things. I can integrate the path and the galaxy, so it is only natural for someone to integrate the Forbidden Sea as well. Given this fellow's boldness, even daring to employ the Thunder Path, it is entirely reasonable. Is it truly reasonable? Hong Yitong pondered, realizing it was anything but. Moreover, this fellow sought the Hong family's hammer and the City Lord's seal. Does he genuinely intend to enter the seal? Why did he not take the opportunity to eliminate him earlier? Unable to kill him now, just take a piece of his flesh for now, nurture him, and return to the hunt later. However, this fellow could be a lurking danger. Yet I am unafraid. Hong Yitong felt a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, among the 36 heroes, this fellow was the most deeply concealed. Li Hao nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. At this moment, he was swiftly flying towards the Great Li Imperial Palace. Observing him head towards the palace, Hong Yitong mused that the king of Great Li must loathe this fellow, having attempted to act multiple times without gaining any advantage, and now losing the favor of destiny. How could he dare approach again? Is he not afraid of facing the god of initial martial arts in battle? Simultaneously, the king of Great Li was still in meditation when he suddenly opened his eyes, his expression complex. Unable to suppress a curse, he muttered, "Here he comes again." How many times has it been? Each time, he suffered significant losses without any gain. Collaborating with Li Hao was the most foolish decision. Yet, there was nothing to be done about it. Grinding his teeth in anger, he commanded, "Jiang Li, go to the temple and summon that one. If Li Hao dares to deceive me again today, gather all my strength to eliminate him. This wretched scoundrel. Does he truly believe I am so naive as to be manipulated by him? Having gained nothing from the divine kingdom, and losing favor from destiny. What more does he want this time?" At that moment, in the distance, Jiang Li bore a similarly complex expression as he vanished, not to slay Li Hao, but to inquire whether the god of initial martial arts could expel this fellow. If he returns to Great Li a few more times, Even if Great Li has not integrated into the heavenly star, it will be thoroughly tormented by Li Hao. In the distance, within the temple, an ethereal figure glanced towards the direction of Li Hao with a hint of annoyance. Here he comes again. Should I give him a beating to send him packing? Chapter 379. Firmly suppressed. Subscription and monthly ticket requested. Within the Great Li Imperial Palace, Li Hao navigated his way with familiarity, proceeding directly inside. This time, there was no traversing through the void. It was a direct entrance into the palace. Some divine guards could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. In the grand hall, the king of Dali sat upon his throne, his expression inscrutable as he coldly regarded Li Hao upon his arrival. Your Majesty, I have come to see you, Li Hao announced with a smile, almost igniting the king's ire before he even approached. Fortunately, the king managed to restrain himself, responding in a relatively calm tone. The Silver Moon Marquis has arrived. Please take a seat. It seems your injuries have healed. Much gratitude for the king's support, Li Hao replied. Support? What nonsense. The king thought to himself, feeling a mix of indignation and disbelief. You spoke of divine while dissipating. I should have at least been able to reach harmony. And yet, here you are again. He nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Less talk meant fewer mistakes. Whatever Li Hao said, he would simply pretend not to hear this time. Li Hao wanted the Dali forces to mobilize, and they did. He had sacrificed the divine will, and now, what more could he want? Seeing the king's reticence, Li Hao chuckled lightly, unperturbed, and sat down, motioning for Hong Yitong to join him, displaying a familiar ease. He then turned and called out, "Where is Chief Priest Jiang? Come and sit. Let us converse." Outside the door, Jiang Li remained silent, offering no response. Li Hao remarked, "The Dali Palace feels somewhat desolate." The king replied coolly, "Indeed. It is somewhat chilly. Unlike the Silver Moon Marquis, I did not expect you to be so young and soon to wed. I seem to have forgotten to offer my congratulations." This news surprised him, perhaps intended to provoke Li Hao. Li Hao nodded. Indeed, as a man reaches a certain age, it is time to settle down. The king of Dali is not young himself. It is high time, lest only the king and chief priest Jiang remain in the palace, inviting unwelcome gossip. The king's expression turned frosty. "You insolent fool." Outside, Jiang Li felt somewhat innocent, retreating a few steps until he nearly pressed against the wall. Disappearing from Li Hao's view, it was wise not to engage with someone so devious. The king, ever straightforward, realized that discussing such matters with Li Hao would only lead to humiliation. "Does the Silver Moon Marquis have business this time?" the king inquired, eager to dismiss Li Hao with a hint of impatience. Li Hao replied with a smile, "Indeed, due to unforeseen circumstances, I fell in rank." And the king did not advance either. "Moreover, in our efforts against the Western Divine Kingdom, we seized their resources. I felt a sense of guilt. How can one who collaborates with me, Li Hao, do so without reciprocation? Thus, I have come to Dali to rectify my previous misstep." The king was taken aback. "Are you here to offer benefits?" He pondered, struggling to believe it. However, he recognized that their past collaboration had not been to his detriment, as he had gained considerable resources during their last venture against the Boundless City. Li Hao continued, "However, currently, my resources are exceedingly limited, and the benefits I possess are scant. In truth, within Dali's borders lies a treasure. The source of the Forbidden Sea originates from the north. After careful consideration, I have resolved to compress the Forbidden Sea. The Forbidden Sea traverses the heavens and the earth. I intend to confine it within the Great Li territory. This land is not only a treasure but also a sacred site, brimming with countless resources and boundless energy. By compressing the Forbidden Sea within Great Li, the energy of the realm could elevate by over 30% in an instant. This would enhance the entire nation's foundation rather than relying on ephemeral treasures. Energy stones inevitably deplete, yet the energy derived from the Forbidden Sea is an inexhaustible extraction of the world's essence. This is the true treasure. Currently, the Forbidden Sea is regarded as a treasure of the entire celestial star, yet given the vastness of the celestial star, I am indifferent to the loss of a single Forbidden Sea. Great Li King, if you desire it, I shall concede to compress the Forbidden Sea and suppress it within the Great Li territory." The Great Li King was momentarily taken aback, his mind in a whirl, uncertain of how to respond. Indeed, the Forbidden Sea is a treasure trove, albeit fraught with peril. The corrosive power of its waters is formidable. However, within this sea lie numerous treasures, including the commonly found heavenly golden lotus, of which Li Hao once consumed a petal, an invaluable item for enhancing mental strength and influence. The Forbidden Sea is abundant with such treasures. As the world awakens, many regions are revitalizing and rising. Yet, it is perhaps the naturally occurring treasures of the Forbidden Sea that are the most plentiful. The energy within the Forbidden Sea is dense, and if it can truly be compressed within the Great Li territory, the intensity of Great Li's energy would instantaneously surge. Moreover, as time progresses, this intensity would only become more pronounced. Li Hao continued, not only that, the current Forbidden Sea is merely a reflection of the primary world. It now seems to possess its own spirit, with mountains and rivers all imbued with life. Should one capture the spirit of the Forbidden Sea, it could rival the will of heaven itself. The Forbidden Sea is extraordinary. If it were to be compressed into Great Li, it could even create a natural barrier along Mount Song, thus obstructing any conflict between Great Li and Celestial Star. They would have to traverse the Forbidden Sea to engage in battle. The Great Li King was reluctant to fall under my dominion. Yet relying on Mount Song would not suffice. It is easily crossed, while the Forbidden Sea poses a formidable challenge, a genuine natural divide. The Great Li King remained silent. Was he swayed? Indeed, he was. Yet he understood the complexity of the situation. If it were simple, would Li Hao be so generous? He fell into contemplation, recognizing the validity of Li Hao's words. Great Li was unwilling to surrender, desiring independence, yet Mount Song is no longer a significant barrier. What if the Forbidden Sea were to serve as such? At that point, unless one were a top-tier powerhouse, crossing would be exceedingly difficult. In this new era of martial prowess, even the most elite would be thoroughly corroded upon entering the Forbidden Sea. Thoughts flickered in his mind, and the Great Li King spoke. The Forbidden Sea is of utmost importance. Let the Silver Moon Marquis claim it himself. Li Hao replied with a smile, that is not out of the question. If the Great Li King does not wish to have it, I shall take it myself. As the source lies within Great Li, considering we are brothers and kin, it would be inappropriate for me to silently extract it. However, if the Great Li King truly does not desire it, I shall proceed to take it. Wait. The Great Li King interjected swiftly, glancing at Li Hao with a slight frown. You intend to take it without consent? He hesitated momentarily before quickly saying, Jiang Li. Outside the hall, Jiang Li reappeared, and the Great Li King slowly remarked, have you heard the words of the Silver Moon Marquis just now? Do you believe that Li requires a formidable barrier? Jiang Li is equally perplexed. If so, it is as Li Hao suggested, yet their lack of confidence is palpable. At this moment, Jiang Li, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to Li Hao and inquired, Lord, regarding the Forbidden Sea, which the three major organizations have previously ventured into, might there be underlying issues? Since you claim you wish to assist us in addressing any concerns, it would be prudent to articulate them clearly for our assessment. Li Hao chuckled. What issues could there possibly be? It is merely that Hongyue harbors considerable ambition, seeking to refine the Forbidden Sea. As I mentioned, the Forbidden Sea possesses a spirit. Should it be refined, the entire ocean may transform into either its avatar or even its true self. That would indeed pose significant complications. Currently, the opposition seems to be in the initial stages. Thus, if we can thwart Hongyue's refining efforts, we should encounter no further troubles. The King of Li was about to speak when Li Hao continued, of course, failing to expel him is also an option, if he were to successfully refine it. The source of the Forbidden Sea lies within Li. Should it be taken away, the entirety of Li would instantaneously become a barren wasteland, as its energy would be siphoned away. The King of Li paused, momentarily taken aback, and fell silent. Li Hao added, Hongyue stands a fair chance of succeeding. He is exceptionally powerful. Moreover, he has been infiltrating the Forbidden Sea with the power of the Red Moon. Surely, you do not believe he is merely depleting the energy of the Red Moon? Li Hao laughed. Indeed, it is not so. His intention is to contaminate the power of the Red Moon, permeate the entire Forbidden Sea, and assimilate it wholly. Hongyue does not fear the power of the Red Moon. If he did, would he continue to extract it? He gives the impression that he is using the bloodlines of the 8 great families to resist the power of the Red Moon. But in truth, he may have already begun to merge these two forces. If he succeeds, dealing with Hongyue thereafter would become exceedingly difficult. Naturally, the primary target would be Li. As the source is located here, Li Hao spoke extensively. The King of Li pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. Hongyue can indeed refine the forbidden sea into a manifestation. If the silver moon and the heavens can consume all, then what of the ocean? Li Hao replied with a smile. To a strong individual, nothing is beyond consumption. Nothing is beyond refinement. Indeed, if the heavens can be refined, how much easier it is for a mere ocean. The king of Li furrowed his brow. What is Hongyue's current strength? Early saint stage. But in moments of extreme exertion, he may even reach the late saint stage. Should he refine the forbidden sea, he could potentially shatter all limitations and ascend to the status of a heavenly king. Li Hao recounted with familiarity. Furthermore, Hongyue is also absorbing and digesting some of the legacies from the 8 great families. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he may advance even further. He has a plethora of hidden cards up his sleeve. The king of Li's expression shifted slightly. Jiang Li, too, bore an air of gravity and solemnly asked, "Is what the Lord says truly credible? What could be fabricated in this regard?" Li Hao laughed. Moreover, if the king of Li can refine it, he would experience a significant enhancement. Although he would lose the favor of heaven, the forbidden sea is still part of the cosmos, an exceedingly vital part, and could even be considered a blessing from heaven without the interference of divine will. Once refined, the ascent to saint or heavenly king would be imminent. Is it not the aspiration of all powerful beings to grow stronger? The king of Li yearned to safeguard Li, yet lacked the necessary strength to do so. Was he to continuously rely on that initial martial prowess? Such reliance seemed inappropriate. The king fell into a contemplative silence. He had initially intended to disregard Li Hao, yet found it increasingly difficult to do so. Was there merit in Li Hao's assertions? Indeed, there was. Each of Li Hao's declarations was grandiose and compelling, rendering refusal nearly impossible. However, did this rascal truly wish for him to confront the radiant crimson moon? As he pondered this, Li Hao continued, "If the king of Li wishes to take action, he must suppress and expel the radiant crimson moon. Yet, our understanding of the forbidden sea is limited. It is the initial martial experts who possess profound knowledge, and only with such strength can one drive away the radiant crimson moon." A realization dawned upon the king. He could employ others to do his bidding. His gaze shifted towards Li Hao, and he coldly remarked, "Is the silver moon marquis suggesting that I summon the god of initial martial arts to expel and vanquish the radiant crimson moon? It is not I who urges you to summon. Rather, if you desire the forbidden sea, you must exert your own efforts. Would it be appropriate for me to provide it to you?" Li Hao replied with a smile, "I am capable of achieving it myself. But if I succeed, why would I offer it to you? The world is awakening anew, and opportunities are scarce. I grasp the vast cosmos, which affords me some chance. I inquire of you, king of Li, what grand opportunities do you possess to ascend to the Tao harmony, or even to the level of a heavenly king? Do you have any? I do, as does the radiant crimson moon. Zheng Yu was destined for greatness, and the emperor of crimson moon is indeed an emperor. Yet you, a mere 7th layer of sun and moon, possess no such opportunities. Opportunities? Do I possess any? I do not. The chances in this world are truly limited. Li, by nature, is barren, with scarcely a few relics. From where could such grand opportunities arise?" Upon reflecting on Li Hao's words, the king recognized their inherent wisdom. If he did not strive for opportunities, how could they possibly manifest? As of now, he was merely at the 7th layer of sun and moon, while Li Hao and his companions had their own means of advancement. And what of him? Li sought independence, yet lacked the strength to achieve it. How could independence be attained? Thoughts continued to swirl within him. Observing this, Jiang Li realized the king was intrigued. Li Hao's intentions were undoubtedly suspect. He quickly cleared his throat and said, "Your Majesty, we had previously agreed to unite our forces to eliminate Li Hao. Yet, after merely 3 minutes of conversation, you are already inclined to assist him? Remarkable. In just 3 minutes, Li Hao has enticed the king of Li into action. The radiant crimson moon was, after all, Li Hao's sworn enemy." The king of Li suddenly regained his composure, his expression darkening. Li Hao was truly insidious. Each of his words carried an irresistible allure. Yet, upon consumption, one would discover it was nothing more than a poisoned bait. Li Hao, the king of Li, suppressed his burgeoning desires and replied with unwavering calm, "Surely, this matter is not as simple as it appears." Li Hao nodded in agreement. The radiant crimson moon is indeed formidable. There may even be hidden cards at play, and the danger is palpable. Some time ago, I detected their efforts to refine the forbidden sea. The power of the Crimson Moon has even begun to taint the forces that suppress the Forbidden Sea. This is but one aspect. Secondly, the resurgence of the Forbidden Sea, as the new martialists have stated, was precipitated by the fall of an unparalleled powerhouse. How then does the Silver Moon's Forbidden Sea manifest corrosive power? How does such formidable strength arise? Is it solely through the blessings of heaven and earth? At this moment, Li Hao did not conceal his thoughts. Articulating his speculation, I infer, though I cannot be certain, that within the current Forbidden Sea, there may lie the remains of an unparalleled powerhouse. Even if it is not an emperor, it could belong to the realm of a half-emperor. The king of Li was momentarily taken aback. How can this be? There is but one emperor in Silver Moon, and that is the Sword Sovereign. This is nonsense. Li Hao chuckled. I do not know. Perhaps the gods know. The source lies within Li, which suggests that if there are remains, they likely originated from this region. Do not inquire of me. If it is possible, you might ask that deity. Li Hao continued with a smile. The Forbidden Sea would not possess corrosive power without reason, nor would it naturally revive. There must be something present within the sea. The king of Li's gaze flickered as he looked at Li Hao, finding it difficult to believe. Could it be possible to have the corpse of a half-emperor, or even an emperor? In the entirety of Silver Moon, there exists only one Sword Sovereign, and perhaps the Sealed Emperor as well, both of whom are alive and well. If a half-emperor or an emperor had perished, it would have caused a global uproar. Yet this has never been heard of. Historically, there is no record of such events. However, Li Hao offered this conjecture based on the new martial Forbidden Sea, which was formed due to the fall of a top-tier emperor whose blood stained the Forbidden Sea. The so-called corrosive power arises from the remnants of their essence, as their blood drips and merges into the ocean, resulting in immense corrosive strength. Yet, in Silver Moon, such a phenomenon does not exist. How could a similar Forbidden Sea arise? The source is precisely located in Li, where there resides a mysteriously powerful deity of initial martial arts. Contemplating this, Li Hao added, moreover, High Priest Li, had you not been utilizing the bones of the initial martial god? Could it be that these are truly the bones of that deity? Did they dismantle their own bones for your use? The bones of the initial martial god signify that a powerful being has perished. Just those few bones could elevate one to the mid to late stages of the sun and moon. The original owner of those bones must have at least been a pinnacle sage, or even a heavenly king. He posed a question with a hint of doubt. Have you not considered where these bones originated? Silence ensued. The king of Li turned to Li, who appeared somewhat embarrassed, having never contemplated such a notion. I truly believe they belong to the initial martial god. Li Hao's assertions held merit. Would a deity truly dismantle their own bones for another's use? Surely, bones can only come from a being who has been slain. The king of Li felt a sense of vexation, realizing Li Hao's cunning. This individual consistently deduced critical insights from seemingly inconsequential clues. The method of formation of the Forbidden Sea, the location of its source, and Li's utilization of the initial martial god's bones. All these clues led Li Hao to conclude that within the Forbidden Sea, there should exist the remains of a supreme powerhouse. Should the Forbidden Sea possess sentience, it may very well be a manifestation of this very corpse. Meanwhile, Ying Honyue might be in pursuit of this. Of course, Li Hao refrained from mentioning this to Ying Honyue. She may or may not be aware, as she too is a clever individual. One can only say, these two from Li are rather dim-witted, remaining oblivious to the signs all along. The revival of the Forbidden Sea seems to have gone unnoticed, as if nothing has changed. In truth, at this moment, Hong Yitong felt somewhat dazed. Is that so? The revival of the Forbidden Sea did not provoke much thought among the newcomers, but Li Hao pondered deeply. Everyone else seemed to accept the revival of the world and the Forbidden Sea as a matter of course. At this juncture, the king of Li could no longer contain himself. Are you suggesting that there are skeletons in the sea that may have also awakened, and that they are formidable? Coupled with the Red Moon's intentions towards the Forbidden Sea, it is indeed perilous? Precisely. The king of Li fell silent for a moment. If the source lies here, then could it be that the strong ones in the sea were slain by our god of initial martial arts? I cannot say. You may inquire for yourself. Li Hao replied. At this moment, Li awkwardly interjected. So are you implying that the bones I am using could possibly belong to that slain powerful being? Li Hao nodded. That is why I advised you to seek for yourselves, for Li may very well utilize these bones to uncover the true skeleton. This particular skeleton might be the essence of the Forbidden Sea. The Red Moon is likely also in pursuit of it. A skeleton of a top-tier powerhouse would be a treasure for everyone. Moreover, this individual might have been a powerhouse from the era of initial martial arts. The bones you possess are of initial martial white jade. Li Hao continued, to my knowledge, few can refine initial martial white jade bones. And those who can are no weaklings. In due course, whether it is you who controls the Forbidden Sea, or the King of Dali, or perhaps you both together, it presents an opportunity, not to mention the potential to reach the status of a half-emperor. The path ahead is clear. As the inheritor of the Overlord Emperor, you require such power, which is arguably more befitting than that of the great Tao universe. Each individual has their own suitable strength. If the Forbidden Sea is truly shaped by initial martial power, it is most suitable for you, King of Dali. That makes sense. At this moment, the King of Dali ceased to consider expelling Li Hao or attempting to eliminate him. This fellow possesses extraordinary insight. He began to contemplate, frequently glancing at Zhang Li, who appeared somewhat distracted, occasionally casting a glance back at the temple. Could it be that our god of initial martial arts truly once defeated a top-tier initial martial powerhouse? An initial martial powerhouse, if alive, would at least be of the celestial king level, perhaps even a half-emperor. Yet, is our deity not also an initial martial powerhouse? Does one initial martial being slay another? Which of them was slain? Whom do we revere? Why would one seek to kill the other? Even the bones were dismantled, serving as exclusive sacrificial items for the temple. Such actions are indeed ruthless. These myriad thoughts caused Zhang Li to drift into distraction, failing to notice the King of Dali's repeated glances. Seeing this, the King of Dali felt somewhat helpless. Finally, he turned to Li Hao. What do you think? If this skeleton were to awaken, would it be exceptionally powerful? If it truly revives, it would undoubtedly be at the level of a sage, or perhaps even a celestial king. While it may not be able to leave the Forbidden Sea, capturing it would be no simple task. Otherwise, I would have taken it myself, but I lack the assurance, hence I suggest you find a way. Li Hao spoke softly. Gaining without effort is not acceptable. The clues and information I have provided are sufficient for the returns you have previously made. Therefore, you did not suffer a loss last time. If you succeed, I believe you will start as a sage, and if you utilize it wisely, there will be a place for you in the future. The great Li King snorted coldly and said indifferently, aren't you doing this to deal with Ing Hongyue? Otherwise, would you be so kind-hearted? Li Hao smiled. It is about actions, not intentions. Do not concern yourself with my motivations. Have I not given you an opportunity? Is there an issue? The great Li King was left speechless. Taking a deep breath, he called, Zhang Li. Present. Zhang Li responded hastily. The great Li King continued. You and I shall meet with that individual. Silver Moon Marquis, you all wait here for a moment. If we reach a decision, we will inform you. Please proceed. Li Hao replied with a smile. Zhang Li felt somewhat conflicted, but said nothing further as he stepped out of the palace alongside the great Li King. Once they left, Hong Yitong could not help but chuckle. The great Li King is quite honest. Li Hao shook his head. I did not scheme against him. This is an open strategy. He has too few opportunities to grow stronger. This is indeed one. If he refuses, I would find it strange for a king to forfeit a chance to become stronger out of fear of being plotted against. The great Li King has little opportunity. Now, Li Hao has delivered it to his doorstep. How could he not seize it? If he does not grasp this opportunity, it would be a waste. To obtain the legacy of the Overlord Emperor, the great Li King cannot be that inept. Hong Yitong nodded slightly, recognizing it as an open strategy. There were certain things Li Hao could have chosen not to say, yet he still did. Initially, he had no knowledge of these matters. At this moment, Hong Yitong pondered. Are you suggesting that an initial martial artist perished in the Forbidden Sea, and the source lies with the Great Li? Did that individual kill him? Just how powerful is the one remaining in the Great Li? Li Hao chuckled and transmitted. Who knows who killed whom? The one whom the Great Li originally revered may well be a skeleton. Who can say for certain? The thought of a usurper sent a shock through Hong Yitong. It was not impossible. The Great Li itself may not even know whom it worships. Ultimately, for the Great Li, it is all the same. The victor is king. Meanwhile, within the Great Li temple, the Great Li King adjusted his attire and stepped into the temple. The temple was quite spacious, devoid of any statues, featuring only a simple altar adorned with some offerings, a rather humble representation of the renowned Sun God Temple. Indeed, this place had been known as the Sun God Temple for many years. Great Li, Northern Marshal, we have seen our deity. The Great Li King bowed slightly, displaying considerable courtesy. Northern Marshal was his true name, yet no one addressed him by it. Unlike Li Hao, who had walked the world by his true name since childhood, many were aware of him. The temple was eerily silent. The great Li King raised an eyebrow, no longer engaging in pleasantries. King of the celestial stars, Li Hao, descendant of the sword sovereign, has come to inform you that the Forbidden Sea is reviving, and the remains of an initial martial artist may have birthed a spirit. Hongyue aims to refine the Forbidden Sea. Can we take your words, Li Hao, to heart? Silence enveloped the space. After a while, a detached voice echoed through the grand hall. At such a tender age, you possess considerable cunning and numerous ideas. The king of Dili felt a jolt in his heart. Indeed, this fellow, Li Hao, truly exemplifies the prodigy of our era, with mere words and scant clues. He has discerned the truth. He continued. Is the initial bone of martial arts used by the high priest Jiang Li derived from the same source as the remains in the sea? Yes. Some of the sturdiest bones were extracted back then, though most were discarded. It was indeed a murder. The king of Dili felt a dryness in his throat. So, the powerful being in the sea was slain by my deity? Correct. Before the king could finish his thought, the detached voice returned. Do you intend to seize it? It is merely discarded remains. Yet for you, it indeed presents an opportunity. Furthermore, the emergence of the Forbidden Sea signifies the acquisition of some celestial creation. It should be different from before. The king of Dili felt a surge of anxiety. It is said to be quite formidable, possessing the power of saints or even heavenly kings. Can my deity? I shall not go. The king of Dili was taken aback. Why not? It is merely a single remains that you have slain. If you go and acquire it, wouldn't it be a matter of simply taking hold? But this is your protected realm. Am I to be so disregarded? Jiang Li could no longer contain himself. My deity, as various factions vie for supremacy, Dili is in a precarious position. If we could indeed capture the Forbidden Sea and drive away the Crimson Moon, Dili would have a chance. Where would that opportunity arise? The deity's tone remained calm. Do you expect to rely on yourself? On Beiwu? Your combat prowess is ordinary, your intellect mediocre. Others have scarcely ventured into Dili. In the blink of an eye, they deduce everything, leaving no detail overlooked, and their ranks are filled with formidable talents. Can you rival him? Silence ensued. The king of Dili felt a pang of embarrassment. Can we contend with him? Perhaps not. Yet he asserted, if I could become a top-tier powerhouse, a single force could overshadow 10 strategies. Even if my intellect does not surpass his, if I am stronger than him, he would have no choice but to submit. Moreover, our Dili has ancestors to support us. I am indifferent. The deity's voice resounded once more. I merely reside here. You are neither my descendants nor kin. However, having dwelled here for many years, I have forged some goodwill, hence I previously offered you protection. As for that remains, I once vanquished him, and our enmity is resolved. If he revives now, that is his own ability, and it is of no concern to me. Furthermore, if he has indeed revived, he is not the same being as before, merely a fragment of lingering thoughts that have taken form. The world is still incomplete, at most. He possesses the strength of a heavenly king to contend with. Deal with him on your own. At most, the strength of a heavenly king. The implications of this statement were profound. Does this mean that the individual from back then could truly have been a half-emperor? Or perhaps, even an emperor of which one dares not to think? Impossible. If he were an emperor, then what of this presence before us? The one who slays emperors, could he truly be a mere sun god? Was that individual an emperor in life? No. The deity's voice echoed once more. If he were an emperor, could a mere Forbidden Sea contain him? He is no stronger than that young master of the Zheng family. He is merely at that level. He has been dead for many years, his remains incomplete, and the world has only recently begun to revive. He is not as formidable as you imagine, but he could still be a heavenly king. The great king of Dali inhaled deeply, pondering, is this heavenly king the one revered by the predecessors, or the sovereign of this era? It is imperative to clarify. In the eyes of Chu, the heavenly king refers to the monarch of the primordial age, while the sovereign of this age merely surpasses the saints of that era. These two cannot be compared. Furthermore, Chu does not rely on the primordial source. Perhaps this heavenly king mentioned is the true heavenly king, equating to Zheng Yu at the half-emperor level. Undoubtedly, he belongs to this current age. The deity responded once more. Had the heavenly king of your been in the Forbidden Sea, it would have long since engulfed half of the silver moon. How could it be so diminutive? Very well. A slight sense of reassurance emerged. Yet, Unease persisted. The power is overwhelming. The heavenly king. To date, only Li Hao has slain a heavenly king. But the circumstances were such that 5 wild beasts were first vanquished by the adversary, and ultimately, it was through unknown means that Li Hao and his companions managed to defeat that heavenly king. The details of that victory remain a mystery. How the head of the Zheng family met his demise is likely incomprehensible even to Zheng Yu. Li Hao and his companions, even in alliance, lacked the strength to have killed the head of the Zheng family. After a moment of silence, the great king of Dali continued, "What if I could seize the forbidden sea, refine it, and assimilate those remains? Your inheritance is formidable, should success be achieved. The realms of saints and heavenly kings would not be far off." The great king inhaled again. Indeed, Li Hao had struck a chord. At this moment, he felt a deep sense of dread, almost forgetting that the one before him was the very being who had slain that formidable foe. Are there other opportunities for the Chu Strong to grow beyond the confines of the Silver Moon? Rarely. The deity added, "There are indeed other possibilities. For instance, the one sealed away. Slay him, and the remains of the emperor would suffice to amplify your strength." You jest. Consider the Tao universe of the Li family. There is no need to learn from him to master it. Once you enter, simply devour countless life stars. A Chu practitioner could strengthen themselves through consumption, and once completed, you too would grow formidable. As if I had not inquired. The great king of Dali cursed inwardly. The deity remained indifferent. Dare you merely harbor thoughts, only to scold in silence? If the Emperor of Dominance were alive and aware that his legacy had fallen into your hands, it would be a disgrace. Enough. I have not restored the tranquility of the cosmos for many years. Find your own way. Those who solely rely on the protection of the strong shall never become strong themselves. What I can grant you, I can grant to others. If I can offer it to you, why not to Li Hao, thereby fostering a greater bond? If you wish to contend, strive for it yourself. The great king of Dali felt a jolt within. To contend, one must strive for it oneself. Jiang Li, however, hurriedly interjected, "My deity, we wish to contend, but our strength is genuinely insufficient." Chu finds itself at a crossroads in this era, somewhat bewildered. The deity sighed. Then why is it that Li Hao could, from a position of weakness, discover the Tao universe himself, while you cannot? The two remain silent. Why persist in undermining us? We are not Li Hao. Has anything else truly emerged akin to him? Over the past 100,000 years, has there been but one Li Hao? Assistance seems impossible, yet guidance is conceivable. Should that individual truly give rise to new spirits, the adversary would possess weaknesses. The weakness lies in the few bones under Jiang Li's control. If those bones prove ineffective, recall that I once shattered the opponent's celestial crown. Perhaps therein lies a vulnerability. With that said, you may retreat now, given the gravity of the situation. What more could the two individuals say? They had no choice but to turn away. Just as they were departing, the deity suddenly interjected, "Seek assistance from Li Hao. He is far more eager than you to resolve the threat of the Forbidden Sea. Once the Scarlet Moon is successfully refined, he will be the first to face annihilation." Do you truly believe he is acting out of goodwill? That he is indifferent? If he can entice you, why can you not counter his advances? You foolish pair. If Li Hao were truly disinterested, would he have come to you, informing you of the benefits that lie ahead? The weaknesses of the bones and the heavenly spirit cover are your trump cards in the initial martial path. Have you truly rendered your minds inflexible? The two men dared not linger and quickly took their leave. Remaining would only invite further mockery. The deity, who had remained silent until now, spoke with a venomous tongue upon finally breaking his silence. Upon their return to the palace, Li Hao was already dining, attended by a cadre of divine guards serving an array of dishes. At this moment, these guards were as exasperated as ever, while Li Hao himself ate sparingly. The dog consumed an absurd amount, nearly depleting the entire royal kitchen's offerings, which seemed insufficient for its appetite. The king of Dali raised an eyebrow but refrained from comment, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Silver Moon Marquis, let us collaborate. We possess a method to deal with the skeletal entity that birthed the Forbidden Sea, but we require your assistance as well. Once accomplished, the bones shall belong to me, and the Forbidden Sea shall be yours." Li Hao turned his head to regard him and smiled. "The bones are the essence. Without them, what use do I have for the ocean? It harbors treasures like the heavenly golden lotus and other rare materials, which are undoubtedly plentiful." The king of Dali replied with composure, "It would also extinguish the hopes of the Scarlet Moon. Otherwise, if he truly succeeds in refining the Forbidden Sea, do you believe you can still contend with him? A mutually beneficial collaboration. You achieve your objectives, and I fulfill mine. What if he is unwilling to act? Li Hao inquired with curiosity. So you can only rely on me? You are correct, replied Zhang Li with a smile. However, we cannot publicly acknowledge this. Our deity has decreed that since we previously vanquished him, our grievances are settled. To strike down his remains now would contradict the ethos of the initial martial path. Of course, should he dare to enter our Delhi territory, our deity will assuredly strike him down again. Then let us relocate the Forbidden Sea into the core circle of Delhi. The two remained silent. Do you truly believe we can simply declare this? The king of Delhi sighed, struggling to contain himself, and spoke in a subdued tone. Are you willing to collaborate? If not, it is of no consequence. Should you agree, and if the Scarlet Moon causes disruption, you shall be responsible for resolving it. As for the bones, if you can suppress them for even a moment, we will handle the rest. At this, he took a step back. Aside from the bones, I desire nothing. Li Hao fell into deep contemplation, and after a lengthy pause, replied, Very well, I shall take half of the bones. You, Li Hao chuckled. If you are unwilling, then so be it. I have many matters to attend to. Granting you half is merely due to previous circumstances. Otherwise, I could have subdued them in an instant. Is there truly no way to resolve this? The king of Delhi felt a stirring in his heart, and, with a firm resolve, replied, Very well. How long will you require to mobilize your forces? That entity's revival likely signifies the emergence of a formidable king. I can manage alone. The king of Delhi was incensed. Are you seeking your own demise and dragging us along with you? If you lack sincerity, then so be it. Li Hao replied with a smile. Is my life not worth as much as yours? Enough. If you do not believe me, I shall mobilize my resources. Yet I fear that too much commotion may arouse the vigilance of the adversary, particularly that of Ing Hongyue and Zheng Yu. The king of Dali furrowed his brow, feeling utterly helpless in the face of Li Hao. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Do as you wish. When shall we strike? In 3 days, replied Li Hao. There are still some items I have yet to acquire. Once I have secured them, we shall take action. There is no need for courtesy towards Ing Hongyue. In 3 days, let us see if we can obtain the hammer from the Hong family and the seal of the Lord of Thunder City. As for the confidence possessed by the king of Dali and his cohorts, it hinges upon a few bones. I am well aware that this is my primary objective. As for that initial deity of martial arts who is reluctant to intervene, it is quite natural. Had he been willing, he would have revealed himself long ago. His discretion is truly astonishing. I should delve deeper into the records of the new martial arts. Perhaps through his remarkably low-profile demeanor, I can uncover his identity. In 3 days, I shall seek you out. King of Dali, if this endeavor succeeds, we should collaborate more frequently. I have always favored friendships with straightforward individuals. With a smile, Li Hao rose and called out, You all enjoy your meal. Black Panther, Master, we must take our leave. As he spoke, the trio, 2 individuals and a dog, vanished into thin air. The king of Dali could not help but curse upon witnessing the completely devoured dishes. If even a dog would shun this, who would dare partake? This fellow is truly insufferable. Were it not for the necessity of his assistance, I would have struck him down with a single blow today. Zhang Li sighed quietly, realizing that only once the others departed would the king feel emboldened to voice his grievances. The once invincible king was now completely subdued by Li Hao. What a lamentable state. Reflecting on the deity he revered only deepened his sorrow. After all these years, who is this entity I have placed my faith in? Chapter 380. Unending joy. Li Hao traversed the void ceaselessly. Hong Yitong was perplexed. Li Hao's recent activities appeared solely focused on Ing Hongyue, neglecting all others, including Zheng Yu. Moreover, the celestial silver moon seemed to be disregarded entirely. Was he singularly intent on confronting Ing Hongyue? Yet, killing her was not an option at this moment. Expending excessive energy on her, was it truly worthwhile? Were Zheng Yu and his allies not contemplating their own strategies? Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Yet Hong Yitong chose to remain silent. Li Hao, compared to before, had matured significantly. His actions were not necessarily in vain. Perhaps he was scheming something. Meanwhile, Li Hao continued his relentless journey. Before long, he arrived at Silver City. This place, once the site of war and fierce battles, now lay in ruins. The once vibrant Silver City, a part of Li Hao's homeland, had succumbed to desolation. In the skies above, the remnants of seals were still visible. 8 bloodlines remained intact, one of which was still tethered to Li Hao, while the remaining 7 connected to Hongyue. Hurricane City seemed to have vanished altogether. Li Hao descended to the earth. What was once a bustling street now lay in utter ruin. Whether or not he returned home was of little consequence. What truly constitutes a home? With no kin nor acquaintances, the world itself becomes one's abode. In the realm of martial arts, it is often said that where there are talents, there are homes. Where there are none, there is no abode. Li Hao harbored little nostalgia for the old house after his parents' departure, seldom returning to it. The graves in Silver City were mere voids, devoid of remains. This enmity was one that could never be reconciled. Yet, Li Hao was no longer the person he once was. Upon encountering Hongyue, his cries for violence were far removed from his character. Instead, he greeted others with a smile, perhaps the most valuable skill he had acquired during his year at the Inspection Bureau. The stone door beneath the Qiao family's mine, once visible, now seemed to have vanished. Perhaps Hongyue had taken the treasures or legacies hidden behind that door. Li Hao, suspended beneath the seal, gazed skyward. The seal appeared somewhat weakened compared to its former strength. Perhaps the struggles of recent days had been gradually eroding it. Or Hongyue herself had been extracting too much power, leading to its loosening. This seal was likely laid down by the Blood Emperor of yore. The phrase war against heaven still resonated in Li Hao's mind as he looked up, lost in contemplation. Hongyue, Zhengyu, Li Daohong, and the Red Moon Emperor, none of these factions had been resolved. It was either that they could not be defeated or that they were beyond confrontation. The world continued to recover at a rapid pace, with countless individuals cultivating their powers. Although the absorption of energy was swift, the equilibrium of the universe grew ever more solidified. Sooner or later, this realm would accommodate a heavenly sovereign. There was no need for revival, for it had been ongoing. Although Li Hao had slowed the immediate pace of revival, he was, in truth, accelerating its extent. Zhengyu no longer struggled, understanding that his efforts might be less effective than Li Hao's own endeavors. What was once expected to take several years for a secondary revival now seemed poised to surpass even that threshold. Saints could emerge once more. Li Hao had once visited the Red Moon Emperor's domain in spirit and met him. At this moment, the atmosphere shifted as a massive city materialized silently. With Zhengyu standing proudly atop its walls, silently observing Li Hao. Li Hao opened his eyes, calm and composed, reaching out mentally to gauge the circumstances of Zhang Chu and the others. "What troubles you?" he inquired. Zhengyu remained tranquil, shaking his head. "I am not troubled. The you of today may not be the you of before." Li Hao chuckled. "Is it because I am to be wed that you perceive me differently?" "Perhaps so." Zhengyu indeed seemed less anxious than before, glancing at Hong Yitong and Black Panther, smiling as he acknowledged them, even nodding at Hong Yitong. They had reached a harmonious level of understanding. It was evident to him that both were at this stage. Did Lin Hongyu also possess such strength? How intriguing. Today, Li Hao appeared less daunting, strangely enough. A carefree Li Hao was truly a source of trepidation, yet with the presence of a few companions. It seemed he had begun to emerge from the sorrow of his master's passing. Zhengyu felt reassured, believing that Li Hao would take the initiative to shatter the seal. Such complexity. Yet, this was indeed his genuine sentiment at this moment. Before the demise of Li Hao, figures such as Hong Yitong and Lin Hongyu could not be eliminated. To do so would inevitably forge an unbridled Li Hao. Such a being requires constraints, lest they become a source of incessant trouble. Li Hao, seemingly indifferent, regarded the other party not as an adversary but with a hint of curiosity, inquiring, "Esteemed Hongyue Emperor, did you enter the Silver Moon alone in years past? Or were there others with you?" Zhengyu chuckled lightly, responding, "Indeed, he ventured forth alone. It would have been impractical to bring a larger entourage. However, upon his entry, he likely infused a considerable number of individuals with the power of the Red Moon." "Not quite," Li Hao interjected, shaking his head. "The power of the Red Moon must have tainted you prior to his arrival, indicating that someone must have wielded it beforehand. If this esteemed emperor only spread it upon entering, then that does not align with the timeline." Zhengyu nodded slightly. "Previously, there were individuals who possessed some Red Moon power, though it did not originate from this emperor. It came from the Red Moon Great World, brought over from the primary realm, primarily for research purposes provided to the Sword Sovereign. Unfortunately, some of this power was pilfered by the Li family, affecting individuals such as Li Daoing. After this emperor's entry, although he was swiftly sealed, he nonetheless disseminated a significant amount of Red Moon power, and at that time, he was at his zenith. Consequently, a portion of formidable beings became wholly corrupted, transforming into Red Moon practitioners. To further enlighten Li Hao regarding the emperor, Zheng Yu willingly offered some insights. Previously, a faction sought to eliminate the Western Moon God, and this group has been cultivating their influence with that singular aim, to disrupt the seals. Li Hao nodded, but where do they conceal themselves? That remains uncertain. Zheng Yu replied with a smile. Perhaps in the Hong family's main city? Among the 8 principal cities, it is the only one that has not made an appearance. A flicker of realization crossed Li Hao's mind. Indeed, that possibility could not be dismissed. The connection of the Red Moon to the seals was evident. Yet the followers of the Red Moon refrained from targeting it, and instead frequently aided him. This had been an oversight, while he had previously contemplated it. The intricate relationships had not been fully clarified. However, it seemed Zheng Yu's assertion held merit. The Thunder City of the Hong family might indeed harbor a multitude of Red Moon powerhouses. Contemplating this, Li Hao spoke. Is the flying sword fairy still with you? Yes. Do you wish to take her with you? Zheng Yu inquired with a smile, extending his hand. The air quivered, and in an instant, a female swordsman materialized, frowning as she regarded Li Hao with a hint of wariness. The Flying Sword Fairy. She is the leader of the Flying Heaven sect, a female assassin and swordsman, intricately linked to the Silver Moon province, from which many martial artists have emerged. She appeared aloof, possessing an undeniable beauty. However, to those like Li Hao, she was merely a true red-skinned skeleton. The physical form could be molded at will, changed at will, no matter how enchanting. They were not merely judged by their exterior in their eyes. Li Hao gazed upon the Flying Sword Fairy, pondering, could she be the Purple Moon? It was difficult to ascertain. The individual associated with the Red Moon was cunning. At times, he would deliberately lead you to such misconceptions. Should one fall for it, they would unwittingly walk into his trap. Li Hao spoke softly, expressing his suspicion that this individual might be a pawn left behind by Ying Hongyue to ensnare him. Shouldn't you eliminate him? Hong Yitong paused, glancing at Li Hao, who remained composed. Zheng Yu chuckled. Li Hao, you are quite amusing. Li Hao scrutinized him for a moment and replied with a smile. You are interesting as well. Ying Hongyue is a lone wolf. Observing your demeanor, your expressions, and certain actions, it seems you may have a deeper collaboration with her. Raising a treacherous wolf. Zheng Yu, you are indeed intriguing. Zheng Yu chuckled softly, remaining silent. Li Hao continued. Is it possible to kill the emperor? Zheng Yu nodded. It is indeed feasible. It may have been difficult before, but now there is hope. The star gates are sealed, severing the pathways of the original source, and consequently, the pathways of the Red Moon as well. Presently, all the powerful beings of this world are similarly constrained. Even if the Emperor's pathway is within reach, without the support of the cosmic pathways, they are but rootless drifters. After being sealed for many years, their strength has greatly diminished, thus it is possible to defeat them, provided they are truly weakened to the extreme. Otherwise, even a half-emperor cannot defeat an emperor. In the past, there was no hope. An emperor could easily slay a half-emperor. Li Hao nodded, acknowledging the formidable nature of this reality. The distinction between a half-emperor and an emperor was but a single word, yet their strengths were worlds apart. At this moment, Zheng Yu spoke with a meaningful tone. If we can acquire that object within Jinqing City, it can be used to kill the Blood Emperor's blade. Li Hao chose not to respond or engage further. Zheng Yu, despite appearing simple-minded, was actually a cunning individual. One must not be easily deceived by him. Slaying a few saints was trivial to Zheng Yu. They were mere cannon fodder in his eyes. As long as he emerged victorious in the end, the deaths of the saints and kings would mean little to him. Was he truly ignorant of Li Daoheng and Ying Hongyue's circumstances? That seemed unlikely. What happened to the avatar he sent to Jinqing City? Was it easily defeated by Ying Hongyue, or did it willingly fall into her hands? Such matters were ambiguous at best. Perhaps he sought to strengthen the bloodlines of the 8 great families within Ying Hongyue, particularly if the bloodline of the Hong family was indeed powerful. It was likely that the Zheng family's bloodline was equally formidable, and acquiring some inheritance could make them strong enough to obtain that blade. Such thoughts flickered in Li Hao's mind as he chose to disregard Zheng Yu. His mental energy began to expand once more. In the air, the seal flickered briefly. Zheng Yu also observed this, silently watching as Li Hao's energy surged. At this moment, Li Hao's aura was formidable, at least at the peak of the late Saint stage. A month, Indeed, a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Previously, when he severed his own path, it was assumed he would require time to recover. However, it appeared that the recent collective prayer had greatly aided Li Hao, akin to the path of the emperor. Everyone's cultivation bolstered Li Hao's strength. Moreover, even Hong Yitong and the others had benefited, experiencing rapid enhancement in their abilities. It was no wonder this fellow remained unconcerned. In the span of merely a month, from the 7th tier of the sun and moon, Li Hao has swiftly ascended to a level nearing the 3rd tier of harmonious enlightenment. If he continues on this trajectory, he may very well become the greatest threat in the future. Contemplating this, he remained silent, yet did not depart, choosing instead to observe from his position. Simultaneously, Li Hao's mental energy surged upward. Soon, a jolt of consciousness enveloped him, and in the next moment, it felt as though he had entered the body of another. He recognized it as the ethereal form of the sword sovereign. It had been the same during a previous encounter. Indeed, glancing downward, he found himself holding what appeared to be a celestial sword. However, today was markedly different from the past. Previously, this place had been tranquil, yet today, it was rife with tumult. Thunderous roars reverberated continuously. In the distance, an ancient city loomed, with a grand tome of knowledge suspended in the air. Encasing the city, it was the Star River City, seized by Zhongyan. At that moment, the ancient city clashed with a luminous moon amidst the vast cosmos, colliding with one another. Further afield, a portal stood unwavering in the universe. It was the Star Gate. Beneath the Star Gate, a shadow sat cross-legged, resembling an ancient sculpture. Utterly still, refraining from intervening in the battle between the silver moon and the ancient city, merely observing in silence. As Li Hao's mental energy permeated the scene, the ethereal figure abruptly turned its gaze towards him, and he vaguely perceived a semblance of a smile. The seal was not at peace either. Li Hao opened his eyes to behold the ancient city, the Star Gate, and the silver moon. In a more distant realm, he also glimpsed a lifeless ancient city. Motionless, it was the Sword City. It seemed Zhang and had not captured the silver moon. Furthermore, the silver moon appeared to exhibit unusual behavior, shimmering with brilliance, repeatedly striving to breach the seal, as if yearning for escape. A month had already elapsed. Li Hao pondered, how could Zhongyan, after a month of assaults, fail to seize the silver moon? The key aspect was that the silver moon was integral to the seal. Logically, the Red Moon Emperor should not remain passive but rather assist Zhong-un and his allies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He ought not to merely observe. He should desire the silver moon to be taken away. The entire seal was divided into 8 directions, each inhabited by ethereal figures. However, apart from the sword sovereign's apparition, the others appeared feeble. The Red Moon Emperor sat cross-legged at the center of the seal, merely watching. Meanwhile, the silver moon shimmered with alternating hues, at times radiating silver, and at other times, manifesting a distinctly chilling color. 2 beams of light intertwined, with a trace of crimson energy swirling among them. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed, causing the ethereal figure Li Hao inhabited to tremble slightly. He furrowed his brow. The clash between the 2 forces seemed to be weakening the seal's strength. At that moment, Zhong-en's voice resonated. Is this the outcome you wish to witness? One that results in the shattering of the seal? At that instant, a voice emerged from the silver moon, imbued with resentment and a chilling tone. You seek to seize my essence. Does that not permit me to resist, O king? Li Hao was taken aback. In the next moment, a flicker of realization struck him. Could it be? This being could not be so. He felt disoriented. Why did this voice, this tone, resonate so closely with that of a queen? Was the queen not the moon goddess? In this moment, he found himself rather perplexed. If the queen were not the moon goddess, could it be that these 2 were twins? Or had the vanished queen somehow slipped into the seal unbeknownst to him? Zhongyan maintained his usual calm demeanor, inquiring, Is this your true form? Why not? A female voice responded, imbued with a certain coldness. I am the moon goddess. The moon goddess is I. The world acknowledges this, and if you do not, who do you think you are? This revelation left Li Hao momentarily stunned, and after a while, he began to grasp the situation. The queen had indeed infiltrated. Quite the adept individual. This seemingly dull-witted figure had stealthily entered the seal without his knowledge, and more critically, had usurped the silver moon, thwarting Zhongyan's plans and seizing the essence of the silver moon itself. Even though this silver moon was not the entirety, it was still a significant portion. This was indeed impressive. Had I underestimated you? Li Hao was astonished, while Zhang found himself in a state of exasperation. Truly, it was a matter of frustration. The plan was impeccably devised. The reality, however, was stark and unforgiving. Success was within reach when suddenly an unforeseen obstacle appeared, inadvertently aiding the adversary and nearly erasing the mark that rightfully belonged to the moon goddess. The result was that he had been taken advantage of. He could only manage a wry smile. Had he not nearly obliterated the mark of the moon goddess, leaving only a trace, she would have been unable to occupy the silver moon in the original circumstances. Yet, by some twist of fate, she had entered at this moment and directly seized the essence of the moon goddess. He knew who she was, the queen from the west. He was also taken aback, uncertain how she had managed to infiltrate, and moreover, how Li Hao had failed to eliminate her. Li Hao, truly lacking in competence. Now, she had taken hold of the silver moon. The power of the silver moon was still immensely formidable, the foremost divine entity. In the past, even the sword sovereign had been unable to extinguish her. Other deities were of the sage level from those years. Thus, this moon goddess must have once been of the highest celestial tier, even if she was not at full strength now. Occupying the silver moon granted her the power of a sage, and of a top-tier kind at that. In that instant, he found himself unable to subdue her. Just as Zhang was grappling with these thoughts, the previously silent Red Moon Emperor suddenly spoke. Descendant of the Li family, since you have arrived, why not show yourself? Both parties were taken aback. In that fleeting moment, the phantom of the sword's sovereign trembled slightly. Li Hao detached himself from the illusion, instantaneously manifesting his own visage. Standing in the void, he bowed politely, saying, Silver Moon Li Hao pays his respects to the Emperor. The Emperor, positioned beneath the star gate, slightly raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You are courteous. How intriguing. He had encountered this individual before, though on that occasion, the latter had not exhibited such composure. Li Hao disregarded Zhang and the queen, focusing instead on the distant star gate, which loomed immense, as though it pierced the very fabric of the universe. Indeed, it did. The Red Moon Emperor stood before it. Li Hao traversed the void, advancing forward while stating, I have come this time to seek guidance on a matter, and I hope the esteemed elder will not withhold your wisdom. What matter? Li Hao chuckled softly. The moon goddess is not present here. The Emperor should be well aware of this, am I correct? The Emperor smiled. What makes you say that? If the Emperor remains oblivious to this fact, it would indeed be quite foolish, for I am aware of it. Surely the Emperor cannot be ignorant as well? The Red Moon Emperor chuckled again. That holds some truth. Yet, what does it matter if one knows? Li Hao replied gently. If I know, then I could seek your guidance on how to slay the moon goddess herself. In the distance, a silhouette emerged upon the silver moon, still clutching a scepter, gazing coldly at Li Hao, remaining silent. However, Li Hao did not even glance at her. He focused intently on the Emperor, stating, the moon goddess is intricately linked with the silver moon realm, making her exceedingly difficult to kill. This is not what I meant. I implore the Emperor to enlighten me. After all, she has suppressed the Emperor for many years, and if I were to eliminate her, it would surely bring some relief to you. You are quite intriguing. The Red Moon Emperor laughed. Indeed, it is a daunting task. She may very well be the core of the Silver Moon realm. To put it another way, had she not been obliterated by the sword's sovereign in the past, she would have been the embodiment of destiny itself. However, after being extinguished, she fell into a state of silence, leading to the emergence of a new fate. To wish to kill her is akin to scaling the heavens. She is nearly immortal. Li Hao contemplated for a moment and nodded. Indeed. But what if this second-generation moon goddess were to replace her with half of the original's essence? Is there any hope? You dare to entertain such thoughts. How amusing. Li Hao smiled. The moon goddess's existence is tied to the very fabric of the world. Millions still remember her. As long as she is remembered, she lives on. If the moon goddess in the hearts of the people were to vanish entirely, could she endure? That, I do not know. I have never attempted it. The Red Moon Emperor smiled lightly. Li Hao continued. There is another matter. The Sword City is now vacant. Might the Emperor grant me passage? This is originally a possession of the Li family. If you wish to take it, do so. Li Hao sighed. Never mind. It seems that even an empty Sword City retains some suppressive power. If I were to take it, would it not allow the Emperor to emerge, rendering me a sinner in the eyes of the world? At this point, Li Hao turned to Zhang and the Queen, smiling. You two are bickering right under the Emperor's nose. Do you not fear inciting the Emperor's displeasure and disturbing his tranquility? He added, "Your Majesty, it is said that survival from great peril brings blessings. Director Zhang is a peak saint, a formidable quasi-king. He could even contend with a king. Yet here you are, evenly matched with him. My arduous training seems insignificant compared to your effortless gains. It is truly enviable. Of course, the queen should also express gratitude to me for restraining the true moon goddess for a month, providing you this opportunity. Might you grant me a small favor to cease hostilities?" The queen retorted coldly, "Li Hao, do you believe the present is akin to the past? Now, I command the essence of the silver moon. My power has surged to an unprecedented level. What claim do you have to speak?" Li Hao laughed, "Your Majesty, you are quite overconfident. Do you think Director Zhang cannot subdue you? He merely fears that an intense struggle might shatter the seal. Do not let pride blind you. Otherwise, the great Tao shall not serve as a defense, but as an offensive force. Were I Director Zhang, I would ensure this lawless woman understands that even with unexpected gains, it does not justify her reckless behavior." Zhang also laughed, glancing at Li Hao. With the emperor present, one must tread carefully. The queen's expression shifted dramatically, and she suddenly declared, "Li Hao, if you assist me in vanquishing the true moon goddess, I shall relent, and perhaps even lend you a helping hand." She reconsidered, adding, "Forget it. I have no need for a foolish ally. You are far too dim-witted." Li Hao shook his head, retorting, "A peak saint as a bumbling companion is even more exasperating than facing a kingly adversary. Whoever you collaborate with is doomed, and I refuse to share in your ill fortune." Li Hao, the queen, despite having seen through much, could hardly endure the humiliation inflicted by him, her anger boiling over. "How dare you? Do you still believe this is the past? I now possess greater combat prowess than you." Li Hao had little interest in engaging with them further. He glanced once more at the Star Gate and suddenly inquired, "Imperial Ancestor, if I were to open the Star Gate, could you depart directly? You could leave the Silver Moon realm for anywhere else, and I would no longer have to worry about you." The Red Moon Imperial Ancestor paused, a smile breaking across his face after a moment of contemplation. "You cannot open it. Do not heed the nonsensical chatter of these individuals." Once the Star Gate was sealed, the hope of reopening it diminished significantly. Unless one possesses the mastery of the Silver Moon realm, even the Starry Sword cannot achieve such a feat. "Ah, I see." Li Hao spoke as he surveyed his surroundings, casting his gaze into the distance. In this vast universe, it appeared desolate, with only the visible Star Gate, Sword City, Star River City, the essence of the Silver Moon, and the Red Moon Imperial Ancestor in sight. Nothing else seemed to exist. At that moment, he began to walk in a certain direction, the corner of the Bagua, toward the Hong family. Just as he was about to proceed, the ancestor's voice resounded. "Descendant of the Li family, what brings you to this place?" In that instant, the voice seemed somewhat ethereal, causing Li Hao's consciousness to momentarily solidify. His steps faltered slightly, reminiscent of his first visit, as if he were being interfered with once more. At that moment, three characters flashed in his mind, glowing with brilliance. Zhan Tiandao. Li Hao understood intuitively that there might be an issue in the corner of the Hong family. This was also one of the purposes for his entrance. Alongside checking on Zhang and their circumstances, he gazed in that direction for a while, choosing not to advance further. This time of entry was meant to inquire of the ancestor if there were any effective strategies to eliminate Zheng Yu, as he aspired to be the final adversary of the ancestor, rather than one of these others. A commendable thought. The Red Moon Imperial Ancestor nodded, smiling. "However, that Zheng Yu is no weakling. I have been sealed for many years, my strength waning, and with no Red Moon power to compensate, even should I step forth personally. I cannot guarantee his defeat. Perhaps you should consider breaking the seal. That might afford me a chance to slay him." Li Hao appeared to be in deep contemplation. At that moment, within Star River City, an unfamiliar saintly figure suddenly bellowed, "Li Hao, as a descendant of the Sword Sovereign, you must not heed this man's fabrications and sully the honor of the Sword Sovereign." Without needing to look, Li Hao recognized the individual as a saint from the Zhang family, originally a formidable presence from the Dingtian city. Zhang slightly raised his hand, interrupting the man's speech. He was aware that, despite Li Hao's youth, his thoughts were intricate, making it unlikely he would easily engage in such folly. At this moment, with the arrival of Li Hao, the battle within the seal seemed to come to an abrupt halt. All eyes turned towards him, as if he were more formidable than the emperor himself. In truth, among all present, Li Hao possessed the weakest strength, while others were embodiments of their true selves. He was merely a fragment of spiritual energy. Li Hao chuckled softly. I am well aware. How could I dare release the Emperor? The Emperor's might is unparalleled. As a mere harmonizer, would I be foolish enough to release him? My only intention in entering here is to persuade everyone to cease their internal conflicts and coexist peacefully. Moreover, I wish to pay my respects to the Emperor. As a cultivator of the new era, to witness the true visage of the Emperor is a tremendous honor. He continued, also, Director Zhang seems to be fine. Your Majesty, after you exit, do feel free to seek me out. The Emperor has left behind considerable power of the red moon within you, and I can assist in alleviating its intensity. The Emperor chuckled lightly. Why do you enjoy engaging in such unappealing tasks? Li Hao replied cheerfully, My apologies, Your Majesty. It is just that you seem somewhat disoriented. I fear you may inadvertently create trouble for me. If you wish to confront the true moon goddess, I am not particularly worried. However, if you turn your attention towards my enemies, that genuinely concerns me. I worry you might inadvertently offer favors to the genuine moon goddess. In the distance, the queen's face turned a deep shade of anger. This was perhaps the greatest humiliation. She was unafraid of confronting Li Hao, even finding joy in it. But the thought of her facing the true moon goddess filled her with dread. Could such words truly be uttered? Li Hao? The queen's voice was chillingly cold. Do not presume that I am still the same as before. Li Hao rolled his eyes. Just because you fail to recognize your own self, I can tell you remain unchanged. I have never regarded you as an enemy. The more you despise me, the more elated I become. Conversely, if you harbor no hatred towards me, that truly worries me. I hope you remain steadfast in your disdain for me. As for confronting the true moon goddess, allow me to handle that myself. If you refrain from complicating matters for me, I would be quite grateful. After saying this, he glanced around, finally casting a look at the distant Sword City, and smiled. Well then, I have seen enough and exchanged pleasantries. Esteemed seniors, I shall take my leave. Additionally, he turned to Zhang En. Do strive to advance to the king level soon. Perhaps, while traversing a new path, surpassing 1's limits is not entirely hopeless. I will endeavor to restore the world so that it may accommodate those who have yet to attain the king level. The future will indeed be challenging. With that, he turned and departed, instantly merging with the phantom of the sword master, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the world fell into a serene silence. Zhang En and the queen, both suddenly devoid of any desire for conflict, exchanged glances. Zhang En chuckled softly. Since that is the case, I shall no longer insist. Just take care of yourself. As Li Hao mentioned, this silver moon body is quite intricate, having lingered here for 100,000 years. Though I have cleared away many impurities with the great Tao scriptures, there are still numerous hidden complexities within. We must not act rashly. With that, he steered the ancient city directly towards the seal. The purpose of entering this seal was to seize the silver moon. But Li Hao's appearance had caused him to reconsider some of his intentions. As Li Hao departed, Star River City began to merge into the seal, starting to fade from existence. The esteemed emperor seemed intent on stirring the previously tranquil specter of the sword sovereign. Suddenly, he unsheathed his sword, causing the emperor to furrow his brow slightly before he struck out with a palm, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. He cast a glance at the seal, his brow knitting together, yet he remained silent. The queen's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, the emperor inquired, Will you depart via the original path, or through the seal? The queen's countenance changed. The emperor, with a dispassionate demeanor, retorted, If you choose not to leave, do you intend to remain here and engage in idle conversation with me? The silver moon, as the nucleus of the silver moon realm, was indeed bound by formidable barriers. Yet it could not be confined by the essence of the silver moon itself. The queen gritted her teeth. Why do you not shatter me? They have all departed, and the marks upon the silver moon are nearly erased. This is not the past. Perhaps you could indeed break it. The emperor chuckled lightly. You are quite amusing. Upon your exit, do extend my regards to those fellows. With a flick of his hand, the silver moon surged, instantly piercing through the fabric of reality, vanishing without a trace. Once everyone had departed, the Red Moon Emperor chuckled softly. Why bother with killing you? How entertaining this all is. Perhaps that Li Hao might still find use for you, truly luring the moon deity to meet her demise. You are merely a peak saint, a power hastily acquired. Who cares? After dispersing the crowd, he cast his gaze toward a distant corner, where Li Hao seemed inclined to investigate further. He fell into contemplation, thoughts flickering like shadows, smiled softly, and settled into a cross-legged position, choosing not to dwell on it any longer. Was Li Hao not drawn here for this purpose? Simultaneously, a full moon suddenly materialized amidst the cosmos, only to vanish in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the bright moon transformed into the queen, radiating a hint of ire before disappearing. Meanwhile, another full moon quietly emerged, and within the sanctuary, a statue sighed. To be trapped for a month is truly a calamity. Do you think this was intentional on Li Hao's part? The sword-bearing man replied softly, perhaps it was. The second generation has taken away the remaining essence of the silver moon, indeed a troublesome affair. The crux of the matter is her mind has always been questionable. This time she has unwittingly stumbled into the ruins. Would you consider this poetic justice? It is truly beyond words. He couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Li Hao Zhong'an and that Red Moon Emperor are all aiding her in reclaiming the silver moon. It seems we have become public enemies. The moon deity sighed. We must find a way to swiftly reclaim this portion, lest I fear she may truly lead to our ruin. The sword-bearing man nodded slightly. Indeed, it is not the strength of the enemy that frightens, but rather the treachery of our so-called allies that is more fearsome. There is much frustration towards the queen. The enemy is formidable. Engaging them is straightforward. Yet, when our own betray us, they are worse than foes. Just as he spoke, the moon deity statue displayed signs of pain, exclaiming helplessly, "This fool." In that moment, countless energies of faith began to dissipate once more. Simultaneously, in the realm of the silver moon, a full moon ascended abruptly, a grand voice resonating throughout the cosmos. I am the moon deity, immortal and indestructible. Followers of the divine nation, believers across the land, demons have seized half of my corporeal form, deliberately tarnishing my reputation, colluding with Li Hao and his ilk, all of whom are demons. Henceforth, the name of the moon deity shall cease to exist. With the changing of the times, I shall walk the earth in the name of the celestial deity. Should the moon deity arise again, it shall be as a moon demon. The demonic flames are rampant. I shall cleanse the world of these infernal flames and restore clarity to the heavens and the earth. As the words fell, a luminous moon illuminated the heavens and a graceful silhouette radiated through the void. At this moment, it was as though a true deity had descended. It felt as if all that had transpired before was orchestrated by the moon demon, entirely unrelated to today's celestial being. Within the divine realm, the remnants of a few temples suddenly crumbled. Countless statues collapsed in an instant. In this moment, some faithful believers, still clinging to their hopes, were suddenly filled with unrestrained joy. So it was. The former moon god had indeed transformed into a fiend. No wonder there had been continuous failures, even leading to the abandonment of the divine realm. It turned out that the true moon god had finally manifested today, but no, it was not the moon god. It was the celestial deity. At this moment, the newly emerged Li Hao could not contain his laughter. Had the queen attained enlightenment? Was the true moon god now suffering as if consuming excrement? All the disgraceful deeds committed by the former moon god were now unjustly attributed to her, allowing the queen to emerge with a pristine reputation, transforming into a celestial deity. How amusing. Meanwhile, the moon god had, in the eyes of the faithful, become the moon demon, an affront to the celestial deity. To the believers, deities were invincible. How could one suffer repeated defeats? All the errors were the moon demon's transgressions. At this moment, the bright moon, where the moon god resided, quivered slightly. The sword-bearing man sighed and shook his head. What a fall from grace. The second generation, it seemed, had learned to shed their identities from someone, as the reputation of the moon god proved ineffectual. Shedding it was the only option. Now that she had become a celestial deity, the true moon god found herself in a predicament. If one day the reputation of the celestial deity waned, a new guise could be adopted. Simultaneously, many were utterly astonished. Ying Hongyue and Zheng Yu were left speechless with laughter. With the queen's machinations, even if the moon god were to step forward and declare her authenticity, who would believe her? The deific authority would only diminish further. Subsequently, Li Hao made no moves nor engaged in any actions. Disregarding everyone, he simply awaited something in Silver City. Zheng Yu observed him for an entire day, and on the following day, Hurricane City vanished. At this moment, Li Hao would no longer deliberately disrupt the seal. This conclusion had been drawn, and continuing to watch him served no purpose. 3 days passed, and Li Hao suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed into the distance where a fleeting shadow vanished. He made no attempt to pursue it. Soon, Li Hao found himself amidst the ruins, where a grand seal and a hammer lay upon the ground. Hong Yitong furrowed his brow and communicated telepathically. Is this real? Would someone like Ing Hongyue easily relinquish their possessions? Somewhat incredulous. Indeed. Li Hao nodded and replied telepathically. He currently has no need for this. If he can send me into the seal, that would be ideal. Otherwise, these two items are not easily obtained, particularly the Hong family's hammer. Once integrated into the Starry Sky sword, it may lead to unforeseen changes, or even the possibility of the sword being seized by him. Hong Yitong felt a headache. Watching your scheming is exhausting. Engaging with others is endlessly entertaining. Li Hao smiled, pondering the notion that if everyone were a fool, life would indeed lack excitement. Delving into the minutiae to uncover the truth was, in fact, quite engaging. In the past, I relished studying various documents, often arriving at unexpectedly fascinating conclusions. My master uncle may return for now. Simply ensuring Zheng Yu's peace of mind suffices. Oh, so I am merely a tool, am I? Seeking the initial martial deity to accompany me, enlisting Zheng Yu's aid, all for the sake of others' comfort? You yourself stated. Fear not. Since that is the case, allow me to introduce my master uncle to the esteemed predecessors, so they may recognize that I, Li Hao, have returned. Hong Yitong chuckled. Hearing you say that gives one the impression of meeting the parents. Li Hao grinned in response, realizing there was indeed some truth to that. At that moment, the Black Panther rolled its eyes. These two large men are truly repulsive. Chapter 381. Audacious and reckless Li Hao returned to the Great Li Kingdom once more, this time alone, even leaving the Black Panther behind. The King of Great Li was rendered speechless upon seeing him. Just one person? What happened to the promised reinforcements? Where were the multitude of saints? This time, they were to confront what might be the remains of the initial martial deity, not to mention the formidable Hong Yu. It was utterly nonsensical to think they could manage with only the three of them. Were they seeking death? Li Hao, the King of Great Li, could hardly contain himself. You truly came alone? Fear not. Li Hao beamed. I am perfectly fine. Who else worried about you? I'm worried about myself. In this situation, going would be tantamount to courting death. The King of Great Li lamented. Perhaps I should not harbor too much hope for you. Li Hao chuckled. Are you trying to provoke me? Who has the time for that? He felt a mix of helplessness and resignation. Fine, I'll take a gamble. If you, Li Hao, fear not death, why should I? Shall we proceed directly? Certainly not. We must exercise caution. It's best to keep this under wraps. Otherwise, if discovered, not only might others intervene, but Hong Yu could also take action, and that would lead to trouble. Very well, the King of Great Li agreed. Acknowledging the need for discretion, the trio set forth, with Li Hao being relatively powerful. But he and Zhang Li were merely at the 7th level of the sun and moon. Should they encounter a top-tier existence, they would be in peril. The three swiftly vanished into the void. Once they departed, a spectral figure emerged within the temple, gazing contemplatively at their retreating forms, puzzled. Why did Li Hao seem different from the first time he was seen? It was peculiar. Of course, unfamiliar with the new path, perhaps he had indeed progressed. His strength significantly enhanced. Such power, though perhaps not on par with that of the remains, would likely be formidable nonetheless. Coupled with Zhang Li's initial martial bones and the King of Great Li's tyrant gauntlets, there remained a glimmer of hope. Yet, that hope was all it was. Contemplating within, I gazed once more at the place where Li Hao had vanished, yet still felt an unsettling dissonance. Had there perhaps been a flaw in my cultivation that led to this discord? At that moment, as Li Hao departed with his entourage, within the Forbidden Sea, the countenance of Ing Hongyue fluctuated erratically. After a prolonged pause, her eyes abruptly snapped open, and with a cold snort, she declared, Indeed, you have come. I had anticipated that this fellow would not easily relent. Coupled with his remarkable intelligence, he surely recognized that this rascal would attempt to seize my plans. To covet the Forbidden Sea, the hammer of the Hong family was indeed a worthy gift. At this moment, her body trembled, and shortly thereafter, she melded into the depths of the Forbidden Sea. There, in the abyss, a white jade-colored skeleton suddenly opened its eyes, albeit with an air of confusion. Ing Hongyue softly remarked, What a pity, a few bones are missing, it is not complete. However, perhaps that fellow Li Hao will provide them. After speaking, she furrowed her brow slightly. How many individuals had Li Hao brought? If there were too mmany, it would pose a significant challenge. Thoughts raced through her mind, and soon, Figures began to materialize nearby, nearly all of them saints. More than one, indeed several. Hongyue frowned slightly. Scattered in all directions across the Forbidden Sea, do not congregate here. Yet, should they truly come to attack, we might not have time for rescue. No matter. Hongyue softly replied. To acquire the complete skeleton will require some time. If they swarm in unison, will Li Hao still dare to come? Go. Several figures swiftly vanished from sight. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered within Hongyue. Once more she gazed upon the skeleton, regretting its incompleteness. However, perhaps after this encounter, it would be whole. The strength of this skeleton in life must have been formidable, perhaps not inferior to that of a half-emperor. Should all its bones be gathered, there might even be hope of rivaling a half-emperor. At that point, she would truly possess the means to contend against all. Li Hao, she murmured, your schemes are astute, yet do not underestimate me. For these past days, you have been the one to prevail. It is now my turn. Once I am victorious, it shall not be a mere, trifling win. Meanwhile, near the source of the Forbidden Sea, Li Hao halted, his domain enveloping the surroundings. Frowning slightly, he mused, something feels amiss. The Forbidden Sea has not stirred. Perhaps the adversary has some plan. Summon more individuals, and wait a moment. Gather all the new martial saints. The king of Dali instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, you are apprehensive. I was truly concerned that you would charge in recklessly. You nearly frightened me to death. Soon, messages were dispatched. The three began to bide their time. Now, the heavens and earth could once again accommodate saints. Before long, a presence of sanctity resonated through the air, and the king of Dali felt a surge of joy. More than one had arrived. It seemed that this time, Li Hao was indeed serious. In that moment, while it appeared covert, once the saints moved, those on Li Hao's side were nearly illuminated under the spotlight. It was not long before news of this spread. In Hurricane City, Zheng Yu smiled, glancing at the sword immortal. It appears that Hongyue's ambition to refine the Forbidden Sea may prove exceedingly difficult. Li Hao had just emerged from seclusion, his strength vastly increased. He was likely no weaker than an ordinary king. Of course, that was merely a possibility. Yet it would undoubtedly be a troublesome affair. With the addition of several new martial saints, an intriguing spectacle is upon us. Behind them, a sage inquires, my lord. Shall we intervene? Zheng Yu ponders for a moment and replies with a smile. Let us maintain a distance from Hurricane City. We shall assess the situation as it unfolds. Moreover, that lies within the boundaries of the Great Li realm, and proximity may invite unnecessary troubles. The others reflect on his words, remaining silent. It is the sword immortal who suddenly interjects. Can he truly rival the heavenly king? There is a possibility. Zheng Yu raises an eyebrow slightly, cautioning. Do not underestimate the prodigies of any era. If it were otherwise, why would I consistently target him? It is precisely because such individuals advance with remarkable speed. Moreover, Li Hao possesses a keen intellect, swiftly deducing that Hongyue is currently refining the Forbidden Sea. If left unimpeded, Hongyue could indeed unleash the combat prowess of a heavenly king, and uniquely so, being the only heavenly king capable of traversing the realms. Now is the optimal moment for Li Hao to act. The sword immortal falls into contemplation for a moment. Does my lord also perceive this? I have a clear understanding of what Li Hao has been up to these past few days. Zheng Yu chuckles. This fellow does not engage in futile endeavors. His numerous trips to the Great Li are precisely to contend with Hongyue, are they not? The sword immortal, perplexed, asks, what are your thoughts, my lord? Shouldn't we ally with Hongyue to eliminate Li Hao? There is no need, Zheng Yu replies, taking a sip of tea, and smiling, just observe. He lifts his gaze skyward and adds, I am not the only one watching at this moment. Everyone is keenly observing, eager to uncover the depths of Hongyue's capabilities. Whether Hongyue can turn the tide hinges on this encounter. It would be splendid to reveal the extent of their strengths. The sword immortal remains silent. The clash between Li Hao and Hongyue is anticipated by all. In this era, the two reigning titans are Li Hao and Hongyue, while the Great Li monarch and his associates are scarcely regarded. Today, these two might finally engage in earnest conflict. Will Li Hao emerge slightly victorious, or is Hongyue the more cunning strategist? At this very moment, the heavens above are also observing. The silver moon begins to veer northward, crossing over the Tsangshan Mountains. Though the moon goddess is incensed, she has quieted somewhat. Within the temple, a hazy vision of the Great Li realm appears, albeit indistinct and vague. Is it truly impossible to probe further? The moon goddess softly muses. Is that initial martial deity truly so formidable? Indeed, exceedingly so, replies the swordsman, chuckling before furrowing his brow slightly. These two have chosen to clash within the Great Li realm, likely to deliberately evade our surveillance. In the Great Li, with that fellow present, neither I nor Zheng Yu, nor even the possibly infiltrated Ing Hongyue, can discern the situation clearly. The Great Li is a favorable location. In this confrontation, even if some trump cards are revealed, only the initial martial deity of the Great Li will be aware, while others will remain largely oblivious, only grasping a vague outline of events. However, other regions are not as restricted. At this juncture, the moon goddess speaks, the ancient turtle of Battle Heaven City, the little locust tree, Li Daozong, Li Fuhai, Hong Shan, and even that formidable figure from the martial alliance, the Diamond Wood, have all converged together, 6 great saints. With Li Hao included, there are 7 saint-level powerhouses now. And that is not all. The swordsman smiles. Look more closely. The moon god scoured the surroundings but uncovered little of significance. With a wave of his hand, a chaotic scene materialized. Meanwhile, the formidable trio of Lin Hongyu, Hong Yitong, and Black Panther lay hidden at the edge of Tsongshan. The moon god sighed, realizing that his understanding of the new path was still insufficient, nearly allowing them to elude detection. It became evident that Li Hao was exceedingly vigilant. There were not merely 7 saints, but indeed 10, including these 3. It was a battle fought with the very essence of their being. The sword-bearing man nodded slightly. These 3 had elusive movements, nearly escaping his notice. It must be acknowledged that reaching this level of mastery in the new path was exceedingly challenging. Yet, the sword-bearing man furrowed his brow and continued to survey the area, inquiring, "Has the Star River City not come to witness the spectacle?" After an extensive search, he soon located Star River City. However, upon approaching, he refrained from scrutinizing further. A tome of the Great Path floated above the city, making it easily detectable under such circumstances. It seemed that Star River City was also in proximity to Tsongshan, poised to strike at any moment. This was indeed intriguing. It appeared that the 2 paragons of the new era had drawn considerable interest, marking the first formal confrontation of their blood feud. Ing Hongyue's massacre of Li Hao's entire family and Li Hao's slaying of several of his wives, thwarting numerous plans. This encounter promised to be the most captivating in 10,000 years. The moon god concurred, then suddenly snorted, "She dares to come." At that moment, a figure of unparalleled grandeur emerged within the scene, abruptly gazing skyward, her eyes gleaming like the moon, causing the image to blur instantaneously. Witnessing the second-generation moon god, the moon god felt a pang of irritation. The sword-bearing man chuckled. Her arrival is to be expected. Strong individuals from all corners of the world are drawn here, and she can sense some of this. The battle of the Forbidden Sea may well determine who will emerge as the true sovereign of this age. Who do you think will prevail? 50-50, he replied with a smile. They both possess confidence and assurance, their strengths formidable, having emerged from modest beginnings. One is audacious enough to serve as bait, while the other is youthful and gifted, born of the way. It is entirely reasonable that either could triumph. The moon god ceased her inquiries. The attention of the entire silver moon was riveted on this battle, indicating that these 2 had truly ascended to the pinnacle of this era. Meanwhile, the king of Dali felt increasingly anxious as the saints began to converge, exerting considerable pressure upon him. In the distance, the Forbidden Sea seemed to churn ominously. He was uncertain whether Ing Hongyue had detected anything, and his tension mounted, fearing that she might discover the truth or that the Forbidden Sea might escape. Still not making a move, he glanced at Li Hao, his expression grave. Li Hao smiled. "No need to rush. Not in a hurry." The king of Dali cursed inwardly. This fellow was calm when urgency was warranted and more anxious than anyone when it was unwarranted, truly vexing. Li Hao's gaze shifted. After a prolonged silence, he coughed lightly. "Let us wait a while longer. Once darkness falls, we shall act." Darkness? For the powerful, night and day held little difference. Did he require a sense of ritual? Was a nighttime ambush truly more exhilarating? What a tedious individual. Simultaneously, in the Great Path universe, the stars shone brilliantly. Originally submerged in the depths of the universe, a river of stars suddenly transformed into a silhouette, emerging from the cosmic abyss, its voice resonating through the realms. Director Zhang. The sound reverberated, shaking the very foundations of existence. Moments later, a star pierced the void, seemingly revealing a figure, trembling in disbelief. Li Hao. Li Hao in this great Li? Who is he? Li Hao, his expression impassive, spoke calmly. I shall rend the void and enter Star River City. The great Tao, you must conceal some truths for me. The star shone brilliantly, momentarily silent. Li Hao remained quiet as well. After a long pause, the stars quivered as if responding to his call. A faint smile graced Li Hao's lips, and the void before him split open along the path of the star. In an instant, an ancient city materialized, with the tome of the great Tao hovering above. At that moment, Li Hao traversed the void and entered Star River City. The inhabitants of the city stood in stunned silence. Zhang arrived in an instant, gazing at Li Hao, his silence thick with profound confusion. Isn't the great Li Hao? Yet, that overwhelming aura, that rich power of the great Tao, cannot possibly belong to anyone else. But who is this Li Hao in this place? An unspoken dread lingered in the air. Li Hao extended his hand, and a mirror manifested in the void. After a brief examination, he spoke. Come with me. Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. Li Hao replied calmly. The great Tao, conceal some truths for me. Zhang's frown deepened. Where are we going? You will know when we arrive. At this moment, Li Hao exuded an air of dominance. Zhang pondered briefly before nodding. Just as he was about to speak further, Li Hao addressed the others, his tone composed. Everyone, this place is sealed for a moment. No one is to leave. You. Li Hao turned to the speaker and calmly asked, Director Zhang, can this be accomplished? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang nodded. Very well. With that, he turned to the crowd. Activate the main city formation. No one is to enter or exit. Anyone who dares to breach the main city before my return will be executed without question. The moment these words left his lips, the crowd visibly paled, their silence profound. Zhang then removed the tome of the great Tao, and a city lord's seal materialized in the air. In his hands, this seal rivaled the power of the great Tao itself. In an instant, a phantom emerged, reminiscent of a figure wielding a teaching staff, standing resolutely in the void. The inhabitants of the city instantly displayed expressions of reverence. The Supreme. At that moment, even the prying eyes that had been observing vanished, whether it was the sword-bearing man, Zheng Yu, or others, they swiftly withdrew their gazes. The Supreme's phantom, while commonplace in others' hands, could unleash terrifying power in the hands of a Supreme's descendant. Meanwhile, beneath the protection of the great Tao, Li Hao and Zhang vanished in an instant. The great Li remained serene, awaiting the arrival of night. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. In the land of the silver moon, underground, one person traversed the expanse. Zhang explored the area. His voice low. Have you thought this through? Yes. You truly wish to go to Thunder City? If what you say is true, there may be multiple heavenly kings present. Indeed. Therefore, no one will believe I would appear there. Not even Senior Zhang believes it. Who would trust it? Li Hao remained remarkably composed, precisely because no one believed. Not even in Hongyue. I shall make my grand entrance. I will storm into the city and eradicate them in one fell swoop. The heavenly kings? What of them? Presently, they are utterly unguarded, conceited in their invincibility, believing themselves impervious, though they cannot emerge, and no one can infiltrate. They are merely a horde of so-called heavenly kings, tainted by the power of the red moon. Even though they may be numerous at this moment, defenseless and still in slumber, what is there to fear? If this battle allows me to annihilate them, severing the claws of the red moon and crippling the emperor's power, I shall render him a true wretched creature. Zhang remained silent, merely sighing. You are truly mad. You have audacity beyond measure. Li Hao intends to lead him to Thunder City, a place potentially overrun by the formidable denizens of the red moon, where multiple heavenly kings may reside. This fellow feigned an assault on the Forbidden Sea, and I believed him. The entire world anticipated his inaugural clash with Hongyue. Yet he did not go. But could it truly be someone other than Li Hao? We are not blind. If it were a mere impersonation, it would have been uncovered long ago. Admittedly, now that they are in Dali, our vision is not entirely clear. Yet the ferocity of his presence is unmistakable. Suddenly, Li Hao inquired, can Director Zhang contend with a heavenly king? The faux ones may be manageable, but the genuine ones are another matter. In that case, it is settled, Li Hao responded, calm as ever. Zhang could not help but exclaim, I never stated I would join the battle. You presume to decide for me? We are not allies. Li Hao remained unfazed. Very well then. Zhang fell silent. At that moment, Li Hao's gaze flickered, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within his eyes, as he smiled. Over there. Zhang looked ahead, and deep within the earth. Even amidst the magma, a city floated silently, motionless, not a single breath escaping its confines. The Thunder City of the Hong family, the city of tempests. It was eerily quiet, as if devoid of life, seemingly extinguished long ago. Yet at this moment, golden light continued to flicker in Li Hao's eyes. As he softly murmured, "There are many formidable beings. I can sense an overwhelming presence of the Red Moon's power. And the heavenly kings will not be few, perhaps no less than 5. Zhang felt his breath catch. A genuine confrontation? Even if they are but faux heavenly kings. They still belong to this era's elite, and to be frank, he was deeply apprehensive. One could be manageable, but 2 would pose a significant challenge. If indeed there were more than 5, it would be prudent to distance oneself as far as possible. Remaining would surely lead to demise. Yet Li Hao laughed. So much power of the Red Moon, so much immortal energy, abundant heavenly king might. If we conquer this place, I assure you, a multitude of powerful beings will emerge under my command. A treasure trove. Zhang Yun, a man of refined demeanor, found himself wanting to curse. He felt that when this fellow descends into madness, he surpasses even the demon king in recklessness. A sage, no, with himself included. 2 sages are to confront a throng of heavenly kings. Under these circumstances, if he were to speak of it, no one would believe him. Li Hao, still racking his mind, devised a multitude of deceptions. Zhang thought that even without such tricks, no one would believe he would dare assault the very stronghold of the Red Moon. Of course, unforeseen factors will be minimized. Li Hao looked at Zhang and inquired, "Can we infiltrate silently?" After contemplating for a moment, Zhang nodded. "It can be done, albeit with difficulty." Li Hao smiled, for this was precisely the reason he sought Zhang, the grandson of the supreme of the Zhang family. Many formations actually trace their origins back to this esteemed figure, and as his grandson, who is part of the true core, he should possess a profound understanding of these matters. Once inside, one individual would first locate a heavenly king for a surprise attack, swiftly eliminating 2 before sealing the city, drawing them into the vast universe, ensuring the complete annihilation of all, leaving none alive. Zhang could no longer contain himself. "Heavenly king, do you think you are slaughtering pigs? Are they truly inferior?" Li Hao replied softly, "I do not believe that after 100,000 years of dormancy, with no threats arising, a heavenly king could maintain vigilance for such an extended period. If they possess such capabilities, how could they be so easily invaded by an emperor? Such talents, in the realm of the new martial arts, ought to be considered formidable. It is not that I underestimate them. Rather, do not compare a bunch of discarded refuse from the new martial arts with me or you, the grandson of the Supreme, a participant in the new martial war. Alongside me, cannot possibly be inferior to some discarded waste from lesser worlds." How audacious! Yet, upon hearing this, Zhang nodded in agreement. After all, he was indeed the grandson of the Supreme and had fought alongside the King of Men. As for Li Hao's methods, wisdom, and strength, he certainly should not be compared to these individuals. However, he still felt uneasy. "What exactly is your strength?" "I cannot say," Li Hao responded. "You are quite the nag." Li Hao frowned slightly. How could a powerful being in the early stages of the new martial arts be so nagging? Zhang was at a loss for words. "I worry that you might perish. You truly leave one speechless." The 2 began to stealthily approach the colossal city. At the same time, in the forbidden sea of Great Li, the Crimson Moon frowned repeatedly. Why hasn't he made a move yet? What is he waiting for? "Li Hao, do you truly think I am unaware of your presence?" A flicker of thought crossed her mind, feeling something was amiss. However, the hammer of the Hong family remained with Li Hao. Thoughts raced through her mind as she glanced at the eager initial martial skeleton, furrowing her brow while quickly calculating. After a long moment, she shook her head, concluding that there should be no unforeseen circumstances. What could go wrong? Li Hao was present. His people were likely here as well. Outside, Zheng Yu was keeping watch, along with another individual observing from above. It could be said that the greater Li Hao's notoriety grew, the more closely he was watched. There was no room for any tricks. Yet, a hint of unease lingered in her heart. Meanwhile, on the side of Tsang Mountain, the queen coldly gazed at the distant area, her brow furrowing as she muttered under her breath. "What is this fellow Li Hao waiting for? Let me see how you can be so arrogant. Looking down on everyone. What gives you such confidence? If you cannot even defeat the one who destroyed your family, How can you mock me? At the very least, I have triumphed over a true moon goddess. In the Hong family's Thunder City, all was quiet. Of course, there were indeed people present, and they lived quite comfortably. In the sky, a blood-red moon faintly emerged, exuding an aura of crimson moonlight. Similar to several other prominent cities, this metropolis is vast, with its center housing numerous powerful beings. At this moment, many mansions appear to be open. At the city's periphery stands a towering crimson tree, swaying gracefully, adorned with numerous fruits that exude a sweet fragrance, rendering it particularly alluring. Unlike other principal cities, the City of Thunder lacks primal forces. Instead, it is suffused with the essence of the red moon. The few strong individuals traversing the area are predominantly clad in red robes. Here, it seems that not only ancient beings reside, but also modern martial artists, alongside nearly forgotten entities such as the Blue Moon of July. Several figures associated with the July moon have perished, leaving behind the Red Moon, Blue Moon, and Purple Moon, the latter of which is rumored to have succumbed in the Great Departure. The whereabouts of the Blue Moon remains shrouded in mystery. Moreover, several other individuals exist here, seemingly engaged in casual conversation. This time, multiple saints have ventured out from the city, though it remains uncertain whether they can decisively eliminate Li Hao. It is a formidable task. The leader has indicated that while they may inflict significant damage, killing him is exceedingly difficult. As long as the great Tao universe persists, this individual remains elusive. However, should circumstances align favorably, perhaps a few saints could be vanquished. Within a lavish mansion, the Blue Moon and several others converse, including some elders from the Red Moon organization. These individuals appear remarkably content, far from the desolate state one might envision. On the contrary, when the Red Moon is mentioned, they express deep respect and fervor, seemingly more trusting and passionate than the Silver Moon martial artists towards Li Hao. Li Hao is merely a jester, destined to meet his demise at the leader's hands. Had it not been for the need to divert the attention of the Zheng and Li families, the leader could have eliminated him long ago. Indeed, Li Hao mistakenly believes he has unified the world, his arrogance, but an illusion. Regrettably, some have perished in service of the leader's grand ambitions, yet the prospect of a reunited world offers a chance for resurrection. Their voices rang out, or rather, were slightly elevated in this expansive city. Outside, the crimson tree continued to sway. Its presence exudes an extraordinarily formidable aura, far surpassing that of General Huai. Approaching the level of Zheng Hanyuan, this is a king tree. Within the city, such an aura is not singular. The entire city resembles a fortress, with the essence of saints, eternal vitality, and supreme power permeating every corner, unmasked and unapologetic. In this realm, concealment is unnecessary, and such efforts are burdensome. The inhabitants are well aware of one another's depths. There is no need for pretense. At this juncture, no one can conquer this city. Indeed, no one. Zheng Yu may still have a role to play, yet should he remain absent, there is no cause for concern. What of Li Hao or Zhang Hao? Do they dare to enter? Can they even find this city? Upon the crimson tree, a visage emerges, elusive yet distinct, basking in the ambience and greedily absorbing the dispersing essence of the Red Moon. No one anticipated that the entire Thunder City had transformed into the stronghold of the Red Moon. This is the true base of the Red Moon organization, the genuine heart of the Red Moon universe. All else is but a ruse. Whether it is the remnants of the Earth's brilliance left behind, or the group of infected individuals led by Zheng Yu, they are merely a facade. At this moment, Li Hao entered the city. Zhang also made his entrance. Not only did they enter, but their arrival was remarkably significant, occurring right within the Lord's mansion. Moreover, not far from them, a formidable presence of a celestial king surged forth. Li Hao glanced at Zhang En, who remained silent, questioning with his gaze. The core of the formation lies here. My appearance is unavoidable. Surrounding them were several other celestial kings. If they were to be discovered and besieged, it would spell doom for both of them. At that very moment, Li Hao enveloped himself in a protective domain and, casting a glance at Zhang En, conveyed through thought, "Have you discerned anything? There are 5 celestial kings, and astonishingly, 12 saints. It appears that not many immortals ventured into the Forbidden Sea. The pinnacle also harbors many surprises, and it seems there exists a cohort of cultivators practicing new paths." Ah, his ancient divine guards. Li Hao realized, the ancient divine guards, once the elite force of the Crimson Moon, had remained largely concealed. Subsequently, With the transfer of personnel from the three major organizations, many had perished in battle. The Crimson Moon was indeed willing to sacrifice and possessed means. I have already sensed several auras of the sun and moon. In such a brief period, they have nurtured numerous beings of the sun and moon, alongside some from the mountains and seas. For this alone, the cost incurred by the Crimson Moon is substantial. Indeed, there are multiple celestial kings, 5 in total, which is no insignificant number. Additionally, there are over a dozen saints and hundreds of immortals. This place is enveloped by the power of the Crimson Moon, suggesting that even if a celestial king were to enter, they would first be invaded by this power, only to subsequently confront 5 celestial kings in a siege, with little hope of survival. Li Hao took a deep breath. If you find this beyond your capabilities, target the one with the weakest aura. The celestial king at the Lord's mansion is exceptionally powerful, while that tree outside is no weakling. Choose one of the remaining 3, who are somewhat weaker. Zhang, disinterested in his words and offering no response, merely assessed the auras and remarked, "I'll handle the one at the Lord's mansion. You can choose freely among the others. Furthermore, if we succeed in killing them, how do we plan to relocate the city into the great universe? Do you have a strategy? Rest assured, it's a trivial matter." Li Hao chuckled. At that moment, both displayed audacious bravery, even amidst a gathering of formidable beings. Still finding time to converse, Zhang cast him a glance. Reflecting on the days at Yuanping Martial Science University when this young lad had toyed around so carelessly, he had truly grown, and at an astonishing pace. Li Hao ceased his chatter, absorbing some power from the Crimson Moon, enveloping himself in it. The next moment, he became indistinct, striding purposefully towards the city's outskirts. He intended to fell that tree. This celestial king tree had fortified Thunder City. As long as it stood, relocating the Grand City would be impossible. Only by bringing it down could there be hope for smoothly transferring the Grand City into the great universe. As he walked, a suit of armor enveloped him, dark and reminiscent of the ancient divine guards. Upon reaching the city gate, Li Hao made little effort to conceal himself, boldly and openly striding towards the distant tree. Nearby, several ancient divine guards moved about, yet none cast a glance in his direction. Such audacity could hardly be deemed anything less than madness. Yet Li Hao firmly believed that no one would take notice. In such a secure place, one would think that no one would disregard the Heavenly King. With leisurely strides, Li Hao approached the Heavenly King tree, marveling at the first sight of such an extraordinary plant, its alluring red fruits captivating from afar. What manner of tree is this? What purpose do these fruits serve? Li Hao gazed up at the towering tree, a glint of avarice flickering in his eyes. A gaze that even the trees seemed to notice, yet it remained indifferent. Here, greed was commonplace. Under the influence of the Red Moon's power, everyone was consumed by insatiable desire. To lack greed would be the true anomaly. Overcome by his own greed, Li Hao took another deep breath of the Red Moon's essence, his yearning intensifying. The tree mused, "This little one is oblivious. Absorbing too much Red Moon power and harboring such overwhelming desires may not bode well. One must exercise some restraint." Yet, this was of no concern to the tree. It would not intervene in the affairs of the weak. If one wished to indulge, so be it. If a soul incapable of controlling their greed perished, so be it. As Li Hao drew closer, the tree chuckled inwardly. Was he perhaps contemplating plucking a fruit? Such instances had occurred before with those who entered, and the previous few had become nourishment for the tree. Even if the Red Moon was aware, it could do nothing. Moreover, the Red Moon had no interest in this matter. Those who succumbed to their own insatiable desires and were slain by the tree would die in vain. At that moment, several ancient guardians noticed the unfolding scene. Some furrowed their brows, wishing to issue a warning. However, upon seeing Li Hao's direct approach towards the tree, they quickly retreated as the tree's branches swayed, releasing a fragrant aroma. This scent was, undeniably, a form of seduction. Clearly, the tree had noticed Li Hao and was proactively enticing him, hoping for a feast of fresh blood. In this instant, no one cared for Li Hao's fate, life or death. It mattered not. Meanwhile, Li Hao's eyes shimmered with an uncontrollable crimson glow. He gazed hungrily at the magnificent tree, the Heavenly King tree, the Heavenly King fruit. Surely, in this new era of martial arts, such a majestic tree was a rarity? Could these fruits be consumed? What powers do they possess? Li Hao murmured. The tree, with a gentle tone, responded, "These fruits are called heavenly fragrance fruits. Consume 1 to prolong your life and maintain your youthful appearance. Eat 2 to achieve immortality. With endless lifespans. Partake of 3, an immortal can ascend to the pinnacle of existence in a single leap. It takes 30,000 years for the tree to bloom, another 30,000 for the fruits to form, and 30,000 more to mature, only once every 90,000 years. Now, after 100,000 years since the silver moon's closure, this is the first time it has borne fruit, yielding 99. Do you wish to partake? The tree's voice was imbued with temptation. To consume 99 fruits could lead to becoming a saint in a day. The more intense the desire, the more delectable the taste. The words were directed at Li Hao, not the fruits. Become a saint in a day? If I consumed the entire tree, would I become a heavenly king? The tree was momentarily taken aback, having encountered many with voracious appetites who wished to devour its fruits. Yet, it had never before heard someone inquire if consuming the tree itself could lead to becoming a heavenly king. What an unparalleled greed! In the realm of ancient deities, there exist such avaricious beings, truly astonishing. The great tree chuckled. Perhaps it is possible? Really? Shall we give it a try? The tree continued to tempt. Akin to gazing upon a delectable feast, how delightful it appeared. Meanwhile, Li Hao licked his lips, savoring the thought of such a delicacy. He mused, I must not crush the fruit. It looks too appetizing. In his hand, a sword materialized, a touch bashful. Then I shall slice the fruit, esteemed elder. Please refrain from crying out in pain. The tree pondered. This individual was not merely greedy. He was utterly deranged. Crying out in pain? Absurd. Yet, this sword seemed intriguing. Vaguely reminiscent of something familiar. Familiar? Could it possibly be a replica of a formidable divine weapon? In that moment, the tree unfurled several branches, thinking, enough of this. Little one, it is time for you to come and sate my hunger. Li Hao, wielding the long sword, fearlessly thrust it forward. What a charming tree indeed. Unaware and even welcoming, in my life, I have never encountered such an easily vanquished foe. The long sword pierced through the body of the celestial king. One would expect to withstand even the sun and moon, or the merging of paths, yet at this moment, the celestial frame yielded as easily as tofu. The crimson heart of life directly impaled. A visage emerged upon the tree, painted with confusion. Pierced? Indeed pierced. That bewilderment instantaneously transformed into incredulity, a disbelief so profound. How could it be penetrated? It had not yet regained its composure. Am I not a celestial king? The celestial body, the heart of life. The most fortified of regions. How could it possibly be breached? What a jest. Is this sword reminiscent of the starry sky sword? Li Hao's voice echoed near the tree, laced with mirth, as he withdrew the blade, reaching forth, with a crunch, morphing into a bloodied palm that tore through the bark, seizing the shattered heart of life. In the next moment, the heart vanished. All transpired in an instant. Then, a piercing, heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the cosmos. My heart is gone. The excruciating wail shook the very foundations of the ancient city. My heart of life is lost. Boom. A tempestuous aura erupted, albeit somewhat unstable, as the tree instantaneously transformed into human form, bearing an expression of disbelief, a crimson wound evident upon its chest. An ambush. For the first time in 100,000 years, an assault. The child suddenly began to wail incessantly, suffering from a mild cold and fever. I shall first take him to the hospital, and if all is well, I shall return to update chapter 382, a monumental gain, subscription and monthly tickets requested. The piercing scream echoed in all directions. The blood-red tree, enveloped in incredulity, was beyond belief. For 100,000 years, they had never faced an attack, had never experienced battle, having long forgotten the instincts of warfare, as Li Hao had remarked. Born of worry, perishing in comfort. Such is the consequence of 100,000 years of ease. At the moment the heart of life shattered, this celestial king tree appeared somewhat dazed, somewhat lost. As a celestial king, this was a complete failure. The starry sky sword had pierced through the opponent. In the next moment, as Li Hao heard the piercing cry from his adversary, he effortlessly wielded his sword, cleaving the entire top of the towering tree in half. The heavenly tree, renowned for its formidable defense, appeared to possess little resistance under the might of Li Hao's blade, as these heavenly beings were merely pseudo-heavenly. Furthermore, the starry sword was exceedingly sharp. Most crucially, it was Li Hao himself. This incarnation was born from the cosmos, embodying true power. In the realm of Li, what stood before us was but a manifestation of Li Hao. The distinction between the avatar and the true self was blurred, yet this physical form was undeniably more potent. This corporeal vessel had opened 99 meridians, while the other had yet to awaken even a single one. For this true self was no longer simply opening meridians, but rather continuously absorbing the power of the cosmos, assimilating myriad forces, achieving the true essence of coalescing all paths, with his being as the path. Thus, at this moment, as Li Hao struck with his sword, the entire treetop fell. He reached out, grasping the crown of the tree, which vanished from sight, along with the 99 so-called heavenly fragrant fruits. The fruits of the heavenly tree were rare, with perhaps only one tree having borne them thus far, the cat tree. The fruit, reminiscent of a feline, was once devoured by the father of the imperial guard. That tree was extraordinarily powerful, verging on the level of an emperor. And its origins were far from trivial. Beyond this, many heavenly trees existed, yet most bore no fruit. At this instant, regardless of whether this entity was a pseudo-heavenly, the fruits were undoubtedly precious. One sword pierced the heart of life, and the second severed the treetop. With these two strikes, the ancient city began to awaken. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. Who dares to be so audacious? As the words fell, a surge of auras ascended into the sky. Who would dare act so recklessly? In this lair of the red moon, who would be bold enough to strike against the heavenly? In that fleeting moment, phantoms emerged. A tome materializing, pages turning as unparalleled figures of strength emerged, each a pinnacle of the new martial realm. Not just one. Some wielded long blades, others bore blood bows. Some shattered the heavens with a single hand, while others wielded spears that tore souls asunder. The Grand Tao Book, crafted by Zhang and Kai from numerous titans of the new martial realm, manifested just as Li Hao made his move. Zhang and traversed the realms, as figures merged into him. Moreover, in this instant, a star seemed to flicker and descend upon the Grand Tao Book. The new path did not completely forsake the origins of the new martial arts, but rather sought to blend these two paths. The commonalities between the origin path and the Hao Star path were numerous. At this moment, countless phantoms entered Zhang and's being, aligning with various meridians. His cultivation method diverged slightly from Li Hao's. The phantom of the Blade King infused into the Blade Meridian, the Splitting God Emperor into the Spear Meridian, and the Blood Emperor into the Bow and Arrow Meridian. His journey was not entirely synonymous with Li Hao's, yet it harmonized the strengths of both. In this moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from within, a torrent of power surging forth as Zhang, clutching the tome, suppressed the heavens and the earth. A heavenly being, empowered by the force of the red moon, roared in fury, yet was subdued in an instant by the very book. Boom. In that moment, weapons clashed as if a sovereign had unleashed his might, and the heavens trembled while the earth quaked. The celestial king, engulfed in unfathomable dread, let out a shrill cry. Zhang? How could he possibly be here? The grandson of the Supreme One, Zhang, a paragon among the elite of the new martial realm, was a formidable force who had once assisted the sovereign in conquering the world, instilling terror in the hearts of countless adversaries. In the grand cosmic expanse of the Red Moon, Zhang was among the top 3 targets for elimination. He was also the mastermind behind the strategies of the new martial realm. Yet, at this moment, Zhang remained unfazed, merely casting a fleeting glance toward Li Hao, his expression shifting subtly. In that instant, Li Hao drew his sword with a graceful motion, and with a single stroke, the grotesque form of the kingly tree shattered with a resounding crash. The ancient tree, transformed into an elder's visage, split apart in disbelief. At that juncture, 3 celestial kings remained unscathed. In an instant, they surged toward Li Hao simultaneously. Zhang, whose presence instilled trepidation, was the grandson of the Supreme One. To them, Li Hao did not yet pose a significant threat. Their priority was to eliminate him first before turning their wrath upon Zhang. Zhang's countenance altered slightly as the Book of Great Tao reverberated. Grasping his spear, he unleashed a strike that morphed into a long blade, followed swiftly by another slash that transformed into a longbow, drawing back an arrow in a display of versatility. The ensnared celestial king let out a piercing scream, as his form was marred by numerous crimson gashes, howling in agony. Zhang's complexion paled ever so slightly. After all, this was indeed a celestial king. To completely vanquish him required a measure of finesse and effort. His expression shifted, This complication might hinder his ability to assist Li Hao in defense. Initially, he had anticipated that at least one or two of the remaining 3 kings would seek him out. However, they had cowered in fear, opting instead to confront Li Hao. How infuriating! Zhang inwardly cursed. This was not the outcome he had envisioned. With the Book of Great Tao at his side, even the arrival of another celestial king would not easily breach his defenses, yet they had not approached at all. Li Hao, he called out sharply, with a low incantation. A long sword materialized in his grasp, piercing downward as the Book of Great Tao radiated with frenzied brilliance, forcibly subduing the foe. With a resounding crack, the sword descended, impaling the adversary. In an instant, the wails ceased, and the celestial king's body ruptured, revealing a fleeting specter. Just as it manifested, the Book of Great Tao shimmered with 1,000 bolts of lightning, erupting with a thunderous roar. Boom! One after another, the sounds reverberated, and in the blink of an eye, the specter shattered. A celestial king was instantaneously obliterated, though it was not a single strike that brought about his demise. The might of Zhang was evident. Under the suppression of the Book of Great Tao, the celestial king was swiftly dispatched. There was no time for Zhang to transcend the Tao at this moment, nor was there a need to sever it. With both physical and spiritual essence extinguished, the adversary was rendered defenseless, especially considering these foes had turned to the power of the Red Moon. Whether their original essence remained was questionable. He stowed away the Book of Great Tao and made his way toward Li Hao, only to be confronted by a multitude of saints, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The situation had escalated. These individuals, having not engaged in battle for 100 millennia, surprisingly displayed a reaction that was not overly sluggish. Just as he felt a weight of seriousness, a piercing scream echoed from afar. In an instant, a battered tree splintered violently into fragments. Li Hao's sword cleaved through the void. A myriad of blades surged forth, instantly reducing the crimson tree to mere dust. As his mental force surged forth, it shattered in the blink of an eye. The second sovereign had perished. The speed at which Li Hao dispatched foes seemed to pale in comparison to Zhang Yan. He struck first, yet his actions were slightly more sluggish than Zhang Yan's. The remaining 3 sovereigns, however, were already advancing, and Zhang Yan's complexion shifted as he shouted, "Li Hao, converge with me. Hurry." At that moment, he too sought to break through. Yet, amidst the combined might of over 10 saints, an eruption of crimson moonlight unleashed, causing Zhang Yan's mind to momentarily falter as the resonance of the Great Tao thundered. In the distance, one of the 3 sovereigns bellowed, "Surround him." Their aim was not merely to slay Zhang Yan, but to ensnare him. Once they dealt with Li Hao, Zhang Yan would undoubtedly meet his demise. At this juncture, everyone had recognized the 2 figures, Zhang Yan and Li Hao. More alarmingly, it was rumored that Li Hao had ventured to the Forbidden Sea today, and that there were saints within the city who had joined the fray. This was a conspiracy. Regardless of the circumstances, the imperative was to eliminate these 2. Li Hao sheathed his sword and regarded the 3 adversaries, who swiftly formed a triangle, encircling him with ghastly expressions, each seething with rage. "Li Hao, you are truly audacious. Courting death. Kill him." The 3 roared in unison, launching their attacks simultaneously. At this moment, it seemed that Li Hao had no time to relocate the entire city. However, in that fleeting instant, the 3 sovereigns appeared to perceive something. They experienced a brief moment of disorientation, as if they had glimpsed a star, half real, half illusory. In their recollection, it was but a fleeting moment, a transient marvel. Yet at this instant, the 3 sovereigns' movements abruptly halted. Li Hao did not seize the opportunity to slay. Even if he killed one, the remaining 2 would suffice to quench his thirst for vengeance. In that moment, the might of the sovereigns no longer suppressed the ancient city, which suddenly quaked, revealing an immense fissure in the sky. The ancient city trembled, ascending into the heavens. In an instant, the 3 sovereigns suddenly regained their senses. They had not even perceived the passage of time, still acting as if the previous conditions prevailed. Boom! The 3 formidable beings struck, producing a thunderous sound that resonated through Li Hao's very being, akin to a deluge of blood flowing, or perhaps merely the sound of rushing water. The 3 were momentarily stunned. At that moment, they sensed something amiss and looked up, only to find that the starry sky had transformed, their faces blanched in horror. Is this the Great Tao universe? How could this be? We have been entangled with Li Hao. How could we suddenly enter the Great Tao universe? Simultaneously, countless bolts of lightning erupted from the Great Tao universe, and in an instant, it felt as though the entire cosmos was trembling. Fury. Boundless fury. The overwhelming power of the blood moon enveloped the ancient city, with 3 celestial kings and over a dozen saints, alongside countless immortals, all drawing from this formidable force. Above, a crimson blood moon loomed, brimming with boundless energy. The cosmos, in its entirety, erupted in wrath. Thunder roared, crashing down upon them in an instant. This time, there was no obstruction. Although the might of the gathered thunder was formidable, it still struck countless souls, eliciting their anguished cries. Within the city, several ancient guardians cried out in despair as the blood moon's power evaporated around them. Some of the weaker individuals were obliterated into ashes by the thunder. Zhang felt a tremor within him. He understood that the cosmos was targeting them. Yet he was bewildered by how Li Hao had managed to transfer people in so seamlessly, without him even perceiving the process. Little did he know, Li Hao had once basked in the light of the time stars, swimming through the river of time, which essentially allowed him to navigate within his own being, gleaning fragments of temporal power. Previously, he had caused a being nearing the Tao integration level, the dog, to lose its bearings for several seconds, all while merely utilizing his avatar. This time, however, he was at the helm himself. The 3 celestial kings were momentarily halted, their time stilled for a fraction of a second, an interval ample enough for Li Hao to act. For a powerful being, this brief moment could suffice to slay a celestial king. Yet, Li Hao chose not to take a life. Instead, he transported the ancient city. How could this be? One celestial king, filled with dread, shattered the thunder with a single blow, only for another wave of immense lightning to surge forth. The 3 kings were aghast. In the next heartbeat, they cried out in unison. First, eliminate Li Hao. If we kill him, perhaps we can escape. Damn it. They realized they had been transported into the cosmic realm. At that moment, Li Hao chuckled softly and transformed into a giant, his blood coursing through him, while countless stars shimmered in the sky, resonating with the celestial river within him. A multitude of Tao powers began to surge. Li Hao grew taller and larger. The 3 celestial kings launched their assaults, yet he paid them no heed, merely gazing into the distant void, deep into the cosmos. In that instant, a star seemed to sense something, curiosity mingling with excitement, as it traversed the void towards him. At this moment, Li Hao spoke, a gentle laugh escaping him. Look over there. He pointed with a colossal hand. Some, instinctively, turned to look, falling into a hushed stillness, while others did not. Yet, in the next moment, a star hurtled towards Li Hao, and everyone witnessed the entire city, including Zhang and the 3 celestial kings, freeze in place. A smile graced Li Hao's lips. The sacred script of the Tao illuminated his forehead. This was his trump card. This was the true essence of invincibility. This was the might of the master of the Tao. Why expend effort in cunning? Why engage in a desperate battle? As this star was drawn to him, those present were destined for demise. The vast river intertwines with the stars, and the power of the great way surges violently. Previously, it had lured this star to approach, and this time was no exception. However, the star merely circled about, seemingly unimpressed by anything novel, and departed with a hint of disappointment after rolling around Li Hao. In an instant, the star vanished. Perhaps next time, should there be nothing intriguing, this star will not return. Although the star had disappeared, the universe appeared to remain frozen in time. Li Hao raised his hand and drew his sword, plunging it into the heart of a celestial sovereign. The sovereign seemed poised to scream, but Li Hao's domain enveloped him in an instant, awakening him to a visage of boundless terror. What transpired? He had merely glimpsed a star, and upon regaining consciousness, found Li Hao's sword piercing his heart, shredding his innards. With the next strike, a resounding crack echoed as his entire head was shattered. Confusion and disbelief washed over him. How could this happen? In the blink of an eye, the others stood frozen. Was he truly slain? After all, he was a celestial sovereign. His mental energy surged forth, coalescing into a colossal figure of blood, seemingly the true manifestation of the power of the crimson moon. This blood giant glanced sideways, observing the others paralyzed in shock, and suddenly grasped the necessity of awakening them. He let out a piercing scream, yet at that moment, the entire cosmic realm fell into silence, as myriad forces converged to envelop him entirely. Li Hao's voice resonated softly. In my domain, your cries are futile. The sword was unleashed. The ethereal blade pierced through, and Li Hao chuckled, in days gone by. The blood god of the Crimson Moon organization was a beloved entity, feasting upon humans. You all detested it, yet relished in the blood god. I shall transform you lot into blood gods. Indeed, blood gods. These practitioners of the Crimson Moon bore a striking resemblance to the blood shadows of yore. The Crimson Shadows could be refined into blood gods, and their mental energies were no exception. Blood gods of the celestial sovereign tier. Who could fathom such a concept? The blood shadow appeared exceedingly terrified, but Li Hao had already thrust his sword through it. The starry sky sword trembled violently, mending its previous cracks with the crimson energy. The blood shadow was incessantly compressed. With a cry of agony, it proclaimed, "The Emperor will not spare you. You have slain us, and the Emperor shall undoubtedly know. Li Hao, by killing us, you declare yourself an enemy of the Emperor. Let him know, then." Li Hao, compressing the shadow, laughed. "The Emperor is a good man, far superior to the Queen. To be honest, I can hardly believe the abundance of Crimson Moon energy. I shall seize this moment to compress it into blood gods. Then with the baptism of the great way as thunder, this will undoubtedly become a treasure of unparalleled value, a celestial sovereign tier treasure." The cries of despair echoed endlessly. And in the next moment, the blood shadow was utterly obliterated, continuously consumed and refined by the starry sky sword, until a blood god materialized. The thunder of the great way above seemed to pause in this moment. Li Hao remained unhurried, confident that it would soon resume. Once again, through this divine thunder baptism, the blood god seed undoubtedly emerges as the most precious treasure in the world, far superior to those fragrant fruits, which are merely the culmination of a single heavenly king, divided into 99 pieces. In contrast, this blood god seed is the essence of an entire heavenly king's power, meticulously compressed. Is it cruel? Perhaps. Yet, Li Hao remains indifferent. After the thunder baptism, this entity, once purified by the power of the Crimson Moon, becomes the finest elixir. The practitioners of the Crimson Moon are not mere humans. They ought to be referred to as blood shadow puppets. In an instant, Li Hao vanquished one heavenly king. Following the demise of the previous two, only two heavenly kings remained. At this moment, Li Hao's gaze shifted slightly, his brow furrowing as the stars faded, seemingly indicating a waning of that formidable power. It was not boundless. Moreover, given the overwhelming presence of powerful beings in this realm, the great thunder trembled as yet another heavenly king seemed on the verge of revival. This simply would not do. In a flash, the domain enveloped the trembling heavenly king, and Li Hao struck with his sword. This time, upon contact, the opponent awakened instantly, yet it was too late. The heavenly king's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced around. Astonished, have I been suppressed for an instant? He comprehended that he had indeed been momentarily subdued by some unfathomable force. Thus, when he regained his senses, he had not perceived the passage of time, but he quickly realized that one of his fellow heavenly kings was now absent. He understood that something was amiss. However, recognizing this fact was futile. The heavenly king's countenance changed, and in the blink of an eye, a multitude of crimson energies converged as he prepared to self-detonate. "Damn you, Li Hao, I will awaken everyone." At that moment, Li Hao furrowed his brow. Instantly, he transformed into a flowing river, encircling his opponent and submerging him within its depths. While countless forces surged forth, the heavenly king roared in madness, but it was too late. Stars rained down relentlessly, shattering him into pieces, and from the remnants, a blood shadow emerged. The starry sword had long been eager to strike, piercing through the blood shadow. A scream of agony erupted once more, initiating the compression mode again. The river churned as Li Hao gradually manifested a humanoid form, his complexion slightly pale. Heavenly kings were no easy adversaries. Although that power was formidable, it was waning. Before his long sword could penetrate the opponent's body, the foe regained consciousness, signifying that Li Hao could only subdue the heavenly king through sheer strength. Fortunately, as long as he did not make contact, the opponent would remain unaware. This meant he only needed to deal with one. Otherwise, complications might arise. The long sword thundered as it descended, compressing further, and soon, another blood-red elixir emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura, akin to the previous one, both being heavenly king-level blood god seeds. Li Hao directed his gaze towards the third heavenly king, whose body trembled, indicating that he too would awaken soon. Without hesitation, Li Hao surged forward. Just as he approached, the opponent suddenly regained clarity, Seeing the long sword before him, his expression shifted in alarm, and he swiftly retreated, seemingly attempting to evade Li Hao's assault. Such a significant disturbance had also triggered unusual occurrences in other areas. Suddenly, Zhang opened his eyes, his gaze shifting dramatically towards Li Hao. What of the other two sovereigns? What is happening? Boom. The thunder of the great Tao began to awaken, crashing down once more. The recently retreating sovereign was abruptly struck by a bolt of lightning, causing him to stagger, while a sword pierced through him. Li Hao shook his head. The elements of time, place, and harmony were all in my favor. Upon entering the realm of the great Tao, the fates of these individuals were sealed. Though the adversary had regained consciousness, the thunder of the great Tao had also awakened, converging upon this final sovereign, with a single strike of lightning. If the opponent remained alive, it would be mere luck. The thunder rumbled incessantly, and Li Hao, wielding his sword, struck again and again, each blow leaving deep gashes upon his foe. Countless strikes rained down until, with a resounding crash, the adversary could no longer withstand the dual onslaught, their body exploding violently. A shadow of blood shot upwards, attempting to escape. Yet, where was the opportunity? One sword descended to suppress it, the characters of the Tao manifesting, followed by a deafening explosion that sealed the blood shadow. The sword pierced instantly, an insatiable force of devouring energy engulfing the suppressed sovereign's blood shadow, which howled in agony. Roaring, "Li Hao, the Emperor will not spare me. I understand now." Li Hao appeared before him, sword in hand, unleashing a torrent of power from the great Tao. Chuckling, "Before you, someone threatened me similarly. I have heard many such words. You will not die well, and your remains will find no resting place. Yet I remain unscathed." The sovereign, on the brink of despair, shouted in fury, "You will not spare me even in death. Yet it seems you are incapable of becoming a specter." Boom. A sound of explosion erupted, releasing a torrent of vengeful resentment that was unbearable. The sword light flickered, and with a resounding crash, the resentment shattered and dissipated in an instant. Li Hao calmly remarked, "Is this all you can endure? Your willpower is truly feeble. If even sovereigns are so easily broken, the false sovereigns are destined for destruction." Thus, all 5 sovereigns lay slain. 3 blood divine seeds floated in the air. Li Hao casually tossed the seeds into the thunder, a cacophony erupting as the originally crimson seeds, battered by the lightning, gradually radiated with golden brilliance. Meanwhile, Zhang, having awakened before the saints, swiftly dispatched several of them. However, as others regained their senses, he too felt overwhelmed. Suddenly, the faces of the other saints changed dramatically. "Flee!" someone shouted, turning to escape. Li Hao had annihilated the sovereigns, an unfathomable outcome. Yet, was there still a need to flee? Li Hao laughed, his mirth laden with malevolence. His sword pierced through the heavens, and in an instant, a saint was impaled, their blood shadow appearing, only to be suppressed and compressed by the sword, soon transforming into a blood divine seed. A divine-level blood divine seed. Zhang En's expression shifted slightly, and he opened his mouth to speak. "They are merely enemies. The Red Moon world is not the realm of humanity. Beasts consume humans, and humans devour beasts. It is merely the food chain." Zhang En ceased speaking, his demeanor serious, as the tome of the great Tao suppressed all around him. At this moment, several saints had perished, leaving the remaining ones utterly incapable of resisting the combined might of the two. Li Hao, with his terrifying combat prowess, unleashed a single sword strike, rendering nearly all saints defenseless. In the blink of an eye, over 10 saints were nearly annihilated, transformed into blood divine orbs, which Li Hao cast into the thunder, subjecting them to its baptism. The remaining immortals, those at the pinnacle, and numerous ancient divine guardians had already been obliterated by the relentless thunder. Yet, a portion of them was still desperately fleeing. Some managed to escape into the vast cosmos, but in the boundless universe, there was truly nowhere to hide. In an instant, they were hunted down one by Li Hao. Massacre, an unfathomable slaughter. Cries of agony echoed throughout the cosmic void. No one could have anticipated that the immensely powerful Red Moon base would be so easily dismantled by Li Hao. The 5 great kings posed less of a threat than that presented by the head of the Zheng family. Li Hao had grown even stronger, and his methods had multiplied. The benefits reaped from this carnage were far greater. Additionally, the power of these individuals was overwhelmingly steeped in the essence of the Red Moon, while Zheng Hanyuan's essence was nowhere near as potent. With each successive sword strike, blood divine orbs were cast into the grand thunder, enduring its cleansing. In the blink of an eye, Li Hao returned to the ancient city. Zhang had also eliminated the remaining foes, yet a few still lived within the city. Li Hao's gaze fell upon a woman not far away, and he smiled. Qinghua? The woman trembled, gritting her teeth as she quietly seethed. It's your great aunt. Li Hao, do not be so smug. Even if you have come here and won, should you kill us from the Forbidden Sea, you will still meet your doom. Your people will perish. It is merely a matter of exchanging lives. Li Hao chuckled, extending his hand as if to shield the heavens. Qinghua, fiery in spirit, prepared to self-destruct, but before Li Hao, such an opportunity was non-existent. He instantly suppressed and captured her, whispering, "Do not depart just yet. Hongyue has yet to witness this." He continued, "He killed my parents, my friends, my brothers, desecrated my parents' graves. When I dealt with Chungyue and the others, Hongyue was not present to witness. I intend to slay you before his very eyes." A boundless killing intent flickered in Li Hao's gaze. Zhang hesitated, but Li Hao's voice grew icy. "Senior Zhang, do not preach magnanimity. My family has been utterly destroyed, my parents' bones left unburied. Should you urge me to be magnanimous, it would surely incite my wrath." With a sigh, Zhang refrained from further speech. As Li Hao had articulated, there was no counsel to be offered. The enmity between him and Hongyue was a deep sea of blood. Neither would rest until the other's kin and friends were utterly vanquished. Today, with Li Hao victorious, he would certainly not allow Hongyue to find peace. In an instant, myriad swords pierced through the heavens, reducing countless corpses to dust. Li Hao eradicated every trace, leaving not a single one behind. The thunder in the sky had yet to dissipate, and the blood moon within the city, infused with the essence of the red moon, was still engaged in combat with the thunder. Li Hao looked up, somewhat astonished. What was this blood-colored moon? Beyond supplying the entire city with energy for cultivation, it had remarkably withstood the thunder thus far. As the grand thunder intensified, the blood moon began to wane in strength. Gradually, the true form of the blood moon was revealed. As Zhang's expression subtly shifted, he exclaimed, "The blood of the emperor." What? A sudden shock coursed through Li Hao's heart. Was that indeed the blood of the Red Moon Emperor? Boom! The thunder of the great Tao erupted once more. And in that instant, the solitary drop of blood began to writhe violently, suddenly transforming into a humanoid figure that revealed the visage of the sealed emperor. Casting a glance at Li Hao and then at Zhang, the figure unexpectedly spoke, imbued with a sense of nostalgia. "Remarkable Junior, you have actually breached Thunder City. It seems I am destined to lose a drop of my essence. Such a pity." Upon uttering these words, the blood dispersed, morphing into countless crimson forces that surged towards the thunderous onslaught. Clearly, the emperor was aware that this drop of blood could not escape. Yet he did not wish for Li Hao to benefit from it, for this was indeed the blood of an emperor. At that moment, Li Hao regained his composure. No longer could he regard Zhang's presence. With a sudden, fierce roar, akin to the brilliance of celestial bodies, he radiated a dazzling light. Time appeared to freeze momentarily, and the blood-transformed emperor's expression changed abruptly. This is the power of time. Boom! The world fell into a brief silence. Li Hao, transcending the void, reached out towards the blood. Zhang, unaffected at this moment, stood in astonishment. Li Hao's actions were not directed at him. Suddenly, he bellowed, "No, that is the blood of the emperor." Li Hao, oblivious to the emperor's might, understood the peril of this blood. Even a single drop could potentially usurp one's soul. As anticipated, the drop of blood instantaneously merged into Li Hao's being, and in that fleeting moment, his eyes glowed a vivid crimson. The voice of the emperor echoed, "Greedy little brat, how dare you seize my essence?" In the next instant, a muffled groan escaped, laced with an unusual undertone. What? What? Zhang was equally astonished. At that moment, Li Hao's furious roar transformed into a vast river, surging forth, while the heavens erupted with the brilliance of countless stars, enveloping the entirety of the river. "Do you dare to usurp me?" Li Hao's voice was chilling. To take a single drop of essence is one thing, but to attempt to usurp a master of the great Tao is another matter entirely. Thunderous roars resounded as the river surged, countless torrents rushing forth. Within the river, the drop of blood churned wildly, ceaselessly being washed away. Zhang gazed, dumbfounded, muttering, "Insane. Transforming oneself into a river. How is that even possible?" The myriad forces relentlessly cascaded, time and again, washing over the emperor's blood. Soon, a spectral figure gradually emerged, seated atop the blood, akin to a solitary boat amidst the unrelenting currents of the great Tao. At this moment, the emperor too felt a tinge of astonishment and admiration. What a remarkable technique! To embody the Tao, to merge oneself with the Tao. Li Hao, you are the genius of this era. Yet, this is merely a drop of my essence you have seized today, and I shall be aware of it. When I arrive in this imperfect universe of the great Tao, you shall not be able to impede me. We shall speak of this when I arrive. Li Hao's voice resonated powerfully, a colossal sound reverberating as the river of the great Tao obliterated the spectral figure. In the next moment, Li Hao transformed back into human form, a blood-red orb, the size of a human head, appearing in his grasp. He instantly plunged into the thunder, as countless bolts of lightning rained down upon him. Yet, Li Hao was filled with unbridled joy. A drop of the emperor's blood. It is not merely blood, but the essence of blood. Even if its true combat power does not rival that of the kings, the blood deity it transforms into, in terms of quality, far surpasses that of the king's blood deities by an immeasurable degree. This time, a tremendous profit has truly been made. At this moment, Zhang An hastily approached, filled with disbelief as he gazed at Li Hao. Did you seize it? Unbelievable. Not only that, but Li Hao's earlier ability to momentarily freeze the blood of the emperor was also astonishing. He began to understand why several kings had suddenly vanished. They had been slain by Li Hao using such a method. Terrifying. The power of time? Impossible. Who could wield time? He stared blankly at Li Hao, feeling for the first time that he could no longer comprehend him, merging with the river of time, grasping a faint trace of temporal power. This version of Li Hao was indeed formidable. Moreover, after the thunder had dissipated, the sky was dotted with blood deities, king blood deities, and even emperor blood deities. Li Hao had indeed obliterated the lair of the Red Moon Emperor. At this moment, within the seal, the Red Moon Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. My drop of blood is gone. The connection has been severed. Even if it had been drawn into the cosmic expanse, he could still maintain contact, serving as a locating coordinate. However, when Li Hao wielded the power of the river to extinguish that phantasm, the connection was irrevocably broken. The Red Moon Emperor silently gazed at the sky, pondering the severed link. Who has taken my blood? Who could accomplish such a feat? Even a king, even a half-emperor, would see their blood erupt in an instant, making it impossible for anyone to seize it. Yet the current situation does not resemble an eruption. It seems more like it was taken. The cosmic expanse, Li Hao, or perhaps another individual. He gazed at the heavens, lost in thought, soon breaking into a smile. My blood is not so easily acquired. Meanwhile, in the outside world, night had fallen. The greatly king was exceedingly anxious. Are we not to act? What time is it? If we wait any longer, dawn will arrive. At this moment, Li Hao smiled and stepped into the void, exclaiming, why the haste? Let us meet the Red Moon. The greatly king was taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to be a surprise attack? What the hell? You're charging out directly. How is this a surprise? Li Hao's voice resonated. Everyone, come forth. Today we shall suppress the Forbidden Sea. One by one, sages materialized. Not only that, but Li Hao called out again. Master, on you, hey Bao, all of you come. In that instant, the hidden figures also paused briefly. Soon, they shattered the void and emerged. In the distance, Ing Hongyue's expression shifted dramatically, growing increasingly uneasy. He no longer concealed himself, instantly appearing above the Forbidden Sea, gazing at Li Hao with a grim countenance, murmuring, Li Hao, you once declared that upon taking what was mine, you would cease. Why do you return today? Li Hao chuckled. Ing Hongyue, our blood feud runs deep. Do you think I speak without meaning? You speak, and I shall do the same. Is there any trust left between us? At that moment, Ing Hongyue had no further words, as a skeletal figure emerged behind him, a formidable aura erupting above the Forbidden Sea. Meanwhile, Ing Hongyue's expression grew increasingly grave, exclaiming, converge all forces. He has altered his strategy. Moments later, a surge of auras swiftly gathered, and in the blink of an eye, 8 formidable saint-level presences emerged. If one included the saints within Thunder City, the number swelled to an impressive 20. They refrained from summoning their entire strength, fearing it might intimidate Li Hao or attract unwarranted attention. Yet at this moment, such concerns were trivial. Li Hao had his own share of saints. The crucial factor was not merely the number of saints, but the unsettling aura emanating from Li Hao, which filled him with profound unease. After all these years, this was the first time he felt such trepidation, even after numerous failures in the past. Those had all been anticipated. However, today, nothing had been lost. Yet his anxiety reached an unprecedented peak. Something was amiss. But where could the problem lie? All of Li Hao's forces were present, not one missing, and the powerful were all accounted for. His expression darkened further, as the forbidden sea churned violently. The skeletal figure behind him radiated an increasingly potent aura. The king of Dali, impatient, communicated telepathically, "Attack. Hurry." The skeleton seems to be drawing strength from the forbidden sea. Ing Hongyue echoed his urgency. "What are we waiting for? Strike." He was nearly driven to madness. That fool, Li Hao, did he truly believe in some chivalric code? Waiting until the enemy was at their peak before making a move? They had 8 saints, with Ing Hongyue and a skeletal king. He was on the verge of losing his composure. How were they to contend with this? At that moment, it was not just him feeling overwhelmed. Even Li Hao and the others appeared tense. It was a daunting challenge. They could manage the saints, but could they withstand the combined might of that skeleton, Ing Hongyue and Li Hao? If they faltered in this battle, their fate would be precarious. Should Zheng Yu intervene at a critical moment? Unless Zhang Un and the others stepped in to obstruct him, this battle could very well lead to their annihilation. The battle at the Forbidden Sea was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 383, I Am Invincible. Subscription and monthly ticket requested. At this moment, darkness enveloped the sky. The saints hovered in the air, illuminating the heavens. The king of Dali was restless, while Ing Hongyue felt a vague sense of unease. Just as both sides were poised for confrontation, suddenly, a wave of energy swept across the realm. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of Zheng Yu and others, an enormous city appeared suspended in the air. The colossal fortress ascended majestically. At this juncture, alongside the king of Dali, Li Hao erupted in laughter. Elder Zhang has arrived. With that, he soared into the air, heading straight for the grand city. Within that city, a grand tome shot forth, and a figure stepped into the void, causing Ing Hongyue's expression to shift slightly. Despite the change, a flicker of reassurance followed. Was this Li Hao's hidden card? If so, she felt a measure of comfort. Everyone knew of Zhang Un and his cohort's existence. However, their non-participation in battle effectively restrained others, as several saints within Hurricane City now hesitated to emerge. Even if Li Hao unleashed all his forces, because Zhang Un and his companions are present. If they engage in battle now, it would effectively liberate this group of people. Therefore, Zhang Un and his allies are not considered trump cards. Naturally, on this side, there are also a few sages, all seasoned and formidable, such as the 2 sages from the Martial Alliance, a sage from the Zhang family's Dingtian city, an unknown sage, and Zhang Un, a top-tier powerhouse nearing the level of a heavenly king. Although their numbers are few, their combat prowess is undeniable. Li Hao laughed heartily. Senior, we have not fought together before, but today, we can join forces. Zhang Un soared through the air, followed by several sages. At this moment, these sages looked at Li Hao with complex emotions. Zhang Un felt a tinge of nostalgia and softly remarked, "This battle must secure the defeat of these foreign invaders." The matter of the Red Moon was not one I wished to involve myself in, but these individuals, emboldened by the power of the Red Moon, dare to collude with the practitioners from the Red Moon world and must be eradicated. In that instant, the sages behind him spoke in unison. They must be eradicated. Rest assured, Lord Li, we are all sages of the new martial era. With merely 8 sages, we will certainly vanquish them. At this moment, several from the Li Hao were somewhat taken aback. Goodness, these individuals are exceptionally polite today. They were rather arrogant before. The affairs of the new martial era, handled by new martial practitioners, and those joining Li Hao are not even considered new martial practitioners. Though they may not openly label them as traitors, they genuinely feel that way in their hearts. How did their demeanor change so swiftly today, addressing Lord Li with such deference? On this side, although there are only 5 sages, their strength is truly formidable. At this moment, alongside Li Hao, the Old Tortoise, General Huai, the Redwood, the Diamond Wood, Commander Jiao, the Black Panther, Hong Yitong, Lin Hongyu, and Li Hao, there are a total of 15 sages worth of combat power. Moreover, most of them are seasoned great sages of the new martial era. The term seasoned naturally refers to true powerhouses who have genuinely entered the realm of the sages. incomparable to those who have only recently ascended. Their combat capabilities are exceptionally fierce. Within Hurricane City, Zheng Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Did Zhang An's faction choose to engage in battle? This is rather unexpected. I thought these individuals would refrain from fighting, opting instead to wait or to guard against their own interests. Previously, Hurricane City suffered significant losses, yet now, there are still as many as 9 sages within the city. Of course, this is incomparable to earlier times. With the heavens and earth now accommodating sages, these sages remain, perhaps as a precaution against being besieged by Li Hao and his group. However, if Zhang An and his allies have indeed joined the fray against the Red Moon, they may not secure any advantage. The sages are prepared to battle at any moment. Zheng Yu quietly remarked, "Is it not intriguing that today, all the sages of the world are converging? Both sides have gathered over 20 sages of formidable strength, which is rare even in the new martial era, especially within a small world." Of course, he refrained from mentioning the prior losses they had suffered. With Zhang An present, even if that skeleton is powerful, paired with Li Hao, they should match evenly against the skeleton and the Red Moon. However, Li Hao's side has more than 10 sages of the Sage Realm. In this case, they may not gain any advantage. My lord, shall we not make a move now? Or shall we wait and observe? Zheng Yu contemplated for a moment and spoke. Let us observe for now. Are there only 8 saints among the Red Moon practitioners allied with Enghongyue? Is this the entirety of their forces, or merely a fraction? We should wait and see. Unless a saint falls, if their reinforcements have yet to arrive, we shall strike. The death of a saint might imply that they indeed possess no more than this number. At that point, we shall act. Several saints nodded in agreement, their eyes glinting with anticipation, eager to engage. They had suffered greatly during their last encounter. Yet, some harbored trepidation. My lord, what if Li Hao, he shall not succeed? Zheng Yu interjected, shaking his head. The world is more stable than before. His chances of triumph are slim. Furthermore, their forces are all out now. Retreat will not be so easy, unless he manages to eliminate Zhang An and the others alongside it. If that occurs, then you may consider yourselves as collateral damage. Of course, such thoughts were kept to himself. In truth, should the moment arise when Li Hao dared to act thus, Zheng Yu would welcome the exchange of his own saints for the total annihilation of Zhang An and his companions. A most profitable trade indeed. Zheng Yu mused that this battle might very well see all saints from across the realm participate. How intriguing. At the grand gates of the city, Li Hao met with Zhang An, and the seasoned saints greeted each other with courtesy. Li Hao wore a radiant smile. I have waited a day for several esteemed predecessors to arrive. At last, you are here. Without your presence, I felt somewhat unsteady, lacking a pillar of support. With your arrival, my heart is at ease. His words implied that had these saints not come, he would have hesitated to engage in battle. In that moment, Li Hao exuded an air of arrogance, even a hint of hubris, as he turned to Enghongyue and laughed heartily. Enghongyue, you are ever so cunning. I have long anticipated your preparations. 8 saints may not represent your entire force. Today, with the grandson of the supreme Zhang in attendance, wielding the might of a quasi-king to confront a king, your demise is assured. Li Hao proclaimed, esteemed predecessors, I entrust the bones to you. Today, I shall vanquish Enghongyue and exact my vengeance. The rest shall annihilate those Red Moon minions. With that, he raised his hand, and a sword materialized, accompanied by a fierce command, kill. Boom. The sword radiance soared into the heavens. The intent to kill surged forth, transforming the very heavens and earth. The battle erupted. Enghongyue's gaze shifted, and he intoned, let us see then, Li Hao, I have long wished to duel with you. Today, let us discover who shall emerge victorious. Boom. His vital essence erupted in an instant, 8 bloodlines converging into one, unleashing a formidable power. The forbidden sea encircled the world, swirling violently, with towering waves surging forth toward Li Hao. Meanwhile, the bones flickered with a radiant gleam, vanishing from sight in a blink, as Zhang An, wielding the tome of the Tao, also disappeared simultaneously. Rumbling, the heavens shattered and the earth quaked. The bones and Zhang An were akin to kings in their strength, with one nearly a full king, and at that moment, the battle of kings commenced. Li Hao and Enghongyue, both heirs of the 8 great families, possessed peak saintly combat prowess. As they collided, their vital essences soared, and to Li Hao's astonishment, Enghongyue conjured a sword, striking forth with a blade that divided the world into 8 hues. The passionate swordsman Ing Hongyue was once among the top swordsmen of the Silver Moon. A master of the sword path, notwithstanding that he did not exclusively wield a sword. On the other side, Hong Yitong swung his sword and bellowed, "Kill!" The earth-shattering sword reverberated through the heavens, cleaving a path through the tumultuous Forbidden Sea. In an instant, Lin Hongyu, wielding her curved blade, revealed a glimmer of bloodthirst in her eyes before vanishing, seamlessly merging into the Forbidden Sea. Undaunted by the corrosive power of the sea, she became one with the myriad streams of water. The mighty forces of the overturning sea, including the renowned sword saint of the Zhang clan and other formidable warriors, surged forth like a tidal wave. The Black Panther transformed into a golden beast, devouring the very essence of the world as both sides clashed, shattering the firmament in mere moments. However, in that fleeting moment, despite the enhancement from the Forbidden Sea, the 8 great saints of the Crimson Moon found their defenses breached. A blood saint suddenly cried out in agony, for at that instant, a colossal golden bull descended with a thunderous roar, sending tremors throughout the entire Forbidden Sea. The overturning sea let out a low groan. "I am the guardian of the sea. As long as the heavens endure and the new martial era persists, I shall remain the guardian of the sea. Every ocean in the world belongs to me." Has someone forgotten that the Water Power clan originates from the Forbidden Sea? In this new martial era, they thrive within its depths. My forebear, the Emperor of Extraordinary Power, and the ancestral Water Power have roamed these waters for ages, traversing the vast oceans. What is this mere Forbidden Sea to me? This trifling corrosion is but a mere tickle. Boom. Under the weight of his authority, the massive hooves of the bull shattered the ocean's surface, causing even the distant Crimson Moon and the skeletal remains to tremble slightly. Quickly realizing this was merely the innate attribute of the opponent, the Guardian of the Sea governs all oceans, at least the Silver Moon Sea, which falls under his jurisdiction. The 8 saints, initially bolstered by the power of the Forbidden Sea, found their strength suddenly overwhelmed as their defenses crumbled, subjecting them to unrelenting assaults. These seasoned saints were all top-tier existences, while the newly emerged ones were also the strongest of this new era. The Black Panther devoured the ocean's waters, its maw consuming countless waves without hesitation, allowing the seawater to gather within it, corroding its insides without a flicker of disturbance. The bloodline of the Demon Guardian also remained unscathed by the Forbidden Sea. In an instant, a blood saint was cleaved away by the sword of the Zhang clan's sword saint. In that moment of darkness, a curved blade emerged, tracing a bloody arc across the sky, painting the heavens red. Lin Hongyu, like a nocturnal hunter, materialized instantaneously, her curved blade slicing through the firmament. A great saint was gravely wounded in an instant. A scream reverberated through the cosmos. Saints may be unyielding against pain, yet if a blade is laced with otherworldly elements, the agony becomes unbearable. Lin Hongyu's blade, however, was not imbued with anything particularly extraordinary. It merely contained remnants of misfortune and disaster, filth left behind by deities who had perished, including the unique powers of pain left by certain gods. At this moment, from the blade erupted a force that rent a saint's body asunder, leaving him in excruciating torment. The cries echoed through the heavens. Boom. Simultaneously, Li Hao and the Crimson Moon engaged fiercely, their swords clashing in a deadly dance. Their sword intents piercing the sky as 2 long blades carved through the firmament. Li Hao coldly declared, "In the past, you were suppressed by my master, begging for mercy on your knees. Today, with my master absent, you are still no match for the 5-animal sect." As the words fell, the long sword was abruptly abandoned, and suddenly, it transformed into a fierce bird of prey. With the technique of the 5 animals, I shall subdue this beast. Ing Hongyue furrowed her brow slightly, the sword slicing through the firmament, each strike following another. Yet Li Hao continued to shift his stance, still struggling to breach the defense. The two exchanged blows, but Ing Hongyue remained with her brows tightly knit, glancing around in confusion. Li Hao was indeed formidable, truly formidable, but he did not instill within her that sense of dread or unease. Previously, even when Li Hao was not exceptionally strong, encountering him had always brought a hint of anxiety. How strange. Yet this person before her was undeniably Li Hao, wielding the 5 animals technique with such mastery. In this world, aside from Yuan Shuo, there was no one else capable of such feats. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed from a distance. a tome of great principles trembling slightly, as figures continuously shattered. Zhang floated between heaven and earth, holding the tome, with silhouettes emerging one after another. Charging toward the skeletal foe, Zhang spoke calmly. You, who are of the initial martial realm, dare to strike against my new martial? The skeleton let out a roar, delivering a punch that instantly obliterated a figure, causing Zhang to stagger slightly, astonished. Who are you among the initial martial? Regrettably, no answer was forthcoming. As both sides engaged in fierce combat, Zhang began to sense that he was at a disadvantage. He bellowed in anger. Kill them. Come quickly to assist. Boom. In the distance, more than 10 saints acted, and in an instant, chaos erupted. A saint's piercing scream rang out as he was suddenly pierced by countless branches. The previously inconspicuous General Huai emerged from the depths, directly impaling a blood saint. In the next moment, the old tortoise descended with a thunderous crash, shattering the saint's body, revealing a blood-colored silhouette. As it appeared, a curved blade pierced through the void. With a resounding clash, the blood silhouette cried out in agony, and with a crack, it was severed. Is no one coming to help? Zheng Yu pierced through all directions, investigating, and indeed found no signs of powerful fluctuations. Upon witnessing a saint on the verge of death, he swiftly commanded, "Strike, assist in battle." Agreed. In the next moment, a grand city materialized, and in the blink of an eye, 9 saints manifested, instantaneously appearing over the forbidden sea, while the grand city vanished. 9 saints had emerged. At that moment, Ing Hanyue exhaled a sigh of relief. I knew Zheng Yu would not allow us to be slaughtered. Indeed, he has come. The arrival of 8 saints was clearly part of his calculations. 8 may not necessarily match Li Hao's faction, yet the Hurricane City still possessed saints. Zheng Yu, seeing no one to assist, would undoubtedly take action himself. If that were the case, why summon more saints? It would only raise suspicion. Indeed, with 17 saints converging, the opposing side had only 13. Thus, his side had the numerical advantage. In this battle, victory was still within reach. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the newly arrived 9 saints suddenly spotted an ancient city materializing. The very Star River city that had been floating moments ago, yet within it, there were no powerful beings. Only a few immortals and some puppet disciples. Was such combat power merely sent to their demise? Although the 9 holy beings had yet to converge with the other blood saints, their mere presence incited unparalleled fury. With a thunderous roar, Li Hai exclaimed, "How bold of you, Zheng Yu! Are you not afraid of jeopardizing all the saints?" What initially appeared to be a significant advantage swiftly devolved into a dire situation. As they were on the brink of eliminating one of the saints, the demise of a single saint would undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction, hastening the downfall of the remaining 7. Yet, the sudden arrival of 9 holy beings, though somewhat anticipated, was nonetheless infuriating. On the lofty mountains, the queen scoffed. Initially, she had wished to observe the unfolding chaos, but Zheng Yu's side had unexpectedly re-entered the fray. While the spectacle remained, it lacked the intrigue of before. The combat prowess of both parties was nearly balanced. Crucially, Li Hao appeared to be struggling against Ing Hanyue, while Zhang found himself challenged by the skeletal figure. If this continued, both of them might face defeat, potentially leading to Li Hao suffering a significant setback. The queen inwardly mocked, recalling how arrogant Li Hao had been earlier. Today, he was on the verge of suffering a great loss. It was well-deserved. His audacity had led him to believe he was the strongest in the realm. At that moment, the most anxious individuals were none other than the great Li King and Jiang Li. Both stood behind Zhang, feeling utterly impotent as Zhang could not suppress the skeletal adversary. They were rendered ineffective. As the 9 holy beings descended, despair washed over them. Damn it! The opportunity had slipped away. Just moments ago, there had been a chance, but now, with the 9 holy beings joining the battle, all hope was lost. The pressing question was no longer whether they could win, but rather whether they could survive. As for the city that materialized, the great Li King dismissed it entirely, deeming it irrelevant and filled with impotent remnants. 9 holy beings. Not merely one. If there had been only one, the presence of these remnants might have offered a glimmer of hope. But 9? Their emergence was tantamount to courting death. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin's expression darkened as he bellowed. Should you dare harm them, I will ensure your annihilation. A saint hailing from Hurricane City retorted mockingly, do you think this is like the old days? Zhang Yin, without your supremacy, what are you? Was it still 100,000 years ago? Within the city, the descendants of emperors and the elite of the martial alliance. Once pivotal figures in the new martial arts era were now at the mercy of their slaughter. Eliminate them, one of the saints barked, prompting all 9 saints to strike simultaneously, intent on obliterating the city. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Suddenly, a dim sword light flickered into existence within the city. The light appeared unassuming, yet in an instant, it sliced through a figure. Swift. Incredibly swift. Only one word sufficed. Fast. In that heartbeat, the leading saint sensed something amiss. His body continued to propel forward into the city. Yet how could he witness his own form advancing? Confusion clouded his mind, while those nearby displayed expressions of horror. His head had been severed. The sword gleamed ominously, and the heavens shifted in hue. In one fell swoop, a saint fell, his head rolling away. The remaining saints, horrified, immediately retaliated, uniting against the radiant sword light. A formidable presence. Who could it be? At this very moment, a sharp cry echoed across the land. Seal! Seal! A character materialized, seemingly suppressing the very heavens and earth. In an instant of bewilderment, several saints found themselves momentarily paralyzed, and in that fleeting moment, a sword pierced through 2 of them, like skewered meat. The 2 saints were instantaneously drained of all vitality by the long sword. In the distance, the crimson moon appeared to sense something amiss. Its countenance shifted dramatically as it suddenly turned to face Li Hao, who was relentlessly attacking it. With a fierce roar, it exclaimed, "Li Hao?" Within the city. It was indeed Li Hao. Damn! How could this be? Transforming into a ferocious tiger, the Li Hao who was fiercely assaulting the moon suddenly revealed a mocking smile. As if to say, did you not foresee this? Within Hurricane City, Zheng Yu had just departed when his expression abruptly changed, gazing upwards. In that moment, 3 saints were pierced through, their physical forms disintegrating instantaneously. A figure hovered in the air. It was Li Hao. In the sky, upon the silver moon. The swordsman looked on with mild astonishment. The moon god, aghast, murmured, "Li Hao?" In the hall of initial martial arts, someone muttered, "I sensed something was off." How could a mere clone be indistinguishable from the real thing? This clone almost defies reality. And can a modern martial artist possess such peak saintly power? How peculiar. No wonder he could deceive the world. The crucial point is, this lad has yet to reveal himself until Zheng Yu dispatched the 9 saints. It was clearly a trap designed to annihilate all saints under Zheng Yu's command. Quite the audacity. However, the initial martial god soon shook his head, remarking, "This clone is indeed remarkable, but to expose oneself just to eliminate a few saints is not worth the risk." Of course, it ultimately depends on Li Hao's own judgment. If he deems it worthwhile, then it is indeed worth it. With Li Hao's emergence, the situation transformed dramatically. 3 saints were slain in an instant. Li Hao, wielding his long sword, beamed with a radiant smile and said, "Thank you, Elder Zheng, for your generosity. Next time, do send a few kings my way." As his words fell, his sword erupted, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that traversed the heavens and earth. The 6 saints regained their senses. Yet, in the next moment, the sky split open and countless stars descended, rumbling and shaking the very fabric of reality. The saints were engulfed in terror, while Li Hao's aura surged explosively. As he struck forth with his sword, a myriad of paths converging into one. Boom! A saint was directly overwhelmed and slain on the spot. Not far off, the 9th Master's expression shifted, and he abruptly turned around. In the sky, the swordsman also rose, murmuring, "The sword of convergence. The sword of the sword sovereign." Though not entirely identical, at this moment, Li Hao truly showcased the essence of the sword sovereign. His sword, for the first time, bore a striking resemblance to that of the sword sovereign. The sword of convergence, reversing the heavens. A 6th-tier warrior can slay an 8th tier, and the pinnacle can vanquish the immortal. This is the sword sovereign. Even at the saintly level, he can defy the kings. When it comes to transcending ranks in battle, the sword sovereign undoubtedly reigns supreme, even surpassing the kings of men. With one sword uniting myriad paths, a saint let out a cry of despair, instantly shattering. While the others turned pale, the sword sovereign. In this moment, everyone recalled the legend of the sword sovereign. The sword of the sword sovereign. The emergence of the 2nd Li Hao was nothing short of astonishing, and the sword of the sword sovereign, the one sword of 10,000 paths, left even some concealed powerhouses astounded. Even Zheng Yu, the man with the sword on his back, was profoundly shaken. With each stroke of the sword, it felt as if Li Hao's world was solely comprised of blades. The several saints present could perceive nothing but this sword. In an instant, one of the saints was pierced through. Within the blink of an eye, 5 saints had their corporeal forms shattered, leaving only 4, their faces pale with dread. The next moment, they turned to flee. A trap. From the very beginning, it had all been a cunning ruse. The true body of Li Hao was indeed present, capable of annihilating saints in an instant. This was evidently his real form. The power he displayed in slaying 5 saints instantaneously rivaled that of a king, if not surpassing it. Yet, the onlookers dared not entertain such thoughts. Where could they escape? Li Hao chuckled, and at that moment, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. In an instant, a long sword seemed to pierce through the cosmos, illuminating all. With a resounding cry, the 4 saints suddenly found themselves momentarily frozen. As the long sword descended, 2 saints were instantaneously torn asunder, while the remaining 2 began to regain their senses, sensing the ominous shift in the air. And a creeping fear took hold. With a thunderous roar, Li Hao seemed to halt their very thoughts. What kind of ability was this? They had no time to ponder. At that moment, the brilliance of Li Hao's sword shone once more. The 2 remaining saints exchanged glances, revealing a flicker of despair. 9 saints had been present. In the blink of an eye, 7 had been slain. Escape was no longer an option. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated across the heavens and earth as one individual self-destructed, while another attempted to flee through the void, ready to shout a warning. No. Something was amiss with Li Hao. He seemed to possess a unique ability that could momentarily freeze others in place. However, before he could utter a word, from the explosion's energy sphere emerged a figure resembling an ancient giant, and scathed, blocking out the sky with a single hand. In that moment, he resembled a colossal bear, reaching out to seize his opponent. In an instant, he was captured in an embrace, akin to a parent holding a child. The next moment, Li Hao's arms encircled his neck, grinning widely, revealing his teeth. Boom. With a sudden squeeze, the individual was obliterated. In the blink of an eye, all 9 saints had met their demise. The long sword soared through the air, crashing down as screams echoed incessantly. The few saints whose mental fortitude had just begun to coalesce were instantaneously cut down. All of this transpired with breathtaking swiftness. So rapid that, apart from those in the know, the rest were left in stunned silence. Only Zhang Un and his companions had a semblance of understanding. The earlier courtesy displayed by the saints was a testament to their awareness of Li Hao's formidable prowess. Yet, even so, they remained deeply shaken. 9 saints, all annihilated in such a brief span. In Hurricane City, Zheng Yu crushed his throne in silence, his expression grim, while several kings behind him wore looks of extreme displeasure. They were dead. The 9 saints had just departed, only to be slaughtered by Li Hao without mercy. Clearly, Li Hao had been awaiting their arrival. Zheng Yu's smile turned cold, a chilling expression. What a masterstroke. Truly, a remarkable strategy. To fabricate a peak saint's avatar, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. What could be more ingenious? Who could have anticipated that Li Hao could manifest such a doppelganger? The city, once bustling with dozens of saints, had been utterly wiped clean, not a single one remaining. Boom. The rumbling sound erupted once more as a blood saint was utterly vanquished, leaving no hope for rescue. The remaining 7 blood saints appeared pallid, their faces drained of color. With 9 saints joining the battle, they had initially believed they could turn the tide. Yet, in an instant, they were annihilated. Just how formidable is Li Hao? 9 saints, surely. Even the slaughter of 9 pigs would require some time. Yet Li Hao's efficiency in killing was no less than that of slaying pigs. What an impressive display of prowess. Over there, Ying Hongyue, having repelled Li Hao with a single strike, felt a chill creep over her. Remarkable. Meanwhile, Li Hao levitated in the air, casting a glance at her with a smile. Ying Hongyue, you haven't seen anything yet. A sudden shock coursed through Ying Hongyue's heart. With a light chuckle, Li Hao reached out, and suddenly, a figure materialized from the void. Upon recognizing the visage of the individual, Ying Hongyue's expression turned to one of sheer horror. Perhaps for the first time in his life, he was genuinely terrified. Even when Li Hao had slain the 9 saints, he had not felt such fear. He had still possessed some confidence. Li Hao? Ying Hongyue's voice sharpened. Li Hao, with a playful grin, replied, surprised, are you? Here I am, and you must wonder where I had been before. Impossible. Not only she, But the remaining 7 blood saints also found themselves in peril, facing 2 opponents each. Yet, at that moment, one blood saint stood aghast, allowing a force to penetrate his body, bewilderment etched upon his features. Qingyue? He recognized the woman and was acutely aware of her current location, knowing well the formidable presence there. 5 kings, 12 saints, and countless immortals. Why then was Qingyue here? Li Hao's colossal hand grasped Qingyue's head. She struggled violently, yet could utter no words. Merely gazing at Yue with eyes that conveyed a glimmer of hope and a plea for escape. Li Hao had eradicated all the powerful beings of Thunder City, leaving not a single soul alive. Only she remained. A flush crept onto Yue's face as he glared at Li Hao, gritting his teeth and growling. Release her. Li Hao chuckled lightly. Yue, do you still care for a woman? No, you do not. What concerns you is her presence here and the potential consequences. I trust you will find satisfaction in that. With that, he tore through the void, summoning an ancient city into existence. At that moment, Yue's body stiffened. If moments before he had harbored some hope, believing Qingyue had recklessly emerged and been captured by Li Hao, the appearance of the city shattered all illusions. The 5 kings were gone, their entire stronghold obliterated, not a single one remaining. All their resources, everything, had been dismantled. How he accomplished it was no longer significant. What mattered was that after decades of scheming, everything had been lost. A spurt of fresh blood erupted from Yue as he gazed at Li Hao, his face flushed, softly murmuring, Li Hao, are you forcing my hand? Li Hao responded with a smile. Indeed, I am compelling you, and so what? Come now. Continue to summon some imperial essence, perhaps even transform into their avatars. I shall wait, and do not forget the foundation upon which this city stands, the Crimson Moon. I have claimed it. What do you think? Even if you merge more, what difference does it make? Yue's expression shifted dramatically, suddenly taking on a sharp tone. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yes, he knew. The blood of the Emperor. Li Hao could not have seized the blood of the Emperor. Absolutely impossible. In that moment, he became somewhat deranged. That blood was something he had been scheming for himself, yet he dared not act recklessly, fearing that if he did, it would truly be taken from him. But now, Li Hao informed him that the blood had been claimed. This revelation shook him more profoundly than the deaths of 5 sovereigns. Li Hao smiled, observing his increasingly frantic demeanor. His grin radiant. Yue, are you pleased? Do you relish this outcome? As he spoke, he exerted pressure, causing Qingyue to bleed profusely. A flicker of malice appeared in Yue's eyes as he instantly brandished his sword and charged at Li Hao, a blade that pierced the void with formidable might, infused with an unparalleled fury of thunder. Meanwhile, another Li Hao transformed into a fierce tiger, engaging in a fierce battle to block his path. Li Hao's smile was brilliant, and with a thunderous crack, he crushed Qingyue. In that moment, he suddenly released some restrictions, and Qingyue's voice echoed out. Yue, I do not regret it. Spurt. Yue spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, realizing the venom in Li Hao's actions. He understood that Qingyue would inevitably utter those words the moment the restrictions were lifted. It was deliberate. He aimed to shatter my resolve. Li Hao. Yue went mad, unleashing a piercing roar, his sword striking out, instantly transforming into lightning, engaging in a furious clash with Li Hao's avatar, blood streaking across the avatar's body in an instant. However, at this moment, the true Li Hao paid him no mind, instead plunging into the Forbidden Sea, delivering a punch. Boom. The Forbidden Sea erupted, ripples of disturbance resonating. As Li Hao's voice thundered across the heavens, enough of this charade. I know you too well. Pretending to be infatuated? Do you wish to escape? Do you intend to flee now, wrapped in the bones of the dead? What are you thinking? I am your closest friend. The one who knows you best is not your friend, but your enemy. Yue, I understand you, do I not? Thunderous rumblings. The Forbidden Sea shook violently. A phantom emerging, surprisingly resembling Yue, albeit ethereal. At that moment, it attempted to plunge into the corpse, only to be struck out by Li Hao's punch. Yue, engaged in battle with Li Hao's avatar, felt his expression change once again. This time, it turned somewhat sinister. Li Hao, this scoundrel, this wretched beast. At this juncture, still guarded against him, Li Hao's smile was radiant as he unleashed his sword, driving the phantom back in an instant. A long sword vanished, and the next moment, with a resounding boom, it exploded near a blood shadow, compressing it into a blood god seed. Li Hao strolled leisurely, chuckling softly. You still have a chance to escape and gather more of the power of the Red Moon, or to completely unify the 8 meridians. Devouring the bloodlines of Yen Luo and the Flying Sword Immortal, you still have a chance. If you do not utilize your trump cards now, you will have no opportunity left. The Flying Sword Immortal. At this moment, Zheng Yu suddenly glanced at the Flying Sword Immortal beside him, and the other sovereign's expressions shifted slightly. In the Forbidden Sea, the once vibrant red moon fell into an eerie silence. Directing its gaze towards Li Hao with a smile that bore a tinge of despair. Li Hao, my decision not to eliminate you may well be my gravest mistake. The cards he held were exceedingly numerous. Thunder City, the Forbidden Sea, the skeletons, the bloodlines of the 8 great families. So many trump cards at his disposal. To think that even one king, let alone 3 or 5, might attempt to slay him. It was entirely plausible that they could fall victim to his cunning. Yet, what was the outcome? The truth was that one by one, all his advantages were systematically stripped away by Li Hao, and those around him were nearly annihilated. Blood saints fell like autumn leaves. 2, 3, 4 of them. The Red Moon, with a bitter smile, recognized his defeat. It was a resounding and complete failure. In that moment, surveying his surroundings, he gritted his teeth and declared, Li Hao, you have emerged victorious. With that, 2 corporeal forms suddenly materialized in his grasp, their features obscured. In an instant, they shattered and merged into his being, unifying his 8 bloodlines into an unprecedented stability, causing his aura to surge dramatically. He was now infinitely close to becoming a king. The solidification of the 8 bloodlines allowed him to transcend certain limitations of this realm, which were inherently linked to the 8 great families. As the bloodlines converged, his power ascended, and an infusion of lunar energy coursed through him, drawing upon the boundless energies of the Forbidden Sea. In the blink of an eye, it seemed he had breached the critical threshold. A thunderous roar echoed as the might of a king swept across the heavens and the earth. The expression on the Red Moon's face darkened, his eyes clouded with shadows. A king? An initial king? Was this truly his aspiration? Certainly not. His ambition was to ascend to semi-empire status directly. Yet he found himself with merely an unstable kingship. What good was that? What could a king change? Meanwhile, in Hurricane City, Zheng Yu furrowed his brow. At that moment, he set aside the deaths of the 9 saints, gazing silently into the distance, lost in contemplation. The hidden cards of these 2 individuals surpassed his expectations. At this instant, atop the Tsangshan mountain, the queen turned to flee. A horde of terrifying madmen. She had thought the saints were invincible, yet dozens fell in an instant. If she did not flee now, what awaited her after the battle was over? Better to run first. It was utterly dreadful. The 9 saints had been swiftly slaughtered, and the Red Moon had directly attained kingship. It was likely that Li Hao was no weaker than a king himself. This was no longer merely a battle among saints. It had escalated to a conflict of kings. At this moment, the blood saints lay nearly extinguished, and the remaining forces hastened to aid Zhang in subduing the skeleton. More than 10 saints joined forces to suppress their opponent. Even if one were a true king, it would be of no consequence. The king of Dali was utterly bewildered, standing there, gloved fists raised, exchanging glances with Zhongli. Compared to these figures, they felt like fools. From beginning to end, they had merely been spectators. Whether out of urgency, anxiety, fear, or excitement, their emotions fluctuated, yet they had been unable to intervene. In the end, a staggering total of 17 saints had perished. Yes, 8 blood saints had been completely eradicated. Only the skeleton and the Red Moon remained. In this battle, the king of Dali was utterly oblivious to the circumstances. Confused as a multitude of saints met their demise. The aura of the Red Moon grew increasingly formidable, and the once obstructive Li Hao vanished in an instant, merging into Li Hao's true form. Li Hao, wielding the starry sword, gazed at the crimson moon and chuckled. How does it feel? Not bad. The coldly retorted Ing Hongyue replied, her eyes flickering as she observed the powerful warriors besieging the skeleton. Do you wish to engage me in a duel? She stepped closer to Li Hao, her voice chilling. Do you realize that you have disrupted decades of my plans? Do you truly believe yourself to be my equal? It's hard to say, Li Hao smiled. All I know is that you are so formidable, and with the seal in contact, the Crimson Moon Emperor must be pleased. Able to absorb more. I fear for you, Ing Hongyue. I fear you might be possessed by someone else. If you were to be taken over by the Emperor, how would I exact my revenge? I hope to slay you myself, not at the hands of that emperor. Perhaps you might consider lowering your strength, allowing me to draw some power from the crimson moon, and then I shall let you go." Ing Hongyue's gaze was icy. "Go ahead and try. Let us see then." A realm materialized, and in an instant, both figures vanished. The next moment, they emerged within the domain, and a tremendous roar echoed throughout the heavens. Two immensely powerful beings clashed, wreaking havoc in the realm. Meanwhile, on the Forbidden Sea, 14 formidable warriors joined forces to besiege the skeleton, engaging fiercely in battle. At that moment, the sword-bearing man in the sky quietly remarked, "Both are truly exceptional talents." In this confrontation, Li Hao has swept away all the saints. Such power, such restraint. With Thunder City fallen, perhaps more than a few saints have perished. What of the Heavenly King, the one transformed by the Crimson Moon Emperor? Have they all fallen? Perhaps so. This implies that many heavenly kings have indeed perished in this battle. What a terrifying young man. In this clash, Li Hao has effectively obliterated all obstacles, leaving Ing Hongyue utterly isolated. In this vast world, he stands alone, all schemes rendered futile. Such a blow may be more painful than his death. Ing Hongyue was a figure meant to rival the emperor. What to do? The moon goddess felt a surge of anxiety, an emotion she had never experienced before. This was truly alarming. At this moment, she sensed that both individuals were fearsome, concealing far too much. While the one before her was indeed formidable, the two below were still so young. Ing Hongyue cannot afford to fall. Her demise would spell trouble. At this juncture, the sword-bearing man spoke softly. "You may take action. Since the veil has been lifted, there is no need for restraint. With all saints annihilated on Zheng Yu's side, you alone possess the capability to rescue Ing Hongyue and subdue Li Hao." Now, the moon goddess trembled. Yes, without further hesitation. The moon goddess summoned her power, and in an instant, the bright moon shone in the sky. The fleeing queen suddenly looked up, her expression shifting. The true moon goddess was about to make her move. The peak of the heavens signifies the apex of the saints. However, the moon goddess serves as the foundation and core of the silver moon, and at this moment, it seemed as though she had received a blessing from the heavens. The bright moon exuding a hint of the heavenly king's aura. The queen's expression altered as she realized Li Hao's immense prowess had drawn out this formidable entity. Within the realm, Li Hao and Ing Hongyue continued their fierce battle, causing the very heavens to tremble. At this very moment, a formidable force of the silver moon surged forth, striking the realm. A luminous full moon manifested, and a graceful figure appeared, akin to a deity, an authentic divine being. Radiating a sacred aura, standing majestically upon the silver moon, gazing coldly at Li Hao. She possessed a far greater sense of divinity than the queen he had first encountered. In that instant, the entire silver moon world seemed to tremble. In the distance, the goddess's voice rang out, chill and commanding. "Li Hao, it is time to cease your actions." At this moment, Li Hao inexplicably seemed to suppress the formidable presence of the crimson moon at the king level. And with the potential imminent subjugation of the skeletal figure, the moon goddess understood that if this continued, the crimson moon would either face annihilation or be usurped by the emperor. This was not the outcome they desired. In that moment, Li Hao laughed heartily. "Zheng Yu has suffered tremendous losses, while you all sit back and reap the benefits, looking down upon the masses, underestimating the heroes of this world while overestimating yourselves, as if the world were merely your chessboard." Suddenly, Li Hao's laughter echoed, reverberating through the heavens, tinged with a hint of coldness and ferocity. "Do you wish to dominate me as well? Your Majesty, the Queen, and the Divine, I offer you a token of goodwill. Remember this favor." The moon goddess was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, the sky above her split open, and in that fleeting moment, a single droplet of blood materialized, immense in size. As the blood manifested, Li Hao chuckled and murmured, "I dare not utilize the Emperor's blood. I fear it may be a trap." With a thunderous boom, the sound resonated throughout the cosmos. The full moon shattered instantaneously, releasing torrents of silver moon power, causing the entire Li realm to tremble violently. In that moment, a sword materialized, slicing through the chaos. The erupting blood unleashed an unparalleled pressure, dominating the very heavens and earth. This was the Emperor's essence. At this moment, several voices echoed within the Li realm, one individual bellowing in rage, "Damn it! Are we going to obliterate Li?" Instantly, he vanished from sight. Zheng Yu commandeered a storm and fled in an instant. The swordsman, wielding his blade, hesitated slightly. Whispering fiercely, "Retreat." The void split open, and half of the full moon emitted a mournful wail. The moon goddess's form disintegrated in sheer agony, infused with terror and a hint of despair, continually fracturing her essence. Fortunately, at that moment, the swordsman struck with his blade, severing all. The moon goddess relinquished the majority of the moon and swiftly retreated into the vast universe of the Tao, the void of the cosmos. As she fled, the swordsman's expression shifted. The entire realm pressed upon him, as if confronted by an immense threat. His visage transformed as he glanced at Li Hao, softly remarking, "You are ruthless." With that, he tore through the sky and vanished in an instant. Boom! A thunderous sound engulfed the entire cosmos. At this moment, Li stood on the brink of peril when suddenly a fist descended, darkening the skies. A colossal wave of energy was instantaneously suppressed, and a figure staggered backward, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn, the heavens have yet to revive, and you scoundrels are at it again. How ruthless! To self-detonate with the Emperor's essence. Truly merciless." With each successive punch, the heavens shifted their hue. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained silent, merely drawing his sword, over and over again. The crimson moon continually spat blood, her expression shifting wildly. In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted, and suddenly, his body shattered. Instantly, the realm fractured. Simultaneously, at the edge of the forbidden sea, a small branch abruptly snapped, transforming into a figure, Yue. He relinquished even his kingly form, consumed by a singular thought, to flee. Li Hao had gone mad. This time, he had not only plotted against himself, but against everyone. The imperial blood was used to obliterate the moon god. At this moment, the true essence of the moon god was nearly annihilated. The swordsman was too powerful, forcing him to retreat into the universe of the Great Path. Without the restoration of the moon god's essence, there was no hope of escape. To continue fighting would be tantamount to certain death. At this juncture, the significance of his kingly form faded. He yearned to escape, his heart brimming with boundless dread and unease. Meanwhile, Li Hao flung his sword toward Yue with deadly intent, as if foreseeing the outcome. Just then, in the fleeing hurricane city, a figure vanished in an instant. Yu furrowed his brow slightly, but raised his hand to intercept several kings. In the next moment, the flying sword immortal materialized before Yue, delivering a lethal strike. Thunder erupted. Boom! Li Hao's long sword was unexpectedly halted, while the flying sword immortal swiftly seized Yue and fled into the void. Just as Li Hao was about to pursue, a tremendous aura suddenly erupted from the skeletal remains behind him, converging countless energies ready to explode. In the distance, Yue appeared exceedingly weak, revealing a hint of malice. At this stage, there was no need for any further schemes. Li Hao, this insane individual. Just as the skeletal remains were on the verge of detonating, a fist thundered down, crashing with a resounding boom, causing the bones to disintegrate in an instant. In a fleeting moment, a voice seemed to emerge, attempting to call out. Yet, it was instantaneously extinguished. A spectral figure flickered into view, radiating intense anger. "Begone." Having uttered this, it vanished in an instant. The voice lingered. "Li Hao, you are indeed a remarkable individual, but do not pursue further. If you truly kill him, will you not compel the Emperor to break free?" Li Hao's face broke into a faint smile, his laughter resonant. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder." He then tilted his head toward the heavens, laughing heartily. The loss incurred by that fellow Yu in the Void Path universe is monumental. My obliteration of half the moon goddess essence should help bridge the gap, do you not agree? Ha ha. In this moment, Li Hao's laughter echoed throughout the cosmos. Half-Emperor? The half-Emperor of the Sword Path? Truly formidable. Yet, it seems the heavens do not favor you. You slaughtered the Li family. Do you dare to step out of the moon? This realm, after all, belongs to the Li family. Li Hao's voice brimmed with arrogance, madness, and dominance. In this battle, I have triumphed. As for Yue, he would never truly kill me. If he did, the seal would indeed shatter. But if he spares me, is that not preferable? All is lost. The kingly bodies are gone. The forbidden sea is no more. Everything has vanished. Now, he will be driven to madness. And that is precisely what I desire, to see him endure endless agony. All plans thwarted, the torment of having every calculation rendered null. Yue, I await your vengeance. Just as I had once schemed to seek my retribution against you. I understand all too well the pain the helplessness, and the desire for oblivion that you will experience. All that I have endured, you shall taste in full. In the distance, the crimson moon continued to cough up blood, its visage growing increasingly pallid. Li Hao, you wretched creature. Regret fills my heart. In the hurricane city, Zheng Yu suddenly broke into laughter, an unrestrained mirth that swayed him back and forth. His gaze lifted towards the heavens, leaving onlookers bewildered. Ha ha ha, how unfortunate you are. In these times, it is not the misfortune of oneself that brings dread, but rather the knowledge that others suffer even more. The moon goddess' true form had been nearly obliterated, trapped within the cosmic pathway, likely losing control over the realms in an instant. Whether the moon god could ever recover remained a troubling question. In the end, after all the scheming and plotting, he had been rendered dazed by a single drop of imperial blood. Strictly speaking, many saints had perished on his side, appearing more tragic. Yet the moon goddess' true essence was too vital. Those saints were simply not comparable. Crucially, in the distance, the queen was fervently siphoning the power of the silver moon. In the next encounter, who could truly claim the title of moon god? The answer was uncertain. This queen, though foolish, had absorbed so much silver moon power that she might indeed usurp the role. The moon god was the key to her dominion over the world. Thus, the question of who suffered the greater loss was self-evident. Zheng Yu laughed heartily. A mere gathering of fallen saints is inconsequential. The true terror lies with Li Hao. The most unfortunate is that fellow who was forced into the cosmic pathway. His losses dwarfed even those of the crimson moon. He sighed, contemplating, in this era, even the kings of his generation may not rival him. How remarkable indeed, as in this battle, all parties suffered casualties, yet Li Hao has truly cleared all obstacles. The imperial blood, having been acquired, must have been a hard decision to unleash, yet he did so without hesitation. Perhaps it could lead to an understanding of how to transcend into imperial status. Consequently, Li Hao's boldness had severely wounded the moon god. Otherwise, even the heavenly king might have struggled against such a formidable opponent. Few possess such audacity, most would hesitate. Zheng Yu pondered, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Am I truly inferior to this man? Further afield, the queen was on the brink of madness, countless streams of silver moon power rapidly merging within her. Having lost the moon god's true form, she now commanded a portion of the silver moon. Waves of silver energy surged towards her, igniting a blend of exhilaration and terror. Li Hao, what a formidable foe you are. The queen understood the terror of the moon god, yet today, having just emerged, he was shattered by Li Hao into pieces. She chuckled darkly. They say I have suffered at Li Hao's hands. And you? What a pitiful being. You made your debut only to almost meet your end, and now, your survival remains uncertain. The injuries inflicted by the imperial blood are not easily mended. What a foolish generation. A cold laugh escaped her lips as she gazed skyward. How dare you underestimate Li Hao? Bah. Chapter 384. The next step, the moon god was obliterated, the saints annihilated, Zheng Yu fled, and the sword-bearing man was forced into the cosmic pathway. While Thunderstorm City met its complete demise, this battle could rightly be deemed a resounding victory. In this confrontation, Li Hao suffered no injuries, as nearly all participants were merely onlookers. This battle was entirely orchestrated by Li Hao, who deftly manipulated all factions involved. With unwavering resolve, he extinguished all unforeseen variables in their infancy. Even when the initial deity of martial prowess made a fleeting appearance, he remained entangled in Li Hao's calculations, not entirely unprepared. It was merely that the adversary arrived swiftly and departed even more so, compelling Li Hao to refrain from wagering everything. Since the opponent chose not to meddle, Li Hao equally preferred to avoid a perilous confrontation. This individual possessed formidable strength, and the suppression of the heavens seemed to exert minimal pressure upon him. Truly, he was exceptionally powerful. Even if one were to gamble everything, it might yield no fruitful outcome. On the fringes of the fractured Forbidden Sea, a cadre of formidable beings stood, brimming with excitement, anticipation, and a tinge of trepidation. All eyes were fixed upon Li Hao, the young man who had the power to alter the course of destiny, and in that moment, an indescribable awe enveloped the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained as tranquil as ever, silently gazing in the direction of the fleeing figures. The queen had escaped, evidently whisked away by the flying sword immortal. His suspicions were confirmed. The flying sword immortal was likely Ziyue, Yet whether Ziyue was truly the daughter of Yinghongyu or her authentic self remained indistinguishable at this juncture. The queen had indeed profited from this escapade, having absorbed a substantial amount of silver moon energy, which bolstered her prospects of ascending to the level of a heavenly king. Potentially unhampered by celestial constraints, Zhengyu had departed, suffering the loss of several sages, yet for Hurricane City, the impact on their strength was not overly significant. Li Daoheng retreated, a half-emperor of the Sword Path compelled to withdraw into the Great Dao universe. Not solely due to the heavenly suppression, but also because this individual had laid waste to Sword City, which had been governed by the Li family's sword sovereign for many years. His massacre of the Li family now rendered any forceful emergence perilous, potentially provoking the heavens to retaliate most severely, even risking the complete shattering of seals. Thus, he too was compelled to seek refuge within the Great Dao universe. At this moment, Li Hao's adversaries remained numerous, yet he had effectively purged nearly all factions. The combat power beneath the Heavenly King was almost entirely eradicated. Not far away, Zhang cast a glance at Li Hao, feeling a sense of wistfulness. The outcome of this battle was unforeseen by all. Li Hao emerged victorious, a resounding triumph. The results surpassed all expectations in their brilliance. He regarded Li Hao for a long moment before taking the initiative to speak. The battle here has concluded. We shall take our leave. Several sages expressed their gratitude with unusual politeness. Lord Li, your efforts in vanquishing a multitude of invaders and traitors are commendable. We look forward to welcoming you to Star River City in the future. Such courtesy was unavoidable. On one hand, Li Hao was not their enemy. He had assisted them in eliminating numerous formidable foes. On the other hand, this young man was both ruthless and powerful, with thoughts that ran exceedingly deep. Were it not for his proactive approach in seeking out Zhang, no one would have surmised the extent of his concealments. Opposing such a person was perilous. Li Hao turned to face the assembly, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, he reached out, and two pale golden elixirs materialized before him. He spoke softly. Esteemed seniors, your contributions in this battle were significant and warrant a greater share. However, I require these two blood god seeds of Heavenly King caliber. Although they may not guarantee a breakthrough to the Heavenly King level, they will certainly aid in advancing one's path towards sanctity. With that, the elixirs soared towards Zhang. Zhang hesitated momentarily, to which Li Hao replied calmly, Director Zhang, you need not concern yourself. The esteemed elders do. They are not traitors, but have endured years of silence, suffering countless hidden wounds. Though others may refrain from speaking, it is evident that this elder from the Zhang family bears accumulated scars. Otherwise, how could the Zhang family's blade be so feeble? Two celestial blood divine seeds. In this battle, Li Hao forged 3. He is well aware of this. As for the 2 celestial beings who perished earlier, Li Hao later compressed one into a blood divine seed, yet the tree remained uncompressed, or perhaps could not be compressed. Thus Li Hao ultimately acquired 4 celestial-level blood divine seeds. He divided half of them instantly. Of course, without his assistance, Li Hao would find success elusive in this confrontation. Nevertheless, eliminating traitors and those aligned with the Red Moon is a task he must undertake. It cannot be deemed assistance to Li Hao. However, with Li Hao articulating his intent so clearly, Zhang comprehended the underlying message. You have contributed. Thus, I shall reciprocate. There is no need for anyone to owe anyone else. This is a relationship defined by clear grievances and favors, devoid of the need for emotional discourse. Therefore he accepted. Zhang no longer declined, accepting 2 celestial blood divine seeds and swiftly retreating with his companions. The Star River City materialized. Upon entering the city, Zhang stood atop the city wall, casting a glance at Li Hao, after which Star River City promptly vanished into the void. Once Zhang departed, others eagerly approached, filled with excitement. However, the king of Dali and Zhang Li appeared somewhat apprehensive. At this moment, the skeletal remains were present, exuding a formidable aura. The pressure was immense. Yet, these remains were merely that, remains, possibly having revived slightly, only to be nearly obliterated by the Red Moon. To add insult to injury, a punch from that primordial martial deity completely eradicated any residual essence. Li Hao glanced at the king of Dali and then at the skeletal remains. Each bone gleamed like white jade, suffused with a powerful presence, accompanied by an aura emanating from the wilderness, or perhaps from the primordial martial realm. This might be a true primordial martial powerhouse, potentially even a first-generation primordial warrior. If it were indeed the first generation, the implications would be terrifying. The king of Dali felt a sense of unrest, while Li Hao smiled and spoke. In this battle, although the king of Dali exerted little effort, the primordial martial deity contributed significantly. Given this, you may take these remains with you. What? The king of Dali was taken aback. Take them all. Previously, Li Hao had mentioned wanting half, and he had consented. At this moment, he was genuinely concerned that he might not even receive half. And now, Li Hao was suggesting he take them all. Was this truly the case? The king of Dali found it hard to believe. Li Hao, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "It seems the king of Dali believes he does not require the entirety." "No, Li Hao chuckled and continued, "No matter, take them. But I do have a small request." The king of Dali felt a twinge of anxiety. He had come to fear Li Hao. Upon hearing that there was a request, unease washed over him. "Speak, Silver Moon Marquis." He endeavored to maintain an air of indifference, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Was there a hidden plot? Was he being schemed against? Was he about to be tricked? In this world, had anyone escaped Li Hao's machinations? Everyone had been ensnared. I surely cannot outsmart him. My interest in initial martial arts is rather limited. However, there is an individual here, Deputy Director Zhou from the administrative office, who practices the golden body technique but has yet to integrate with the original source. Thus, he can only be considered as part of the initial martial arts realm, not the original source. His golden body was a gift from a senior, which he is reluctant to relinquish, resulting in his slow progress. Director Zhou has rendered great service to our Tianxing, and after you take the skeletal remains, I will allow him to enter the Great Li realm, where the King of Great Li need only assist him in attaining the level of harmony. Li Hao gestured towards the skeletal remains. If you fully absorb this skeleton, you may very well become a heavenly king. I offer you a heavenly king in exchange for a harmonized being. What do you think? The King of Great Li was fervently calculating. Is this a fair trade? Absolutely. Moreover, it does not seem like an excessive request. Director Zhou is aware that his talent is not lacking, yet his focus on cultivating the golden body has hindered his advancement. Strictly speaking, the inheritance of Director Zhou and his own are somewhat interconnected, possibly related to the Tyrant Emperor or the Iron-Headed Emperor. Contemplating this, he quickly nodded. All right. A skeletal remains of a heavenly king in exchange for a current golden body practitioner, who is likely in the mid-stage of the sun and moon, advancing to harmony. This trade is quite advantageous and reasonable. Complete skeletal remains are undoubtedly superior to incomplete ones. As he was about to express his stance, perhaps to indicate that he would not oppose Li Hao, Li Hao interjected, "Please convey my regards to that senior. As long as that senior refrains from participating in battle and remains outside the Housestar continent, we shall be eternal allies." He refrained from further comment. Should that individual invade the Tianxing, despite their formidable strength, Li Hao would not shy away from confrontation. Even if he were to be defeated, he would not be afraid. The King of Great Li nodded solemnly. "I will relay your message." Li Hao nodded. "The four great sovereigns and the queen have the potential to become heavenly kings. And you as well. As for the queen, her judgment seems clouded, and I lack the time to oversee her. Should you truly attain advancement, perhaps you could keep an eye on her." "Very well." The King of Great Li readily agreed. It was not that he feared the queen reaching the heavenly king level. Even if she were to attain the semi-emperor stage, he felt a certain trepidation, yet he was less intimidated by the straightforward and brash Li Hao. The actions of Li Hao and the group surrounding him left him somewhat exasperated, for it is impossible to ascertain how much the opponent conceals. You may believe you have triumphed, only to discover your defeat is far more severe. Suddenly, a startling realization struck him. At this moment, he felt he had gained significantly. Would there be a loss? Uncertain. Regardless, let us proceed step by step. Li Hao's deference is likely connected to that deity of initial martial arts. Otherwise, he would not afford such respect. The King of Great Li said nothing further, swiftly taking the skeletal remains and departing with Jiang Li in an instant, not wishing to linger any longer. Once they were gone, Li Fuhai stomped his hooves heavily. Did we truly just hand over what is likely as skeletal remains of a semi-emperor level initial martial arts practitioner? Li Hao chuckled softly. Let them have it. That individual is far too powerful. Moreover, the difficulty for Director Zhou to reach harmony is considerable. I am eager to see how the Great Li will facilitate his advancement. If Director Zhou, who possesses the legacy of the Tyrant Emperor, cannot advance this time, I would find it difficult to assist him. Li Hao fell silent. Li Hao glanced at the crowd, ultimately turning his gaze towards the formidable Jin Gongmu, a powerful ally from the Martial Alliance. Their interactions had been infrequent, and this alliance was established relatively recently. At this moment, Jin Gongmu had transformed into a robust figure, radiating a golden aura. His strength was not insignificant, comparable to that of General Huai. In this battle, everyone had exerted their efforts, although the danger was not overly great. The extermination of the 8 blood saints and the control of the skeletal remains were no small feats, and these individuals deserved recognition. Li Hao did not elaborate further. He merely nodded slightly and glanced at the ravaged Forbidden Sea, smiling as he remarked, "Though the Crimson Moon and the skeletal remains have vanished, treasures and energy still abound within the Forbidden Sea. I urge the saints to exert themselves a bit more to compress the Forbidden Sea, extracting all the treasures within, and take the entire expanse of the Forbidden Sea with us. Tomorrow, we shall commandeer the War Heaven City, Thunderstorm City, Destiny City, Boundless City, and the Martial Alliance. Those 5 great cities, to meet me at Starry City." Understood. The saints responded earnestly, recognizing the significance of Li Hao's words. Today, Li Hao had indeed earned their respect. In terms of both strength and strategy, he seemed to have reached a pinnacle. After a tumultuous engagement with numerous formidable foes, they had suffered substantial losses and were now retreating from every front. Despite the Queen and the King of Delhi achieving the rank of Heavenly King, they could not shake Starry City in the slightest. Even now, as the world revived to the level of Heavenly Kings, could the Heavenly Kings of Hurricane City dare to emerge? Probably not. Until the day when a half-emperor could be unleashed, Starry City would remain steadfast atop Silver Moon, impervious to all. It was not merely the strength of Starry City or the newly allied warriors from Xian Wu that rendered it invincible. It was the enigmatic nature of Li Hao that left others in bewilderment. As the newly allied saints busied themselves with compressing the Forbidden Sea, Li Hao turned his attention to the earth-overturning sword, then to Lin Hongyu, and finally to the Black Panther, smiling as he said, "What are you pondering? Let us return to Starry City first." With a wave of his hand, a river materialized. Li Hao ascended into the air, and the others swiftly followed, the river seeming to traverse the void. Lin Hongyu and the others were somewhat astonished, wondering if this was a form of treasure. Li Hao, however, pondered for a moment before suddenly stating, "Was that person Li Daohong?" "What?" Earth-overturning sword was taken aback, and Lin Hongyu expressed her confusion. "Does the Lord mean to say that the individual who just attacked may not be Li Daohong? How could that be? Is it not always said that this person is Li Daohong? If it is not Li Daohong, then who could it be?" Li Hao gazed skyward, contemplating for a long while before responding. The sword intent is exceedingly potent. The strength is formidable. Yet he reflected for a moment and articulated, "Is this truly Li Daohong? The Li Daohong I envisioned was unparalleled in cunning. He should not exhibit such traits. It is indeed true that this person possesses formidable combat prowess. Yet he falls slightly short of my expectations." Short. The two remained silent. The individual was indeed terrifying, with a mere glance. He had cleaved through the energy cluster of the Emperor's blood explosion, even under the suppression of heaven and earth. If he were to unleash his full strength, a saint would likely be obliterated in an instant. Is this what one calls falling short? Yet, Li Hao continued to contemplate. He would never underestimate any adversary, even one who appeared to be as foolish as Zheng Yuzhen. Could one so seemingly foolish truly rise to the status of a half-emperor? Zheng Yu may have his own schemes and calculations. As for Li Daohong, as mentioned by the 9th commander, at such a tender age, he possesses the remarkable ability to discern the hearts of men, skillfully manipulating a group of companions as if they were mere pawns. Such an individual, after 100,000 years, has demonstrated that this battle was, in fact, more meticulously prepared by Li Hao. The essence of the Emperor is merely one aspect. Secondly, it pertains to the cosmic Tao. He even contemplated that if Li Daohong were to intervene, he could find a way to summon that star once more. Perhaps the reverse side of the star leads to the void Tao universe. By traversing the river of time, he could attempt to launch an assault on the void Tao universe, compelling Li Daohong to retreat. This was the true strategy. The essence of the Emperor exploded, devastating the moon goddess. Frankly speaking, in Li Hao's view, it is quite challenging for someone as astute as Li Daohong, who calculates everything, to be unaware of the Emperor's essence hidden within Thunderstorm City. Yet it succeeded. This is where Li Hao's confusion lies. It all proceeded too smoothly. Although he was thoroughly prepared, The ease with which events unfolded cornered Li Daoing, leaving Li Hao somewhat disappointed. The interplay of wits and courage. The joy of competing against others is boundless. In his initial encounter with Li Daoing, Li Hao felt he had gained an upper hand. Yet, he was not pleased. Rather, he felt a sense of disappointment and even doubt, pondering whether this person was truly Li Daoing, or perhaps not even his true self, but a mere avatar. Yet, could an avatar possess the strength of a demi-emperor? Of course, he himself has avatars. Why wouldn't Li Daoing? The reasoning behind suspecting the opponent is an avatar also stems from another point. The new Dao. This swordsman, bearing a sword on his back, does not exude much power from the new Dao, yet Li Hao believes that Li Daoing must have cultivated the new Dao, possibly even mastering the void Dao universe. Could it be similar to his own path, or perhaps slightly different? He may have preserved his original strength within this man's body, while his true self continues to cultivate within the void Dao universe. As for practicing the new Dao, it is currently quite challenging to achieve harmony. He himself has not yet unraveled it, and the opponent should not be significantly faster than him. There exists this possibility. If so, this swordsman might merely be a vessel for the old Dao. Not just this man, Zhong'an, perhaps he has done the same. Zhong'an has not revealed much power from the new Dao either. Among the 5 sages of Star River City, one is particularly enigmatic. Could it be Zhong'an? Li Hao suddenly chuckled. How intriguing. Preserving the old Dao while accommodating the new Dao, both paths coexisting, perhaps awaiting the moment when their strengths align for a harmonious union, thereby shattering certain barriers. Could Li Daoing's scheme be aimed at the position of the emperor? And is Zhong'an striving for the demi-emperor? Thoughts and speculations emerged one after another in his mind. A single sword may not attract the attention of outsiders, but for Li Hao, it allows for numerous deductions. Considering the character, strength, trajectory of strikes, and methods of operation, the swordsman, while undeniably powerful, may not be as astute. There is no need to elaborate further. Some matters are best kept within oneself. Speaking too much only invites unnecessary troubles. In this battle, regardless of the outcome, he has achieved a resounding victory. Perhaps the most significant success and most glorious achievement in a long series of conflicts. A group of several individuals swiftly entered Star Heaven City. In the governor's mansion, the crowd awaited their return, and as they appeared, a resounding cheer erupted. Congratulations, Lord Ho, for your magnificent display of might, vanquishing saints and annihilating kings, asserting your dominance over heaven and earth. The outcome of this battle was already known. In truth, many had gathered near Tsongshan, anticipating the results. This confrontation was one in which the saints could not participate, yet they were ever prepared. Ultimately, their endurance was unnecessary. With one decisive blow, Li Hao single-handedly eliminated all adversaries, igniting a fervor of excitement. Li Hao smiled slightly, surveying the surroundings. Have you all learned to flatter? At that moment, Director Zhao stepped forward, beaming. My lord, this is no mere flattery. This battle has invigorated our spirits. We suddenly feel that the half-emperors are no longer to be feared. Nor are the emperors daunting. We have shattered the old generation's apprehension of the powerful. However, let us not dismiss the half-emperors, for they are formidable. And the emperors even more so. Li Hao chuckled as he entered the grand hall. The crowd followed suit, and Li Hao took his seat upon the elevated throne. Noticing Lin Hongyu standing, he gestured to his left. Hongyu, take a seat here. The eyes of the assembly flickered momentarily, but no one spoke. Lin Hongyu said nothing either, and settled into her designated place. Others took their seats accordingly. On the right, Director Zhao insisted that Hong Yitong sit, but Hong Yitong declined. And after a brief exchange of polite refusals, it was ultimately Director Zhao who took the seat. Li Hao observed silently, refraining from comment. Once everyone was seated, Li Hao wasted no time and stated, now, with the resurgence of the world, it can accommodate saints, even those at the pinnacle of sainthood. I have previously expressed my desire not to distance you all too far from me. Everything I have undertaken today is solely to minimize interference from those who disturb our celestial realm. In this battle, we have slain 29 saints, 5 kings, and countless immortals. The assembly gasped in astonishment. Although they were aware that Li Hao had captured Thunder City, the revelation of 5 kings being slain was nothing short of staggering. They grasped the likelihood that kings had indeed been slain, perhaps 1, perhaps 2, but they never anticipated the figure to be as high as 5. My heavens, it was simply unbelievable. Li Hao paid no heed to their reactions and continued. Currently, we possess 2 king-level blood divine seeds, 20 saint-level blood divine seeds, and over 100 immortal ones. Additionally, we have seized some items of little value, which hold no significant utility. The king-level blood divine seeds will not elevate you to kingship immediately, but for some, consuming them could greatly enhance their meridians, potentially allowing them to complete their first cycle and enter the realm of harmony. This likelihood is quite substantial. This implies that we could very well witness the emergence of 2 individuals achieving harmony. At this moment, several individuals felt a stir within. Presently, Lin Hongyu and Hong Yitong, due to fortunate circumstances, had gradually ascended to the level of harmony. However, many others remained at the 7th, 8th, or even 9th levels of the sun and moon. Yet none had naturally attained the state of harmony thus far. Time was simply too short. Li Hao continued. These 2 king-level blood divine seeds must be allocated judiciously. In the current context, combat prowess may not be the foremost priority. I require enhancements that will yield immediate and significant effects. Strength serves merely as a foundation for progress. He surveyed the assembly. Who among you do you believe is worthy of these 2 king blood divine seeds? Director Zhao stated directly, everything is at the Lord's discretion. In this battle, we have achieved no merit. If the Lord finds it difficult to allocate, it would be better to let Governor Lin and Dean Hong handle the distribution. Li Hao smiled, glancing at him. You take one. Director Zhao hurriedly replied, but if I take it, you have a task to accomplish. A flicker of thought crossed Zhao's mind. The Lord has commanded. Naturally, one desires progress. The path of harmony. He had now stepped into the 8th layer of sun and moon, even nearing the 9th, yet the difficulty of entering the path of harmony remained considerable. It had been half a year since the nationwide education initiative was promoted and martial arts across the realm were flourishing, with the addition of 2 more provinces. The total now exceeded 100 across the entire celestial star, rendering the situation quite complex. I scarcely recognized most governors. Li Hao spoke slowly. What you must do is rather simple. Conduct a comprehensive reorganization of the entire celestial star, encompassing administration, law, education, finance, and the 4 classes of society. I desire a complete reform. This includes renaming the celestial star and even initiating a new calendar. Li Hao whispered, the moment has arrived. Perhaps this is the best time. The most tranquil moment. This time, with all parties having suffered, I intend to effect a significant transformation across the entire celestial star dynasty. It must be swift, very swift. While it may seem simple in relative terms, in reality, conquering the realm is easy, but managing it is challenging. If you can undertake this task, one of the 2 celestial blood divine seeds shall certainly belong to you. Director Zhao fell silent, contemplating deeply. It was indeed no trivial matter. Accepting this task would be exceedingly troublesome. In this world, the strong and the weak were intermingled. Although few were truly powerful, the issue often transcended mere strength. A comprehensive reform involving billions of people would require careful consideration of countless interests and could easily offend a significant number of individuals. The celestial blood divine seed is not easily obtained. Moreover, Li Hao's intention was clearly not to forcefully suppress the realm, but to reorganize it. This gave him a headache. And after a long pause, he finally said, You cannot do it. Li Hao interjected. I can accept it, but I will need many people to cooperate. Hong Yu will fully cooperate with you. In terms of military support, if anyone truly stirs up trouble, suppression is warranted. Director Zhao sighed with relief. This was reassuring. Then I shall take it on. Li Hao nodded and turned to the others, who among the rest believes they can claim the final celestial blood divine seed. His gaze fell upon one individual, Qian Wuliang. Naturally, Qian Wuliang was intrigued. However, at this moment, he hesitated. He possessed the ability. Yet Li Hao had stated that strength would not be the measure. He too was of the 8th layer of sun and moon. And entering the path of harmony was a long-held aspiration. Yet, Li Hao's gaze remained fixed upon him, evidently urging him to step forward. He quickly pondered. Why would the Lord want him to stand forth and contend for this divine seed? Is it merely to reward me? Absolutely not. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. And when Li Hao's eyes revealed a hint of impatience, Qian Wuliang steeled himself and stepped forward, stating solemnly, For the remaining seed, I wish to contend for it. What can you offer? Li Hao smiled, appearing somewhat relaxed as he leaned back in his chair. Give me a reason. Qian Wuliang hesitated briefly before quickly responding. I am willing to gather the divine kingdom and strive to integrate it into the Hao Star dynasty. Not sufficient. Qian Wuliang, feeling helpless, remarked. My subordinates can still address the turmoil from both the White Sacred Sect and the Kuei Mountain Demon Clan, allowing the Haoxing continent to achieve unification. Yet, this is still insufficient. The onlookers were taken aback. How could this not be enough? In truth, the situation was already quite troublesome. What outcome did the Lord truly desire? After a moment of struggle, Qian Wuliang, with a hint of bitterness, declared, I am willing to leap into the void Dao universe, serving as the vanguard for the Lord. Is this the outcome you seek? Li Hao questioned. Can you really enter the void Dao universe? Qian Wuliang felt a wave of despair wash over him in the presence of this man. Despite his ability to see through the hearts of others, there was an undeniable sense of manipulation at play. He felt as though he was consistently being outmaneuvered by Li Hao. Do you not know if I can? Qian Wuliang gritted his teeth. It is possible. I can attempt it. During the process of merging with the Dao, perhaps I can establish a connection with the great Dao universe and leap in instantaneously. If discovered, I shall surely perish. If not, I am willing to serve as a coordinate to pinpoint the location of the void Dao universe for you. Li Hao frowned. That is far too dangerous. I fear not. Qian Wuliang asserted through clenched teeth. For the Haoxing dynasty, I shall give my all. Li Hao smiled. You truly fear nothing? Not at all. Very well. The final celestial blood divine seed shall belong to you. Thank you, my lord. It is your due reward. At that moment, the others remained silent, envious yet aware of the challenges in acquiring those two seeds. Qian Wuliang, however, had no intention of claiming them. His heart trembled, for he understood that progress would exact a considerable toll, and indeed, this was perilous. Just then, Li Hao added, rest assured, the moon goddess is currently injured, and the great star dims. Li Daohing is preoccupied with rescuing her. The situation in the void Dao universe is uncertain, and you may not encounter any trouble. If trouble does arise and you conquer the void Dao universe, I shall assist in your revival. Thank you, my lord. Li Hao continued, moreover, the celestial blood divine seed is merely one of the rewards. If you truly manage to locate the void Dao universe and succeed, there will be a significant reward. I shall dedicate my life to this endeavor. Qian Wuliang bowed in gratitude, secretly gritting his teeth. Then let us take this gamble. Without taking risks. How could he transform from a mere individual into one of the fourth, or even third to ascend beyond Li Hao? It was worth it. There was no other choice. Examining the current state of those who had merged with the Dao, one was Li Hao's nominal wife, another was a semi-master. While Director Zhao was the administrative leader of the realm, he alone could surpass others in a single stroke, achieved through a life-risking gamble. Li Hao nodded slightly. At that moment, two blood divine seeds soared forth. The two formidable individuals who received them felt their hearts tremble with intensity. The richness of the great Dao's power and the exceptional energy within these seeds was extraordinary. Holding them, they felt their very bodies pulsating, and merely inhaling their essence stirred their blood. The remaining 20 sacred blood divine seeds, though they may not guarantee your ascension to the Dao, will certainly aid each of you in advancing further. Li Hao addressed the group. However, in this battle, our new comrades from Battle Heaven City have contributed significantly. Half of the seeds shall be allocated to them, while the remaining 10 shall be distributed by Hongyu. Lin Hongyu felt a stir in her heart and nodded, understood. Li Hao casually tossed a storage ring, which contained not only those sacred pills, but also numerous treasures of the immortal tier. Master Hong. Hong Yitong swiftly turned his gaze towards Li Hao, who spoke. As the overseer of education in the realm, you must not merely manage. Innovation is imperative. Techniques must evolve and be applicable. Relying solely on a singular method is a notion you must keep in mind. Understood. Hong Yitong nodded. Li Hao continued. The world has been in turmoil for some time, with ceaseless wars leaving many homeless. Establishing shelters for children and nursing homes is crucial. And given Jimin's past experience, I implore you to invest your efforts here. I do not wish for anyone to perish from hunger or be forgotten in the shadows during this extraordinary era. I shall do my utmost. Li Hao nodded slightly and then addressed the assembly. The essence of the great path lies within the heart. A strong heart breeds strength. I have previously stated that I hold the path of the great way, and I hope each of you can become masters in your respective domains. Remember not to stray from your original intentions or the fields in which you excel. The sword of heaven follows the sword path. while the dominating blade adheres to the blade path. Even if you traverse the path of the spiritual blade, which is a unique blade path devoid of attributes, it is essential to cultivate it. Yet, do not forget the expertise you possess. Only with your unique traits can a remarkable future unfold. Tomorrow, the 5 main cities will converge as I transport them into the realm of the Great Path, thereby suppressing the Great Way. The heavens and earth shall become more accommodating, and perhaps soon they will embrace the heavenly kings. Presently, the number of cultivators in the world has surged exponentially, and the existence of ancient cities no longer stabilizes heaven and earth, but rather imposes limitations upon them. I shall further accelerate the revival of the entire realm. If one's strength cannot keep pace. Li Hao's voice trailed off. Then on this journey, despite my reluctance to abandon anyone, it is inevitable that some will fall behind. I cannot remain stagnant, waiting for you all. The situation does not permit such delay. The silver moon is but a small world within the vast cosmos, not the entirety. Here exists the emperor and the half-emperor. How splendid is the world! Must we spend our lives trapped in this place, battling those decayed, pitiful beings cast aside by time? Li Hao's tone was bold, yet the crowd listened in silence. Perhaps Li Hao's words were not mere bravado. Who would have believed that he could vanquish multiple heavenly kings in a single battle? He is a person adept at creating miracles. After a considerable time, Li Hao waved his hand. I shall cease my discourse here. You may disperse for now and reflect. Additionally, should you wish to enter the realm of the Great Path to study it, I shall allow it. Tomorrow, you may enter alongside the ancient city. In the future, I may even establish a dedicated passage for all of you to traverse the realm of the Great Path in search of your true selves. As long as you do not intentionally disrupt the stars, you may come and go freely. The crowd changed expressions, and Lin Hongyu furrowed her brow slightly. My lord, this may not be prudent. It is far too dangerous. Li Hao smiled. The path is not one of solitude, just as this time. My progress is due to the unity of the masses. Entering the path of cultivation is not only for their benefit, but also for mine. In that moment, the crowd felt a surge of complex emotions. The one who governs the realm of the Great Path, Li Hao, actually grants them free access. This is indeed audacious and filled with boundless courage. He seems unperturbed by the thought of others infiltrating the realm of the Great Path. What a formidable individual he is. Even the foes upon hearing this news would be shaken. The crowd expressed their gratitude, refraining from further conversation as they departed. Once the individuals had left, several who had attained harmony remained. Hong Yitong chuckled, questioning whether he should take his leave. Li Hao, amused, replied, Master Uncle, what jest is this? Hong Yitong felt a twinge of embarrassment. The youth did not fall for such humor, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Casting a glance at Lin Hongyu, who bore an expression of calm indifference, Hong Yitong could only reflect on the beauty of youth, unfazed and unashamed. He decided against further jesting and regained his serious demeanor. At that moment, Li Hao remarked, this battle is but a minor victory. Though the appearance of triumph is dazzling, the reality is rather mundane. The true core of power remains untouched. Presently, Zhengyu, Li Daoheng, the Red Moon Emperor, and the god of primordial martial arts stand as the 4 mightiest in this realm. Our objective is to eliminate them or, in the case of the god of primordial martial arts, to coexist peacefully. Even if the god of primordial martial arts is a half-emperor, that constitutes 3 half-emperors. We must first set aside the god of primordial martial arts, and then confront the remaining 3, Red Moon Emperor being the strongest, Li Daoheng the most enigmatic, and Zhengyu the most conspicuous. Only by resolving these 3 can we claim true victory. Both individuals wore grave expressions. This was no easy task. The weakest among them was still a half-emperor. Do you recall the blade from the star-subduing city ruins? Li Hao began. This blade may not be easily moved. The god of primordial martial arts is likely connected to it. It is certainly not here by mere chance. In this world, aside from its very essence, the most crucial element is this blade he has left behind, possibly linked to it. The two nodded slightly, awaiting Li Hao to unveil his plan. He gently tapped the table and continued. Zhengyu is also a formidable adversary. For the past 100 millennia, it seems he has made no preparations. Yet it is difficult to ascertain whether he truly possesses the wit to ascend to half-emperor status. Is he truly that naive? However, that emperor, what? The two were taken aback, and Li Hao chuckled. That emperor, an outsider, has been sealed away, entangled with the red moon for several years without gaining any advantage. In my view, disregarding his strength, he is the easiest to deal with purely from a strategic standpoint. Both men grimaced. Li Hao pressed on. I intend to enter the sealed domain. However, after my departure, there may be individuals monitoring my movements. Hongyu, you must undertake a task once I am gone. Lin Hongyu's expression shifted. What do you propose? Your stellar path has merged with my primordial star river, entwined with myriad paths. Now, in the vast cosmos of the great Tao, aside from my ability to unlock it, both you and Master Uncle can also access it, provided I grant you certain permissions, including bestowing the Tao character divine script to one of you, ensuring a successful unlocking. He turned to the two. Who will wield the Tao character divine script? Who is willing to divert the attention of the strong? Hong Yitang's countenance changed slightly. I shall take on this responsibility. Lin Hongyu frowned. No, allow me to handle it. Master Uncle has significant matters to attend to. Education is no trivial affair. Universal cultivation concerns the strength of the entire great Tao and many other factors. Moreover, Master Uncle's frequent dealings within the great Tao cosmos would be cumbersome. As for me, being the lady of the marquee, my presence there would attract little scrutiny. Hong Yitang smiled wryly, conceding, very well, that does hold some merit. However, there lingers a sense of concern. Furthermore, the fact that Li Hao intends to enter the seal and devise a strategy against the emperor is indeed profoundly alarming, evoking a fear of imminent demise. Li Hao smiled and said, then let it be Hongyu. He glanced at Lin Hongyu, his expression grave as he stated, this matter is of utmost importance. Aside from the few of us, no one must leak this information. A slight misstep could lead to chaos in the cosmic order, resulting in my own demise. Lin Hongyu replied solemnly, if I betray you, I shall. Enough. Li Hao interrupted, choosing not to elaborate further. As a thought struck him, he casually tossed a storage ring, saying, this contains the fruit of the heavenly king tree. The specifics of its effects may not be entirely truthful. So assess it for yourselves. Whether you wish to gift it or keep it for personal use is entirely up to you. Additionally, I may need to visit Sword City. Upon mentioning this, Li Hao pondered for a moment and continued, the seal at Sword City remains intact. It may not be as simple as it appears. Even if it seems deserted, it may still hold significance. The Sword Sovereign has existed for many years and may possess secrets yet uncovered. I require you to undertake a task. Should any anomalies arise within the seal, it is imperative that you hunt down Ing Honyue, leaving him with no escape route. If the seal shows any signs of disturbance, swiftly eliminate Ing Honyue. This serves to redirect attention towards him while creating the illusion that his assassination caused the upheaval. Moreover, keep a close watch on that foolish queen. Her recent consumption of a considerable amount of silver moon power may not bode well. Be wary, as she could easily fall under someone's control. Her intellect is lacking, and she might be led to her doom. Reflecting on this, Li Hao nodded and declared, that will suffice. As for Elder Zhang Un and the others, do not concern yourselves with them for now. He has his own plans, and I shall not interfere. Should any urgent matters arise, assistance from them can be sought. Having imparted his instructions, Li Hao ceased further discussion. The two individuals prepared to depart. Yet Black Panther was reluctant to leave. Li Hao frowned. You too shall accompany me? It is futile. I cannot bring you to the seal. You are too weak. Black Panther remained silent, lying in place for a moment before wagging its tail at Li Hao and departing in disappointment. Once everyone had left, Li Hao exhaled deeply. This is all I can do for now. Have I moved too swiftly for you to keep pace? I shall close my eyes in meditation and cease my thoughts. Perhaps in the end, I shall remain alone. Chapter 385. Entering Sword City, seeking subscription and monthly votes, in the Divine Hall of Dali. Bones were discarded to the side as the king of Dali and Zhongli stood within the grand chamber, awaiting something. After a while, voices echoed. What is your demand? The king of Dali remained silent for a moment before responding. Can you guarantee that Dali will remain independent from the land of Silver Moon? At that moment, the king of Dali appeared less domineering, exhibiting a touch of helplessness. I cannot prevail. Your choice mirrors that of the human king during his rise, akin to the initial martial path's desire for independence from the new martial path. Ultimately, this has proven to be a less than favorable decision, as the initial martial path has virtually ceased to exist, while the new martial path has ascended. The king of Dali sighed. If the elder is willing to lend assistance, It could very well reverse our fortunes rather than relying solely on the celestial stars. Zhongli interjected. Our divine combat prowess is unparalleled. Why should it concern me? The two lapsed into silence. The voice in the hall resumed. Whether it be Silver Moon, Li Hao, or Hongyue, none of these matters pertain to me. I remain here not to compete for dominion with you, nor for any other reason. I have my own thoughts, which, of course, bear no relevance to you. A cold voice resounded once more. In every era, there are those who will rise. The convergence of opportune circumstances, geographical advantages, and human synergy creates heroes, and heroes, in turn, shape an era. We, who have lost the vigor of our youth, find it challenging to recreate a new age. Zhongli spoke solemnly. Your Majesty still possesses vitality. The Great Li still has its people. If the divine wills it, Great Li can indeed contend. At this moment, we witness the formidable power of this primordial deity of martial arts. With one punch, he obliterated a skeletal remnant of the heavenly king level. In the present circumstances, it is evident how immensely powerful this primordial deity of martial arts is when unleashing his full might. The imperial essence surged forth in an explosive moment, and he managed to suppress it. Such incredible ferocity. Yet, this individual has remained dormant for 100,000 years. Indeed, it is somewhat astonishing and perplexing. What are you doing here, then? Not seizing the heavens, nor slaying traitors, nor crafting an era, merely to sleep? Doing nothing at all. It feels like merely subsisting until death. Why should I assist a not-so-bright individual in vying for supremacy among the strong? If I were to assist, why not support Li Hao instead? The more one does, the more mistakes one makes. Doing less leads to fewer errors, and doing nothing leads to no mistakes. At this moment, the primordial deity of martial arts spoke with profound significance. I know only that providing timely assistance is commendable. However, if done incorrectly, it becomes a great trouble. Enhancing a situation is acceptable, but if done wrongly, it too becomes a significant issue. The only certainty is indifference. If you disregard my existence, I shall regard yours as non-existent. Whether one is a formidable force that shapes an era or a pioneer of a new age, mutual neglect is the essence. From the very beginning, I have chosen to remain uninvolved. Whether right or wrong, it is of no concern to me. I do not strive nor covet. I neither interfere nor inquire. I create no troubles and resolve none. Thus, troubles bear no relation to me. The king of Great Li spoke solemnly. Is that truly your perspective, esteemed elder? Yet for others, in the presence of their repose, how can one allow another to err? The other responded, you are mistaken. If this bed belongs to someone else, I shall vacate it. I shall not sleep here. In this vast world, where can one not find a place to rest? If not in Silver Moon, then in White Moon, Red Moon, or Green Moon. How expansive is the cosmos? If nowhere permits my repose, then I shall simply forego sleep. What does it matter? The two fell into complete silence. What sort of discourse is this? The king of Great Li pondered, slightly furrowing his brow. Does the elder suggest that one can depart from the Silver Moon realm? Guess? I shall not speculate. If it is indeed possible to leave Silver Moon, that would be quite extraordinary. In this current time, aside from the imperial deity, is there anyone who can exit Silver Moon? The very thought is daunting. In this era, the mightiest is a sealed imperial deity who is yet to emerge. If this individual were truly the imperial deity, why remain here waiting? To seize the world would be effortless. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a voice echoed again. Little fellow, do not presume to speculate about me. Moreover, for me, if I were to seize the Silver Moon realm, and the next day encountered the Sword Sovereign, who then dispatched me with a single strike, would you come to my aid? Within the familiar circles of the Zheng family and the Li family, there exists a profound understanding among the seasoned individuals, who are all formidable forces of the new era. The Red Moon may seize power, yet we, the elders, remain impervious to such ambitions. The younger generation may act recklessly, but we are contemporaries, and should you usurp power, the kings and swordsmen, the blood sovereigns, and the supreme ones, and even the Tsang emperor will pursue you. They will proclaim, you possess the audacity to claim my new territory. What makes you think you can contend against anyone? The king of Dali was left speechless, pondering this perspective. Yet, it seemed to hold a modicum of truth. If the ancients are indeed formidable, why do they not intervene to quell the chaos and appoint a steward of the heavens? Perhaps someone like you? A voice emerged again, questioning, why should I intervene? What concern is it of mine? I am not of this generation. The star gates were sealed by the sword's sovereign, and it bore no relevance to me. Whether I am present or absent, it is as if I do not exist. The evolution of time and the unfolding of the great path are merely opportunities. To sever opportunities is akin to slaying one's parents. The king of Dali found himself at a loss for words. The voice continued, as for designating an individual as the steward, does that guarantee their virtue? Who can ascertain that? There are many ingrate wolves out there, and what benefit could they possibly offer me? I require no benefits. Therefore, do not harbor illusions that I will assist you. The most I can do is to help you retrieve your remains if you are slain while remaining in Dali. This statement left the two utterly devastated. So, if we are killed here, you would simply collect our corpses? The king of Dali felt a profound sense of despair. Very well, I comprehend the elder's intent. May I inquire further? Is Li Hao a king now? I do not know. Uncertain? Is there a king S tier in the new path of the kings? How could I know if there is none? Different paths yield different results. Strength is revealed in action. In that moment, the two understood that this was a being who disregarded all affairs, neither this nor that concerned them. Such a person is truly insufferable. Yet, for some, the presence of such an individual is rather comforting. If you do not meddle in my affairs, then I shall not involve myself in yours. The king of Dali no longer held expectations and inquired, Elder, may I pose another question? Li Hao has summoned Zhou Chuan to Dali to explore the essence of the bones, aspiring to ascend to the harmonious path. Zhou Chuan seems to have inherited the golden body of a formidable being. Could this be a trap? The voice resumed, Of course, it is a trap, you fool. You shall never outmaneuver someone so cunning. Zhou Chuan has inherited the 9 transformations golden body. Do you comprehend what that entails? Should he attain the harmonious path, it would equate to expending the resources of 81 individuals. One harmonious path practitioner is akin to the birth of 81 such practitioners. To cross into the harmonious path is to be able to contend with the king. Your essence, if entirely bestowed upon Zhou Chuan, may prove insufficient. He would require your gauntlets and the entirety of Dali's resources, and then Zhou Chuan could very well enter the harmonious path. The king of Dali stood there, dumbfounded. The voice continued, the 9 transformations golden body. Each transformation equates to a peer-level strength. The toll grows exponentially with each transformation. Should he complete the 9 transformations, he will undoubtedly become harmonious. Is there any indication of 3 transformations at this moment? I am uncertain. Perhaps, at the midpoint of the celestial cycle, one might only attain the strength of a 2nd transformation. The king of Dali appeared somewhat distraught. Then, if I have promised to assist Zhou Chuan in transcending to the harmony realm, what shall I do? You must manage it yourself. You made a commitment. And if you fail to fulfill it, it's your own responsibility. His voice carried a hint of amusement. You may draw upon the full power of the bones. Perhaps you could reach the so-called combat prowess of a heavenly king and dare to contend with Li Hao in a life-and-death struggle. At that moment, what would broken promises matter? The king of Dali was utterly bewildered. Are you jesting with me, senior? Even if I were to ascend to the level of a heavenly king, I may not stand a chance against Li Hao. That is your dilemma. You must find a way. Are you expecting me to resolve your commitments? I am not your father. Even if I were, I am powerless. I am destitute, without a place to rest, with the sky as my canopy and the earth as my bed. Do not come seeking my assistance in the future. The king of Dali wore a mournful expression. I have truly been deceived. How could Zhou Chuan possibly require resources at a staggering 81 times that of the same rank to advance? It is inconceivable. To give away an entire skeleton and still find it insufficient is unbelievable. At that moment, a voice echoed again. You may leave now, with no other choice. The king of Dali trudged along, burdened by the skeleton, following closely behind Jiang Li, both feeling utterly defeated and disheartened. What a despairing promise this has turned out to be. Once they departed, a phantom emerged, murmuring, Testing me? What is the necessity? The fortunes of the descendants shall be their own. Even the human king does not intervene. If the heavens collapse, it is their own responsibility. Why should I concern myself with your affairs? Gazing upward, he pondered for a while, then chuckled softly. I shall rest in my own manner. Do not disturb me again. Alas, it is troublesome that after 100,000 years, nothing has come to fruition. With that, the figure vanished completely. Meanwhile, in the western lands, the queen was drawing upon the power of the silver moon to strengthen herself. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and beheld 2 figures appearing in the distance. Yin Hongyue's complexion paled somewhat, accompanied by the unchanged flying sword immortal. Your Majesty. Boom. The heavens shattered, and the earth quaked. A surge of silver moon energy erupted violently. A wave of sword intent pierced through the very fabric of reality, yet she still staggered back several steps, the flying sword immortal coughing blood profusely. And Yin Hongyue's pallor deepened. Your Majesty, I leave. The queen commanded coldly. You harbinger of misfortune, depart. Were it not for Li Hao's intent to personally take your life, I would have slain you myself. Will you leave or not? This harbinger of misfortune dared to seek her out. Did he truly think her a fool? She had no desire to hear his words. She understood one thing. This fellow was firmly ensnared by Li Hao, who sought to make him a pariah, leaving him in perpetual dread. Anyone who associated with him was doomed without question. Did he not consider that after years of scheming, who remained by his side? Only a solitary flying sword immortal, whose reliability was questionable at best. Whether he was even alive was debatable. Who would wish to entangle themselves with such an individual? Your Majesty, I possess a method to elevate you further, to supplant the true moon god. Boom. A full moon illuminated the earth, and countless silver moon energies surged forth. Upon witnessing this, Yin Hongyue ceased her words and hastily fled. Madman, I had not even finished speaking, and you offer me no opportunity. The figure swiftly vanished from sight. Once he was gone, the queen exhaled lightly. Why is this harbinger of misfortune fixated upon me? I wish for him to leave swiftly. Keep your distance from this individual. It is far safer that way. Otherwise, it is perilously dangerous. Casting a glance towards the central continent, the queen felt a tangle of emotions. Although her strength had grown formidable, she found herself unable to contend with these individuals. Must she perpetually wander across the lands? It is indeed a source of great vexation. And she feels utterly powerless. Her strength may have surged, yet the number of pathways within her body has also multiplied, some of which have grown increasingly potent. Previously disregarded. Could they now be traps? Traps of the grand cosmos? The mere thought sends shivers down her spine. Could she be ensnared by Li Hao? When she first encountered him, he had approached her, and at that moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, which, in retrospect, seems rather odd. Perhaps one of her destined stars is under Li Hao's dominion. She had never pondered these matters before, but now they seem awry. Li Hao may have been orchestrating her existence all along, even her life and death, and perhaps he has even manipulated the true moon god. If the true moon god were to descend, seeking to seize her or invade her corporeal form, would Li Hao not instantly arrive and obliterate them on the spot? The more she reflects, the more helpless she feels. It is all a band of scoundrels. Today, she finds herself contemplating far more than before. Yet she is perpetually overshadowed by these individuals. Gazing once more at the silver moon realm, she feels utterly devoid of hope, uncertain if she will ever escape this prison. The turmoil of the situation hardly perturbs Li Hao. In this battle, he has not reaped significant rewards. He does not require them. The true gains lie within the conflict itself. This includes the elevation of will, enhancement of strength, the slaying of heavenly kings, and the acquisition of imperial blood. All these successes contribute to his monumental growth, both in confidence and power. Passively awaiting outcomes is not Li Hao's desired result. The awakening of heaven and earth accelerates ever more rapidly. How far off is the emergence of a semi-emperor? In such a passive state, when will he be able to withstand a semi-emperor? Those destined for greatness do not wait idly. They seize the initiative, actively pursuing opportunities to succeed. For chances are crafted by oneself, not merely awaited. In this moment, 5 great cities resounded, having been transported into the grand cosmos by Li Hao. These cities stand beneath the starry skies, with the vast river flowing beneath them, yet at this moment, none noticed this transformation. With the 5 cities now within the grand cosmos, Li Hao turns his attention elsewhere, disappearing alone into the depths of the cosmic expanse. The ruins of Star Town lie in silence. No one visits anymore. Yet now, Li Hao has arrived. The throne traverses the void, transporting him to another realm. Where the same blade emanates a terrifying aura, it is the might of the Emperor. It is impossible to approach. Even at this moment, with his formidable strength, Li Hao cannot draw near. Only now can he truly feel his own insignificance in the face of the Emperor's overwhelming power. The might of the Emperor. He did not come here to seize the blade, but rather to withstand the oppressive might of the Emperor and to familiarize himself with it. Should the Red Moon Emperor suddenly unleash his imperial aura, he would be better prepared and not left in a state of confusion. This was the true purpose of Li Hao's presence. With his blood surging, Li Hao sat cross-legged, resisting the imperial pressure while silently cultivating. Various grand forces continually emerged before him. In recent days, he had been practicing here to acclimatize himself to the imperial might, waiting for the moment when he would no longer tremble and could draw his sword. When the time came to confront the Red Moon Emperor, he would be ready to strike. Victory was not the priority. What mattered was shattering the fear that resided in his heart. Li Hao opened his eyes and gazed intently at the blade, a blood-red longsword, standing sentinel in the void. Within it seemed to lie a slumbering cat. Could it be the Cat Emperor? Perhaps not. Could it be something after the Cat Emperor? Maybe that was also not the case. What it truly was, Li Hao did not know. If anyone in this world possessed such knowledge, it would likely be that ancient god of martial arts. The land of Dali was born from the power of faith, yet this power had vanished without a trace. Li Hao speculated that perhaps it resided here. The object of faith was not that figure, but rather this one. The power of faith had been devoured, consumed by this blade and this cat. He vaguely conjectured that perhaps the faith of Dali was meant to awaken this cat from its slumber, and that the ancient god of martial arts was tasked with guarding its awakening. There must be some connection to the Blood Emperor. The Sword Sovereign likely knew of this, but chose to remain indifferent, even allowing the other party to carve out a territory in Silver Moon Land, specifically to gather the power of faith. It must be noted that at that time, the deities had been nearly obliterated, and no such divine faith was permitted. The Queen of Humanity's sword and legacy were here. Perhaps the gauntlets of the Dominator were also intended for this entity? Li Hao pondered the significance of these legacies. Currently, they did not seem particularly formidable. What, then, was the purpose of leaving behind such legacies? Was it merely to attest to their presence here? Or perhaps they were not legacies at all, but merely visits to observe? Li Hao gently rubbed his temples, realizing he had overthought the matter. He wondered if it would lead to baldness. After contemplating, he could not help but wonder if there was any hope of breaking the seal. Even a glimmer of hope to gain the upper hand. After all, it was the Emperor. In truth, infiltrating Hurricane City was far safer than confronting the seal. However, Hurricane City was tightly controlled. Especially after the fall of Thunder City, Zheng Yu would certainly not grant him such an opportunity again. He yearned to turn the tide. Only that star could assist him. Yet previously, he had deceived the other party. The Star River and the Star had not undergone significant changes, and the other party had lost interest. Even if he were to return, they might discover that there was nothing novel, and he risked losing sight of that star forever. Li Hao's thoughts spiraled endlessly. Perhaps a visit to Sword City would yield some gains. The Sword Sovereign had resided there for many years. He might uncover unique insights from him. Moreover, if the Li family were all slaughtered, what identity would he possess? Suppressing these thoughts, he once again sought to comprehend the might of the Emperor. The immense pressure bore down upon him, forcing him to retreat, leaving him with the sensation of his vitality being drained. At this moment, Li Hao summoned 2 words, Battle Heaven. These words were also left by the Blood Emperor. Indeed, as these characters emerged, the oppressive force diminished somewhat, allowing Li Hao to draw closer to the blade. Boldly, he contemplated and enveloped himself in those 2 grand characters, continuing his approach until he could discern the form of a cat. Only then did he halt. It was a somewhat plump feline, seemingly in a deep slumber. Li Hao cast a glance, becoming momentarily entranced. This blade appeared to be the cat's abode. To wield the Emperor's weapon as a mere shelter was truly extraordinary. In the next instant, the words Battle Heaven vanished, and Li Hao retracted them voluntarily. A fierce pressure surged forth, intertwined with the essence of the blade, erupting with a thunderous roar. Li Hao's corporeal form was instantly shattered, propelled away in the blink of an eye, blood gushing forth. The throne materialized, whisking Li Hao away from that place, rendering him invisible. This was the outcome Li Hao sought. Experiencing proximity, enduring the impact up close. This blade bore no intent to kill. Rather, it was the most suitable means for him to familiarize himself with the Emperor's power. Time and again, disregarding his injuries, Li Hao ventured into the star suppression ruins. Each time, he endeavored to make close contact, daring even to touch the blade. His audacity was evident. Herein, he gleaned significant insights and realizations. Should another eruption of the Emperor's blood occur, Li Hao would at least be able to react. Perhaps not needing to rely on the power of the river or the faint essence of time to diminish the strength of the Emperor's blood for suppression. At this moment, Li Hao, Indeed, this corporeal vessel had opened 105 meridians, tantalizingly close to the third level of harmonization. However, such strength might allow him a fighting chance against some pseudo-kings. Yet, encountering true powerhouses would merely be courting death. Li Hao dedicated considerable time to comprehending the emperor's oppressive force, an entire month. Now his training periods were extending, often exceeding a month. Time was advancing towards July, and at this juncture, it had been nearly a year since Li Hao officially stepped into the martial realm, and merely 4 years since he began practicing the 5-animal technique. Silver City, now hauntingly quiet. The remnants of ruins stood amidst the heavens and earth. With the continuous eruption of war and the presence of formidable beings, little life remained in this forsaken land. Hurricane City, too, seemed to have ceased its existence here. Zheng Yu no longer worried about Li Hao's actions. The Red Moon, in fear, dared not approach. He was now hunted to the brink of despair, hardly daring to flee back to Silver City. In this desolate expanse, Li Hao returned. Stepping into a dilapidated courtyard, he found the place transformed. Though only a year had passed, it felt as if countless ages had elapsed. Dust covered everything, and the buildings had collapsed. The once vibrant training ground of his master had become a ruin. Entering the small room, he was met with chaos. Only remnants of the past hinted at the owner's vast knowledge. Books lay scattered across the floor, as though ransacked. After Yuan Shuo and the others departed, it is likely that someone has visited, perhaps in pursuit of the ancient 5-animal secret technique. Gathering the scattered books, Li Hao stood in the empty room for a moment. Eventually, he spoke slowly. I must venture forth. If I can return, perhaps I shall triumph and resurrect you. If I cannot return, then so be it. You have said, after all, that nothing can be forced, and one ought to pursue the martial path with ease. Zheng Yu and his companions may be easier to confront, yet they are exceedingly vigilant. Only by striking unexpectedly can one seize victory. Teacher, bless me, Li Hao murmured softly. At this moment, he gazed upward. The seal remained, though it appeared more fragile than before, the 8 bloodlines now tangled and chaotic. The difficulty of infiltrating the domain of an emperor could only be imagined. Li Hao took a deep breath, pondering that perhaps only time could allow him to slip in unnoticed, even by the emperor. Contact me at any moment, should you fail to reach me. Launch an attack on the Crimson Moon. Li Hao sent a message, and soon received a response from Lin Hongyu. Understood. Simple and straightforward, as always. Just as Li Hao was about to depart, 2 more words appeared in the communication. Be careful. Li Hao smiled, but did not reply. His figure flickered and vanished, soon becoming a spectral silhouette beneath the seal, a bloodline extending forth. After a moment of contemplation, he enveloped himself in a sword, disappearing from sight, leaving only the sword suspended in the air. This sword gradually began to merge with the seal. At that very moment, far in the west, battle erupted once more, as several saints relentlessly pursued a single individual, the Crimson Moon. The Crimson Moon's visage turned pale as he fled desperately. Within him, the power of the Crimson Moon amassed relentlessly. He glanced back, coughing blood, his eyes clouded with despair. Lin Hongyu. If Li Hao could kill me, he would have done so already. You dare to pursue me? Behind him, Lin Hongyu wielded a curved blade, utterly composed. You cannot kill me, but you can be sealed. Letting you flee like a hunted dog is not without its merits. The suffering you have brought to my husband can only be repaid in this manner. The Crimson Moon coughed blood, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Husband? How laughable. To Li Hao, you are merely a pawn. He merely employs you to suppress the world. In essence, he is even more ruthless and ungrateful than I. Lin Hongyu chuckled lightly. What of being a pawn? I am content. At least I wield the power of the realm, and all know me as Lin Hongyu. I possess authority, influence, dignity, everything you, Crimson Moon, lack. What of your women? Where are they now? All perished. Do you dare call yourself a romantic swordsman? You, who will only be mocked and scorned, whose women, even in death, will be recorded in history as a symbol of folly to be reviled for eternity. Utterly scornful, the Crimson Moon's complexion darkened, rendered speechless, and he fled once more. From all directions, powerful foes closed in. Lin Hongyu's voice resonated further. Does it not feel dreadful to be a hunted dog? If you possess even a shred of shame, perhaps you should take your own life, lest you leave behind a legacy of infamy. In death, you might find a measure of relief. The Crimson Moon ignored her, yet his heart seethed with rage. How dare Lin Hongyu humiliate him so? At this moment, ahead, another sage obstructed the path. His fury reflected in the crimson moon. What is it that you seek by relentlessly pursuing me? These individuals must have an ulterior motive. Surely they do. Damn it. Otherwise, it should not be this way at this moment. Do the formidable underlings of Li Hao have nothing better to do? If Li Hao truly wished to end my life, he would have done so long ago. Even if the sword immortal intervened, Li Hao would still have had the opportunity to eliminate me, yet he refrained. Fearing the shattering of the seal? The seal? A thought flickered through his mind as he swiftly turned and exclaimed, "You pursue me for the sake of the seal?" Lin Hongyu's heart trembled slightly, revealing a smile. "Did you guess it? Quite impressive. You are astute. Indeed, it is for the seal. We aim to breach it in order to confront that esteemed emperor." Damn it. The crimson moon nearly erupted in expletives. No, that is the emperor. It cannot be that. What, then, is the true purpose? At this juncture, Lin Hongyu chuckled lightly. All right, let us cease this game. It is quite tedious. Speculating back and forth is simply a waste of time for you, a wretched creature. If I strip you of the bloodlines of the 8 great families, I shall spare you. Star Town. The crimson moon instantly comprehended, letting out a cold cry. Dream on. That blade. So it is. Li Hao sought to deprive him of the bloodlines of the 8 great families to seize that blade. Thus, their relentless pursuit, coupled with their inability to kill him, was indeed for this purpose. This elucidates everything. Lin Hongyu coldly scoffed, refusing to drink the wine offered. You shall face the consequences. Kill. Boom. From all directions, powerful figures emerged, and in an instant, thunder roared. In the shadows, someone wielded a sword, unleashing a thunderous strike to block all attacks, demonstrating formidable might. Yet at this moment, the heavens split open, and 5 grand cities descended. Li Hao. The crimson moon's complexion changed drastically. Li Hao had actually arrived. Only he could open the vast universe. To seize the bloodline, Li Hao had been lurking in this vicinity. He dared not ponder further. In an instant, his blood surged. The 8 meridians converged, the power of the crimson moon siphoning countless energies, enveloping his entire form, and he fled in an instant, no longer daring to linger. His vitality severely depleted. Witnessing his swift escape, Lin Hongyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the sky, and the next moment, commanded, "Continue the pursuit." Meanwhile, within the seal, the crimson moon emperor furrowed his brow slightly. A faint aura of crimson moon energy spread, murmuring, "Little one, it seems you are gravely injured. Still unwilling to fully accept me?" After speaking, he chuckled softly. However, this was a promising sign. The more crimson moon energy he extracted, the more troublesome it became, making it increasingly difficult to expel. Recently, he had been voraciously consuming energy, indicating that his opponent had been dealt a significant blow. Over the years, to resist temptation and withstand the encroachment of crimson moon energy, the crimson moon had indeed exhibited determination and wisdom. Yet it seemed that the one who annihilated Thunderstorm City was possibly dealing with him. A considerable amount of crimson moon energy was being siphoned by the adversary. At this rate, the crimson moon would eventually become a part of him. A good omen. The ethereal figures from all directions quivered slightly. Every use of crimson moon energy would trigger fluctuations in the ceiling formation, a normal phenomenon that the crimson moon emperor did not mind. At that very moment, on the periphery of the Bagua formation, a small sword glided slowly along its edge, akin to cosmic dust. With each movement, the sound was faint, almost imperceptible. Yet each motion emanated a unique power that veiled everything. In the presence of an emperor, even one who was sealed, Li Hao remained exceedingly cautious. He had entered. In the initial moments, the other party had not detected him, which eased Li Hao's mind somewhat. Lin Hongyu had a commendable grasp of timing. This woman, though ambitious, was reliable in her endeavors. Unlike Qian Wuyang, who could accomplish tasks, her ambition posed no threat. In the distance, an ancient city lay silent in the dark void. This was Li Hao's primary objective. He intended to explore the Sword City. Once within its confines, he might obscure his whereabouts and could afford to be less vigilant. The emperor had not attacked or occupied the Sword City, nor had Li Daoheng taken it away. It seemed the Sword City possessed some peculiar significance. It might even harbor remnants of the Sword Sovereign's influence, deterring these 2 individuals from recklessly approaching. The small sword advanced cautiously, in the presence of an emperor. Infiltrating the Sword City warranted utmost care. He was there to confront this emperor, not like Zhang En, who had come to deal with the true form of the silver moon. Gradually, Li Hao lost track of how much time had passed. The small sword quivered slightly. As it neared the sword city, it appeared to recognize it, filled with nostalgia and restlessness. It has returned. In that instant, the small sword surged forward, and Li Hao felt a sudden loss of control as it darted into the immense ancient city ahead. The entire city trembled. Li Hao cursed vehemently, cursing the sword that he wished to smash. "You've doomed me." Within the sword city, waves of sword intent erupted. The once quiet ancient city seemed to awaken in that moment. In the distance, the emperor abruptly turned, a glimmer of divine light flashing in his eyes as he gazed toward the sword city, a cold smile gracing his lips. "The people have departed. It is merely a city, albeit one you once called home. Do you think to rebel?" He did not sense anything amiss from the sword light. Evidently, the turmoil in the sword city was not unprecedented, having occurred numerous times over the past 100,000 years. Filled with trepidation, Li Hao did not encounter the emperor's wrath. The Red Moon's emperor appeared reluctant to approach this place, which provided Li Hao with a semblance of reassurance, albeit tinged with frustration. That accursed starry sword would dismantle you upon turning back and would be reforged. It was utterly disobedient. At this moment, he was led by the small sword into a location. According to Li Hao's assessment, it resembled a lord's mansion in other regions. Was this where the sword sovereign resided? Or perhaps the ancestral home of the true forebear of the Li family, the sword sovereign's granddaughter? The entire city seemed utterly desolate. Only flickers of sword intent traversed within, like rootless floating weeds, enveloping the ancient city and infusing it with a semblance of vitality. The entire city was suffused with sword chi, emanating from every corner. It was as if this city itself were a sword, a true sword, the sword city. As Xiao Jian entered the sword city, the once motionless city suspended in the air began to move slowly. In the distance, the phantom of the sword master manifested, and suddenly, a surge of sword energy erupted from one corner of the Bagua. A strike of the sword was unleashed. The Red Moon Emperor snorted in disdain. This flawed formation had weakened several times over the years, yet even now, the sword master's phantom could still exert its power, which was infuriating. Nevertheless, it served as a testament to the sword master's formidable strength. Even as a mere phantom, even sustained by a formation, it had suppressed him for an entire 100,000 years. "Li Changsheng, your phantom cannot endure much longer. Once I break free, the silver moon shall surely transform into a river of blood." The sword master's phantom remained silent, striking again and again. The star gate above the sword master radiated a gentle glow, exuding a force of stagnation that suppressed the world and quelled the emperor's fury. Meanwhile, several faint phantoms began to gather strength, gradually coalescing into an immense Bagua. The emperor furrowed his brow slightly. Why had the Bagua formation been fully activated once more? Was it due to the excessive use of the Red Moon's power recently? Contemplating this, he swiftly reined in the Red Moon's energy, allowing his physical form and various forces to clash, unleashing waves of energy explosions within the seal. At that moment, the sword city gradually descended into the dark void. The emperor glanced back, his brow knitting further. He had long suspected that this ancient city was the true starry sky sword, though he possessed no evidence. His inability to approach was one reason, the seal was another. Previous attempts to draw near had triggered the eruption of sword intent, even evoking the sword master's murderous will, to avoid severe injury and prevent the seal from being completely enforced upon him. He had no choice but to steer clear of that city. If it were merely Li Changsheng's cultivation ground, it should not possess such power. Thus, perhaps this was indeed the real starry sky sword, while the one Li Hao wielded was merely a replica or a subsword from a paired set. An assessment he could not conclusively make. The Changsheng sword was not yet extinguished, which was truly bothersome. Had the two sides already engaged in battle? He murmured. Had the Red Moon Great World and the new martial Great World gone to war? If so, the Changsheng sword would undoubtedly be among the first to join the fray as a top-tier emperor. Yet now, the phantom lingered, the sword intent persisted, and it was highly probable that the opponent still lived. At that moment, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Would the Red Moon universe face defeat? However, there was little he could do about it. For now, he needed to break free from the seal as swiftly as possible, though he felt the flow of time differed. No one could ascertain whether this was truly the case. Nevertheless, the Red Moon universe should not have suffered complete defeat, Otherwise, he too would have faced grave injuries. Meanwhile, Li Hao felt a bit dazed. Why was the city moving of its own accord? I have not commanded it. I have just entered the city, and it seems to be acting independently. His expression shifted as he wondered if there were still living beings within the city. If so, Zhang En and others had entered before. Why had they not appeared? Li Hao remained extremely vigilant, concealing himself within the Shao Jian, utterly motionless. Yet, contrary to his stillness, the starry sky sword appeared to be drawn by some unseen force, moving slowly as if slipping from Li Hao's control, inciting a fury within him that tempted him to shatter it entirely. If an incident were to occur this time, it would undoubtedly be caused by this small sword. Meanwhile, within the Sword City, the essence of sword intent grew increasingly brilliant. From all directions, streams of sword intent radiated outward. In the heart of the city, a tree resembling a sword stood in ruins, its remnants barely holding on. At this moment, this shattered tree seemed to quiver slightly, absorbing a peculiar sword intent. In another location, a stone reminiscent of a whetstone also emanated a faint sword intent, causing the stone to tremble. At that moment, the stone bore stains of blood, seemingly dormant for countless ages. The entire city appeared to awaken once more with the arrival of the starry sword. Yet, not a soul was present, only remnants remained. The Sword City drifted further and further away, far from the Stargate region, wandering through the dark cosmos, its destination unknown. In the distance, the Emperor's gaze lingered for a moment, gradually losing sight of the Sword City, his confusion deepening. This city had lain silent for many years. Why suddenly show signs of revival today? Chapter 386. The living entity of Sword City lay in utter ruin. Unlike the other main cities that remained intact, this city seemed to have endured countless wars, its streets marked by myriad sword scars. Buildings lay in ruins. This was the main city, the stronghold of the Sword Sovereign. Protected by the essence of the Sword Tao, yet it now lay in desolation, its walls crumbling. A small sword flitted about the central Lord's residence, occasionally emitting a mournful cry. The Sword City had truly met its demise. Within the Lord's dwelling, faint traces of blood lingered, a testament to the enduring scent of war even after countless years. Threads of sword intent pierced through the city, for a fierce battle had once erupted here. A group of swordsmen clashed in this place, engaging in mutual slaughter. Infighting had engulfed Sword City. From within the small sword, Li Hao silently contemplated, sensing that he had predicted the outcome of Sword City, though it differed somewhat from his imagination. The city had once witnessed an unparalleled battle. Some had indeed resisted, not entirely without defiance, only to be slain. Here, streams of sword intent represented each swordsman. Yet ultimately, the rebels were all exterminated. They were all dead. Emerging from the small sword, Li Hao stepped into the domain of Sword City, where a surge of sword intent rose from beneath his feet, soaring into the sky, as if sensing the return of the starry sword. Waves of sword intent surged towards him. The sword intent brushed against his body, making him acutely aware of the threat of death. It was chilling, fierce, and piercing. This was the essence of the sword in Sword City. Li Hao surveyed his surroundings and sighed softly. The Sword City was utterly finished. The once mighty Sword Sovereign, upon crossing the Stargate, could no longer protect Sword City. The descendants of the Li family may have long perished. Perhaps only Li Daozong and Li Daoheng remained. As for himself, he was not a descendant of the Sword Sovereign, nor even a descendant of the Sovereign's niece. In truth, he could only be considered an unrelated descendant transformed by the Starry Sword. The Li family possessed the bloodline of the Li clan, likely influenced through generations by their continuous bearing of the Starry Sword. Indeed, Li Hao murmured to himself, pondering why the earlier members of the Li family seemed to possess a less potent bloodline than their successors. He had initially thought it was a case of ancestral return, but it turned out otherwise. His father's bloodline was inferior to his own, attributed to the extensive modifications received from the Starry Sky Sword. While his grandfather was certainly not as potent as his father, the descendants of the Li family appeared to inherit a more robust bloodline with each generation. Thus, in his own generation, he had even developed the Sword Eye, the ability to perceive weaknesses, a trait exclusive to sword masters. Previously, he had considered this a phenomenon of ancestral return, but now it seemed absurd. He did not possess the bloodline of a sword master. How could there be a return to a lineage that was not originally descended from sword masters? It was, in fact, the result of generations of transformation by the starry sky sword. To think he might not even qualify as a descendant of the Li family. Li Hao couldn't help but chuckle, though a hint of exasperation lingered. Yet, if everyone believed he was indeed a part of the lineage, then he must be considered one. If not, wouldn't his claim that the world belonged to the Li family lose its legitimacy? Li Daoheng chimed in, asserting that this world inherently belonged to the Li family, thus making his own claims seem even more legitimate. Such thoughts left Li Hao in a tangled web of reflections. In truth, what did it matter whether he was or was not a true descendant? 10,000 years hence, after countless generations, who would still care about the lineage of the Li family? Perhaps even the sword master himself would remain indifferent. In 10 millennia, humanity, with its generational span of 20 years, would witness 5,000 generations of descendants. Could one still refer to them as descendants? If such calculations were to be taken seriously, there would be no way to ascertain lineage. It was entirely possible that his own branch of the family truly hailed from the Li family of Sword City. Who could dare to assert otherwise? Holding the starry sky sword, Li Hao gazed at the small sword, reflecting, so, for 10,000 years, you have been with the Li family, transforming us through the ages. Whether in success or failure, it is all attributable to you. Had you not intervened, my parents would not have perished. Yet, without your modifications, I might not have reached this point either. Every small action has its consequence. The starry sky sword, having been sealed for millennia, had undergone transformations unconsciously, merely infusing the wearer with a trickle of energy over time. As a sword imbued with the essence of a sword master, it possessed the unique ability to reverse bloodlines with ease. Do you recall who brought you forth all those years ago? Li Hao asked the starry sky sword. Was it Li Daoheng who had taken it out to ensure the continuance of the Li bloodline and activate the sword? Or was there another reason? Perhaps it was merely a serendipitous occurrence? Regrettably, despite the sword's flickering consciousness, much of its awareness seemed to have faded after its last shattering. Although it had been mostly repaired, it now appeared to have lost its memory. Unable to glean any answers from the starry sky sword, Li Hao resolved to investigate on his own. The essence of Sword City ultimately rested with the sword master. Though he harbored some hope, it was tempered by the understanding that if there were indeed treasures to be found, they had likely long since been claimed by Li Daoheng. Would anything be left for him? Of course, certain relics would remain beyond the grasp of others, such as the place of enlightenment for sword masters. Perhaps remnants of genuine sword intent would linger there, a treasure that surely could not be taken away. In this city, where the 8 principal urban centers converge, there lies a possibility of rekindling the heavens and the earth. Before him, scars of swords are evident everywhere. Li Hao crouched down, his fingers brushing against a scar that still bore remnants of the sword's essence. A surge of sword intent erupted, piercing through Li Hao's palm. In his eyes, golden light flickered as if he beheld a cataclysmic burst of sword intent. In that moment, a fleeting image flashed through his mind, a swordsman drawing his blade to strike. With one stroke, the essence, energy, and spirit unified. When the sword was unleashed, death followed. This place bore an eternal scar from ancient times. A sage, Li Hao murmured. For it was a true sage, whose essence had not yet been severed. This strike seemed to have returned from the depths of time and space. Li Hao deduced that the monarch of this era might not withstand such a blow. Perhaps, with a single stroke, the monarch would be cleaved into fragments. With that single strike, expelling all essence and spirit, capable of slaying the monarch of this age, perhaps even a sword master's path. The sword of the Li family harbored a significant flaw. It lacked endurance. When the essence, energy, and spirit converged, should the strike fail to vanquish the foe, it would lead to the wielder's demise. Even the sword master would face this fate. A single stroke resonated with mighty renown, echoing through the new martial era. If that one strike could not slay you, then I would meet my end. This strike was not a mere casual blow, but rather, a true embodiment of the essence. Energy and spirit converged into one. When the sword saint made his move, he did not harm his enemy. Indeed, Li Hao observed that the scar remained intact, unimpeded and without signs of obstruction. The scar was remarkably preserved. This indicated that the recipient of the strike had evaded it with ease. If this individual were Li Daoheng, then 100,000 years ago, he must have possessed the strength of a monarch, a truly formidable character. This monarch belonged to an era long past, not the present day. Only a monarch could effortlessly evade such a strike. Li Hao understood very well that the sword of the Li family possessed the capability to lock onto its target. If the enemy did not exceed one's strength by a considerable margin, evasion would be impossible. As Li Hao continued to caress the scars, he pressed onward, feeling a sense of despair, resoluteness, anger, and sorrow, which indicated that the one who delivered this strike was indeed embroiled in the internal strife of the Li family. This area before the Lord's residence was likely the administrative zone, while the rear housed the living quarters of the Li family members. Behind the Lord's residence stood an immense estate. Upon entering, from the entrance onward, sword scars were scattered everywhere, remnants of a fierce battle that had erupted in defense. Li Hao continued to trace each scar, each touch evoking a surge of sword intent, conjuring fleeting shadows before his eyes, elderly figures, children, women, and even youngsters wielding swords to cleave the heavens. The members of the Li family were all swordsmen. What an illustrious lineage of sword practitioners. Within his embrace, the starry sky sword trembled violently. Li Hao's gaze sharpened. Should Li Daoheng be the one responsible? How ruthless, how merciless. The complete annihilation of the Li family. Even the children were not spared. Why? What was the objective? Was it merely for the sake of a swifter execution? While slaying enemies might be justifiable, to exterminate the entirety of the Li family, what manner of atrocity was this? The sword master should not have wronged him. However, after his departure, the entire Li family was left in ruin. This individual is exceedingly ruthless. Such coldness is not devoid of emotion. The Great Way itself is devoid of sentiment. The so-called lack of emotion is merely a state of mind, adhering to the impartiality of the Great Way, transcending personal attachments and distinctions. It does not imply indiscriminate slaughter. Mindless killing is not devoid of emotion. It is the mark of a beast. Continuing onward, the estate still bore numerous sword marks. Yet, Li Hao soon discerned something amiss. The absence of Li Daoheng's sword intent, or perhaps the sword intent of the assailant, was so formidable that each strike was precisely lethal. Neither excessive nor insufficient, perfectly extinguishing life, leaving no trace of sword intent behind. If it were the former, it was inconsequential, for Li Hao could achieve that. However, if it were the latter, to control such precision in combat was terrifying indeed. Who could guarantee that in taking a life, their strength would not exceed or fall short of the mark? To slay an opponent and dissipate sword intent, to vanish energy? The former indicates a formidable adversary, while the latter signifies not only strength, but mastery at the pinnacle of the sword path. After some contemplation, Li Hao pressed on and arrived at the first residence. Gaining entry was simple. There lay a bed, decorations, and furniture, nothing more. The inhabitants within were either slain in battle or had long departed to seek glory elsewhere. Most of the Li family members had likely ventured forth to engage in warfare, leaving behind only the elderly, the weak, and women. Li Hao furrowed his brow. With the sword master leading the charge, it was expected that the Li family's warriors would accompany him. While it was understandable that the immortal ninth commander remained in the war city, how could Li Daoheng be overlooked if he were indeed a formidable warrior? How could a being of such immense power fail to recognize Li Daoheng's might? Why then had the powerful members of the Li family set out to battle, leaving only a handful of saints to guard? If Li Daoheng were indeed a king, then what of the kings who remained? The mysteries continued to deepen. Li Hao proceeded further, traversing the entirety of the Li family estate, soon finding his brow knit in concern. It appeared he had not encountered the swordmaster's residence. As an entity of emperor-level stature, it was reasonable to expect that if such a dwelling existed, it would not be so unremarkable. The entire Li family compound revealed no signs of anything extraordinary. Li Hao's frown deepened. Furthermore, the library within the residence was barren. The treasury also seemed to be devoid of treasures. Every inspection yielded nothing but emptiness, thoroughly stripped clean. He was left with nothing. Aside from gaining insights into various sword intents, he had truly achieved nothing. Li Hao could only manage a bitter smile, feeling utterly helpless. In this vast sword city, the most significant location should have been here, yet he found himself empty-handed. Had this venture been in vain? He had risked provoking an emperor-level being by infiltrating the sword city, all in hopes of discovering something that could aid him against the emperor. Alas, it seemed he had found naught. Did the sword master not reside here? Li Hao fell into contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly ascended into the air, surveying the entire grand city, where numerous areas were suffused with sword intent. In addition to this, there lies another location, imbued with a profound essence of sword intent. Li Hao's heart stirred, prompting him to swiftly make his way in that direction. It is said that within Sword City, there exists a sword tree, a guardian of demonic flora surely left behind. The fate of this tree, whether it was slain or met another end, remains uncertain. It is likely the work of a being of saintly caliber. Li Hao soared into the air, for Sword City was in motion, obscuring his view of the Emperor. He felt emboldened, landing rapidly in a certain area. Soon, he felt a stirring within him and withdrew from that place. It appeared to be an academy, the Sword City branch of the Demon City Martial Sciences University. Li Hao arrived at the entrance, and a thought crossed his mind. It seemed rather obscure, seldom mentioned by others. The Demon Martial University, the very institution where the King of Men once studied, where the sword's sovereign imparted knowledge, and from which a multitude of emperors emerged. Zhang had also been a student there. Many formidable beings had graced its halls. Yet, Silver Moon boasts a branch of Demon Martial University. It possesses no renown whatsoever. He was aware of Silver Moon Martial Sciences University, the institution that nurtured the offspring of the 8 great families, as well as the round flat Martial Sciences University, dedicated to the heirs of emperors. A university as illustrious as Demon Martial would surely have some degree of recognition if it had a branch. Moreover, it is situated within Sword City. The 8 major cities, in fact, do not host martial sciences universities. They only have one, Silver Moon Martial Sciences University. Aside from that, no martial sciences universities are established within those cities. Although numerous primary and secondary schools abound, it struck him as odd that he had never heard anyone mention it, not even Commander Gio. If Sword City possessed a martial sciences university, why would Commander Gio venture to Silver Moon Martial Sciences University? Li Hao was filled with confusion. The Sword Sovereign was once a teacher at Demon Martial. Establishing a branch here seems quite reasonable, yet why is it so obscure? He had never heard of anyone emerging from this branch. This academy boasts a grand entrance, evidently covering a considerable area. It is the second most potent source of sword intent within the city, and the surroundings are remarkably spacious, nearly devoid of other structures. As Li Hao gazed at the imposing characters above the gate, they seemed almost dazzling. Could it be that the Sword Sovereign himself inscribed them? Li Hao hastily approached. Upon closer inspection, he faintly sensed the sword intent. Just as he reached out to touch it, a resounding blast erupted, and his hand was instantly marked with crimson streaks. Li Hao's expression shifted. The next moment, he scoffed. Impressive. The sword intent was formidable, and the characters were equally powerful. However, it appeared they had been excavated by someone, leaving behind mere remnants. Clearly, these characters might indeed have been pinned by the Sword Sovereign, much like the 2 characters of War Heaven. Regrettably, they were taken by Li Daoing. A total of 10 characters, surpassing the 2 of War Heaven by 8. Li Hao gritted his teeth. This could very well be his greatest discovery. What a rascal, to have pilfered them. Upon the detonation of an illusion, before Li Hao could touch the remaining characters, they too erupted in a spectacular explosion, releasing a torrent of sword intent. Instinctively, Li Hao retreated, drawing his sword to strike. Bang, bang, bang. A series of resonant sounds echoed as Li Hao shattered the dispersing sword intent. Should an average saintly being approach with insufficient strength, they might have met their demise. Could this be considered a warning left by the other party? The once grand entrance of the school now seemed somewhat dilapidated without those few words. Li Hao stepped into the campus. Here, there were no traces of battle, as if no one had ever set foot here in the past. The entire school appeared newly constructed. At this moment, a vague thought crossed Li Hao's mind. Could it have been built later? Perhaps it had not even commenced enrollment before the outbreak of war, thus leaving this place unnamed and abandoned? This possibility lingered. If so, Li Hao felt a sense of regret. A school that had never opened its doors, its only claim to greatness now vanished, leaving this place with little of value. Yet, there was a palpable aura of sword intent emanating from the rear, suggesting that battles had indeed erupted here. As Li Hao continued towards the back of the academy, he encountered a remarkably battered tree, which suddenly fell into a profound silence, as if entirely lifeless, bearing only scars of sword strikes and severed roots. Moments later, a figure materialized, Li Hao himself. He then noticed a tree, one that had been thoroughly cleaved, with only a few roots remaining, now resembling sharp swords embedded in the earth. Li Hao was taken aback. A sword tree? The guardian plant of Sword City was not found elsewhere, but within this newly established campus. It was dead. The tree was reduced to little more than a stump, its roots severed and disordered, which to an ordinary person might seem valuable, but to Li Hao, it held no worth. This place was where he sensed an exceptionally dense presence of sword intent. Upon closer inspection, he discerned two distinct fluctuations of sword intent. Clearly, Li Daoheng had paid a price for slaying the sword tree. Both parties had fought fiercely here. This tree had been nurtured by the sword sovereign, who was said to have practiced swordsmanship beneath its boughs. This tree could even be regarded as the sword sovereign's direct lineage, capable of addressing the king of men as a senior brother. Was it the pinnacle of the sacred path? The fact that even the sword tree planted by the sword sovereign had been slain made that adversary rather formidable. Li Hao murmured, filled with regret. With a sigh, he lamented, "What a pity for the entire Li family, and regrettably, this tree could not safeguard Sword City. It seems the sword sovereign miscalculated." The Starry Sky Sword. "We have arrived 100,000 years too late. Otherwise, we could have tested Li Daoheng's sword." Silence pervaded the air. No one responded. Here, there was only this exceedingly ravaged tree. Li Hao expressed profound regret. It seems there is no hope left. Returning is a dilemma. The Silver Moon realm bestowed by the King of Men is destined to fall into enemy hands. What a pity. Initially, he had hoped to discover means to confront Zheng Yu, the Emperor, and Li Daoheng, yet he found nothing. Li Hao continued to voice his lamentations, tinged with sorrow. The Starry Sky Sword in his hand trembled slightly, emitting sounds akin to mournful cries. Sword City has perished. At this moment, Li Hao sighed repeatedly, his eyes glimmering with golden light. Lamenting, "Though I have inherited the sword sovereign's sword eye, what use is it if I lack the strength to act? After a year of cultivation, what could I achieve but the ability to slay mere pseudo-Taoist kings? Everyone claims that I can restore the glory of the Li family and reclaim our rightful territory. Yet the enemy is formidable. How can I hope to wrest it back? Oh, little sword, my life seems devoid of hope. Perhaps I shall never leave this place. And you and I are destined to end our days here." Li Hao felt an immense bitterness within, sighing deeply as he brandished his long sword, striking out with a single decisive blow. The unity of spirit and energy manifested as the sword cleaved through the air, imbued with sorrow. Too late. Though I possess the will of the ancestral sword sovereign, I lack the corresponding strength. A year of cultivation has proven futile. Time is not on my side. With the seal broken, the Emperor's sovereign rampages, such is fate. The essence of the sword traverses the cosmos. At that moment, the grotesquely damaged tree faintly revealed a subtle, nearly imperceptible spiritual force, almost invisible. There was no sound, no movement, merely silent observation. Li Hao swung his long sword, engulfed in despair, piercing the heavens. Ultimately, he sighed and uttered, "So be it. If it is lost, let it be lost. The sword tree is dead. Let us excavate its roots and bury them. When the seal is shattered, it signifies the total annihilation of Sword City. You and I shall accompany it to the grave. Perhaps that is for the best." He raised his long sword, preparing to unearth the roots. The shattered roots stood motionless. As Li Hao approached, ready to wield his sword for digging, suddenly the roots trembled, and a surge of sword intent rushed toward him. Startled, Li Hao swung his sword to parry it. He shouted in fury, "Who dares to attack the direct disciple of the sword sovereign? I am the rightful successor of the new generation of the Starry Sky Sword. This is Sword City. How dare you act with such impudence?" As he spoke, his long sword struck at the stump. In that instant, a frail, wavering apparition emerged, revealing a woman, weakened to the extreme. At that moment, countless expletives erupted in Li Hao's mind. The sword tree, could it be? He had long sensed something amiss. This place was evidently different. As he approached, he had perceived a hint of the extraordinary. Li Hao speculated that perhaps it was a descendant of the sword tree, akin to the Imperial Guard. It seemed the old tree had birthed a new one. Yet, it now appeared otherwise. This apparition was so fragile, so broken, the old tree birthing a new one would not manifest in such a manner. Although the Imperial Guard was also weak, they did not resemble this ethereal form. This was evidently the sword tree's specter, and the entity still lived. But after all these years, had it truly made no recovery? Or had its condition been more dire in the past? And now it had merely regained some semblance of vitality? Li Hao felt a surge of joy. At last, there was a living being. Whether it was a male or female tree was inconsequential. The sword sovereign had remained unmarried throughout his life, and Li Hao had no interest in such gossip. His previous remarks were merely to elicit the appearance of this tree, for the entity must have been anxious, fearing the arrival of foes. Now that it had revealed itself, it was indeed a fortuitous occurrence. The ethereal figure swayed precariously, radiating sword intent. Its appearance was unclear, but as it took on human form, its figure seemed commendable. It paid no heed to the long sword Li Hao had dropped, and in a voice of utter weakness, it asked, "How did you come here?" Li Hao was taken aback. "Who are you? Why pretend to be mad?" The female sword tree appeared indifferent to Li Hao's seemingly rhetorical inquiries. Her voice, though feeble, remained composed. "You speak these words merely to entice me into revealing myself, do you not? Now that I have emerged, I shall ask you, how did you enter the Sword City? Are you the sword tree? It is I who should be questioning you." Li Hao chuckled. "I am concerned you might be a spy left behind by Li Daoheng. Thus, I shall pose my questions first." Humph. The ethereal figure quivered, letting out a cold laugh. "Are you employing a strategy of feigned retreat?" Li Hao responded with a smile. "Indeed, I harbor similar concerns. It appears you possess a modicum more intelligence than other demonic plants, reminiscent of one I am acquainted with." "Who? Do you know the redwood demon plant, Sanki, elder?" "Unfamiliar. Insignificant junior. Indeed, merely an unknown junior. In that era, a wild demon plant like Sanki, a mere immortal, would hardly be regarded by one of your stature. You, after all, are the mightiest demon plant in the entire Silver Moon, a being at the pinnacle of the sacred path." At that moment, the two, one person, one tree, stood in mutual confrontation, each questioning the other, yet unwilling to provide answers. "Elder, if we remain in this stalemate, we may dissipate. And what if we do?" The sword tree replied with a hint of derision. "I am already half alive, merely clinging to existence. Had I not witnessed the return of the starry sky sword, do you think I would pay you any heed?" With another cold laugh, she continued, "It is precisely because of the starry sky sword's return that I surmise you are a creature of that beast, are you not? The starry sky sword, once taken by him, has now returned. It seems he has discovered a method to wield it." "Li Daoheng, so I have struck true, have I?" The sword tree sneered. "After many years, he sends you here. What is his intention? Is he concerned we have not perished completely? Or perhaps he wishes to inform me that he can now control the starry sky sword. What a ridiculous fellow." Li Hao chuckled. "Li Daoheng, elder, do you believe I am a disciple of Li Daoheng? It is true that the starry sky sword, along with the Li family bloodline and the sword masteress intent, is within his grasp. Doubt is natural. After all, this is the sealed realm of the emperor. Can an ordinary person enter this place?" Li Hao remarked with a grin. "It is difficult for me to provide proof, and you may not believe me regardless. Allow me to offer a casual rebuttal. Li Daoheng is nothing but rubbish. His entire family, well, let us not speak ill of them. I maintain a decent relationship with my ninth master, Li Daozong, so I shall refrain from disparaging his entire lineage. Yet, Li Daoheng is inferior to mere excrement." Li Hao's so-called defense was, in essence, a thorough denouncement of Li Daoheng. After finishing, he further slandered, "This fellow despises humanity and prefers to consort with all manner of vile creatures, like a moon. He even engages with the moon, which is utterly anti-human. Moreover, should Li Daoheng have descendants, they would surely be devoid of any merit." Opposite him, the ethereal figure swayed. "Vulgar. Is this individual truly one of Li Daoheng's ilk? Just as Li Hao stated, it is indeed challenging to mount a defense. Whatever Li Daoheng is capable of, so too is he. This does not signify anything substantial. The greatest reliance, the starry sky sword, as the sword tree implies, was indeed taken by Li Daoheng. Now that Li Hao has returned with it, it complicates matters further. Having traversed the realm sealed by the emperor is not an achievement anyone can claim. Perhaps only Li Daoheng could accomplish such a feat. How can one not harbor doubts? If I were in Li Hao's position, I too would question. To chastise someone fiercely ultimately proves little. However, for Jian Shu, it offers a modicum of reassurance. Would a figure as proud as Li Daoheng allow his juniors to insult him so brazenly? Would his disciples dare to utter such words? This innate air of disdain, contempt, and mockery is exceedingly difficult to feign. Jian Shu momentarily lowered his guard, continuing to gaze at Li Hao. "How did you enter the Qian Kuan Bagua formation?" "The starry sky sword brought me in. I understand. But I am inquiring how you traversed the Emperor's sealed domain to reach Jian City." At that instant, Li Hao vanished, a unique force radiating from him. The next moment, Jian Shu found himself momentarily bewildered. When he regained his focus, he was astounded. "Li Hao, who had only moments ago been a considerable distance away, now stood right before him. Li Hao smiled. This is how I came in. I had someone launch a fierce assault on the seal, creating turmoil, while I concealed myself within the starry sky's sword, gradually shifting closer. Do you believe me? Jian Shu trembled. Is this an illusion or something else? I cannot divulge that. Jian Shu fell silent, realizing the potency of this method. However, being well-versed in various matters, he quickly regained his composure and inquired, what is your purpose in Jian City? To seek treasures, to find something, to discover methods, to slay the emperor, to eliminate Li Hao, and to seize the Silver Moon realm. You are overreaching. Everything is lost. Jian City has perished, and I am left barely surviving, with only a trace of my original essence remaining. After 100,000 years, I have only regained a fragment of my strength. Now, perhaps I am even inferior to you. What can you find to challenge them? With a hint of disappointment and frustration, Li Hao cheerfully asked, where does the sword sovereign reside? Li Hao continued, do not ponder too much. If I were sent by Li Hao, I would undoubtedly know. My ignorance signifies that I am not one of his faction. He may have already searched, so what purpose would it serve for me to search again? Of course, if we are not allies, perhaps I could glean some insights from the sword sovereign's residual sword intent. My own sword intent has been learned through the illusions of the Bagua formation, and it may not be authentic. The sword sovereign's abode is the heavens for a roof and the earth for a bed. He spends most of his time in meditation, typically training beneath my original tree. What dwelling could he possibly possess? Such a dire situation? Li Hao chuckled. It appears I truly have gained nothing. By the way, the one who slaughtered the Li family was indeed Li Hao, correct? Yes, it was he. What was his strength at that time? A heavenly king. You, at the pinnacle of the holy path, persistently comprehending the sword sovereign's sword intent, were unable to rival him? Even if he were a heavenly king, he must have just ascended, right? If he had long since ascended, the sword sovereign would have taken him away. I pondered this, and it seems he must have broken through to the heavenly king just as the sword sovereign departed, sealing the star gate. A freshly ascended heavenly king, and yet you, an established pinnacle of the holy path, could not match him? Jian Shu fell silent for a moment before speaking. As you said, he broke through only after the sword sovereign's departure. His initial heavenly king realm was still somewhat unstable, yet I indeed could not overcome him. He was the sole heavenly king in the city at that time. I was the first to be defeated by him. After that, he slaughtered the entire Jian city. Why did he want to kill the Li family? Li Hao, filled with curiosity, pondered. As a member of the Li family, after the sword sovereign's departure, as long as he did not expose the truth of his betrayal, Sword City should remain oblivious. He could very well compel the Li family to serve him, and with their assistance, perhaps he could eliminate the Emperor Sovereign much sooner. Given his intelligence, I surmise you might have overlooked any anomalies until he turned against you. Sword Tree sighed. You seem to know him quite well. Have you encountered him? I have, in a fleeting moment, though I cannot ascertain if it was truly him. Then how do you know him so intimately? Sword Tree questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Li Hao chuckled. It is quite natural for a clever individual to ponder the thoughts of another astute mind. However, I still cannot fathom why he would massacre members of the Li family. I do not know either. You do not know? If I were privy to that knowledge, would I be alive to tell the tale? Li Hao considered this, finding some merit in the reasoning. Without further ado, he waved his hand, conjuring a chair from thin air, and settled down with a smile. Elder, let us converse. It is rare to encounter one still among the living. After a moment of silence, Sword Tree inquired, Who are you? Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Li Hao, a member of the Li family. Though I cannot say for certain, the Starry Sky Sword is my ancestral treasure, sealed for 100,000 years. 21 years ago, when the world began to awaken, I was born. For years prior, my parents perished in Silver City. A year ago, I embarked on the path of martial arts to seek vengeance and conquer the world. Now, I have achieved some success, commanding the Silver Moon realm on the surface. Recently, after slaying a group of Saint Kings, I realized the vastness of the world and the multitude of foes I must confront. Feeling inadequate, I sought to enter the seal in search of new opportunities, which led me to Silver City. Sword Tree listened intently. To step into the martial path a year ago, and a year later command the world, slaying Saint Kings, indeed. Such prowess is formidable. However, this seemingly incomprehensible record left him astounded. Certainly, in bygone years, there existed one who was invincible for 3 years, known as the new Martial King. A prodigy of this new era? Sword Tree murmured. The Li family's lineage. What descendants remain? Aside from Li Daozong and Li Daoing. It seems that the Starry Sky Sword, perhaps, is merely a manifestation of the Sword Sovereign's intent. The Sword Eye is likely a consequence of the Starry Sky Sword. Thus, you do not truly count as a descendant of the Li family, though if one must stretch the definition, you might be considered a descendant of the Starry Sky Sword. Curse it! Li Hao wished to vent his frustration. Yet, in that moment, he felt compelled to express his ire. You are the one who embodies the legacy of the Starry Sky Sword. Such words sound so unappealing. As a civilized individual, he believed he should be courteous to figures like Ing Hongyue and Li Daoing, even to Zheng Yu. Yet this tree was simply infuriating. However, Sword Tree swiftly countered. You are the prodigy of this era. Has destiny been birthed anew? Indeed, you are a deceiver. What? I perceive no vestige of destiny within you. This place, too, belongs to the Silver Moon. If you were indeed the child of destiny, you ought not to be in such a plight. Li Hao paused, chuckling softly. Is that what you meant? I once was, but I am not anymore. I shattered a portion of destiny the last time. Now, if destiny does not seek my demise, it is already treating me with kindness. Can it still harbor affection for me? This assertion sounded utterly implausible. Yet, after some contemplation, Sword Tree acknowledged that given the events of the past year, anything was indeed possible. After all, one is not devoid of insight. The tree sown by the Sword Sovereign possesses remarkable breadth of understanding. Such a figure embodies infinite possibilities. You wish to confront that scoundrel, Li Daoing? Certainly. Although it is a formidable challenge, he is an unparalleled genius, while I yearn to eliminate him at once. Yet, I must inform you that over the span of 100,000 years, this individual has at least ascended to the status of a semi-emperor. Moreover, he has been scheming for many years, and he may achieve the rank of emperor at any moment. Of course, should his original source be severed. Even if he becomes an emperor, he would not possess the true power of an emperor. However, he would no longer be a semi-emperor, but rather a pseudo-emperor. A being stronger than a semi-emperor. Li Hao nodded. I understand. Do you still wish to contend with him? Li Hao replied helplessly. What you say, esteemed elder, holds truth. If I do not confront him, he will not spare me. He has unleashed the Starry Sky Sword, transforming bloodlines through generations, compelling me to adapt to and wield the Starry Sky Sword, undoubtedly with a purpose. Be it to command the heavens and earth, to seize the new path, or to control the Stargate. He certainly harbors his own intentions. Otherwise, why would he cast aside the Starry Sky Sword? You possess great intelligence. It is merely a reasonable deduction. Is that truly clever? The Sword Tree fell momentarily silent, taken aback. Li Hao continued, perhaps you still do not trust me, which is understandable. However, esteemed elder, your time is running short, and vengeance may no longer be within reach. Shall we gamble? If we do, let us continue our discourse. If not, it is a waste of time, devoid of meaning. Should you lose the wager, you stand to lose nothing, as you believe no one can best that individual. If you win the bet, I can eliminate him, and you shall gain immensely. A venture with boundless profit. Are you willing to wager? Li Hao spoke with straightforwardness. Who has the luxury of time to earn your trust slowly? There is no time. Moreover, between the two of us, how can trust be established? To curry favor? Of what use is that? Not at all. Let us cut to the chase. Choose one. Shall we gamble or not? This tree undoubtedly possesses some knowledge. I believe this because its will to survive is exceedingly strong, akin to the Imperial Guard. Why, you may ask, does the Imperial Guard protect the Imperial Palace? This tree too must hold on to something it cannot relinquish. Otherwise, its demise would be inevitable. At this juncture, Li Hao added, furthermore, your original path must have been severed by him. With the path broken, you have managed to survive. Though I am reluctant to speculate, I cannot help but surmise that within you lies a treasure left by the Sword Sovereign, preserving your life. Perhaps, esteemed elder, you are safeguarding this very object, though this is but a conjecture. Li Hao continued, this city remains operational, not having collapsed due to the demise of its inhabitants. Perhaps there exists some treasure that has stabilized this city. Moreover, if you truly have no support and are utterly helpless, upon seeing me, regardless of whether I am sent by Li Daoing, you should grasp this final lifeline. It appears you have not, but there have been numerous tests, suggesting you still possess some form of reliance. I have claimed the lives of heavenly kings, yet you remain so composed. Is there perhaps a means within the city to contend with a heavenly king? Of course, I refer to the current heavenly king, not one from the past. Otherwise, we would be addressing Li Daoing. Li Hao surveyed his surroundings, weighing the various uncertainties, and ultimately remarked, "There may yet be living beings within this city, not merely you. Esteemed elder, you have waited for some time. Perhaps you await the arrival of others to converge, possibly intending to seize me." Li Hao sat with an extraordinary ease, even leaning back, and chuckled, "There's no need for such turmoil. Your methods against foes may be lacking, yet you possess numerous tactics against your own kind. Why bother?" Jian Shu remained silent. This young man before him bore no resemblance to his age. He appeared more like an ancient relic. After a lengthy pause, Jian Shu finally spoke. "On what grounds should I trust you?" Li Hao replied with a smile, "There are no grounds. After all I've said, if you doubt that you can find another who has slain a heavenly king in a year, then go ahead and search. I can penetrate the seal of the emperor. If you can find another, by all means, seek them out. Otherwise, I cannot compel you to believe me." At that moment, it was Jian Shu who found himself in a quandary. After a while, he said, "You should wait for a time while I ponder this." "Very well. It's up to you." Li Hao smiled and asked, "May I roam within the city? Apart from this place, are there any other locales worth visiting in Sword City?" Jian Shu contemplated for a moment before responding. "To the west of the city, there lies a precipice where the Sword Sovereign once practiced for a time. You may wish to see it." "Very well, thank you." With that, Li Hao vanished in an instant, leaving the place behind. Give him some space. After his departure, a while later, a fragment of stone soared through the air, landing upon the broken tree stump. Moments later, an even more shattered seal followed suit, also resting on the stump. At that instant, it seemed as though the highest council of Sword City had convened. A severed tree, a fragment of stone, and a shattered seal.